Shi Ha, the much-loathed supporting character, finds herself tasked with overpowering the captivating heroine, ultimately leading to a triumphant reversal of fortunes. The moment she makes her entrance, the audience erupts with disdain. Could Shi Ha just leave this planet? However, during a dating reality show, she confronts her nemesis with a sharp retort. How about I gift you a turtle? If cared for properly, it could accompany you to the end. Faced with her manipulative parents, she quips, suffering is a blessing? Then I wish you blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea. When besieged by hate from trolls, she asserts, my life is mine to govern, keep your judgments to yourself. As fans eagerly recognize her as a maternal figure, she exclaims, words can be reckless. But don't mislabel me as a mother. Chapter 1. Do the deaf-mute participate in dating shows? Sir, please tread lightly. A voice calls out from behind, causing the man, poised to step forward, to halt abruptly. He turns his head to see a girl hastening towards him, raising an eyebrow. What is it? She casts her gaze down, then looks up again. All right, you can put that down now, those two cucumber beetles have already crossed. The man stands silent. Fortune favors the kind-hearted, sir. I sense you possess great virtue. May we meet again in our next life. With that, Shi Ha pushes her suitcase forward, racing towards a villa 100 meters ahead. The man watches the petite figure darting away like a whirlwind, squinting slightly as he lets out an ambiguous Is this the place? Shi Ha asks, observing the exquisite villa and the surrounding cameras before entering. At that moment, the live stream erupts with fervor, bubbling over like boiling water. Wait, is that really Shi Ha? Help! Why must such a delightful dating show invite this jinx? Director, if you can't find suitable guests, just don't invite anyone, it's unnecessary. Without Shi Ha, charming interactions among handsome men and beautiful women, a paradise for shippers. With Shi Ha, everyone is bound to her for heat-seeking marketing, no one can escape. I'm so annoyed every day she buys trending topics for attention. Instead of focusing on improving her acting, she resorts to underhanded tactics. Just looking at her irks me. Am I the only one eager to see Shi Ha get roasted? LOL, me too. Among the guests are Gu Shi and Lu Yingying, both are not easy to get along with. Gu Shi detests Shi Ha, and that's common knowledge. Lu Yingying fancies Gu Shi, oh dear. Those who love entertainment thrive on fights and drama. The harsher Shi Ha is criticized, the happier I am. Don't be too harsh, Shi Ha hasn't done anything wrong, has she? Did she bite someone or set something on fire? Why the hatred? Wow, Shi Ha's reputation has plummeted, yet she still has a few loyal fans. Although she lost 1 million followers, she still has 1 million diehard fans, though I wonder how many are real and how many are bots. She's just a creation overly promoted by capital, force-fed to the audience, right? Then discarded when the resources dried up. And her desperation for fame. She shamelessly resorts to heat-seeking tactics and pairing up with others. She's a nuisance in the entertainment industry, which fanbase doesn't loathe her. Exactly. If she wants to avoid being disliked, she should stop clinging to others and causing trouble. She's like a stubborn adhesive. I hope Shi Ha stays far from my star. If she gets too close, it'll bring bad luck. Unbeknownst to Shi Ha, her mere appearance has ignited a storm of vitriol in the comments, and everything mentioned in the barrage is entirely irrelevant to her. For she is merely a husky, or rather, the only husky spirit who is cultivated for 999 years. Unfortunately, during her tribulation of crossing 1,000 years, she accidentally overindulged, resulting in her spiritual energy spilling out, leading to her being struck by lightning and perishing. Shi Ha assumed she would vanish into oblivion, yet instead, she was bound to a supporting character reversal system, becoming a minor character in the whole world is enchanted by me. This narrative chronicles the heroine, Si Qin, as she ascends from a small-town girl to a top-tier star in the entertainment industry. Despite being cloaked in a garb of inspiration, it is fundamentally a classic Mary Sue tale. The heroine, adored by all, finds fame and fortune effortlessly, and after entanglements with numerous men, ultimately discovers her true love. Shi Ha, an expendable stepping stone on the heroine's journey, is forced into a role of diminished intellect as a control group in the highly anticipated dating show, not just heartthrobs. Through her various antics, she transitions from being mocked to being vilified, ultimately offending the powers that be and facing a banishment from the industry, leading to a dismal fate. The system's mandate is for her to rewrite the tragic ending of the expendable supporting character, to subdue the heroine Si Qin, and to fiercely boost the KPIs for the supporting character reversal group. As Shi Ha steps into the living room, the jovial group on the sofa turns their attention to her, their expressions momentarily frozen in disbelief. Shi Ha, the abrupt shift in atmosphere is palpable. See, I told you. Even dogs disdain Shi Ha. She's ruined the ambience. Here comes the disdain from elite star offspring and wealthy heirs from Beijing. Suddenly, a sweet-faced girl in a white dress races towards her, her movements so graceful they seem choreographed. The system interjects. Your sister, Yuga. Yuga. The original's biological sister, but now she's your sister. Then why is she you? And I'm sure, because she was raised by your parents, while you were accidentally abandoned shortly after birth and fortuitously sent to an orphanage. Only 2 years ago did your family reunite, hence you share the orphanage director's surname that I see. Noticing Shi Ha's indifferent expression, Yugo instinctively retracts her smile and tentatively asks, Sister? Could she have realized something? As this thought crosses her mind, her heartbeat quickens. Just then, Shi Ha suddenly grips Yuji's hand with a beaming smile, shaking it enthusiastically. Sister, I've missed you so much. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Yugo. The system corrects. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, Shi Ha. Close enough, the system. That's not even close. After a moment of awkwardness, Yugo manages to regain her smile, pulling Shi Ha towards the trio. I arrived early. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is Xing. He has the most wonderful singing voice. Shi Ha's gaze follows Yuga's voice to the young man standing and smiling before her. He appears charming, with fair skin and soft bangs falling gently over his forehead, his lips full and slightly upturned, and his bright black eyes exuding a sense of obedience. At the sight of him, Shi Ha is reminded of a fluffy, cheerful Samoyed from her childhood. Song Nanqing instinctively reaches out his hand, but his manager's advice flashes through his mind, and he retracts it, instead offering a polite nod to Shi Ha. Hello, I'm Song Nanqing. As he finishes speaking, Yuga's smile subtly deepens. Indeed, even the most amiable Xing wishes to avoid prolonged contact with Shi Ha. True, he had warmly shaken hands with everyone else, and even invited them to call him Xing, yet with Shi Ha, he merely nodded. This is precisely what Shi Ha deserves after all. No normal person wishes to be entangled with her. Yet our dear Xiaogo, with her beauty and kind heart, is willing to lend a hand to Shi Ha. Otherwise, it would be utterly awkward for her to stand alone. Being family, Xiaogo, with her understanding nature, is inclined to assist Shi Ha. Were it me, I would certainly sever ties with Shi Ha, as her reputation is too detrimental to Xiao Ji's growth.
Saw.
No, it's Xing, right? Chirp, chirp, chirp. I am Shi Ha. Shi Ha nodded vigorously, her gaze towards Song Nanqing brimming with excitement, joy, and nostalgia. It resembled the exhilaration of encountering an old childhood friend in a foreign land after years of wandering. Song Nanqing? Hello. My apologies for speaking too quickly. My mouth was running away with me. Song Nanqing. The young woman on the sofa donned a delicate pink gown, her heart-shaped face framed by almond-shaped eyes and exquisite features, radiating both brightness and exuberance, akin to a resplendent pink rose nurtured in affection. With her chin slightly raised, a disdainful scoff escaped her nose. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, as if the very air were constricting within a cramped space. This is Gu Shi, Yugo remarked with a smile, in contrast to Lu Yingying, who at least cast a glance at Shi Ha. The flamboyant man before them did not lift his gaze, completely disregarding Shi Ha. The ambience plummeted to a freezing point, the air having exhausted its previous confinement, now transformed into an even tighter space. After all, with rising property prices, one must seize any opportunity to maximize their advantages. Noticing this, Yugo lowered her head slightly, concealing the fleeting delight in her eyes. Even standing beside Shi Ha, she could sense Song Nanqing's aloofness, Lu Yingying's indifference, and Gu Shi's most profound silent mockery, let alone Shi Ha, the one directly affected. She must be feeling quite mortified right now. Yet in the next moment, Shi Ha, appearing somewhat bewildered, pointed towards Gu Shi and exclaimed, Sister, do deaf mutes also participate in dating shows? Should we arrange for a sign language teacher for him? Everyone. Chapter 002. I have some connections up in the sky. As soon as Shi Ha's words fell, the man who had been sitting motionless on the sofa suddenly glared angrily. Who are you calling mute? Lu Yingying also shot a fierce look at Shi Ha, exclaiming, Exactly, who are you referring to as mute? Oh, so you can hear. Shi Ha replied, somewhat taken aback. I thought you couldn't hear or speak since you didn't respond. My apologies. After a brief moment of surprise, she clasped her hands together and sincerely apologized to the man. Her earnest demeanor was reminiscent of contemporary youth earnestly seeking fortune at the temple of wealth. However, the more sincere Shi Ha appeared, the more Gu Shi felt she was merely putting on an act to mock him. He retorted, What? Is it just a few days gone by, and you've forgotten who I am?
Who is he? Shi Ha wondered internally.
The system responded, The one who previously lambasted you online as a pesky plaster, someone who enjoys pressing their warm face against a cold backside.
Shi Ha, understood.
Not a good person. Suddenly, she grinned brightly at Gu Shi, naturally conveying, I still can't forget you. Gu Shi felt a chill run down his spine from her gaze and tone. That's just my bad luck. Every time I hear the sound of the Swona, I think it's you.
What do you mean by that? Gu Shi pressed.
Shi Ha's meaning was clear. The specific interpretation would have to be analyzed within the context. You mean you're praying for Brother Gu to die? Lu Yingying interjected, hands on her hips, pointing a finger at Shi Ha, her delicate face marred by fury. Shi Ha shrugged her shoulders, palms open, and looked at Gu Shi. See, I didn't say it. She did. It has nothing to do with me. The Swona can also symbolize joy. If you insist on interpreting it negatively, that's beyond my control. Gu Shi. Haha, I wanted to laugh earlier, but this time I really couldn't hold it back. Wait a minute, when did Shi Ha become so articulate? Please don't confuse rudeness with eloquence, sweating. Passers-by. To be fair, Gu Shi isn't exactly polite either. Shi Ha is merely repaying his rudeness in kind. There's a reason Gu Shi dislikes Shi Ha, right? It's problematic to expect politeness from someone who can't stand you. Alright, I won't chat with you any longer. I need to go upstairs to tidy up the room.
Bye.
Shi Ha waved to the group and turned, hauling two 26-inch suitcases up the stairs at a remarkable speed.
Ye.
Feeling as if a large motorcycle had zoomed past him, muttered, Damn it, how can she climb stairs so quickly and effortlessly? How is she supposed to showcase her admirable qualities of helping others in front of everyone? To be honest, with that speed, she could snag the freshest stir-fry from the cafeteria by noon. To heighten the drama, not just a heartbeat features double occupancy. Since Yu Ge and Lu Yingying arrived earlier, they automatically shared a room, while Shi Ha and another female guest, yet to arrive, occupied another room. Upon entering her room, Shi Ha began to unpack, while simultaneously absorbing the memories and relevant information left by the original owner of the body. When she had arrived that morning, the original owner had just committed suicide due to online bullying. The body was still warm, and the soul had yet to depart. Shi Ha initially thought she would have to share the body with the original owner, contemplating that it might be manageable to cohabitate, alternating days perhaps. However, the original owner was resolute in her decision to die and generously offered her body to Shi Ha in exchange for fulfilling a wish.
Sia, alright, no problem.
The smartest husky in the demon realm is at your service. Thus, her mission was to help the original owner fulfill her wish and to overshadow the female protagonist of this narrative, becoming the most beloved guest on the show. The system chimed in. Shi Ha glanced at the empty bed beside her. The original female lead is my roommate? The dazzling Si-Ching from the book?
Indeed.
But there's no need to rush. This requires a careful approach. After all, Si-Ching recently won an award, becoming the youngest best actress in entertainment history. Her popularity and fanbase are exceedingly high. Surpassing her will be quite a challenge. As Shi Ha continued to unpack, she paused, and the system quickly reassured her. But fear not. Since the system has chosen you, it signifies you have a certain probability of accomplishing this task. Just work hard. If you complete the task, you will thrive in this world, enjoying freedom to your heart's content. Suddenly, Shi Ha burped. The system, what? That was quite a burp. Shi Ha, I'm not joking. Failing to complete the task will result in being expelled by the world consciousness, leaving you to drift aimlessly as a forlorn spirit. Firstly, I must inform you with a scientifically rigorous attitude that I am a dog, not a human, rendering your statement inaccurate. Secondly, should I drift, I might just encounter my cousin in Siberia who will take me to the heavens to become a deity. Where did you get a cousin from Siberia in the sky? The Erling God. I found out from the original owner's memories. She wrote an essay in elementary school titled My Idol, Erling God. He seems quite significant in this world. I must have some connection. Surely, he can take me to the sky. Evidently, Shi Ha felt no embarrassment regarding her alleged connections. Rather, she felt proud and delighted. You see that figure soaring in the sky? That's my distant relative. Absolutely impressive. His name is Erling God. You misspelled it. He is a deity, not a wolf. Though, it is true that the Erling God has a celestial dog by his side. See, I told you I have some connections. What connection do you have with that celestial dog? It howls and I wheeze. That's a myth concocted by humans. I refuse to believe it. I certainly have connections in the heavens. In the depths of her mind, Shi Ha felt convinced that this thought was correct. After 3 seconds of silence, the system suddenly recalled something. I remember now. You do indeed have connections in the sky. Although they belong to the original owner, they are yours now. Shi Ha, I knew it. Who is it? The original owner's older cousin, a flight attendant. Chapter 003. Firstly, I am not a lesbian. When Shi Ha finished unpacking and descended the stairs, she discovered another male guest had arrived in the living room. Hello, Shen-yun. He sounded as if he had just awakened, his voice laced with a languid, hoarse quality.
Help.
Shen-yun, an outsider, is more handsome than the stars in the entertainment industry. Please, all those in line, step aside. I have a class to attend as a university student. Let me go first. Acknowledging the greeting, Shi Ha nodded at him. Hello, kind-hearted person who spared 2 watermelon bugs underfoot. Shen-yun raised an eyebrow, then chuckled softly. Hello. The person with a keen eye for spotting 2 watermelon bugs accumulating virtue. Others, are you two speaking in riddles? Wait, does Shen-yun not dislike Shi Ha? Although Shen-yun often trends due to attending high-profile auctions and celebrity gatherings, he is essentially an antique collector, not a star. So, he likely doesn't pay much attention to industry news, and thus is unaware of Shi Ha's nature. Shen-yun is a notorious playboy, with countless rumors surrounding him. Even if he knows what Shi Ha is like, it wouldn't hinder his flirtations, as Shi Ha's looks are undeniably captivating.
Indeed.
Shi Ha initially made her debut thanks to her stunning appearance, but alas, one reaps what one sows. Though Shen-yun may be a scoundrel, it doesn't detract from his charm. A dashing young man who navigates through a sea of flowers. Who could resist? Has Shi Ha had some adjustments? She seems even more attractive today than before. I can't pinpoint the changes, but her aura has significantly transformed. Not only has her demeanor changed, but I feel as though her very character has transformed, as if a different person has emerged from beneath her exterior. Is there anything peculiar about this? It simply appears that she wishes to reinvent herself as a relatable and genuine individual, shedding her previous persona for a more authentic image. To be frank, I share a similar sentiment. Sister, do you know Mr. Shin? Yugo interjected cheerfully between the two, first casting a smile toward Shi Ha, then turning to Shen-yun with a gentle grin. The system pondered, is it possible that guests tend to showcase themselves in front of the opposite sex? With female participants vying for male attention and vice versa, which is rather commonplace in dating shows. Apologies, but I must take a moment for repairs. I shall log off for now. Remaining here may diminish my enthusiasm for the cyber delicacy being offered. Shen-yun nodded slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed. I have encountered Mixue before. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. What are your thoughts, Mixue? The high-collared attire enveloped her entirely, fitting meticulously from top to bottom, with even her hands adorned in neatly pressed silk gloves. Only her exquisitely ambiguous visage remained visible, reminiscent of fresh snow adorning a mountain peak, cool, aloof, and utterly unattainable. Particularly captivating were her eyes, akin to the profound darkness of midnight, drawing one in with an irresistible allure. This ethereal beauty, so striking that even the most skilled artists would falter in capturing its essence, left onlookers in a state of awe. Ah, the divine Sishin. Each time I behold Sishin's visage, it feels as though I am lost in a dream. A masterstroke by Nuwa. I, who typically shun variety shows, have come solely for Sishin. To be candid, as a fervent admirer who usually perceives the comment section as a barren wasteland, I find myself devoid of any sacrilegious thoughts in the presence of Sishin. She is not merely human, she is my goddess. Upon encountering Siqing in person, Shi Ha finally comprehended why the character in the original narrative could captivate so many. With such beauty, grace, and figure, who could remain unaffected? In the realm of mythical creatures, only a 1,000-year-old fox spirit could rival such beauty. Everyone momentarily froze upon seeing Siqing, but Shi Ha, the first to react, swiftly retrieved a single red rose from the vase and approached Siqing with polite elegance, offering the flower while clearing her throat. To this beautiful lady, I wish to convey 3 points. First, I am not a lesbian. Second, I love you. And lastly, I am not a lesbian. The others reacted with surprise. How bold. Shi Ha, you audacious one. How could you treat the divine Sishin this way? I wish to do the same. Siqing's gaze swept over the vibrant red rose before settling on the unfamiliar yet exquisite face before her. Her dark, starry eyes remained devoid of emotion as she turned away without a second thought, offering not a shred of regard to Shi Ha or the others in the room. Witnessing Siqing's complete disregard, Song Nanxing was momentarily taken aback. Yuge furrowed her brow slightly. Guxi maintained an impassive expression. Xin Yun's languid smile remained unchanged, while Lu Yingying sneered. What does she mean by that? Does she think herself superior? Just because she won an award, what does that prove? With a flick of my wrist, I could summon a throng of award winners eager to curry favor with me. In the comments, fans rallied to defend their idols. While Shi Ha is indeed impressive, is it necessary to be so rude? Ignoring Shi Ha is one thing, but dismissing everyone else seems excessive. Some fans are truly hypocritical. It's acceptable to ignore Shi Ha but not your own idols? Unfazed by the slight, Shi Ha casually tossed the rose into the vase and collapsed into the sofa. Unexpectedly, the sofa's elastic material caused Lu Yingying, who was just a short distance away and loudly complaining about Shi Ha, to jolt in surprise. With her temper flaring, Lu Yingying found a target for her frustration and turned to Shi Ha, unleashing a barrage of complaints. Shi Ha, have you lost your mind? Are you unaware of my presence here? Did you not realize the sofa is highly elastic? Were you not startled just now? Don't you understand how annoying you are? Amidst the buzzing in her ears, Shi Ha swiftly retrieved her phone and brought it to Lu Yingying's ear. Here, let me have a word with your aunt. Lu Yingying, taken aback, fell silent, her demeanor shifting from indignation to hesitation as she averted her gaze. Observing the sudden quietness of the once vocal Lu Yingying, Shi Ha smiled at the others. See, people act this way. They chatter endlessly, yet turn mute when speaking to elders. As Lu Yingying regained her composure, she retorted, Shi Ha, this is not over. You rotten durian. Chapter 004. She is in you.
Ah, Shi Ha possesses a certain charm.
I suddenly find her reasoning quite compelling. It seems I see a reflection of myself in Lu Yingying, who falls silent when confronted with elder figures. Some are watching in amusement while others see their own reflections. Is Shi Ha attempting a character transformation? She would never have dared this before. I expected Lu Yingying to unleash a more formidable tirade, but her words lacked any real bite. I found it amusing. Though Lu Yingying revels in flaunting her wealth and princess-like behavior, she is still a child of privilege and possesses some semblance of decorum. Speaking of which, among the female guests, Yuga stands out as the most admirable. She comes from a good family, is understanding, and lacks any princess syndrome.
Indeed.
The environment greatly influences individuals. Both Shi Ha and Yuga are born of the same parents. Yet one grew up in an orphanage while the other was raised in a loving home, resulting in starkly different personalities. Shi Ha was remarkable when she first debuted, but has unfortunately declined in recent years. Why didn't Yuga advise Shi Ha during her reckless antics? Aren't they supposed to be like sisters? How amusing. Our little Ge and Shi Ha are not from the same agency. Perhaps Yuga has advised her before, but did Shi Ha ever heed such counsel? If she had, would she face ridicule from the entire internet? She has reached this point through her own choices. Let us respect her fate. All right, enough of that. Durians are unpleasant and bananas are rotten. Let us indulge in something delightful instead, shall we? Shi Ha playfully patted Lu Yingying on the head. Lu Yingying, eyes wide, quickly turned. Do not touch me. Shi Ha moved her hand back for another light pat. Lu Yingying dodged once more. Are you out of your mind? Shi Ha swiftly reached out again. Lu Yingying evaded, while Shi Ha pursued her. She flees, she chases. It is an endless game. With a radiant smile, Shi Ha turned to the others. Hey, look, we're playing whack-a-mole. Finally, Lu Yingying, feeling dizzy, came to an abrupt halt, clutching her head as she glared at Shi Ha. Are you insane? Gu, she interjected. Shi Ha is right behind you. Lu Yingying, quickly turning to confront Shi Ha, she threatened. You are finished. I will tell my father and have him blacklist you from the entertainment industry.
Liu Ying. Ah.
Though it may be a bit cruel, it is undeniably hilarious. Wait, isn't this the job I have always dreamed of? I apologize on behalf of Shi Ha. Please introduce me to this position. This is hardly a punishment. Lu Yingying, don't reward her. A gentle tap on her shoulder caught Lu Yingying's attention. She turned around to find a warm cup of fragrant, rich milk before her. Shi Ha, she exclaimed, you've finished your work. Have some water to soothe your throat. Lu Yingying looked at Shi Ha with a puzzled expression, then glanced at the milk in her hands. After a moment's hesitation, she removed a hairpin from her head, dipped it into the milk, and, upon discovering that the pin had not tarnished, she took the cup with a smirk. Well, I suppose you are somewhat sensible. Shi Ha raised an eyebrow, while others looked on in confusion. The audience was equally bemused. I must say, Lu Yingying's vigilance is rather impressive. I certainly did not foresee such a turn of events. Shi Ha urged Lu Yingying to sit down, taking a seat beside her. My dear lady, let's clarify a few things. Firstly, your anger stems from Si Qing and has nothing to do with me, correct? Lu Yingying recalled the indifference of that person, her brows furrowing as she let out a small huff.
Yes.
Moreover, I had never sat on this sofa before, hence I was unaware of its considerable bounce, and naturally, I could not have known it would jolt you. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Yingying shot her a sidelong glance, but remained silent. My motivation for touching your hair was purely out of admiration for your lustrous, dense locks. I was momentarily captivated and acted on impulse. If you must blame me, so be it, Shi Ha said, her hands raised in mock innocence. Lu Yingying shook her head slightly, a smile creeping onto her lips. You cannot be faulted for that. Well, it wouldn't hurt to indulge a little, someone chimed in. Indeed. Indulging in such trivialities could lead to trouble. Another cautioned. Fear not, for I am unafraid. I shall indulge. Sister, why did you touch her hair multiple times and mention whack-a-mole? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to call a girl a mole? Yugo appeared to realize the inappropriateness halfway through her question and quickly fell silent. This reminded Lu Yingying of the earlier incident. Exactly, once would suffice. Why multiple times? Also, what does whack-a-mole mean? Are you implying that I am a mole? The atmosphere shifted as Gu Shi and Song Nanqing turned their attention to Shi Ha, while Shun Yun lazily lifted her gaze to Yugo before returning to Shi Ha, her eyes glimmering with interest. Shi Ha waved her slender fingers dismissively. If I had only touched once, it would imply that your charm is insufficient. Truly delightful things compel one to linger. That is why I found myself captivated and touched a few times. Whack-a-mole is a well-known game, one I enjoy, as it brings me joy. The happiness you brought me was comparable to that of the game, which is why I unconsciously likened the two behaviors. My mention of whack-a-mole was not meant literally, but rather as an emotional expression. With that, Shi Ha turned to Yuga. Do you have any questions left? Yuga replied. You've brought her back to life with your words. What more could I ask? Seeing everyone looking at her, Yuga quickly donned a gentle smile. No more questions. Dear sister, your eloquence is impressive. This is not merely about eloquence. It is about sincerity, Shi Ha said, gazing deeply into Lu Yingying's eyes. This matter did not arise from me, nor does it concern me, so your anger towards me seems unwarranted. Moreover, even if you do not consider my feelings, you should consider your own. Anger is detrimental to your health, and your well-being is your greatest asset. Many may praise you, but few will genuinely care enough to advise against anger. Those who do care truly offer more sincerity than mere compliments. With that, Shi Ha leaped onto a step, looking down upon the five below with grandiosity. Do you understand? Applause. Thunderous applause erupted suddenly. Yugo and the others turned to see Lu Yingying clapping her hands excitedly, gazing up at Shi Ha as if she were a guiding star. You're delusional. She's right in front of you. Chapter 005. Just a little trick to captivate me. How hilarious. If I had Shi Ha's charm, I would score at least 10 more points in my Chinese exam. Shi Ha and Lu Yingying. One is willing to strike, and the other to endure. Clearly, Lu Yingying is all show and no substance. She cannot serve as an effective weapon against Shi Ha. However, we still have Gu Shi, and if worst comes to worst, we have Song Nanqing and the ever-unfazed Si Qing. With Si Qing's indifferent demeanor, Shi Ha would surely falter. Lu Yingying has been a devoted fan of Gu Shi for years. There's no way she would become friends with someone her idol despises. Indeed, spread the word. The alliance must remain steadfast and unflustered. Rest assured, Shi Ha will not stir up any significant trouble. Nonsense, Gu Shi scoffed from her seat. Shun Yun raised an eyebrow at Shi Ha, a faint smile dancing in her eyes. Miss Shi certainly possesses a silver tongue. Gu Shi turned her head to regard Shun Yun, who met her gaze directly with an unwavering smile, though it did not reach her eyes. A subtle tension hung in the air, momentarily thickening the atmosphere. It's getting late. Perhaps we should prepare dinner? Yugo suggested, looking around. Shall we assign tasks to improve efficiency? Does anyone here know how to cook? Lu Yingying crossed her arms and shrugged. How could I possibly cook? The eggs I consume are peeled and handed to me by others. I can't cook, Gu Shi stated bluntly. Their candidness left Yugo, the proposer, feeling somewhat awkward. I can help with some salads, Shun Yun offered, eliciting a grateful glance from Yugo. She smiled sweetly. On that note, I have a small request. I'm currently on a diet, and I'd love to enjoy a delicious salad breakfast prepared by Mr. Shin. I look forward to it. Yugo has a way with words, effortlessly drawing Shun Yun closer and creating opportunities for future interactions. Wait, isn't Shun Yun interested in Shi Ha? How absurd. who would genuinely fancy Shi Ha. Shen Yun is no fool. Fleeting interest does not guarantee lasting affection. Is it possible that Shen Yun is simply open to all? Si Qing, stay away from me. Shen Yun, welcome all, Ha. You've summed it up perfectly. Little you, I can lend a hand chopping vegetables and such. Just let me know if you need anything. Song Nanqing chimed in. Yuga nodded. All right, let us work together. Thank you all. Excuse me? Gu Shi chuckled. What right do you have to delegate tasks to me? I refuse to do the dishes. I, Lu Yingying, would rather starve than wash the dishes. What will you do then, dear sister? I am tasked with the responsibility of dining, which can be divided into 4 distinct steps: preparation, cooking, eating, and washing the dishes. You have only allocated 2 of these steps, leaving the other 2 unattended. Washing the dishes is a relatively easy task, so I will assign that to the 2 of them, while eating is more strenuous and time-consuming, not to mention that overindulgence is not conducive to maintaining one's physique. Thus, I shall begrudgingly take on this burden for the sake of the group. Everyone has their roles, and this constitutes a reasonable division of labor. A few individuals responded. Do you even hear what you're saying? Is it possible they could use their mouths and feed themselves? Laughter ensued, with expressions of skepticism, astonishment, and confusion in equal measure. Just a joke. Please don't take it seriously, Shi Ha remarked. I can cook, so I shall take on the task of preparing the dishes. The others responded. Your demeanor earlier hardly suggested you were joking. Can you really cook? I've never heard of this before. Yugo tilted her head, looking at Shi Ha with curiosity. The others also gazed at her, primarily concerned about the possibility of her creating a culinary disaster. Were it anyone else, they might not have such apprehensions, but with Shi Ha, it was another matter altogether. Absolutely not. I survived my childhood by rummaging through trash bins, Shi Ha retorted with a playful grin. The atmosphere among them suddenly dimmed. I was just joking, the food at the orphanage is quite decent. Gu Shi interjected. Please refrain from making unfunny jokes. Shi Ha responded. Those who cannot speak should keep their mouths shut. You're a stunning beauty. If you're unwell, seek treatment. I will use my connections to secure you a bed at the best neurological hospital in the city. As a mixed-race starlet, he naturally inherited his parents' striking looks. His outdoor activities bestowed upon him a sun-kissed complexion distinct from others, with sharp features and piercing amber eyes hidden beneath high-brow bones. His handsome visage radiating like a blazing sun. If anyone else had said such a thing, it would have been perceived as crass, but when voiced by Gu Shi, it carried a subtle allure. Gu Shi truly possesses an undeniable charm, indeed, a perfect catch. Gu Shi. Humph, my dear lady, you have successfully captured my attention. He replied with a deep, commanding tone. As Gu Shi suddenly approached, Shi Ha blinked and reached to touch his forehead. The man, feeling the warmth radiating from her touch, recoiled in distaste. Are you alright? If nothing's wrong, then just have a couple of sweet plums, Shi Ha suggested. The system interrupted. It's actually sweet and sour plums. I am aware, but why reward him?
She retorted.
Hey, while you may have praised me earlier, I will not allow you to insult Gu Shi's intellect. Lu Yingying frowned in disapproval. Shi Ha looked over Lu Yingying towards Gu Shi. I haven't said anything at all. Gu Shi questioned. Lu Yingying. Are you assisting me or her? Lu Yingying responded with urgency. Of course, I am aiding you. I will forever stand by your side. I swear on our 6 years of friendship. My loyalty to you is more genuine than even the finest cake. Gu Shi's expression grew increasingly complex. He glanced at the 2 of them before silently turning to ascend the stairs. Lu Yingying attempted to follow but was halted by Shi Ha. He has gone upstairs to secure a bed. What is your purpose in following? Are you 2 planning to gaze at each other across a shared bed? It's your fault for provoking Gu Shi's anger. I did not insult him. Besides, what do you find appealing in a man with a short temper? It seems you enjoy a bit of torment. That's not true. He only acts that way toward you. He does not behave similarly with others. Upon hearing this, Shi Ha pondered, stroking her chin, and after a moment of contemplation, exclaimed, I understand. So he is intentionally seeking my attention, is he?
Ha.
Merely a trick of a man. Lu Yingying raised an eyebrow in confusion. The next moment, a loud crash echoed from upstairs. I told you he was going to consult a neurologist. His physical imbalance is likely due to issues with his cerebellum. The others reacted with surprise. Chapter 006. Astonishment. Culinary videos aid in the excretion of waste from the human body. After what one could only describe as a farcical episode, the remaining individuals in the living room began to prepare for cooking. Shen Yun and Song Nanqing handled the ingredients, while Shi Ha and Yugo were tasked with cooking, and Lu Yingying oversaw the process. I do not eat bitter melon, thank you. Please use less carrot and more potato. Based on my 20 years of experience with fish, the fillets should be thinner for better flavor. By the way, can we add strawberries to the mapo tofu? Shi Ha stuffed a large strawberry into Lu Yingying's mouth, saying, I tolerate your earlier comments because of my generosity. However, the last one is unacceptable as it crosses my line. Please do not push your luck, my dear. How could you add strawberries to mapo tofu? If she dares to put strawberries in mapo tofu today, tomorrow she will add sugar to spicy soup, and the day after, she will pour coffee into rice rolls. It is high time we revoke Lu Yingying's citizenship on this planet. Lu Yingying quickly finished the strawberry in her mouth. Wrinkling her nose, do not call me my dear. We are not familiar.
See?
I told you Lu Yingying is still a capable ally of the Anti-Ha Alliance. Shi Ha dismissively hummed a couple of notes as she accepted the ingredients from Shen Yun to begin cooking. There were 7 guests, but it was uncertain whether Si Qing and Gu Shi would join for dinner. Considering the limited time and ingredients, they decided to prepare 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, sour cabbage fish, mapo tofu, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and corn rib soup. We still need one more dish. There is a bag of frozen lobster tails in the freezer. Shall we make spicy or garlic lobsters? Does everyone agree? Song Nanqing inquired, holding up a bag of frozen lobster tails. Oh, lobsters. I love them. Garlic is the best. Lu Yingying exclaimed, with excitement. Shen Yun nodded in agreement, absolutely. Can you cook them? Song Nanqing looked at the two expectantly. Yuga quickly interjected before Shi Ha could respond. I enjoy eating lobsters, and have gained experience from it. Allow me to handle the cooking. All right, thank you for your efforts, Song Nanqing said apologetically, scratching his head. We're not skilled in cooking and cannot be of much help. Not to worry. We are all friends and will be living together for many days, so we should help each other. Indeed. Song Nanqing beamed, clearly in agreement with Yu Ji's sentiment. Xiao Ge is so kind and possesses such a broad perspective. Indeed, Gushidas tend to disrupt the atmosphere. This is hilarious. Everyone knows who you are referring to. With limited space at the kitchen counter, once the ingredients were prepared, the others vacated, leaving only Shi Ha and Yuga by the counter. As Yuga handled the ingredients, her mind was awash with thoughts. Although Yuga was a rising star, she could only be classified as a third-tier artist within the industry. Thus, this highly rated variety show would not have naturally fallen into her lap. It was only after she had heard some rumors and attended a dinner meeting to negotiate resources that she had been inserted into the project. However, Shi Ha's sudden appearance and her performance today had left Yuga feeling somewhat anxious. Before Shi Ha's arrival, she had been the center of attention, engaging in lively conversation with everyone around her. Yet, once Shi Ha appeared, nearly all gazes shifted toward her.
Why?
What did Shi Ha possess that she lacked? She had already become so unlikable.
No.
Gu Shi detested Shi Ha. Song Nanqing avoided her. Lu Yingying was a thoughtless, spoiled princess. And Shen Yun was not particularly interested in Shi Ha either. It had only been an afternoon. It did not signify anything. She must not let her composure falter. Has something happened to you in these past few days, sister? You seem different from before. Yuga casually brought up a topic while cooking, seemingly indifferent. Yet her attention remained fixated on Shi Ha. I recently paid homage to the god of wealth, who visited me in a dream and imparted the wisdom that life is fleeting and one should bravely embrace their true self. Upon reflection, I found this notion profoundly meaningful. Rather than toiling over superficial facades, it is far more rewarding to reveal one's authentic self to the world. As Yuga paused slightly while stir-frying, the rising steam from the pot obscured her expression, rendering it indistinct. She chuckled, questioning the connection between being true to oneself and the god of wealth. When did he become concerned with matters such as these? Not quite, I replied. I had inquired about ways to earn substantial wealth, and the god of wealth advised me to cease feigning superiority. Though it consists of 3 rather pedestrian words, in its simplicity lies profound wisdom, leading me to enlightenment. To shed pretense is to realize one's potential. Amitba, indeed. Shi Ha clasped the spatula and bowed thrice before a decorative painting of a dog on the wall. Yugo interjected with curiosity. Is this the reason for Shi Ha's transformation? I would laugh at anyone who believes that. How could a person change so profoundly in such a short time without experiencing significant events? It must be a mere facade. Is it possible that this is Shi Ha's true character and the previous annoying persona was simply a crafted image for attention? Could someone truly lower themselves for the sake of popularity to the point of inviting ridicule from the entire internet? Is Shi Ha and her manager foolish? I care not for the authenticity of her persona. What matters is that she is now quite amusing, and I find her delightful. If she changes again, I can simply distance myself. As long as the idol changes quickly, there is no sorrow, only love. How strange it is, I pondered, to take a phone to the restroom. Shi Ha muttered. Suddenly, a system voice explained, "What do you know? Using a phone while in the restroom is a human habit. The act of squatting can be a lonely and prolonged experience. Without the companionship of a phone, one may feel isolated and bored." Shi Ha nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. One must have something to occupy their hands. The next moment, a catchy tune echoed through Shi Ha's Bluetooth earphones. A hero may endure grievances, but you cannot tread upon my pride. Before she could process this, a mechanical female voice chimed in, "Family, who understands?" Shortly after, a male voice greeted, "Hello everyone. I am your good friend, eating 8 bowls. Today, I shall teach you how to prepare delicious garlic crayfish." Shi Ha removed her Bluetooth earphones, contemplating, "So, watching food videos aids in human digestion?" The system responded, "Is it possible she simply doesn't know how to cook crayfish, hence resorting to desperate measures in the restroom?" Chapter 007. I truly weep. Recalling the system's words and observing Yuji's seemingly unskilled technique, I advised, "Sister, you should add some cooking wine, ginger, and garlic to blanch the crayfish tails to eliminate the fishy odor. Moreover, these frozen tails should not be cut this way. They can be problematic. What business is it of yours how I cook? Can you be quiet?" Yuji's expression turned impatient, and she instinctively retorted. Yet, quickly realizing her response, she replaced it with a gentle smile. "What I meant was cooking methods vary not only by region but by individual. As long as it tastes good in the end, that is what matters." I was momentarily taken aback but raised my thumb in approval. "You make a valid point. I have been superficial. Even if Octopus' sister lacks experience, her willingness to try is commendable. As an older sister, I should offer support and encouragement." Did I just sense a fleeting moment of impatience from Yuga? Was that merely my imagination? Her tone did not seem particularly pleasant. After all, Shi Ha is her sister. Being taught while trying to cook can indeed be annoying. But what if this is simply their way of interacting as sisters? I, too, maintain politeness in public but speak freely with close friends. The closer the relationship, the more casual one tends to be. Shi Ha's words were more of a reminder than a lecture, weren't they? To conflate the two is ridiculous. I simply dislike being interrupted while I am earnestly cooking. I have my methods. This is my dish, not yours, smiles. To be fair, cooking lacks a definitive recipe. Every individual has their unique approach. In our culture, we primarily rely on experience and intuition in the kitchen. At last, the final dish was served. I retrieved 4 bowls and a basin from the cabinet, allowing each to serve themselves. "No, you serve me. I have never done it myself. The auntie always prepares my portions and ensures the temperature is just right before I eat." Lu Yingying remarked with an air of elegance. She turned to me, "Wait, there are 5 of us. Why did you only bring 4 bowls? Who said there are only 4 bowls? Isn't that one below? A basin." "That is my bowl. Rice is vital. It must be filled." Everyone looked astonished. "Aren't you a star? How can you eat so much?" I recalled the original owner's daily intake of merely a salad, a piece of bread, and a few glasses of water. Feeling a complex mix of emotions. If I do not eat more, I may soon transform from a star into a ghost. Si Qing and Gu Shi did not join us, leaving just the 5 of us at the table. The most formidable dish was undoubtedly the garlic crayfish prepared by Yugo, prompting everyone to reach for it first. Observing this, a flicker of delight crossed Yuji's eyes. "Help! It looks truly fragrant. I feel as though I can already smell it through the screen. I want to eat it so badly." Xiao Go is fantastic, beautiful, kind-hearted, and a decent cook. What a divine being. Shi Ha's dishes are also quite good. They appear appealing. Shi Ha's dishes are all simple home-cooked meals, and they require far less effort and time than Yuji's. As Yugo eagerly awaited expressions of enjoyment and admiration from those eating the crayfish, Lu Yingying suddenly spat out the crayfish meat, gulping down water.
Yuji smile gradually faded.
Turning to the 2 beside her, she noticed Song Nanxing and Xin Yun, both with complex expressions, struggling to swallow something unpalatable without the option to spit it out. Yuji's smile vanished entirely, her cheeks quivering involuntarily. What happened? Song Nanxing and Xin Yun remained silent, but Lu Yingying spoke candidly. "It's not good. The meat is tough and dry, and it has a strong fishy taste." Yugo picked up a crayfish tail and tasted it, pausing for 3 seconds before swallowing. "It must be due to the crayfish tails being frozen for too long." making them less fresh, resulting in tough meat and a bit of a fishy flavor. I apologize, it is all my fault. She lowered her head, biting her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, displaying a mix of regret and guilt. With her naturally fair and delicate appearance, this made her even more endearing. Lu Yingying is truly rude, doing nothing but eating and then criticizing the chef for the poor dish. Rolls eyes. Exactly, frozen crayfish tails are inherently less fresh. They are bound to be unappetizing. It is a matter of ingredients, so why blame Xiaoge? Some people clearly have never cooked. Even if frozen crayfish tails are not as fresh as those just killed, they should still be palatable, and a skilled chef can make them delicious. Moreover, knowing the crayfish tails are not fresh and have a strong fishy taste, why not remove the fishiness? Before, Shi Ha had reminded her to remember to remove the fishy smell and not to cut the shrimp line in such a manner, as it would cause the meat to fall apart after boiling. She paid no heed to this advice. If she had her own method and succeeded, it would be one thing, but failing to listen while not achieving the desired outcome seems a tad arrogant, does it not? It was she who insisted on preparing the dish. No one coerced her into it. Yet, during the process, she appeared distracted, chatting and laughing with Song Nanqing one moment, then engrossed in her phone the next, and her hands seemed unskilled, entirely unlike someone who frequently cooks. Sister Yu did not blame her. Indeed, frozen lobster tails are generally more pungent and tougher than regular lobsters, and what she produced was commendable. I still cannot manage such a dish. Song Nanqing spoke up to offer comfort, urging her not to feel guilty. Yu Ge gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, striving to prevent the tears she had worked so hard to hold back from falling. She bit her lip and said, I truly apologize. I did not anticipate it would turn out this way. Let us focus on the other dishes. Woo woo. Woo. Xingxing is so warm. Lu Yingying suggested. Shall we discard this plate of lobster tails? That seems rather wasteful, does it not? Is it truly that unpalatable? I refuse to believe it. Perhaps it is merely not to one's taste, but it should not be inedible. You may have grown accustomed to gourmet food, which has skewed your perceptions of ordinary dishes. Shi Ha, somewhat skeptical, took a piece of lobster and declared, I'm not picky. I'll have a taste. You go, others, what a splendid twist. Before eating, I refuse to believe it can be that bad. After eating, Lu Yingying, reveling in the misfortune, inquired, how does it taste?
Shi Ha replied.
It feels as though a spice platter has been overturned in my mouth. The lobster meat seems to be rebelling against my tongue, creating a frenzy in my mouth. She added, this is not aimed at anyone. It is merely an evaluation of the lobster that has reached my palate. Perhaps this piece is a traitor among them. The rest could indeed be delightful. Do not be fooled by the silence of the lobster. Within their ranks, there exist both good and bad lobsters, industrious and indolent ones. Some indulge in foul mud, neglecting fitness, and no matter how they are prepared, their flavor cannot elevate. Small Yu and this plate of lobster are innocent. The fault lies with me, for my ill fortune deprived me of tasting a diligent, fine piece of lobster meat. Puffed Song Nanqing could not contain his laughter, and upon noticing Shi Ha's gaze, he offered her a crescent-shaped, crystal-clear smile. Shi Ha remarked, the more I look, the more he resembles that Samoyed next door. It's as if his head is a replica. Defensive statement. A real person, beautiful and kind-hearted. Does it seem as though Shi Ha's gaze at Song Nanqing has become entranced? Is there a spark of interest? Let's take Xingxing away, we have no appointment. Rejecting clinginess. Retreat, retreat.
Demay.
What does this mean? Shall we dispose of it? Releasing refers to letting go of cooked meat. She truly. I am in tears. Chapter 008. The tug of war in Shi Ha and Gu Shi's eyes. Yu Gu observed the interplay among the group, her hands clenching and unclenching beneath the tablecloth. She managed to muster a smile, urging everyone to eat before the dishes cooled. Shi Ha glanced at the steaming food, blinking. After losing a plate of lobster, Lu Yingying's attention turned to the untouched stir-fried potato shreds. With anticipation, she took a bite, and the next moment others. Shi Ha, what is wrong? Lu Yingying's expression was one of complexity and distress. It's hard to rate. Shi Ha took a bite, swallowed silently, and turned to Yu Ge, whose face had stiffened, and said earnestly, Sister, stir-fried potato shreds require salt to be added to the potatoes, not the other way around.
Ye. Ha ha.
Shi Ha, you can talk. Does this mean this dish of potato shreds was also ruined? So, does Yu Ge know how to cook? Potato shreds are generally fresh and easy to prepare. You'd think she could cook. After all, both dishes she made were unpalatable. She wouldn't be so bold otherwise, acting with such confidence. This is tough to evaluate. Perhaps Yugur is simply out of sorts today. She did post photos of her cooking before, and they looked splendid. Is it possible that celebrity photos are staged? I increasingly feel she only seeks to showcase herself, underestimating the difficulty of cooking, blindly ignoring advice. And is this permissible to state? It is not Yugo's fault. It's merely to suggest that without the right skills, one ought not to take on such tasks, as it is quite wasteful. At this moment, Lu Yingying's gaze towards the dining table became vigilant, embodying a caution akin to treading on a minefield, even surpassing her earlier demeanor of testing poison with a silver hairpin. She turned to Shi Ha. What other dishes did you prepare? Lu Yingying. My final courtesy is to hesitate and retract my words, doghead. Song Nanqing and Xin Yun, who had not yet touched their chopsticks, also looked to Shi Ha. Please, this is truly significant for them. The remainder of the group was Lu Yingying sampled each of Shi Ha's dishes, her eyes growing brighter. I never would have guessed. Your cooking is quite delightful. Should you ever be ousted from the entertainment industry, come to my house to be my personal chef. While it may not compare to the income you'd earn in the industry, I could offer you a 6-figure monthly salary, and you wouldn't need to cook every day. Just for me. Shi Ha grinned. All right, if I truly am ousted, I shall work at your home. But do ensure to arrange for a spacious room in your estate for me. My family as servants reside in another small castle, while the rooms are not large. Each is only 90 square meters. Castle not large per capita, only 90 square meters. Lu Yingying truly wields her wealth with impunity. Does she believe everything can be resolved with money? Is there anything that cannot be resolved with money? If so, then the money simply isn't sufficient, doghead. One can comprehend Lu Yingying's disposition. The Lu family is among the prominent families in the capital, with assets in the billions. If I were as wealthy as she, I would be even more audacious. Please, Lu Yingying, look at me. I can cook all 8 culinary styles, and can also prepare Western cuisine and desserts. Am I not qualified to be your family as chef? The Lu family, you say? Just wait. I'll interview for a security position there upon graduation. Bypassing 40 years of detours. Upon inspection, the Lu family's cleaning staff are all at least 985 Master S graduates, striving to enter the Lu family as a servant. Yet, only 2 dishes on this table were prepared by your little Go, and both were quite unappetizing. The rest, which are edible and delicious, were all made by Shi Ha. I say, certain fans should really lighten up. Haha. This mapo tofu is delightful. It carries the taste of home. As Song Nanqing ate, he suddenly lowered his head, his expression somewhat downcast. A few strands of hair fell across his fair skin, rendering him both obedient and charming.
Oh.
Xingxing's mother passed away when he was young. He mentioned before that his mother's cooking was exquisite, yet he can no longer savor it. Truly heart-wrenching. After much restraint, Shi Ha could no longer hold back. She quickly reached out and gently tousled Song Nanqing's soft hair. The unexpected contact startled him. He looked up like a frightened fawn, his wet, clean, and sparkling eyes revealing a hint of confusion. Seated elegantly and languidly beside them, Shunyan observed the scene with great interest. Song Nanqing, bewildered, asked, what's wrong? Shi Ha shook her head. It's nothing. Your earlier words made me feel as if I were filled with a force known as maternal love, prompting me to extend my affectionate hand. Song Nanqing, evidently uncertain of how to respond, could only express gratitude. Thank you. It is of no concern. If you do not mind. Shi Ha turned momentarily, gazing at him with deep affection. The youth's ears turned slightly red, his gaze evasive. From now on, consider me your mother. Song Nanqing responded with surprise, while others expressed their bewilderment, and the audience erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "This is utterly absurd." Eventually, Song Nanqing did not acknowledge the maternal claim, nor did Shi Ha gain another son. As the night deepened, the director had an announcement to make, requiring everyone, including Gu Shi and Si Qing, to gather in the living room by 7 o'clock sharp. The living room featured 3 sofas arranged on the upper left and right sides, while the lower side against the wall boasted a white surface suitable for projection. Xin Yun and Song Nanqing occupied the right sofa, with Yuga seated in the middle and Lu Yingying beside her. Shi Ha sat alone on the left sofa. Footsteps echoed from upstairs, prompting Shi Ha to look up, her gaze meeting Gu Shi's from above, who regarded her with an imposing stare. They locked eyes, neither willing to yield. What is this intense stare-off between Gu Shi and Shi Ha? Is it a case of love at first sight? This gaze suddenly conjured visions of bickering adversaries, hurling insults at one another. Who would ever fancy you? No one could possibly like someone like you. Yet, amidst their fierce rivalry, one began to secretly develop feelings for the other, all while maintaining a facade of indifference. I'm suddenly shipping this. Their stare persisted, transforming into a silent battle devoid of weapons, while others engaged in romantic variety shows with flirtatious glances. Shi Ha and Shi appeared to be engaged in a tug-of-war with their eyes. The tension was palpable, with both parties unwavering and determined not to concede. No one could anticipate when this silent contest would culminate. Suddenly, a sound of something slipping echoed.
Shi Ha emerged victorious.
The system inquired, Miss Shi Ha, what are your thoughts on winning this contest? Shi Ha shook her head, exasperated. I've never seen a fool descend the stairs without watching where they're going. Chapter 009. Come, the bed is already warm for you. Shi, having slipped, quickly grasped the railing to steady himself. He shot a predatory glance at Shi Ha, who silently rolled her eyes in a theatrical manner, first left, then right, and finally both together, before performing an elegant three-turn bow. The young man tightened his grip on the railing until his knuckles turned white, only moving towards the sofa beside Lu Yingying after her call. Just as he settled in, faint footsteps descended from above. The group turned to see Qing. She was remarkably tall, approximately 1.75 meters, a rarity among female celebrities in the entertainment industry. Dressed in a dark, androgynous suit, her exposed neck appeared strikingly pale. The suit was tailored impeccably, hinting at her graceful and toned silhouette beneath the fabric. The cold, bright light from the stairwell illuminated her, casting a soft, ethereal glow around her waist-length hair cascading behind her, rendering her almost otherworldly. Despite all eyes upon her, she remained poised, her depths as tranquil as a still lake, seemingly untouched by any emotional turbulence. Help! What does Qing even look like? So chic and charismatic. Her aura is overwhelming. That suit is stunning. It seems Qing favors androgynous fashion, setting her apart from others, exuding an air of detachment as if she exists outside the realm of ordinary interactions. Qing, Yuga smiled, gesturing for her to sit beside her. Qing, however, disregarded the invitation, stepping past her to stand before Shi Ha, silently observing her as she focused on her milk through a straw.
Lu Yingying discreetly nudged Shi Ha,
who instinctively looked up at the suddenly looming Qing, blinking and reflexively offering her milk. What's up? Would you like some? Qing regarded the chewed straw, shaking her head. I wish to sit here. Her voice, as icy and rich as her demeanor, bore an enchanting low timbre. Oh, Shi Ha shifted aside, patting the sofa, indicating for Qing to take her spot. Come on, sit down. I've warmed it for you. Others reacted. Please? Don't make it sound like you're offering a heated bed. So warm, how thoughtful. She truly is the queen of warmth. I remember Qing has a cleanliness obsession, right? Her cleanliness is severe, and she despises others' proximity and touch. Aside from filming, she rarely allows anyone within a meter of her. Clearly, Qing dismissed Shi Ha's kind gesture, opting instead for the edge of the sofa, maintaining a distance of over half a meter. Shi Ha subtly adjusted her posture, closing her legs and placing her arms on her lap. After an entire afternoon together, I presume everyone has found a harmonious rapport? I wonder if anyone has piqued their interest? Shi crossed his arms, impatience flickering in his eyes. If there's something to say, just say it. The others echoed. Do we look like we have any interest in someone? Not only were there no romantic sparks, but tensions nearly flared. Haha, it's only the first afternoon. Everyone has 4 weeks to bond, so take your time. Before announcing the rules, may I ask why each of you decided to join this show? Shi lounged on the sofa, responding nonchalantly, for fun. Lu Yingying quickly followed. I came because of Shi. When Shi ignored her, she pouted in displeasure. Song Nanqing smiled. I hope to meet more friends. Yugo added, me too. It would be even better if I could meet someone suitable. With that, she shyly lowered her gaze. Shunyan chuckled lazily. Isn't it because you all offer too much? The others. The director. Haha. I can only imagine the director is currently fuming. Though everyone knows, you need not be so blunt about it. Do I have no pride? Shi Ha is quite the character. She dares to speak her mind. Coughing lightly, the director attempted to regain composure. And what about Qing? Qing raised her eyelids. Her voice smooth yet cold as ice, an unavoidable transaction. This simple statement sent shockwaves through the live stream. What does that mean? I wondered why Qing, who avoids variety shows and social events, would join a dating show. No wonder she rarely interacts on this dating show. Who forced Siqing to participate in this dating show? The others, including Shin Yun, gazed curiously at Siqing, while the director, watching the explosive comments, felt his own patience fray. Not them. Don't tear them apart. The director's heart sank with relief, nearly overwhelmed by the impending chaos.
So, who is it?
What transaction? Can anyone enlighten me? Please, if I don't know, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Where are my spies? Why haven't they reported this urgent matter? The content of the point exchange card is as follows. Designated card 3. Specify a date with someone who cannot refuse, even if they have plans, 3 points. Breakup card 3. Cancel a date between a couple, limited to breakup only, 3 points. Matchmaker card 4. Designate someone to go on a date with another person, 4 points. Refusal card 4. Reject all cards, 4 points. Threesome card 5. Designate oneself to go on a date with 2 people simultaneously, 5 points. Points can be exchanged for cards at any time, and after redemption, points will be deducted accordingly, which can be accumulated again later. I love this point card. Isn't this just a way to steal someone's partner? This is outrageous, but I like it.
He.
Threesome card, having 3 people isn't off the table. It feels like a chaotic battleground. I am completely looking forward to this. Chapter 010, just a brain stroke in 20 years. Clearly, the director noticed the tension among the 7, devoid of any romantic atmosphere, which prompted him to introduce a quick QA game to foster interaction and understanding. Playing a game doesn't take much time, so everyone accepted it. Lu Yingying was a bit excited, as she had many questions to ask Gu Shi. Who should go first? For gender equality, shall we go by the initials of our names? She glanced at the others, and everyone agreed. The first to spin was Gu Shi, who looked at Shi Ha and began to turn the wheel, thinking that the pointer landed steadily before Shi Ha. Gu Shi raised an eyebrow. What is the worst thing you have ever done? Shi Ha responded almost without hesitation. During a game of landlord, I threw 9 tomatoes and 2 eggs at my foolish teammate. After thinking it over, realizing it wasn't nice to make a mess, I poured 3 buckets of water over them to clean up. She added, that was just this morning, a fresh and warm tomato egg soup. The crowd reacted. Shi Ha, you are something else. Ha ha ha, that teammate is so unfortunate. I don't think it's unfortunate. After all, I got free tomato egg soup. Ha ha. Just a little suggestion next time. Throw 2 more eggs for a better mix. Giant Panda. Recently, the bamboo shoots on the mountain have decreased significantly. Do you have any leads? Clearly, this was not the answer Gu Shi was looking for, but the question had already been used, and now it was Shi Ha's turn to spin. Shi Ha gently stirred the pointer, which soon stopped in front of Yuge. Upon seeing Shi Ha's bright eyes and thoughtful expression, Yuge felt a bit nervous. Her hands on her knees tightening slightly, her body instinctively tensing. It can't be, right? If the bone demon has a headache, should she see a neurologist or an orthopedic doctor? Yuge, extremely anxious. What kind of ridiculous question is this? Ha ha ha, Shi Ha, you're something else. What question is that? Orthopedic? Because the bone demon only has bones and no brain. With great anticipation, Yuji's pointer landed on Song Nanqing. She relaxed a little. Although her best choice was Shin Yun, Song Nanqing was also a good option. Yuge smiled gently at him. Star among us. Who do you have the highest regard for in the opposite sex? Song Nanqing did not expect such a direct question from Yuge. His cheeks flushed slightly from nervousness. He lowered his gaze, contemplating for a few seconds, then pursed his pink lips. Little Yujia. Yuji's lips curled into a sweet smile, feeling a mix of shyness and surprise. Oh, me? Thank you, Star. You are also wonderful and adorable. Thank goodness it wasn't Shi Ha. I was really afraid Star would mention Shi Ha. I feel like little you and Star match quite well. As long as it's not Shi Ha, I can accept it. Actually, there's only little you left, right? Lu Yingying clearly has her eyes on Gu Shi, and Siqing is too distant and unattainable, leaving only little you and Shi Ha. If he chooses Shi Ha, public opinion online would immediately escalate. Song Nanqing isn't foolish. When it was Song Nanqing's turn to spin, the pointer whirled around before finally stopping in front of Shi Ha. Unsure of what to ask, Song Nanqing borrowed Yuji's approach and inquired. Among us, who do you hold the highest regard for? Why didn't you specify the opposite sex? Clearly, Song Nanqing wanted to broaden Shi Ha's options and give her room to speak. Without specifying the opposite sex, she could mention the same sex. Star is so warm.
Without a moment hesitation, Shi Ha replica, seeking.
There was no helping it. Siqing's beauty and aura were simply too captivating for her. Although she knew Si Qing was the charming protagonist in the original text, an opponent she needed to surpass, it didn't stop her from admiring her. No way. You've practiced some skill. How could you not be moved by such a beauty as Si Qing? Everyone was taken aback, glancing at Si Qing to gauge her reaction. Yet, she maintained a blank expression, calm and indifferent, as if Shi Ha's mention of her was irrelevant. I thought it would be Yuge, or at least Lu Yingying.
Why seeking?
Exactly. Isn't Yuge her sister? Why isn't she her first choice? If she said Yuge, it would have perfectly evaded the question. Is it possible that Shi Ha mentioned Si Qing without any ulterior motives? Am I the only one who thinks Shi Ha's mention of Si Qing is just to ride the wave of attention or stir up sisterly relations? Since Si Qing arrived, she hurriedly rushed over, sending flowers and declarations of love. Clearly, she spent more time with the others than with Si Qing, yet she chose to mention Si Qing. Doesn't that seem strange and illogical? I think so, too. Moreover, Shi Ha has a track record of riding the wave of attention. It's unlikely anyone genuinely believes she has turned over a new leaf. Riding the wave and sisterly relations are quite common in the entertainment industry, right? It's not just Shi Ha who does this. Indeed, it's not only Shi Ha, but as long as she achieves her marketing goals, she becomes the center of attention. Only she has reached the point where the involved parties directly call her out for being overly clingy, causing many artists to avoid her. Lu Yingying crossed her arms. Incredulous. Not me. Shi Ha waved her hand casually, unconcerned. I loved. Next. Lu Yingying. 30 years of ups and downs. The wheel of fortune turns. And now Shi Ha's pointer landed on Gushi. Gushi knew Shi Ha would undoubtedly try to make things difficult for him, so he focused intently, aware of all the traps in her question. Why must an armored truck transport cash instead of a bank card? Gushi was taken aback, his brow furrowing. What? Oh dear, at such a young age. Why is your hearing so poor? Yet, Shi Ha kindly repeated the question. Gushi scoffed. Someone without 10 years of brain stroke wouldn't ask such a question. Shi Ha, then if I have a 20-year brain stroke, but ask this question of someone with a 10-year brain stroke, does that mean my condition has improved? Gushi, I think you are quite ill. Shi Ha, do you really think that the question about the brain stroke is indicative of a brain stroke? The genius is on the left, the madman is on the right. Is it possible that your current level of understanding is simply not sufficient to grasp the depth of my question, which is why you think I'm the one with the problem? Lu Yingying, even though you loved me, I won't allow you to call Gushi stupid. Shi Ha looked at Gushi. I haven't said anything. Gushi, Lu.
Ing.
Lu Yingying hastily covered her mouth, exclaiming, sorry. Gushi responded, ha ha, Lu Yingying. Could you please keep quiet? There was a playful suspicion that Lu Yingying's affection was not truly for Gushi, but rather for Shi Ha. Her apparent support for Shi was merely a ruse to infiltrate Shi Ha's camp, collaborating to confront Gushi together. The crowd erupted in laughter. Gushi then pointed to Si Qingyan, inquiring, who do you hold in the highest regard? As the question hung in the air, all eyes turned to Si Qingyan. Curiosity piqued about her preference. With a slight lift of her eyelashes, Si Qingyan fixed her gaze on Gushi, whose discomfort was palpable under the weight of her deep, night-like black eyes. Her rose-like lips parted slowly as she replied, the cat in the backyard. Gushi frowned, insisting, it must be a member of the opposite sex. Si Qingyan nodded. Indeed, a tomcat. Si Qingyan then directed her attention to Shi Ha, pausing for 3 seconds before asking, if you encountered a brown bear in the wild, what would your chances of survival be? Shi Ha raised her hand, indicating a 30%. Gushi scoffed, just you? You wouldn't stand a chance. Shi Ha retorted, I'd be dead in 3 seconds. It would be satisfied at 70%. The crowd reacted in disbelief. Chapter 011. Heartfelt Texts. On the very first day of not just heartfelt airing, it surged into the ranks of popular variety shows, with 7 of the top 10 spots on Weibo's trending list dominated by it. Shi Ha confessed her feelings for Si Qingyan. The show featured intense exchanges between Shi Ha and Gushi, leaving Lu Yingying speechless. Yugu's cooking was lamentably poor, and Shi Ha played a maternal role for Song Nanqing. In the trending topics, Shi Ha's name appeared in 4 of the 7 spots, with the remaining 3 closely tied to her. Fans and netizens were fervently expressing their opinions. One user exclaimed, Tao Tao milkshake. Haha, everyone, hurry and watch Not Just Heartfelt. It's nothing like other dating shows, which are filled with romantic tension and rivalry. Here, no guest is genuinely seeking love. Can I even say that? Another chimed in. I originally tuned in for Si Shen but ended up laughing at Shi Ha all day. Yet, amidst the laughter, there was criticism. Who understands the feeling when you check Weibo's trending list and find it dominated by Shi Ha, who has the worst reputation among the guests? How does she manage to garner so much attention? One user expressed their disdain. I understand. Seeing her name on the trending list makes my heart sink. She continues to cling to her undeserved fame, especially the entry about her confessing to Shi Ha. It's utterly ridiculous. The Anti-Ha Alliance declared, "When will Shi Ha leave the entertainment industry? I truly wish to never see her again." Another remarked, "Her demeanor today is entirely different. Clearly a deliberate attempt to gain popularity and whitewash her image." It's amusing how many people actually believe she is likable. The small room was designed for two, featuring two large beds akin to tatami mats, positioned closely together due to limited space. However, each bed was 2 meters wide, eliminating any concerns about crowding or rolling into the other bed. When Shi Ha entered the room, she discovered Shi Ha already settled in, quietly reading a slightly yellowed paperback. Curiously, even her pajamas covered her from head to toe, leaving only her hands, neck, and face exposed. Was Shi Ha truly that cold? She resembled an ethereal being, making it hard to believe she would engage with so many men. Shi Ha found it quite unbelievable, as Shi Ha seemed like someone destined for a life of solitude. The system interjected, "Host, you may question my statistics, but my operational capabilities are beyond reproach. Data cannot be erroneous. One can know a person's appearance, but not their heart. Though Shi Ha appears aloof and ethereal, what if she harbors a passionate spirit beneath?" That was a fair point. However, Shi Ha's quiet demeanor meant fewer camera moments, making it easier for Shi Ha to surpass her in popularity. "All right, I understand.
System.
You may withdraw now," Shi Ha said as it was time to send heartfelt texts to the other guests. "Director of the Department of Neurology and Psychiatry at the People's Hospital has sent you a date invitation. Accept, agree." Yuge remarked, "Sister?" Lu Ying questioned, "Are you unwell?" Song Nanxing laughed heartily. Xinyan replied, "I accept and agree." Shi Ha remained silent. Chapter 012, Simply a Matter of Insecurity. Shi Ha glanced at the message, turning to observe Shi Ha, who was focused on the pages of her book. That hand was so delicate. The system chimed in, "Isn't she beautiful? You needn't feel inferior. After all, she is the female lead, the most enchanting character in the story." However, charm encompasses more than mere appearance. It also includes talent and character.
Besides,
You're not lacking in beauty. Shi Ha, having carved her niche in the entertainment industry through her looks among a sea of beauties, possessed a striking visage. With a few strokes, one could delineate her exquisite, oval face, adorned with long, captivating eyes that sparkled with intelligence. Her deep brown eyes, infused with the spirit of her husky, added an extra layer of clarity and wisdom. Yet, Shi Ha was the quintessential female lead, embodying all the favorable circumstances, which made the system anxious about Shi Ha's potential retreat. A retreat would signify failure, leading to the downfall of the supporting role's resurgence against the lead, resulting in no rewards or bonuses and ultimately no ability to purchase a home, a fate of eternal homelessness in the system's hall. Despite being just a string of data, it possessed privacy, dignity, and ambition. Thus, when the system noticed Shi Ha's silence, it hastily encouraged her, "Do not lose heart. You must believe in yourself. You can surpass the female lead." Shi Ha replied, "Thank you for choosing me, a humble country girl who usually tends to pigs and chickens, feeling invisible here and unloved. My qualifications are modest, and I lack wealth or knowledge. Yet, you steadfastly chose me, and I am genuinely overjoyed and touched." "What time do you sleep?" Shi Ha asked, glancing at Shi Ha. Without looking up, Shi Ha focused intently on her book, replying, 10 o'clock. Shi Ha checked the wall clock. It was 9:50. She hurriedly dashed into the bathroom, exclaiming, "I need to take a shower. It might get a bit noisy, so don't fall asleep too quickly." 3 seconds later, having shed her outer garment, Shi Ha rushed out, hastily slipping on flip-flops from the shoe cabinet. "Sorry, I forgot to change my shoes." With that, she dashed back into the bathroom. Half a minute later, having removed her pants, she emerged again, standing before the wardrobe. "Sorry, I forgot to grab my towel and shower cap." She hurried back into the bathroom. A minute later, clad only in her underwear, she rushed out again, diving towards her suitcase. "Sorry, I forgot my body wash and lotion." Shi Ha, seemingly unbothered, remarked, "What? Are you unfamiliar with the concept of bathing?" Shi Ha was momentarily taken aback. "Oh my, have you discovered my identity?" Shi Ha raised an eyebrow and glanced at Shi Ha. only to see a fleeting white figure in his peripheral vision. He quickly lowered his head, warmth flooding from his rapidly beating heart to his long, fair neck, his exquisitely defined cheeks, and the gradually reddening earlobes. He was momentarily stunned. In a voice tinged with urgency, he asked, "Why are you not wearing any clothes?" Shi Ha frowned. What a nonsensical phrase. What I mean is, why are you undressed in a public area? Shi Ha, puzzled, replied, "This is my room." Si Qingyan countered. "It is also my room." Shi Ha responded confidently, "I am a girl. You are a girl. We are both girls. What I possess, you possess. What you possess, I possess. Surely, you cannot have more than I do?" With that, she instinctively straightened her posture. Si Qingyan fell silent. Shi Ha turned and entered the bathroom. When she emerged after her shower, Si Qingyan lay on the bed with his eyes closed, his expression serene as a statue. Shi Ha carefully passed by his bedside and climbed into her own bed. In a flurry, she shed her bathrobe and tucked herself under the covers, leaning against the pillow, ready to indulge in a game of Husky whack-a-mole before drifting off to sleep. Si Qingyan slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with the illuminated visage of Shi Ha, 2 meters away, the glow from the screen casting a bright light upon her rounded white shoulders. He promptly shut his eyes again, his lips parting in hesitation before he finally asked, "Why do you sleep without clothes?"
Shi Ha, wearing headphones,
turned her head and removed them. What did you say? Why do you sleep without clothes? Why must one wear clothes to sleep? To be honest, when I was a dog, I never wore clothes. Si Qingyan articulated each word deliberately, because this room is considered a public area, not your private space. While exercising your rights, please also respect others. But I have a covered blanket. My cocoon is my private space. You cannot possibly expect to crawl into my blanket at midnight. Shi Ha was left speechless. Why aren't you going after her? The system interjected. Chase what? Si Qingyan replied. She has already left and clearly seems displeased. And what if she merely felt hungry and went out to find something to eat? The system responded, in your case. The likelihood of that is 90%, but in hers it is 0. Shi Ha retorted, you underestimate me. It's 100%. The system fell silent. Why is she upset? I simply enjoy sleeping naked. She is a girl too, is she not? Besides, I am sleeping naked under my own covers, not invading hers. There should not be such a strong reaction. Shi Ha scratched her head, somewhat bewildered. I too find it perplexing, especially since I have activated the miner's green mode. I currently cannot perceive your appearance. This mode was specially designed to prevent the system from witnessing the host's privacy. After all, the host possesses human rights, even if Shi Ha is a dog. Si Qingyan opened his eyes, merely observing Shi Ha in silence. Should I thank you? He finally queried. Shi Ha waved her hand, chuckling, no need for thanks. The system noted, she is being sarcastic. The two continued their playful banter until they heard the sounds of Yu Ge and Lu Yingying approaching. Lu Yingying, observing the scene, curiously inquired, what is going on? Are you two standing outside having a heart-to-heart? As she spoke, she turned to Si Qingyan and explained, Sister Si Qing, please do not be angry with my sister. She is actually a good person. Just a bit willful at times with a tendency to offend others with her words. We are all friends and must coexist here for a month. So please do not be upset. Before Yu Ge could speak, she was startled by Si Qingyan's penetrating gaze, leaving her frozen in place. Her smile rigid as that of a clown. Si Qingyan turned and walked back into the room. Lu Yingying had not initially considered the possibility of a quarrel, but after Yu Ji's mention, she began to contemplate that notion. Shi Ha casually waved her hand, wearing an expression that said, I know everything. It's nothing. I'm just larger than her, and she felt a bit insecure and unwilling to face it. Lu Yingying was left speechless. Si Qingyan, nearly tripping over the threshold, sighed. Chapter 013, A date. The night deepened, with only a few faint stars twinkling in the vast expanse. Shi Ha fell asleep almost instantly, a feat that would evoke envy among the majority of insomniacs. Even on a battlefield, she could easily drift off. Not long after the lights were extinguished, the room was filled with the sound of gentle breathing. Si Qingyan had a tranquil sleeping posture, lying flat on the bed with his hands resting on his chest, clad in a loose silk nightgown that fit him perfectly. As for Shi Ha, 5 minutes into slumber, she shifted from her original left side position to a pose that raised her rear high. 10 minutes in, she transformed again, her lower body bending into a hook-like shape, undoubtedly dreaming of catching numerous fish. 20 minutes later, her position morphed into a sprawling figure, reminiscent of a child first learning to write, a a chaotic scroll. Half an hour into her slumber, she shifted into a swastika formation, head to the upper left, legs to the lower right, with her arms positioned one above and one below. Clearly, Shi Ha understood the importance of balance, as every part of her body had its own function. An hour later, however, Shi Ha seemed to have vanished. Searching the bed? No sign. Checking the floor? Nothing. Peeking under the bed? Not there. Glancing in the bathroom? Absolutely not. What on earth was she thinking about in the toilet? Looking over at the neighboring bed? There she was. Shi Ha had successfully rolled from her own bed into Shi Qingyan's, and upon entering his territory, she was not content, boldly advancing to the kingdom's capital. Feeling the pressure from beside him, Shi Qingyan abruptly opened his eyes. A strange sensation at his neck made him instinctively turn his head, his sensitive skin suddenly brushing against something soft. Startled, it felt as if he had been scorched by fireworks, causing him to recoil instinctively. Only when the slumbering figure beside him rolled away did Shi Qingyan's tense body gradually relax. A gentle breeze wafted through, causing the sheer curtains by the bed to flutter, while the bright, silvery moonlight streamed through the gaps, illuminating the curled-up figure beneath the covers. At last, the hidden features beneath the robe were revealed. The exquisite, ethereal countenance was now tainted by desire, damp strands of hair cascading over a firm yet powerful physique, accentuating the paleness of his skin. His elegant, deep-set brows had lost their daytime coolness, now tinged with crimson, the dark depths of his eyes shimmering with a glistening sheen. The corners of his gaze flushed with a rosy hue. Slowly, time passed, each second ticking by. The man gradually shed the flush of desire, closing his eyes as he suppressed the surging emotions within, his breathing steadily calming. The next morning, Shi Ha abruptly sat up in bed, her eyes wide. "Oh no. I overslept." The system chimed in. "How do you know you overslept if you haven't even checked the time?" Shi Ha replied, "It's just a matter of experience. When I wake up feeling refreshed all over, that's when I know I've slept too long." The system pondered. "That makes a surprising amount of sense. I feel that way sometimes too, during work." After completing her morning routine, Shi Ha descended to the living room, where she found Shen Yun, Lu Yingying, and Gu Shi. The latter two appeared ready to head out, while the others were nowhere to be seen. Today was the day for the guests to go on dates based on the heartwarming messages exchanged the night before. It seemed that Yu Ge and Song Nanqing had already left, while Lu Yingying and Gu Shi were paired together. It was unclear whether this was a mutual decision or unilaterally made by Lu Yingying. However, Shi Ha was unconcerned. Her focus was solely on Shen Yun. She hurried over to Shen Yun, grasping his hand and shaking it enthusiastically. "I'm so sorry, I overslept. My phone must be broken. It seems like my alarm didn't go off." The alarm clock rang, but it seemed my mind was deaf to its sound. "Never mind, it's all the same," I thought. "Haha, you're just portraying my struggle to rise for work. Seriously speaking, it's quite impolite to agree to meet someone and then oversleep." "How odd. How did you know their agreed time?" "Just barging in without a care, huh?" I must admit, I've been following the announcements since the official teaser for Unmoved was released. And not just because it's trending. It seems rather hasty to condemn someone without knowing the full story, doesn't it? While it might not be fair to project onto others, in Shi Hua's case, it feels deserved. What is there to doubt? Shi Hua certainly has the appearance of someone who would be late. Shen Yun glanced at Shi Hua's hands, intertwined in a delicate clasp, and subtly withdrew his own, smiling with gentlemanly grace. "It's quite all right. It's currently 8:40, and our agreed time is 9 o'clock. We still have 20 minutes. You are not late. Did you hear that? The agreed time is 9 o'clock, and there are 20 minutes remaining. Shi Hua is not late." Some individuals should engrave the phrase "not late" into their hearts. However, she hasn't even done her makeup or changed her clothes. Surely, it takes at least an hour to prepare, which means she is still late. Knowing she had an appointment the next day, she should have risen earlier. Delaying the time wastes both of our moments.
Ding.
He turned and opened the microwave, retrieving the warmed soy milk and eggs. "I saved you some breakfast since you didn't get up. The soy milk is freshly made this morning with yellow beans, red beans, black sesame, and red dates. I hope there is nothing in there you dislike or are allergic to. I didn't add any sugar. But if you prefer it sweeter, there's white sugar here. There are also some toasted bread slices in the kitchen and salad dressing on the shelf. The refrigerator is quite bare, so this is all I could prepare. If you don't like it, we can always go out to eat." Standing at 6 feet tall, Shen Yun wore a fitted, ash-gray striped suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and long legs. Yet, here he was, a formally dressed man holding a plate of warm breakfast. gazing at Shi Ha. What an unexpectedly domestic vibe. And he's not in casual attire or an apron, but in a suit, creating a striking contrast. Like a domineering CEO cooking for you, who understands. I would gladly be Shenyun's loyal dog. Brother, cheer me up. Sister, this is the comment section. Not a deserted area. I've sent a screenshot to the 22 fans on your list. Famished after a night of hunger. Shi Ha's eyes sparkled at the sight of the soy milk and eggs in his hands. She took the plate, exclaiming, thank you, just what I needed. This modest portion felt almost trivial to her, yet to avoid suspicion, she stretched it out to 3 minutes. Truly, she was remarkably cautious. 3 minutes later, Shi Ha wiped her mouth and declared, all right, I'm full. We can go now. Shenyun had encountered people from all walks of life and had long mastered the art of remaining unfazed by their actions. Yet, witnessing Shi Ha finish 3 eggs, 3 slices of toast, and 2 cups of soy milk in the span of 3 minutes left him momentarily stunned. After all, in the environment he grew up in, he had never seen anyone eat in such a manner. What on earth happened to her last night? Just asking, did Shi Ha grow up during a famine? Is she supposed to chew her food? Does she just swallow it whole? Surely, for the sake of her image, this isn't necessary? Glancing at the time, Shi Ha realized it was 8:48. She suddenly slapped her thigh. Shenyun rushed over, concern filling his eyes. What's wrong? Are you choking? Darn it. I lost track of time. I should have slept for 10 more minutes. Shenyun? Chapter 014, Imperial Green Jadeite. Ha, Shi Ha, you're too funny. So, what happened to those who said it would take her an hour to get ready? Why are they silent now? This just fine. And she still has a few minutes left? It disrespectful to go on a date without makeup? The other party has taken the time to dress up. And you show up in workout clothes without even a hint of makeup? As long as you look clean and fresh, is makeup really necessary? When it comes to looks and charm, I feel Shi Ha surpasses Yuga. Can we support one without putting the other down? There's no putting down. It's merely a comparison. Why can't public figures be discussed? Fans, please refrain from silencing the discourse. Yuga and Shi Ha share a resemblance. Yet their temperaments and styles diverge greatly. Yuga resembles a meticulously cultivated white camellia from a flower shop, exquisitely delicate and waiting for a distinguished guest to pick her. In contrast, Shi Ha embodies the refreshing essence of summer orange soda, like a sunflower basking in the morning sun, radiant, vibrant, and untamed. Let us go. I'll take you on a treasure hunt. Shenyun blinked, sure. Shi Ha knows Shenyun has a penchant for collecting antiques, and taking him on a treasure hunt is just heartwarming. As the car navigated through the city, transitioning from towering skyscrapers to the quaint, aging outskirts, entering the suburbs, could it be some ancient relics? I've heard that some antique shops scour old villages for treasures, and with a bit of luck, we might stumble upon something wonderful. Arriving at their destination, Shi Ha jumped out of the car. It didn't even have a proper name, merely a solitary self-designation. Shenyun looked at Shi Ha, puzzled, as she waved him over, leading him into the yard. Come on, the treasure is inside. Could it be that an elderly person with treasures resides here? One would assume so. Otherwise, what is the purpose of a scrap station? The scrap station, combined with the factory, spanned about half a football field, with the open yard divided into 2 sections, one piled high with sorted scrap and the other filled with recently collected, disorganized items. A glance revealed a mountain of assorted books, furniture, toys, and various objects stacked together. Shenyun stood tall, silently watching as Shi Ha approached an elderly couple, conversing animatedly before scanning something with her phone. She then retrieved 2 brand new pairs of long rubber boots and a fish-cleaning apron. So, these aprons and shoes are the treasures? She ran towards Shenyun, beaming with excitement as she presented the items. Here, you take the larger pair, and I'll keep the smaller one. Shenyun glanced at the items before raising an eyebrow. So your idea of treasure hunting involves rummaging through scrap heaps? Shi Ha nodded vigorously. Congratulations, you guessed it. Shenyun fell into an unusual silence. Oh, are you serious? A date at a scrap station. And the activity is digging through refuse? This isn't just unprecedented for dating shows. It's an explosive concept for the entire entertainment industry. Not only in our country but globally, this could be a sensational event. Aliens. Let me see what Earth celebrities are up to. After watching 6. Are you not fond of it? Aren't you a collector? There are countless treasures here. Shi Ha's deep brown eyes sparkled under the sunlight, resembling a flawless, exquisite gem. All right, let us see who discovers the most treasures. Deal. The refuse heap was a realm with which Shi Ha was intimately familiar. For from the moment she opened her eyes at birth and for a long time thereafter, she had survived on the detritus and discarded items around her. If Xinyun was an aficionado of antiques and collectibles, then Shi Ha could be considered a connoisseur in the domain of refuse. She recalled that Xinyun had a penchant for various antiques, particularly enamored with bottles and stones. As she rummaged through the densely packed assortment of refuse, she suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Xinyun, I have found treasure." The man, who had been casually wandering the piles of refuse in a corner, halted abruptly, turning towards the exuberant Shi Ha. "What is it?" "I found treasure." Shi Ha, standing atop the heap, performed a series of high-knee exercises before dashing down the small hill towards the man, presenting her clasped hands as if offering a precious gift. "I discovered a treasure. It's beautifully captivating. You'll surely adore it." Xinyun glanced at her hands. "Oh?
Ah.
Seeing Shi Ha like this makes me want to rummage through the refuse station too. This feeling is simply exhilarating. You might not believe it, but when I was young, I actually found diamond rings, jade, and cash in the refuse heap. They must have been accidentally discarded. And I later reported it to the police, who helped me locate the owner. The person rewarded me with a full set of 3 years of college entrance exam simulations. Could it be that Shi Ha's really found something of great value? Amid the anticipation of the gathering crowd, Shi Ha slowly opened her palm, lifting the object high. "Look, imperial green jade." "Xinyun?" The audience. Everyone stared wide-eyed, astonished by the mention of imperial green jade, the most precious type of jade, with bangles worth millions. However, as they focused on the verdant object in Shi Ha's hand, it was as if the entire world fell silent. 3 seconds later, the crowd erupted into a silent frenzy. "Wake up. That's a piece of a snowflake beer bottle." Chapter 015, randomly losing 3 portions of fried rice noodles. Shi Ha, I'm serious. If there's something wrong with your mind or eyes, we should see a doctor. If you're truly in need, we can set up a crowdfunding campaign to help. We must address any illness. Don't give up. I've come to understand that Shi Ha has completely let go of herself and is utterly unconcerned with the opinions of others. Xinyun had never felt such a whirlwind of complex emotions in the past 26 years as he did at this moment. Shock, absurdity, incredulity. Was she jesting? Or could she be serious? What's wrong? Don't you like it? Shi Ha nudged the emerald green and transparent jade closer, its vibrant hue strikingly beautiful. With remarkable clarity and no impurities, a high-quality gem. Xinyun.
Xia, sensing Xinyun silensa.
Grew slightly anxious. "I saw a photo online of you auctioning off this green stone, so I thought you would love it." A 3-second silence ensued. Xinyun chuckled softly, accepting the piece of beer bottle bottom from Shi Ha's hands. "Thank you for this treasure. I truly appreciate it." Shi Ha scratched her head, chuckling, "As long as you like it. It's so green, especially bright and beautiful under the sunlight, that I spotted it immediately in the refuse heap. Knowing you would like it, I decided to give it to you. Isn't this just like how I indulge your playful antics because I like you, accompanying you in your mischief? And it's only the 2nd day, and are we already becoming a pair? My friends, I declare that I am diving headfirst into this delightful chaos today. Do not stop me." Xinyun gazed at Shi Ha and suddenly remarked, "I see a spark in your eyes."
Xia blinked in surprise.
Her eyes widening. "How did you know I have astigmatism?" Xinyun. "Ha, you really are impossible." Xinyun. "Say something romantic." Shi Ha. Disconnecting. After the discovery of the imperial green jade, Shi Ha was invigorated and continued her diligent search through the refuse heap. Her keen eyes soon unearthed a set of Barbie dolls nestled amidst a mound of cardboard, plastic bottles, and books. These Barbie dolls possessed exquisitely proportioned limbs. With plump thighs and delicate calves, aside from their movable heads and limbs, the rest was nearly lifelike. Unlike the modern Barbie dolls, which often resembled disjointed figures, these were distinctly charming. Within the box lay a plethora of self-sewn outfits, crafted from various materials, wet wipes fashioned into fairy dresses, fabric used for kipeos, and curtains transformed into flowing robes, adorned with an array of accessories, pins, and tiny bags, all brimming to the brim. Goodness. This must be an old version of Barbie from over a decade ago. The earlier Barbies were genuinely attractive. It's evident they were designed to be lifelike. Unlike the current ones that seem like a haphazard assembly of limbs, utterly unattractive. It's clear that the doll's owner must have cherished it immensely, as evidenced by the intricate clothing and accessories crafted with such care. Why would one throw it away after putting in so much effort? Wouldn't it be better to keep it as a memento? In the subsequent time, Shi Ha unearthed a small car that appeared to have been in a rear-end collision, an old storybook from decades past, a yellowed cookbook featuring thousands of Chinese dishes, a broken password diary, and a dictionary with a square hole the size of a mobile phone carved out from its center. Her large Walmart plastic bag was already bursting at the seams with the eclectic finds. Who understands? I feel an overwhelming urge to dive into the screen and rummage alongside her. I think I have fallen in love with sifting through refuse heaps. Am I the only one who finds that rummaging through refuse heaps feels akin to opening a mystery box, filled with curiosity and anticipation? It's such a thrilling and intriguing experience, as you never know what treasures you might uncover, useful or useless, amusing or delightful. It truly feels like a treasure hunt. In truth, this treasure hunt was primarily Shi Ha's endeavor, while Shen Yun remained by her side, carrying a satchel of wonders. Wherever she ventured, he followed closely. After nearly 2 hours of searching, around 11 o'clock, Shi Ha concluded her expedition. She had already paid the refuse station owner, and so they placed their finds into the trunk. Are you hungry? What do you want for lunch? Shi Ha glanced around and suddenly pointed to a nearby street food stall, Xian Shi fried rice noodles. Shen Yun, momentarily taken aback, nodded. All right, let us go.
Wow.
We're just eating at a roadside stall? Next door. Song Nanqing and Yugo have gone to the concert hall and are enjoying a meal at a famous private restaurant in Chuan City. Lu Yingying and Gu Shi went straight to the amusement park and are dining at a 5-star restaurant. And here we are. Shi Ha, it's all about being unique, emerging untainted from the mire. However, I find it quite interesting. What high-end venue hasn't Shen Yun frequented given his status? This is likely a new and fascinating experience for him. Can you handle spicy food? I can manage. Shi Ha replied, nodding as she called out to the vendor. Boss, 2 portions of fried rice noodles, 1 mild and 1 spicy, please. Oh, by the way, big brother, would you like to order anything? Shi Ha turned to the cameraman 2 meters away. Suddenly caught off guard, the cameraman stammered. Huh? Am I eating too? Shi Ha, aren't you having a meal? Cameraman, I thought I was just a tool. Shi Ha, even tools are human. Cameraman, you make a valid point. Please get me a medium spicy one. Thank you. Ha ha ha, I almost forgot that there was a cameraman beside me. I was so immersed that I thought I was watching a play. The cameraman's self-positioning analysis is quite impressive. Just a few minutes after everyone sat down, the enticing aroma of fried rice noodles wafted through the air. Shi Ha inserted her earplugs, closed her eyes, and inhaled deeply, preparing to savor the delightful fragrance. However, as she lifted her head, a fallen leaf unexpectedly landed on her nose. Shi Ha, you should try closing your eyes too.
All right.
She shook her head, brushed the leaf away, and continued to indulge in her sensory experience. The fragrant essence of fried rice noodles mixed with chili, the dry scent of earth, the aroma of wild daisies and grass, and the dust in the air. Suddenly, Shi Ha furrowed her brow. Wait, something feels off.
What is it?
The scent of dust has intensified. It's becoming rather overwhelming. Coughing, Shi Ha was suddenly choked by something. She opened her eyes and was shocked to find that the food stall's tricycle had vanished. Turning to the cameraman, she asked, Where did the food stall go? He pointed ahead, where a tricycle was speeding away. It drove off.
Why?
He pointed again, revealing a car chasing behind. The city management is here.
Shi Ha?
Realizing the situation, she sprang up to chase after it, shouting, My fried rice noodles. But her legs could not keep up with the wheels. Human effort could not match electric power. She watched as the words New City Fried Rice Noodles receded into the distance. Frustrated, she jumped up and down. My fried rice noodles. Chapter 016. The warmest is Shi Ha. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. I'm laughing so hard I might throw up. Why is this so funny? Shen Yun, it's alright if you want to eat. Let us go to the city. I know a restaurant that has been around for over 20 years, and their fried rice noodles are quite good. Shi Ha's eyes, previously dim as if the lights had gone out, were reignited by Shen Yun's words. Alright. The love for lively gatherings seems to be ingrained in the genes of the Huagua people. Although Shi Ha is merely a soul, she is seamlessly integrated into this body. Thus the fondness for lively scenes has subtly permeated her essence. No more excuses. She has always loved watching. Humming a tune out of tune, she casually approached 3 people, walking past them, then back again, then past, then back, repeatedly. The trio abruptly stopped and looked at Shi Ha. Are you providing us with accompaniment? Is this some sort of surround sound experience? Caught, Shi Ha. I overheard what you were discussing. What is going on? She leaned in closer, eager for details. The three of them. Please, that doll means everything to me. A few days ago, I was on a business trip and my family sold my things without telling me. A young girl pleaded urgently. That doll has been with me for over 10 years. It's very important. An older woman sighed. Well, you can search inside. If you find it, just take it. The girl nodded fervently. Okay, thank you. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the piles of discarded items. Having no time to put on rubber shoes or an apron, driven by her desperate desire to find the doll, which outweighed any concern for the mess or hidden dangers. Shi Ha jogged up to her. Hey, did you say a doll? Shi Ha raised her voice. Are you looking for a Barbie doll? The girl froze, spun around, and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. How did you know? Wait a moment. Shi Ha ran to the car, where Xinyun, who was observing, inquired. What's wrong? That girl is looking for her doll. I'm wondering if it's the one I picked up this morning. Shi Ha retrieved the Barbie doll's box from the trunk and rushed back to the girl. Is this it? The girl's eyes widened, trembling as she stammered. Yes, yes. Thank you so much. She tightly embraced the box, her eyes glistening with tears. Shi Ha hastily checked her pockets, finally producing a used tissue. I'm out of paper. Here's a clean half. The girl, taken aback, gazed at her through misty eyes. It's all right. I have paper. Shi Ha. Haha, I'm sorry. But I really want to laugh. Back in elementary school, this kind of Barbie doll was incredibly popular. Nearly every child had one. We would discuss dolls, name them, have picnics with them, and exchange clothes. By the time I saved enough money to buy one, other toys had already taken over the trend. But I still bought it because I genuinely liked it, not because everyone had one, but simply because I adored it. Oh no, something got in my eyes. How strange. Saliva got in my eyes and is now streaming out. I wanted a beautiful cloth doll when I was younger, but my family wouldn't buy one for me. And I couldn't save enough money. By the time I grew up and could afford many Barbie dolls, I had lost interest. Shi Ha stumbled upon the doll. Without her finding it, who knows how long that girl would have searched. Who would have thought Shi Ha could be so comforting and sentimental? It's truly lovely. Huh? The girl was momentarily stunned. Shi Ha, with a serious expression, lowered her head. You can sit on my pinky. The girl hurriedly stood up. Oh, I'm so sorry. Why didn't you say so earlier? The girl. Really, I'm crying. Shi Ha, you are my savior. So warm and thoughtful. Chapter 017. Animal Transformation Show. Shi Ha sat in the passenger seat, resting her chin on her hand, gazing out at the scenery. She had been in this world for just 2 days, and the memory of devouring an entire cow in the demon realm felt like it was just yesterday. Sigh. Hearing her sigh, Xinyun glanced at her. What's wrong? I'm just thinking about the leftover beef bones I have at home. Although the meat is gone, I haven't had the chance to suck out the marrow yet. She had intended to save it for after enduring the thunder tribulation, believing that the sweetness would come after the bitterness, but alas, she lost both the marrow and her life. Shrugging. Shall we go have beef bone soup tonight? Yes. After a while, Shi Ha suddenly said, I think a person should be economically independent. Xinyun nodded. Indeed. Yes. Regardless of whether one's family has money or if a partner is financially stable, one must be economically independent. Those who have suffered the consequences raise their hands in agreement. Why did you suddenly say that? Shi Ha pouted. Because I just saw 2 people sharing the same ice cream by taking turns, and it's quite pitiful that they can't afford 2 ice creams. Xinyun. Could it be that they are a couple and that's their romantic quirk? Huh, it's just a little trick between lovey-dovey couples. I don't want to see couples sharing a cup of milk tea, an ice cream, or a bowl of rice again. They're like conjoined twins. Why don't they just go to the bathroom together? Angry, hands on hips. Soon, the 2 arrived at the fried rice noodle shop. Boss. 3 bowls of fried rice noodles. 1 mildly spicy, 1 medium spicy, and 1 extra spicy, please. Coming right up. Before long, the fried rice noodles were served. Shi Ha looked at the bright red noodles, swallowed hard, but restrained herself as she turned to Xinyun. All right, I'm going to dig in. Shi Ha took a few bites and then eagerly grabbed the drink beside her, gulping it down. After quenching her thirst, she buried her head in her food again, only to stick out her tongue and emit a series of hearty laughs, attempting to reduce the fiery sensation of spiciness with a cool breeze. Once the intensity subsided, she resumed eating, transforming into a snake as she hissed. After a few more bites, she seemed to choke and began to cough, opening her mouth and patting her chest. At that moment, she resembled a descendant of humanity most closely linked to the lineage of primates. Shen Yun handed her his cup of water, saying, "Have some of mine. You haven't tried it before." Shi Ha took a few sips of the cool water and felt relief wash over her. "Thank you. Much better now. I nearly envisioned my late great-grandmother. Don't eat so hastily. Take your time. I can handle spicy food better now, but the fried rice noodles here are exceptionally fiery." She paused, seemingly in contemplation, adding, "It's so spicy that I feel like my ashes could be ground into chili powder." Suddenly, Shen Yun suggested, "This afternoon, I will take you to a place." "All right, you plan it." Shi Ha nodded while continuing to eat. Later that afternoon, she was led to a bustling street lined with ancient-style buildings featuring black tiles, white walls, green bricks, cobblestone pathways, and intricately carved windows. Shen Yun slowly introduced. "This is the largest antique street in the South City, filled with numerous shops selling cultural relics and antiques, and there's also a market with many vendors."
"Oh,
"So you intend to take me treasure hunting?"
she asked.
"Indeed. Since you covered the treasure hunting fee this morning, I'll cover yours this afternoon."
"Wow.
"No wonder you're among the top collectors in the country. You must be wealthy. However, antiques can range from hundreds to tens of millions. So your stature must be quite impressive." Not only that, Shen Yun's family runs a jewelry brand that ranks among the top 3 in the country. Their high-end jewelry sets are always worth millions. Is the Shun family that affluent? How do they compare to the Xi family? I've heard the Xi family in the capital is quite formidable. South Shun, North Xi. Both families are strong, but the Xi family has surpassed the Shun family since Xi Qingyan took control. Speaking of which, Xi Qingyan is quite remarkable, managing such a large family at just over 20. I've heard Xi Qingyan is very handsome. I wonder if it's true. There's barely any information about him online, no photos. No details about his height or age, just a name. 3 years ago, a certain wealthy second-generation heir posted a side profile photo of him at a banquet, which was rumored to be Xi Qingyan. Though it was deleted immediately, people said his looks were astonishing, capable of overshadowing many stars in the entertainment industry. But I don't quite believe it. After all, it's just a blurry side profile. How handsome can he be? He might not even compare to Shinshin. Honestly, the most beautiful person I've ever seen is Shinshin. She possesses an ethereal beauty that transcends gender. I just realized that Shinshin and Xi Qingyan have somewhat similar names. Could they be relatives? Impossible, although there's little information about Shinshin. Her agent once mentioned that she comes from an ordinary family. I suddenly want to see what Xi Qingyan looks like. So do I. Shen Yun is already among the most handsome men I've ever seen. I can't wait to see what kind of breathtaking beauty Xi Qingyan possesses. Stop wishing. There's practically no information about Xi Qingyan online. Not to mention whether he's handsome or not. You might not even recognize him if he stood right in front of you. Chapter 18. A Bet. If the rumors are true, Shen Yun is indeed quite indulgent. Shen Yun led Shi Ha to a spacious shop filled with various jadeite rough stones. Feiyu Pavilion, the largest gambling stone store on the street. Gambling stones? Shi Ha recalled from her memory, realizing that gambling stones simply involved betting on whether the rough materials contained jadeite and what quality it might be. "Have you ever played this before?" he inquired, looking at her. "I have. In the demon realm, there were similar games, guessing whether the stones contained jade or not." "It feels quite similar," Shi Ha replied. "Young master." A middle-aged man suddenly approached eagerly from within Feiyu Pavilion, bowing slightly to Shen Yun before leaning in to whisper. "A batch of materials just came in from the Dragon Pit in Myanmar yesterday, as the old gentleman mentioned." Once the middle-aged man finished speaking, Shen Yun turned to Shi Ha, but she waved her hand, saying, "You go ahead and tend to your matters, don't mind me. I'll just look around inside." Shen Yun's face showed a hint of regret. "I apologize for bringing you here only to leave abruptly. Feel free to browse. If you find any jade or stone materials you like, I'll cover the cost. Then I shall graciously accept. Don't worry, I certainly won't choose anything too expensive." Shi Ha exclaimed, stepping inside with excitement. Feiyu Pavilion had 3 floors. The first was for gambling stones and cutting, the second for selling finished jade products, and the third was a private area reserved for VIPs. The first floor was nearly filled with rough jadeite from various origins and mines, ranging from black skins, gray skins, white sands, and light yellows, as small as quail eggs and as large as a human. The array was dazzling. The central cutting area was crowded with people, punctuated by gasps and exclamations. "Miss Shi, greetings. I am Luo Lin, a first-class stone appraiser at Feiyu Pavilion, at your service. What type of stone materials are you interested in?" A middle-aged woman in a cheongsam approached Shi Ha with grace. Wow, a first-class stone appraiser? They charge tens of thousands or even more for an appraisal outside. Could it be that Xinyun is being generous? Could it be that Xinyun is being generous to Shi Ha? Why would Xinyun let Shi Ha choose freely? What if she picks something worth hundreds of millions? Impossible. Shi Ha isn't foolish enough to choose something exorbitantly priced. She must know that if she picks something too pricey, she would be criticized online. That is hard to say. The past Shi Ha might have indeed done something for the sake of benefit and attention, at least in front of the camera. Not only did she not overstep, but I feel it also garnered quite a bit of attention. There's no need to trouble yourself. You carry on with your work. I'll just browse casually. Very well, if you need anything, just call for me. Okay. After exchanging pleasantries, Shi Ha entered the rough stone area. The rough stone area was filled with stones and people selecting them. Some were alone, while others were in groups. Shi Ha moved gracefully among them, peeking here and there. Eventually, she stopped in the most crowded area, maneuvering her way to the front row, while a tall cameraman looked at her from the back amidst the crowd. Hey, cameraman. You never considered my feelings. I don't even exist in your mind. As Shi Ha approached, she discovered a rather rotund man selecting rough stones, dressed ostentatiously, exuding wealth. Mr. Chen, you should choose this one. It's from the old mining site in Pakong. It's likely to yield high-quality jade. One onlooker pointed to a rough stone with a coarse yellow skin. This one has a small opening. The performance is also good. Another pointed to a rough stone with a small cut revealing a glimmer of green. I'd say you should choose this one with green python stripes and pine flowers. As the group debated, Shi Ha absorbed more information from their snippets of conversation, learning that gambling stones were categorized into full gamble, window opening, half gamble, and full cut. The various types of gambling stones can be classified: the all-in gamble stones, the small cut stones, the larger cut stones or half stones, and the fully cut stones. The risk decreases from high to low, while the price increases from low to high, especially since one has already caught a glimpse of the jade within. Ah, is that old Zhang coming? Old Zhang has arrived to show Boss Chen and see which piece is good. The affluent middle-aged man greeted him with a beaming face. Full of flattery. Master Zhang, I appreciate your assistance. Who is this old Zhang? A newcomer at the Feiyu Pavilion inquired of others. Old Zhang, Master Zhang. He is a renowned gem appraiser from our city, South City. The raw materials he selects have a 70% success rate, with nearly 30% experiencing significant increases. He is most famous for selecting a high-quality icy green stone that skyrocketed from several 100,000 to over 18 million. Incredible. It appears that Boss Chen is in luck today, having encountered Master Zhang. Just watch closely. A spectacle is about to unfold. Alright, I shall keep my eyes wide open. Upon Master Zhang's arrival, the previous arguments subsided. Master Zhang, could you kindly assist me in selecting a stone? Boss Chen's round face now bore a friendly smile, tinged with eagerness and flattery. He is well aware of Zhang Cheng's prowess, and if he were to select a good piece, its value could multiply by several hundred times. Zhang Cheng raised his hand lightly, and the crowd parted as he moved, followed by a throng of admirers. After examining the raw materials, he chose 3 pieces, 2 all-in gambles, and 1 with an opening. The open piece already displayed green, appearing to be icy, glutinous apple green, though small. It could fetch several 100,000 if the gamble succeeded. These 3 pieces are quite commendable among this batch. Zhang Cheng nodded approvingly. Master Zhang, I believe that piece is excellent. It might even surpass your 3 selections. Perhaps you could consider taking it as well. A bystander named Shi Ha pointed to a stone the size of a roadside barrier. The surrounding crowd looked in her direction, then exchanged amused glances and chuckles. Zhang Cheng paid her no heed. What do those expressions mean? Shi Ha inquired. Trust me, that stone is exceptionally good. My intuition does not fail me. Seeing her insistence, a well-meaning elder nearby cautioned, Little girl, you seem quite young. Not all large stones are better. Some egg-sized raw materials can yield icy jade, while larger stones might be entirely worthless. Laughter erupted around them, some amused by the jest, others by Shi Ha's youthful naivety. Dear girl, come here just to broaden your horizons. Don't make hasty purchases, or you will waste your money. Master Zhang added with a mock scowl. Young lady, if you're interested in gambling stones, observe and learn more, lest you embarrass yourself with foolish remarks. Shi Ha retorted, what kind of teeth can be laughed off so easily? Humph, your bravado is useless. Gambling stones rely on keen observation and experience, not mere intuition. This statement elicited another round of laughter from the crowd. Suddenly, Shi Ha proposed. How about we make a bet? Let us wager on the stones and see who yields the highest value. The loser must give the winner a thumbs up and exclaim, "Impressive. You are the best. What do you say? Dare you to wager?" Upon her declaration, all eyes turned to her, and Master Zhang appraised her with silent scrutiny. Ha ha ha. This little girl has quite the audacity for her age. Even if you were to add 30 years to your life, you might still lack Master Zhang's insight, someone remarked. Indeed, you should either leave to avoid hindering the master or quietly stay to learn how to select materials. Boss Chen chimed in, waving his hand. Go upstairs to the jewelry section, little girl. Do not disrupt my stone gambling. It took great effort to invite Master Zhang here. Don't ruin it for me. Shi Ha ignored them all and fixed her gaze on Master Zhang. So, do you dare to wager? Master Zhang chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. All right. Let us consider this a lesson for you, young lady. I haven't gambled in a few days anyway. Just remember, if you lose, do not cry and accuse me of bullying a little girl. Of course not. Let us do this. I have selected 3 stones. 2 are all-in gambles, and 1 has an opening. You may also select 3 stones, choosing 2 with openings and 1 half gamble. To see who has the better stones at higher prices. The half gamble carries lower risk and greater chance of increase. That sounds good. But I'll stick with my 3 all-in gamble stones. She casually pointed to 2 stones on the shelf. This one, that one, and don't forget the larger one I chose earlier. At her words, the crowd erupted into laughter, for all of Shi Ha's selections were priced in the low thousands. Why so low? Because the materials were deemed poor, likely to be worthless, especially the one destined to be moved outside as a barrier, a prime example of absolute waste. Surely, little girl, you cannot be so reckless in your choices. Are you afraid of regretting your decision? So you randomly picked these? You could at least ask one of us for help. While we may not match Master Zhang's expertise, we could spare you an embarrassing loss. They laughed heartily, with some concern about how it would appear if a group of middle-aged men bullied a young girl. Shi Ha, bewildered by their laughter, focused intently on Master Zhang. I have already made my selections. Are you sure you want to stick with those 3? The total value of your 3 does not surpass my 1. The crowd, including Zhang Cheng himself, fell silent in shock. He had been learning stone appraisal since his teenage years. After 40 years, he was now a prominent figure in South City and beyond. While he prided himself on his vast experience, he had never encountered someone so blindly arrogant. With a cold snort, Zhang Cheng replied, If you are so self-assured, I shall not hold back. If you are certain, we shall proceed to the stone unveiling. If you wish to reconsider, you may still exchange your selections. Let us proceed then. Shi Ha called for the attendants to help her transport the 3 stones. The stone unveiling area was bustling with activity. Upon noticing the group approaching, many gathered to witness the spectacle. Is that Master Zhang? He's unveiling stones today? This should be exciting. Who is that young girl? She is quite beautiful. Is she the one who hired Master Zhang for the unveiling?
No.
She's challenging Master Zhang to a bet. Each has selected 3 stones to see who has the higher value.
What?
The voices rose in astonishment, mingled with disbelief. A girl challenging Master Zhang? How bold she is, insinuating that Master Zhang is bound to lose. That child is terribly naive. She has no idea of the heights of her folly. Master Zhang is a well-known gem appraiser. His estimates typically start at 2 or 300,000. Does Shi Ha even understand gambling stones? Even if she does, she cannot possibly comprehend as he does, given that he has been appraising stones longer than she has been alive. My father also enjoys gambling stones, so I've learned a bit by osmosis. Shi Ha's selections are likely to result in loss, especially that largest stone, which lacks the necessary markings to indicate a good yield. Its exterior is riddled with cracks, suggesting that even if jade is present, it is likely to be flawed. Jadeite is characterized by its exquisite texture, translucence, and absence of impurities. Any cracks render it virtually worthless. Thus, one might wonder why Shi Ha still engages in such risky ventures. The answer lies in her superficial understanding, leading to her own embarrassment. At this moment, Shen Yun, having concluded his affairs, learned of Shi Ha's impending competition against Zhang Cheng in the stone betting arena. With a raised eyebrow, he expressed curiosity about her selections. 3 pieces, all high-risk materials priced in the thousands, cumulatively just above 10,000, included 1 old piece that had languished in the store for 2 to 3 years without interest. The owner, with a complex and resigned expression, remarked that Shi Ha was destined to lose this time, suggesting he could find her better stones. No need, Shun Yun replied nonchalantly, leaning against a chair. His long fingers rhythmically tapping on the Zeton tea table as he observed the crowd below, clearly intrigued by their thoughts. The owner silently stepped aside. Resigned to the fact that the young master had brought women along on numerous occasions, it was not his place to concern himself with such matters. The first stone to be dissected was the one chosen by Zhang Cheng. Master, please cut this piece by 2 centimeters, then work along the edges. The experienced cutter, well versed in his craft, commenced the operation. Soon, the outer shell of the material crumbled, revealing a vibrant green jade interior, its texture delicate and translucent, akin to glutinous rice. It's an increase. Ice glutinous apple green. The piece was promising, capable of yielding a bracelet and several pendants, valued at no less than $1 million. Zhang Cheng's prowess was evident. While jadeite comes in various colors, including green, yellow, red, and purple, green jade is the most common and cherished, with imperial green, sun green, apple green, and parrot green being the finest hues, while spinach green, oil green, gray green, and dark green are of inferior quality. The value of jadeite is not solely determined by color. The quality of the stone, classified into various types such as glass, high ice, and others, also plays a critical role. In an era where the rare glass imperial green is nearly depleted and only appears at top auctions, high ice and apple green are now at the pinnacle of jadeite quality. Excitement rippled through the crowd, yet Zhang Cheng remained unfazed, recognizing that the open stone had mitigated some risk and complexity. Next, it was Shi Ha's turn to dissect a stone. She carelessly selected one and handed it to the cutter, saying, "You decide how to cut it." The master, sensing her inexperience, was taken aback by her lack of knowledge about stone bedding. After all, raw stones are akin to blind boxes. One cannot know what lies within until they are opened. The process of cutting is an art that requires skill and understanding. Nevertheless, he proceeded according to his expertise. The cutting machine whirred to life. And soon the jade was revealed, a dark green hue, lacking water content, with poor transparency and coarse granularity. The crowd erupted in derision. What a dry green. It's been ages since I've seen such poor jade. Dry green is hardly jade. It's merely a colored stone, worth only a few hundred at best. I anticipated this outcome. The disparity is stark. One piece increased from over 100,000 to nearly $1 million, while another plummeted from a few thousand to hundreds. They remarked, amused by Shi Ha's apparent lack of self-awareness. Isn't there still one more piece? Why the rush? Let us see how it unfolds. That last one is likely to be even worse, they chuckled. Witnessing the dismal result of Shi Ha's stone, Zhang Cheng shook his head in disappointment, having expected more from her. Shun Yun continued to observe the unfolding drama with an air of indifference. As Zhang Cheng prepared to unveil his second raw stone, a sizable all-risk material akin to a basketball, anticipation in the crowd mounted. Moments later, it was revealed, prompting a collective gasp. Oh no, dark green bean type. It's a total loss. Not to worry, that piece was only worth a few thousand, so it's not surprising it fell short, someone noted. Even seasoned masters cannot always predict success. They too face losses from time to time. Such double standards. When Shi Ha's piece fails, they mock her. Yet, when Zhang Cheng's piece falters, they shrug it off as normal, others remarked. Attention shifted back to Shi Ha as she prepared to unveil her second piece, which appeared lackluster at first glance. Again, she instructed, "You decide how to cut it." After a brief wait, the raw stone was opened, revealing its interior. The quality of this jade is decent, reaching the glutinous type, but the color is off. It's oil green with inclusions. Had the inclusions been more aesthetically pleasing, it might have been salvaged, but as it stands, it's not viable, he concluded, predicting that even the best outcome would not cover the cost of the raw material and processing fees. Laughter erupted among the spectators. Zhang Cheng, now devoid of interest or anticipation, merely wished to finish the proceedings and depart, as competing against an inexperienced novice was hardly a reputable endeavor. The thought of being ridiculed by old friends for such a folly weighed on him. Alas, someone sighed. Shi Ha truly brought this upon herself. She refused to switch stones earlier, and perhaps she would have profited. But there is still one more piece left. Perhaps it will yield a surprise. Did you not hear the earlier expert? Everyone familiar with stone betting knows that last piece is undoubtedly worthless. It was Zhang Cheng's turn once more, despite his previous loss. Expectations remained high for this final piece, which had shown the most promise in his shop that day. Drawing on his 4 decades of experience, he was confident it would be a winning bet, perhaps even a substantial gain. Thus, He and the cutter meticulously deliberated the optimal cutting method to avoid damaging the precious jade within. Clearly, the master holds this piece in high regard, someone observed. After a careful discussion lasting several minutes, they arrived at an ideal cutting plan. As the cutter delicately removed the outer layer, revealing a hint of jade, gasps of astonishment filled the air. My goodness, it's ice apple green.
What?
It's ice type. Everyone held their breath, transfixed by the stone. Even the master was cautious, fearing any misstep might ruin the exquisite jade. He had spent nearly 20 years in the jade business, witnessing many high-quality pieces. Yet, even he acknowledged the exceptional nature of ice apple green among premium jadeite. After painstakingly revealing the jade, the crowd marveled at its refined, luminous quality. Crystal clear and as radiant as fresh bamboo glistening after rain, shimmering under the lights. A man in the front row, overwhelmed, exclaimed, "It has transformed from ice apple green into high ice sun green." In an era where the illustrious glass imperial green is nearly extinct, high ice sun green stands as the pinnacle of jadeite quality. The crowd erupted into excitement. Incredible. A substantial gain. This material must be worth millions, right? You say it's just a few $100,000? Absolutely. While it may not all be of the highest quality jadeite, there are pieces as large as a child's fist. And its color clearly penetrates 4 to 5 centimeters deep. If one were to engage a skilled designer, crafting a pair of bangles and a large square pendant, along with a few intricately carved charms, would be entirely feasible. Among the various types of jadeite jewelry, bangles naturally hold the highest value. Next in line is the large square pendant, a perfectly square piece of jade that can be carved, requiring somewhat lesser quality jade than a bangle. Following that are the freeform pendants and smaller charm rings. The former requires a larger area of material and is uncarved, thus imposing a higher standard on the quality of the jadeite. In contrast, the latter can be carved, and a master craftsman can skillfully design and sculpt to perfectly mitigate any imperfections or color inconsistencies within the jadeite. Hence, bangles generally represent the pinnacle of jadeite adornments. If any jeweler were to acquire a high-quality piece of jadeite, the added value would far exceed the intrinsic worth of the jade itself. Master Zhang, are you selling this rough material? We at Ruinfu Jewelry offer 1 million. Other jewelers quickly chimed in with their bids. Jinli Stone offers 120,000. Sankai Jade bids 135,000. 150,000. 180,000. Zhou Chifu offers 250,000. As the major jewelers announced their bids, the smaller dealers exchanged glances and fell silent, realizing their financial capabilities could not compare to those of the larger merchants. Ultimately, this exquisite rough material was sold for 250,000. Today has indeed been a feast for the eyes, having witnessed such a remarkable specimen.
Indeed.
It's all thanks to Master Zhang. Master, you are truly impressive. When I save enough money, I shall invite Master Zhang to evaluate my selection. Perhaps I will strike it rich. The crowd's admiration and praise for Zhang Qing flowed endlessly. Wow, 250,000, such astonishment from those unacquainted with wealth. I recall that rough material was priced at over 20,000, and now it has soared to 250,000, an increase of tenfold. If it were in an auction, it might fetch even more. Seeing this makes me want to try my luck at betting on jade, but looking at my wallet, I can only laugh. I can't even afford rough material worth a few thousand. Honestly, betting on jade is a game for the affluent. Without substantial backing, one should steer clear. Those who have wagered for decades still only achieve a 70% success rate. As a novice, you risk losing everything, even your undergarments. We had someone here who, through sheer luck, made some money betting on jade and bought a house and a car, only to later lose everything when luck ran dry. Betting on jade, 9 times out of 10, results in loss. Do you think it's a joke? It's time for Shi Ha. There's no need to cut that material. Honestly, it's highly likely to be waste, with only a minuscule chance of revealing green, and even if it does, it cannot compare to what Master Zhang has. She's bound to lose. Chapter 21. Glassy Imperial Green. Almost everyone thought this way. Little girl, it's best not to cut this. It would be futile. Master Zhang has already revealed high-quality jadeite. Yours must either be of the same grade or a glassy imperial green. By the end of it, even the speaker found it amusing and absurd. For throughout the century-long development of jadeite, glassy imperial green, once extracted, invariably enters the hands of prominent jewelers, never to flow into the betting market.
Indeed.
There's no longer any need to cut it. Just concede to Master Zhang and say a few words. At your young age, It's no disgrace to lose. At this moment, Zhang Cheng was brimming with confidence and vitality. He hadn't revealed such high-quality jadeite in years. This achievement was worthy of boasting. He lifted his chin. His previously drooping eyelids suddenly wide open, his yellowed complexion transformed into a vibrant hue, truly the finest elixir of youth. Shi Ha couldn't comprehend why everyone insisted she give up. This was the very piece she had meticulously chosen. As Shi Ha remained resolute, the crowd ceased their persuasion, with some departing to witness others unveil their stones. After all, Zhang Cheng had finished revealing all his materials, and there were no expectations left for Shi Ha's piece. Why linger here and waste time? Those who remained were naturally eager to witness Shi Ha's downfall. The stone cutter, being a staff member, was aware of this notorious waste material. He glanced at Shi Ha and gently advised, "Perhaps it's best not to cut this. The quality is indeed lacking." Before Shi Ha could respond, someone in the crowd interjected, "Hey Lao Luo, this young lady is so certain this is a good piece, you should cut it for her. What if it truly reveals glassy imperial green?" The laughter grew louder and more piercing. Shi Ha pouted, "Master, please cut this material in half."
Sigh, very well.
Once the cutting machine's noise ceased, the rough material was split in two, and everyone fixated on it until the cutter rinsed away the stone dust, revealing a large expanse of gray-black on the cross-section. There was not even a hint of green. Not even the lowest grade of pea green or gray green was present. Even Si Lang's head was greener than this. As expected, it's waste material. Goodness. Choosing 3 pieces, all of them waste, setting aside skill. One can only lament the luck. Alas, no chance here. Nothing to see. Let us leave. Indeed. Don't waste everyone's time. Zhang Cheng added. Here's the deal. I don't want you to say anything grand or concede. I do prefer others not to think I'm bullying a child. Just say you'll be more cautious next time. Shi Ha tilted her head, looking at the crowd with confusion. I haven't finished cutting my material yet. What's the rush? If you want to wait, stay. If not, you may leave. No one is forcing you to remain here. You still intend to continue cutting? Why not? Do you really think this large piece has any area that could yield green? Why not? You don't actually believe this material could reveal glassy imperial green, do you? Why not? Shi Ha turned to the cutter. Master, please continue. Ignore them. Some people just love to chatter endlessly. They're so talkative, yet never consider performing stand-up comedy. The crowd murmured, Humph. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. Some who had intended to leave stayed behind, not for any other reason but to witness Shi Ha's humiliation. Let us cut this half as well. Shi Ha pointed to one of the pieces of rough material. All right. The stone cutter picked up that half and began the unveiling process. At that moment, Shenyun approached, and the crowd parted to make way for him. Shi Ha glanced at him. You're here. I'm betting on jade. Wait until I reveal a piece of imperial green jade for you. After spending an entire afternoon here, how could Shi Ha not realize that the object from the morning was merely glass, not true imperial green jade? Although it was simply a piece of glass, Shenyun accepted it. However, having promised to present him with imperial green jade, she was determined to fulfill that promise. Yet, when the second cut was made, there was still no sign of green. Someone sighed. Alas, I told you it wouldn't yield green. Shenyun casually turned his head to glance at him, causing the man to instinctively shrink back, instantly silencing. Such a terrifying gaze. Merely a fleeting glance. Yet it felt as though a ferocious beast was fixated on one's neck, ready to pounce at any moment and sink its fangs into the flesh, sending shivers down one's spine. Shi Ha then pointed to another piece of rough material, roughly the size of an adult male's fist. Please continue to grind along the edges of this one. Thank you. The master turned to Shenyun and casually remarked, Miss Shi says to continue. With a nod, the master cautiously resumed polishing the stone. However, apart from Shi and Shenyun, the crowd seemed oblivious to the piece of material that was destined to yield no jade. Many were engaged in discussions about dinner plans or the latest good finds. Their sole purpose for being there was to witness the stubborn girl apologize. The gears slowly turned until suddenly Shi called out, Stop. Please rinse off the powder on top. Once the water washed over it, a glimmer of translucent green unexpectedly emerged. The master couldn't help but exclaim, It actually yielded green. Everyone around gasped in unison, What? A swarm of onlookers turned in disbelief. Incredible. It really did yield green. From the looks of it, it seems to be ice-type yang green. Another piece of ice-type yang green. Despite the small crack, it didn't guarantee that the core was entirely jade. Even if it were a complete piece, its value would still pale in comparison to the master's. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng's racing heart began to calm. Indeed, this material was only the size of a fist. Even if it were filled with ice-type yang green or transitioned to high ice-type yang green, it wouldn't surpass the master's worth. He wouldn't lose. It was impossible for him to lose. He was the best, undeniably the best. With the emergence of green, especially of such high quality, the master suddenly felt the weight of pressure. He instinctively wanted to ask Shi how to proceed with the polishing, only to realize that she had no knowledge of such matters. From this line and here, cut about half a centimeter. Then start from the bottom and gradually polish inward. Shunyun's hand suddenly descended upon the stone, pointing to several areas, and clarity struck the master. Yes, that's the way to cut. It was the most perfect method, ensuring no damage to the jade core, while fully removing the outer skin. The young master truly deserved his title, possessing sharper insight than this seasoned craftsman of over 20 years. Shi was slightly surprised. You can do this too? A bit. He nodded slightly. The grinding table emitted a harsh grinding noise, and the shedding skin and powder increased, revealing more and more of the jade core. Water dripped from above onto the jade, gradually unveiling its current form. The jade exuded a near glass-like transparency, with a delicate texture, pure and devoid of any impurities. The green was reminiscent of the most vibrant and pleasing hues found in a vast forest, lush like a clear spring, rich, translucent, and moist. This was the most beautiful green in the world, the purest essence of jade. The front row of spectators, upon witnessing this hint of green, suddenly stammered in astonishment. Finally, one person shouted, "Glass-type imperial green." The crowd in the back froze momentarily before surging forward. What? Move aside. Who stepped on my shoe? Who the hell pulled down my pants? Don't push. My hemorrhoids are about to explode. Why the rush? Are you eager to be reborn? Brother Lin. Let me take a look too. What brother?
Who are you?
I don't know you. Don't block my view of the glass-type imperial green. As the last bit of skin was polished away, a fist-sized piece of jade appeared, its edges showcasing high ice-type yang green extending inward. While at the very center lay a glass-type imperial green about the size of an egg. Upon seeing this remarkably exquisite jade core, everyone was momentarily stunned. It was breathtaking. Was this the legendary glass-type imperial green? I never imagined I would witness the birth of a top-tier jade in my lifetime. This was enough for a lifetime. Waves of astonishment echoed as Shi felt as though she were surfing on the ocean, nearly drowning in the gasps and exclamations around her. She slightly turned her head towards a man who was nearly leaning into her ear, eyes fixated on the glass-type imperial green jade. Friend, your eyeballs are about to pop out. Calm down, it's just a stone, right? He pointed behind him. Just look at them. She turned to see the crowd. All lined up, leaning forward as if at attention, their eyes wide, straining for a better view. Observing the scene, she strategically leaned back and exclaimed, "What the heck?" At that moment, something struck Shunyun's back, causing him to tense up, alert. Was someone trying to attack amidst the chaos? When he turned around, he found something brushing against his lips, Shi's hair tie adorned with a durian decoration, mere millimeters from his lips. Just a slight opening, and he could taste it. Shunyun quietly shifted aside, but the round, fluffy durian head followed suit. Left, it moved left. Right, it moved right. Shunyun, is this durian absolutely necessary today? Ha. It's too funny, I said. You won't eat the durian that's offered to you? If you don't want it, I will eat it. I'm really worried about the mental state of the front row sisters, actually eating durian like that. In my opinion, they should peel it first, after all. The soft part inside is the seed, while the outer skin is the most delicious, very chewy and crispy. If you're lucky, you can even snack and floss at the same time. I see you're not quite normal either. If luck runs out, well, see you in the next life. Chapter 22, The Gift. Aside from a small portion of the audience joking around in the comments, the vast majority were absorbed in the revelation of Shi's glass-type imperial green jade. What the heck, omitting countless exclamations, is it really glass-type imperial green jade? Mom, I've seen genuine top-tier jade. Is it just me, or do the expressions of the audience resemble a row of gaping cans? Haha, my expression mirrors that of these astonished viewers, dumbfounded. So it really came out? I thought it was just waste material. It was indeed real. The jade's central glass-type imperial green was nearly the size of an egg. The outer high ice-type yang green could yield 2 bracelets, while the central imperial green could be fashioned into a square pendant alongside several rings and charms. Bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and rings. A complete set of top-tier jade jewelry was ready. This quality and size would start at no less than 10 million. After the initial shock, many jewelry buyers finally reacted, scrambling forward. Everyone surrounded Shi Miss. We at Ruinfu Jewelry are willing to offer 12 million for your piece. We at Luoxing Jewelry will offer 13 million. We at Xingfu Jewelry will offer 14 million. 15 million. Shi's luck is simply extraordinary. I can't shake the feeling that it's not just luck. Shi has consistently insisted that this piece was excellent, stating from the beginning that even 3 pieces from Master Zhang couldn't compare to hers. It seems she knew it would yield glass-type imperial green. Even seasoned masters and top gem evaluators internationally can't achieve this level. Regardless of luck, I can only say, outstanding. The bidding continued to escalate fiercely, with not only the mid-tier jewelers from earlier participating but also numerous high-end jewelers joining the fray. After all, this piece of glass-type imperial green jade is the first of its kind to be revealed in gambling stone shops in decades, if not a century. It is the only top-quality jadeite in the hands of ordinary people and the sole opportunity for mid-range and high-end jewelry brands to acquire imperial green jade. Presently, glass-type imperial green jade has nearly become extinct, and the mines where it can be extracted are monopolized by local powers, making it impossible for others to obtain the raw materials. Unless one participates in local jade auctions, the competition includes top jewelers and magnates from surrounding regions and across the globe. If your brand possesses a piece of imperial green jade, it undoubtedly becomes an invaluable treasure. The atmosphere in the room was charged with excitement, and Shi Ha could feel a buzzing in her ears. At this moment, Shen Yun, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. 25 million. As his voice rang out, the crowd fell into a hush. This amount was nearly the maximum cash flow available to most high-end jewelry brands present. While they could afford to bid higher, it would stretch their finances thin, risking their liquidity. 25 million. I could never earn that in my lifetime. Clearly, Shen Yun was well aware of the existing liquidity of these brands, and his bid effectively put them at a disadvantage. Isn't Shen Yun known as a playboy who seldom concerns himself with company matters? Is it possible that intelligence and a penchant for pleasure are not mutually exclusive? Is there anyone else willing to bid? He scanned the crowd, and others either hung their heads in despair or cursed silently. A minute of silence passed. Shen Yun turned to Shi Ha. What do you think of this price? Shi Ha blinked. I never said I wanted to sell. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Had they been arguing for so long only for her to sit back and enjoy the spectacle? Was the price below her expectations? Shen Yun's brow furrowed, but before he could finish his thought, Shi Ha interrupted. I didn't say I wanted to sell because I planned to give it to you. She took the jadeite worth tens of millions from her master and presented it to Shen Yun. Here, it's a gift. A moment of bewilderment and confusion crossed Shen Yun's face, which usually bore an air of nonchalance. Didn't I say I would give you an imperial green jade? The one from this morning was glass, so I'll give you this one instead. While Shi Ha may not be particularly astute, she held her promises in high regard. She would fulfill what she had vowed. No, you really intend to give it to him for free? The system exclaimed, astonished. That was 25 million. Shi Ha replied nonchalantly. Isn't it fine? Aren't I a celebrity? I should have plenty of money. Celebrities may be wealthy, but the original owner was not. Her account had only a few thousand remaining, and in a few days, she would be looking for a place to drink the fresh northwest wind. What? Just a few thousand? Where did her money go? Although Shi Ha had inherited some of the original owner's memories, they were largely general knowledge, leaving out specifics about the original owner's financial situation. This jade belonged to the original owner. She shouldn't and wouldn't meddle with it. How would I know? Shi Ha stared at the jade in her hand, suddenly falling silent. After 3 seconds, she tentatively looked at Shen Yun. Do you want it? He gazed back at her. What's the matter? Oh, nothing. I just noticed you weren't speaking, so I thought I'd ask. Shi Ha's eyes darted away. She certainly couldn't admit that she had just reconsidered her decision. Promises may be precious, but the value of money is far greater. Since you insist so firmly, it would be impolite for me to refuse. I sincerely appreciate your gift. I really like it. Thank you. With that, Shen Yun accepted the jade box from the owner, leisurely placing the imperial green jade inside. Shi Ha watched as 25 million vanished before her eyes, her gaze fixated. Shi Ha is incredible. What audacity. Giving away a top-notch jade worth 25 million. To ordinary people, 25 million is an astronomical sum, but for a celebrity, it's merely the cost of a house, right? It should be manageable. Even though celebrities earn money, Shi Ha isn't one of those top-tier stars. She has only been in the industry for 3 or 4 years. Merely a rising star. 25 million is still a significant amount for her. Does she truly treat money like it's nothing? Laughable. She probably spent all her money on marketing and hype, so of course, she's broke. Some people's perspectives are terribly short-sighted. Can't they see the long-term benefits? Spending 25 million to befriend the heir of a top domestic family is incredibly worthwhile. I actually think Shi Ha's move was quite clever. Yet I can't shake the feeling that Shi Ha acted impulsively and now regrets it. As the top-notch imperial green jade entered the Shun family, other high-end jewelers exchanged glances, surprisingly relieved. After all, the jewelry brand under the Shun family is a benchmark in the industry, certainly capable of acquiring glass-type imperial green jade. Now, they simply had one more piece. It was better for it to be taken by the Shun family than by their competitors. The Shun family was too formidable for them to reach, so they could only admire without envy. However, if a competitor of their caliber were to acquire it and soar to success, they would be left biting their nails in frustration. With the jade matter settled, it was now time to address Shi Ha and Master Zhang's bet. "Hey, Master Zhang, where are you going?" Shi Ha called out loudly to Zhang Cheng, who was stooping to leave the crowd. Upon hearing her, everyone turned their attention to Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng, who was attempting to slip away, chuckled awkwardly. "I've been standing too long, and I need to use the restroom." What an odd excuse. While others recognize beds, you recognize seats. Quite rare, indeed. Master Zhang, my memory isn't the best. Could you help me calculate how much my 3 pieces total? And how much do yours add up to? Shi Ha gazed at Zhang Cheng with sincerity. She wasn't intentionally trying to embarrass him. She genuinely had a poor memory. And she had not been paying attention to how much Zhang Cheng's jade stones had sold for. Zhang Cheng frowned, his trembling lips muttering a few words. He glanced at Shi Ha and sighed deeply. "A bet is a bet. I misjudged this time, but your eye for quality is commendable. What else?" Zhang Cheng's face fell, and he slowly raised a hand, struggling to lift his thumb toward Shi Ha, his words barely escaping his lips. "Impressive, impressive. You are the best." With that, he turned and left in defeat. Murmurs of sympathy rippled through the crowd. Zhang Cheng felt a burning shame, as if he had been placed over a flame. Many around him shared his sentiments, for in the previous hour, numerous people had laughed at Shi Ha. Now, their faces flushed, their gazes flickering, they exchanged awkward smiles. The one who regretted the most was the jeweler, Mr. Chen, who was adorned in gemstones. He regretted so deeply that he felt like he could shatter his own teeth. He felt as though he wanted to frantically pound the walls at his construction site or lie on the ground and throw a tantrum. Because that piece of glass-type imperial green jade could have been his just over an hour ago. If he had merely nodded, a few tens of millions would have been his. Watching a fortune slip through his fingers was more painful than death. "Hey, little girl, no, a living deity. Are those pieces you cut off for sale? Name your price." Someone suddenly called out to Shi Ha as she prepared to leave. At this, others reacted with excitement. Yes. Shi Ha had cut 2 pieces in half earlier, and the imperial green jade was sourced from one of the 14 pieces. There were still 34 pieces left uncut. While it was unlikely that a single rough stone would contain jade in both areas, what if the so-called worthless material, universally dismissed by all, has unexpectedly yielded the finest imperial green? How can one be so certain that its other portions will not reveal green hues? Even if it does not manifest imperial green, it might still present shades of sun green or apple green. In the presence of a glassy imperial green stone valued over 20 million, no one can resist the allure. "Sell it to me. I offer 300,000. 300,000? How dare you even suggest that? I bid 500,000. I offer 800,000. Step back. Step back. 2 million. Mr. Chen suddenly shouted, silencing the other bidders. "These pieces are mine, and I will not let anyone contest me." The others exchanged glances, contemplating, but ultimately withdrew their bids. Firstly, 2 million was indeed a substantial amount for them, especially with the uncertainty of the remaining stones yielding green. Secondly, Mr. Chen held a certain influence locally, making him a formidable opponent. Seeing the silence, Mr. Chen's corpulent face broke into an ingratiating smile. "Hey there, young lady. Let us be friends. 2 million, and you can sell these to me. If you think the price is insufficient, I can increase it." Shi Ha blinked. "Do you truly want to purchase them?" Mr. Chen nodded eagerly, his flesh quivering. "Yes, indeed. I desire it greatly. But what if there is no green?
Ah? No worries.
I'll buy it just for fun. If it doesn't yield green, it's of no consequence. Mr. Chen gritted his teeth. Although his family was wealthy and he didn't lack the 2 million, wasting it would indeed be painful for him. But what if it does yield green? This thought made Mr. Chen anxiously rub his hands together. Upon hearing Mr. Chen's words, Shi Ha finally nodded in agreement. All right then, I will sell it to you. Consider it a gift. Excellent. Fearing that Shi Ha might change her mind, Mr. Chen hastily requested her account details and promptly transferred 2 million. Shi Ha glanced at the payment notification on her phone. Yes, I've received it. Those materials are now yours. Remember to believe in genuine kindness in this world. Life is still beautiful, and do not give up due to temporary setbacks. With that, Shi Ha and Shunyan walked out. However, just as they stepped a few paces beyond the entrance of Feiyu Pavilion, a cacophony of gasps and exclamations erupted from within. Ah, how could this happen? Where is my imperial green jade? Where is my imperial green jade? Shunyan turned to Shi Ha, who shrugged her shoulders in response. Don't look at me. I said I was gifting it to him. The man remarked, so you have gifted him a lesson? Shi Ha quickly distanced herself from the implication. That's your interpretation, not mine. I know nothing. I am unaware if the remaining stones will yield green.
Do not slander me.
Shunyan offered a faint smile.
I see now.
Shi Ha, you truly are something. I've come to realize it too. Am I the only one who doesn't understand? When Shi Ha asked that man if he truly wanted to buy it, and what would happen if there were no green, she was essentially giving him a warning and confirming if he could withstand a 2 million loss. When he claimed he would buy it just for fun, she meant the gift was a lesson for him. Her final words conveyed that despite losing 2 million, the world remains beautiful, and one should not despair but look forward. I see. Am I the only one who thinks Shi Ha has gone too far? She clearly knew those rough stones contained no jade, but sold them anyway, causing him to incur losses. Isn't that deceit? That man isn't a good person either. He's opportunistic and driven by his desires, merely paying the price for his reckless behavior. Everything is merely speculation. Shi Ha is neither a deity nor possesses X-ray vision. How could she know what lies within those rough stones? Gambling on stones is inherently high risk. No one can predict the outcome. Shi Ha, don't speak carelessly. I'll be cautious and accuse you of defamation. So it's you who enjoys competing for seats with the Les Han Giant Buddha? Les Han Giant Buddha. Come. Take a seat. Don't be shy. Chapter 24. What does she mean? What does she truly mean? Shi Ha's glassy imperial green jade suddenly ascended to the trending search list, swiftly claiming the top position. Entertainment Big Eye. On the second day of filming the popular dating show Not Just Heartbeat, Shi Ha, during a date with Xinyan, engaged in a betting contest with a renowned stone appraisal master, ultimately unveiling an exceedingly rare glassy imperial green jade, marking the first instance of such a stone being unveiled in a gambling stone shop. Eating Tao Dao. Wow. What incredible luck does Shi Ha possess? Yugo beamed. How wonderful. Today we visited the concert hall and attended a theater performance, afterwards dining at my favorite restaurant. We encountered a street performer, and Xing serenaded me. He is truly fantastic and adorable. Song Nanqing, who had just descended the stairs, felt his ears flush at her words, somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Is that so? That sounds delightful, as long as you enjoyed yourselves. Xiao Ge and Xing are such a perfect match. A pure-hearted young pup and a sweet girl. Their date atmosphere today was quite harmonious. If I recall correctly, it was Yuge who insisted on dragging Song Nanqing to hear him sing. He seemed rather reluctant, but Yuge kept coaxing him, saying she wanted to listen, so he obliged. And what of the elder sister? How about you and Yuge? She glanced at Xinyan with curiosity in her eyes. It was fine, really. The boss kept things tidy. Aside from being a bit messy, it was not particularly dirty. Rest assured, we donned aprons and wore rubber shoes. Oh, and I encountered a girl looking for a doll she had misplaced. Had I not found it beforehand,
She would have searched for quite some time.
At this, Shi Ha lifted her chin, a proud little hum escaping her lips as she noted today as good deed in her merit book. Second Hound's merit record. 27283889 Demon Realm helped a 1,000-year-old turtle cross the road. Merit 1. 2026515 South City, Huagua, saved several ants. Merit 1. Does anyone still rummage through garbage at the recycling station? Yugo asked, a hint of disgust accompanying her curious bewilderment. Who would enjoy sifting through trash at a recycling station? It's dirty and smelly. It's just a doll. if it's lost, simply buy another, Yugo murmured. The new one and the one that has accompanied you for years are fundamentally different. It's not merely a matter of the doll itself, but of emotional attachment. Shi Ha's expression became more serious. Yugo instinctively wanted to counter Shi Ha's point, but upon reflection, she immediately smiled gently. I see now. I almost overlooked that layer of meaning. I had a doll I slept with as a child, but 2 years ago, my aunt discarded it while cleaning up. I felt quite upset for a long time. So Xiaogo also shares such experiences. That's endearing. Did Xiaogo initially not realize the doll had been with the girl for so long? Shi Ha only mentioned it later. She assumed it was just an ordinary doll.
Which is why she said that.
It's alright. The fault lies with Shi Ha for not articulating it clearly in one go. I understand.
To you?
Your sister is the most wonderful, and any passerby can only praise her. Anyone dissatisfied is simply labeled as the opposing side, even if they are mistaken. That's akin to wetting oneself in the middle of the night and blaming others for not waking you up.
Ha ha ha.
The sisters in the front row are adept at metaphors. Realizing she might have misspoken, Yugo refrained from probing further and instead smiled at the bag in Shi Ha's hand. Sister, what are you carrying? Shi Ha tilted her head. Gifts. Did I not mention bringing gifts for everyone just now? Oh, I see. I didn't quite catch that earlier. My apologies. No worries. It's normal to forget things as we age. I often forget too. Shi Ha chuckled. At 23, Yugo replied. Shi Ha, while rummaging through her bag, asked Yugo to open her hands, and after 3 seconds, exclaimed, Tada. This is the gift I bought for you. Yugo looked down at the substantial box of erasers in her hands, which prominently displayed the number 2, along with the smaller text, 224. What does this mean? What is she implying? Yuge's complexion paled momentarily. Sister, what do you mean by this? But she doesn't need these things anymore, does she? She forced a couple of laughs. Thank you, sister. Shi Ha placed her hand on Yuge's shoulder, leaning in with utmost seriousness. Yugo instinctively averted her gaze, unable to meet those bright, glistening eyes. As your sister, would I ever let you down? My family grows all the foods you love, sweet potatoes, bok choy, pumpkins. Though Yugo felt neither moved nor daring to act, she managed to squeeze out a couple of tears, feigning a deep sisterly bond. Thank you, sister. You are truly wonderful. Lu Yingying, passing by, remarked, Are you feeding pigs with these vegetables? Realizing the situation, Yugo thought, I just noticed these are indeed vegetables pigs enjoy. What does Shi Ha mean? Is she intentionally implying I'm a pig? How excessive. Am I overthinking this? Sweet potatoes, bok choy, and pumpkins are not particularly uncommon vegetables. My family and I love them. It's just a coincidence that what we enjoy, pigs enjoy too, haha. Her eyes sparkled as she called out, Si-ching, wait a moment. I have a gift for you. Shi Ha, still rummaging through her bag, suddenly raised her hand. Found it. Si-ching Yen glanced sideways at a SpongeBob eye mask. Wear this while you sleep, so you won't see whether I'm dressed or not. Si-ching Yen remained silent. Ascending the stairs, Shi Ha called out, Hey, you really don't want it? I also bought you one that enhances your figure, so you won't envy me. Don't be shy. We are both girls. Shut up. Shi Ha quickly zipped her lips, exclaiming, Okay, I'll keep quiet. Haha, why do I feel the atmosphere between these two is somewhat off? Wait, what does Shi Ha mean by not dressed in enhancement? Is it what I think it is? What on earth happened between them last night? I really want to know. Am I the only one who feels Si-ching is irked by Shi Ha? Ever since she entered the room, she hasn't given Shi Ha a single glance. Even when Shi Ha called out to her, she didn't turn her head. I agree. I don't understand how some perceive their relationship as friendly.
To me,
it seems Si-ching dislikes Shi Ha to the point of avoiding her entirely. Once Si-ching entered her room, Shi Ha resumed distributing gifts to others.
Tajda, vink vink.
This is your gift. Song Nanqing looked at the white safety helmet in her hands, her eyes widening. Shi Ha, why are you giving me this? Put on the helmet. It will protect you from falling in love. She shoved the helmet into the young man's embrace. I specifically chose white because it suits you. I didn't pick any of the green ones, as they didn't match your aura. Song Nanqing's expression was complex. Thank you, Shi Ha. She patted the young man's shoulder, encouraging him. No worries, keep it up.
All right.
Song Nanqing. Do you really think I'm working on a construction site? Song Nanqing. Should I be grateful for receiving a white helmet instead of a green one? Song Nanqing probably never imagined she would receive a safety helmet as a gift. Shi Ha then approached Lu Yingying, cautiously surveying the surroundings, before pulling her into a secluded corner. I brought you a gift too. The two stood with their backs to the camera. Lu Yingying, puzzled, stared at her. If you have a gift, why are you being so secretive? It's not like you're giving me something scandalous. Shi Ha suddenly raised an eyebrow, her eyes gleaming with an enigmatic expression. Lu Yingying. Don't tell me it's actually something scandalous? She jumped back, raising her hand. Don't scare me. I have several years of taekwondo training. Shi Ha gently patted her hand. Oh, come on now, what do you take me for? Come a little closer. I have something to tell you. Despite her wariness, Lu Yingying finally approached out of curiosity. Shi Ha leaned in and whispered, I know you have a crush on Gushi. So, I specifically brought you a high-definition revealing photo of him. I had to ask someone for it. Do you want it? What? Lu Yingying exclaimed. Shi Ha quickly glanced around, relieved to see no one watching. Sure. Keep your voice down. This isn't something to shout about. If Gushi hears, we're done for. She added, of course, I'm not afraid of him. Lu Yingying's fair face flushed with a rosy hue, her voice stammering. How can you do this? Isn't that a breach of privacy? Shi Ha was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Is this considered private? But since you could get it, that means it isn't too private. Lu Yingying continued, lowering her gaze, her cheeks growing warmer. 2 minutes later, she suddenly looked up at Shi Ha. Are you going to show it or not? I've been waiting forever. Huh? You didn't say anything. I thought you didn't want it. Not that I don't want it. So you do want it? Not exactly. Then what is it? If you give it to me, I want it. If you don't, I don't. Then I guess I'll pass. It seems like you're not very eager to accept it, and besides, you said it's his privacy. With that, Shi Ha turned to leave. Hey, wait. Lu Yingying stopped her. Why are you in such a hurry? You said you didn't want it, so why are you still here? I never said I didn't want it. My clever mind just calculated that truly private photos wouldn't be leaked. And most circulating photos are shared willingly by the person involved. Perhaps he doesn't mind. Since he doesn't care, I shouldn't either. It's just a photo. It's no big deal. Really, it's nothing. Lu Yingying babbled on, unsure if she was speaking to Shi Ha or herself. All right. Show me. Show me. Shi Ha produced the specially framed high-definition revealing photo of Gushi. Here, what do you think? Quite revealing, isn't it? High-definition, Blu-ray quality. Lu Yingying. So the high-definition revealing photo you mentioned is actually from that drama he guest starred in when he was 3, wearing a belly wrap. Did you screenshot it yourself from the show? I heard that red cloth he wore is called something like a red mandarin duck belly wrap. Lu Yingying. Chapter 026. I beg you, have mercy on me. Why does Lu Yingying's face keep changing colors? Is this a bar with adjustable lighting? Ah. Why are they speaking with their backs turned to us again? What exactly did they say? What gifts were exchanged? I, too, am curious. What are you two doing in the corner? I am the anxious king, filled with urgency. Everyone is eager to uncover the secrets of Shi Ha and Lu Yingying's conversation and the gifts exchanged, which left Lu Yingying's face flickering like a laser light ball, changing colors in an instant. However, none are privy to the truth unless they reveal it themselves. Is it just me, or does it seem like Lu Yingying and Shi Ha's relationship has improved? I feel the same way. Like attracts like. Two annoying individuals have conveniently found each other. How delightful. I perceive that despite Lu Yingying's princess syndrome and a slight penchant for vanity and ostentation, she has no significant flaws. Her character appears commendable at present, at least. Given Lu Yingying's privileged background, her tendencies towards a princess complex and indulgence are somewhat understandable, not that I endorse them, and her ostentatious behavior may not be intentional. What we perceive as flaunting wealth, dining, entertainment, and leisure is merely a part of the daily lives of the affluent. Unless she has openly disparaged the less fortunate or boasted intentionally, it cannot truly be deemed as showing off. Lu Yingying is rather warm and approachable with her fans. Previously, when a devoted fan's family was involved in an accident and required surgery, she learned of it and promptly transferred 50,000 yuan to the fan, stating that this way, the platform wouldn't take a cut. A being capable of donating to save lives cannot be wholly malevolent. This is my perspective on good and evil. A philosophy of compassion. After presenting gifts to Lu Yingying, Shi Ha approached Gushi, who was engrossed in a game on the couch. Indeed. Despite her lack of fondness for Gushi, she still brought him a gift. It is simply her nature. I brought you a present. Gushi raised an eyebrow. What? Have you brought me poison? No, it's an adorable gift. Gushi scrutinized her. What? Are you trying to create a topic to stir up conversation with me? No. Absolutely not. I had no such intention. Firstly, although you are a star second generation, you are not actively involved in the entertainment industry but rather a race car driver. Thus, your popularity does not rival Song Nanqing's, and though you have numerous trophies and prizes, you are not as wealthy as Shenyun. Therefore, from an economic standpoint, if I were to stir up drama, I should approach either of them for maximum profit, not you. Gu Shi. Although she was explaining. Why does it feel like she was subtly undermining him? And what else? Shi Ha shook her head. There is nothing else. Gu Shi leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Shi Ha. Then why were you so persistent before? Shi Ha suddenly lowered her head, her expression filled with regret. I had no choice then. But now I wish to be a better person. I sincerely apologize. Every part of her, from her hair to her rubber-soled shoes, radiated sincerity and contrition, devoid of the capriciousness one might expect. Gu Shi. There's no need for pity, but if you wish to show some sympathy towards me, I would not object. Shi Ha leaned closer to Gu Shi. Please have mercy on me. Then shouldn't you present the gift you brought to atone? My patience is limited. If you don't reveal it in 3 seconds before Gu Shi could finish, he noticed Shi Ha holding a small turtle. What is this? Shi Ha waved the box in front of him. A little turtle. Gu Shi could barely contain his laughter and irritation. Why would you gift me a turtle? Do you think I am the sort to raise such creatures? Moreover, what is the point of having a turtle? The significance of raising a turtle is substantial. If nurtured well, it might just carry you away. A bald turtle for a white-haired Gu. Are you out of your mind? I merely speak the truth, plainly and candidly. System. The last phrase does not exist in the dictionary. Shi Ha. I am aware. I coined it for emphasis, making it sound more impactful. System. That's not how parallelism works. Shi Ha. I understand. Do not concern yourself with the endeavors of a talented literary creator. System. What kind of word creation is this? Shi Ha. I know. I am merely an uneducated husky. Why should you hold my literary prowess to such high standards? Why not bind yourself to a professor of Chinese language? When encountering me, accept your fate. System. Damn, this cursed sense of destiny. Shi Ha instinctively glanced at his phone. Do you play this game too? Gu Shi quickly blacked out his screen, angrily denying. No, I don't play childish games. I'm Super Phoenix Egg. Wanna add me? I'll guide you through the maps, show you the most beautiful scenery. I've already said I don't play Egg Party. Since you don't play, I never mentioned the game's name. How do you know it's Egg Party? Gu Shi turned and strode away. I could watch these two bicker all day. So, even celebrities play Egg Party. I can understand Shi Ha, but Gu Shi too? He is utterly unrecognizable. If someone had told me before today that Gu Shi played Egg Party, I would have thought them mad. Yet now, I can only laugh. It seems Gu Shi despises Shi Ha even more. His departing steps resembled someone riding the wind. Why do I feel like he is just embarrassed to have been discovered playing Egg Party, especially by Shi Ha? There is a hint of anger in his embarrassment. If Gu Shi's steps were like riding the wind, then Shi Ha was on a magic cloud, chasing after him. Shi Ha clutched the small turtle, previously deemed unworthy, tightly as she pursued Gu Shi. Please, have compassion for me. You're so annoying. In the style of Sun Wukong stamping his foot. Chapter 027. If you think that way, there is nothing I can do. As Shi Ha lounged on a sunroom recliner reading a novel, a message suddenly popped up at the top of her phone screen. Your savings card ending in 6666 has an income of 2,500,000 yuan for 2018, with a balance of 2,700,123,500 yuan. Shi Ha. She quickly clicked on the message and discovered the transfer account belonged to someone unfamiliar. However, the sum of 25 million yuan matched the price of the imperial green jade she had gifted Shenyun. She hurriedly messaged on WeChat. Didn't you say it was a gift? Why have you transferred money to me? Shenyun replied. That piece this morning already counts as a gift. But that piece was just a beer bottle bottom. It's of no consequence. To me, there is no difference. After all, he does not lack for money. It's not the same. While the chemical compositions are somewhat similar, the primary component of glass is silicon dioxide, artificially refined, whereas most jadeite is silicon dioxide infused with sodium and aluminum ions, formed naturally. Thus, in terms of composition, artistic value, collectible worth, and commercial value, they are distinct. Therefore, scientifically speaking, equating glass with jadeite is not sufficiently rigorous. Moreover, I did not imply you are unprofessional. I am the type who believes that one should understand their craft thoroughly. For instance, if I were to collect scrap materials, I would need to ascertain which areas have a higher population density, the times when these individuals are generally at home, and which types of scrap yield the most profit. Similarly, if I were to gather refuse, I must investigate how many garbage disposal points exist within my vicinity, the approximate daily waste output of each, and the moments when users typically dispose of their trash, usually coinciding with their departures. Additionally, I must be aware of the competitors who, like me, engage in waste collection, and the times they commence their work. Only by comprehensively understanding these factors and making adequate preparations can I excel in my endeavors. Given your affinity for these pursuits, it is imperative that you study and delve deeply into them. Best of luck, and give it your all. The system, having discreetly observed this exchange, noted the peculiar name mentioned, reminiscent of the neighboring village humorously dubbed the place where birds do not excrete. After all, how could a bird refrain from such a natural act? I had assumed your curiosity would lie in the origin of that whimsical name. The system, tapping its own facial features, disconnected once more. Pondering the system's remarks, I found them to be quite valid. What did you just send? I was changing clothes and couldn't check. It's nothing. I sent the wrong emoji. Oh, I see. What are you up to? Chatting with you. And you? What a coincidence. I'm also perusing an ebook. As the saying goes, books are the ladders of human progress. What about ebooks? Elevators. Ha ha. Well, I must end our conversation here. My phone's battery is down to 99. Let's chat again next time. By the way, I accepted the money. I'll treat you to milk tea tomorrow. Sounds good. Rest early. Good night. You too. System. That is Latin. What is Latin dance? System. It's bad enough that you have astigmatism. Now your hearing is poor too? I'm sorry, it was unintentional. I didn't quite catch that. This is my first time in this world, and there is so much I don't understand. Seeing S' sincere demeanor, the system recalled that she was merely a 999-year-old orphaned husky who had perished during a tribulation, forever carrying a sense of regret. Sigh, never mind. She is indeed a pitiable creature. The system softened its tone. It is Latin. Yes, I know it's Latin dance, but what exactly is Latin dance? System. Confused, scratched her head. Why does this system appear and vanish so mysteriously? How long will you stand behind me? Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts, startling. Why didn't you speak? You scared me. Oh, so it's you behind me. How do you know I'm here? Intrigued, wondered how she hadn't made any noise. Glanced at the top right corner of the page, where a half-visible head bobbed. If it's not you, then it must be a ghost. Though he mused that a ghost might be preferable, instinctively said, I can be your light. Paused momentarily, his fingers halting their motion on the page. The page turned. After a prolonged silence, he replied in a low, almost stubborn tone. I don't need that. System, wait. How did you hear that when he spoke so softly? I don't know. It felt as though her words were drawn into my ears by an invisible thread. I can't explain how I heard it. System. What thread? An antenna? Are you two dolphins, communicating through ultrasonic waves? Finally, it could no longer contain itself. Exclaiming in frustration, You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You don't really like me. You're targeting me. You resent me for bringing you into this world, and because you didn't get to eat those beef bones, you hold a grudge against me, right? Speak up. I know you're listening. Exasperated, shrugged. If that is how you see it, I can't help you. System. Wah. You're bullying me. I'm only 123 years old, still a minor, just a baby. System. I'm going to report you to the main system. Stroked her chin, agreeing. Indeed, you should report to the main system. After all, it employs child labor, which is utterly unacceptable. System. A flurry of garbled text flashed, and the system disconnected once more. Chapter 028. Most disdainful of misheard words. Next, it was time to send heartfelt messages. This time, decided not to send them all. As she wasn't foolish. The more messages one received, the more points accumulated, which could be exchanged for various rewards. Casting a wide net like a fisherman. Intended to send a message to just one person. The first person who came to mind was the ever-smiling and sweet-spirited Samoyed Star. Hello, Star. I adore your smile and singing. Your laughter is incredibly adorable, reminiscent of a childhood friend of mine who, like you, loved to laugh, and together. Your laughter is as sweet as melted honey. Your voice, much like your smile, is ethereal and soothing, akin to the gentle flow of clear water through verdant bamboo groves, pure and refreshing. You are amazing. Keep it up. This was a genuine reflection of S' feelings. She cherished laughter, and those who embody joy. She mused. Laughter is indeed contagious. The system, back online, commented. That is quite true. When you have a friend who laughs, you too become inclined to smile. Precisely. For instance, I have a friend who is a large goose. When he laughs, it sounds like geese, geese, geese. While my laughter is more akin to ha, ha, ha. However, over time, we've developed a shared laughter. Geese, ha, ha, ha. System. So, you too are cross-infecting laughter? Moreover, I said laughter is contagious, not laughter sounds. I'm done talking to you, goodbye. The system disconnected for the third time that evening. Thank you, sister, cat heart. If you don't mind, you can call me Haha. Alternatively, you may use my childhood nickname, Waha. Haha. Just call me once. No need to repeat it thrice. Chuckled at the messages on his phone, unable to suppress his laughter. Emerging from his shower, heard the melodious laughter of, what is so funny? You seem so happy. Chatting with Haha. Furrowed his brow. Haha?
Who is Ha Ha? Could it be what he suspected?
It's sister. She prefers this name as it feels less formal, and since she is only 3 years older than me, she allows me to call her by her nickname. Her nickname is Haha? What a ridiculous name. No, her nickname is Waha. Ha 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 ha. Laughed again. His beautiful features illuminated by his smile. As his laughter tinged his eyes with a hint of red, he blinked. Shiga, don't you find it amusing? Pursed his lips. I find it amusing, but not in a funny way. This brings to light the profound and intricate nature of Huagua culture. Savor it. Appreciate its depth. However, I find it genuinely humorous. Haha is truly witty, far from the rumors circulating online. Yet, after a brief interaction, felt that S personality bore little resemblance to the tales he had heard. If the of rumors was someone he would avoid, the one he encountered was someone he genuinely enjoyed being around. Thus, it is said that one should not take rumors to heart. In this contemporary era, even what one sees may not be the truth, and how much veracity can be found in what one hears. One should refrain from hastily defining or labeling an individual based on mere words. It is essential to engage with them personally before forming a judgment. Gushi, your sense of humor is rather outrageous. What do you think, Shiga? Is there any difference between the current Shi Ha and the Shi Ha you encountered online previously? Gushi fell silent for 3 seconds, reflecting on the events of the past few days, particularly that turtle still languishing in its tank, and slowly uttered with a hint of grievance. I thought she had recovered, only to realize she has become even more eccentric. Song Nanqing, when Shi Ha finished her bath and emerged, she found Siqing already asleep, glancing at the time, which read 10:05. No wonder Siqing's skin is so radiant. It must be due to her early to bed, early to rise routine. Perhaps she should also retire early tonight just a little bit. After all, 1 o'clock is smaller than both 12 and 11. Isn't that a form of going to bed early? However, the next moment, her gaze fell upon 2 long, high pillows that nearly divided the 2 beds, creating a trench-like separation, as if there were a lack of trust. Atop the pillows lay 4 cushions and a heap of plush toys, forming a height of nearly half a meter. Shi Ha, the border of Chu and Han. Why does Siqing do this? Could it be that she had a poor sleeping posture last night and ended up on her bed, hence this arrangement? Shi Ha believed this might be the case. Yet she felt her sleeping posture was quite decent. The system couldn't help but quip, you sleep like a traffic cop directing vehicles at an intersection. Shi Ha, haven't you logged off? Why are you still here? Don't you need sleep? Surely you miss me. So you come to check on me before sleeping, right? Not at all. I merely left something behind here. What did you leave? Goodbye, good night. I won't say good night to you, but you've already said good night in that sentence. Safe travels, take care, underage baby system. My name is Xiao Jiao. Alright, drink less alcohol. Xiao Jiao, I absolutely detest people with auditory hallucinations. I loathe it. Loathe it. Loathe it. Chapter 029. Yo yo yo, Ha, do you drink milk? The night was thick and rich, and a pair of jet black eyes slowly opened. In the darkness, human senses often sharpen, with both touch and hearing magnified to an extraordinary degree. It drew closer, ever closer, until a fleeting sensation brushed against her soft earlobe, causing Siqing's top body to tremble once more, a low, muffled groan escaping from her tightly clenched lips. A wave of heat surged through her body, coursing through every vein and nerve. A sense of emptiness shattered all restraint and suppression, flooding her mind and enveloping her entire being, until every hair and fingertip cried out desperately for touch and caress. Only in this way could her searing soul find solace. Yet reason fought vehemently to suppress it all. Siqing bit her lip, struggling to shift slightly away, curling inward, holding back. Finally, Shi Ha, who had set an alarm, rose at 8 o'clock. Instinctively, she cast a glance at the adjacent bed. It was clean and orderly, even the sheets were smooth without a wrinkle. Clearly, Si-ching had been up for quite some time. When she finished her morning routine and descended the stairs, she noticed that apart from Lu Yingying and Yu Ge, the other three had already gathered in the dining room for breakfast. Shi Ha, do you drink milk? Ha, did you sleep well last night? Two voices chimed in simultaneously, both momentarily taken aback. Shen Yun seemingly glanced at the young man beside her, then suddenly chuckled, while Song Nanqing shyly pressed his lips together.
Wait.
What's going on? Why is Song Nanqing calling Shi Ha? Just last night, he was calling her sister Shi Ha. How did he become so familiar overnight? What transpired between these two last night? Did you not notice? When Shen Yun heard Song Nanqing call Shi Ha, she clearly paused for a moment, then cast a glance at Song Nanqing. I sensed a look in her eyes that bore curiosity and other emotions, albeit in the blink of an eye, yet I still caught that glance. Could it be that both of them harbor feelings for Shi Ha? Unlikely. While it's hard to say, with Shen Yun, Song Nanqing likely only has a bit of a crush on Shi Ha. His character is that of a pure, shy, cheerful young man who is friendly to everyone and has a sweet tongue. He is quite popular in the entertainment industry. Exactly. Even if for some reason Song Nanqing got closer to Shi Ha, it wouldn't mean he likes her. Besides, he treats others or those he dislike with equal warmth. Also, he is someone who takes relationships seriously. It's unlikely he would develop feelings for someone after just 2 days of minimal contact. That's not his nature. If there were competition between the two, it feels like Song Nanqing wouldn't stand a chance. He looks like an innocent little puppy stroking chin. What if Shi Ha actually likes little puppies? Truly a grand era. Waving flag. Gu Shi, witnessing the two inadvertently speak in unison, clicked his tongue in a somewhat sardonic manner and whispered, Yo. Ha, do you drink milk? He even synthesized their statements. Shi Ha happened to walk by him, casting a complex glance. It's early in the morning. Don't act crazy here. It's unsettling. Gu Shi, if they address you like that, aren't you unsettled? They are them, and you are you. Why can't I belong to them? Because they have accepted my gifts, yet you have not. You even refuse to show me a little pity. The image of being relentlessly pursued by Shi Ha last night resurfaced in Gu Shi's mind. He never wished to hear that phrase again in his lifetime. Insanity. Ha. I realize I truly love watching their banter. What on earth is wrong with Gu Shi? He usually has such a sharp tongue. Why has he not won against Shi Ha? Pained face. Shi Ha, uninterested in him, approached the dining table, while Shen Yun and Song Nanqing once again synchronously pulled out chairs for her. The air suddenly fell silent. The seating arrangement at the dining table was as follows. Gu Shi, Song Nanqing, empty. Shen Yun, empty. The positions they opened up happened to be right next to Shi Ha. Upon seeing Shen Yun also pull out a chair, Song Nanqing quietly and slowly pushed his chair in. Shen Yun remained still, a smile already adorning her face. As Shi Ha walked to the breakfast table, completely ignoring the others, she naturally pulled out the solitary chair beside her and sat down. Once seated, after a night of hunger, Shi Ha began to devour her food. When the food settled in her stomach, she took a moment to sip her milk and glanced at the two. Why are you staring at me? Besides my beauty, I have no milk, bread, cereal, salad, soy milk, or buns on my face. Well, an invisible war has been averted. Have these two entered a rivalry? However, Song Nanqing doesn't have much chance. He just pushed the chair in, clearly lacking confidence. I think some people are reading too much into this. When you see a friend arrive, don't you greet them? When a friend comes to eat, don't you help pull out a chair? These two actions are perfectly normal among friends. Some people really see love in everything, sweating yellow bean. I agree. It just happens that they both did and said it simultaneously, giving off a somewhat confrontational vibe, but in reality, there is none. As they continued to eat, Yu Ge finally made her appearance. Today, Yu Ge donned a uniquely asymmetrical black bodycon dress that exquisitely accentuated her alluring curves and elegantly elongated legs.
Oh,
how beautiful Xiao Ge is! With such a stunning figure, remarkable acting skills, and an enchanting aura, I am utterly enamored. Not a fan, but I must admit, Yu Ge's transformation in style today is indeed eye-catching, a stark contrast to her usual delicate appearance, leaving a refreshing impression. Are we seriously calling Yu Ge's legs heaven-defying long? She barely surpasses 160 centimeters. Even with the best proportions, they hardly qualify as extraordinary. Lu Yingying stands at 168 centimeters, with noticeably longer legs. Yet her fans aren't constantly praising her. While it's true her leg-to-body ratio is admirable, calling it extraordinary seems a bit exaggerated. In my opinion, can her legs truly compare to Shi Ha's? Given the proportions and physique, it would not be an exaggeration to label her a supermodel. My legs reach my chest. Please refrain from belittling others. The two continued their casual conversation with Shi Ha. Yuko pursed her lips slightly. At that moment, only Shi Ha gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Sister, you look stunning today. This dress suits you perfectly." Yuko forced a smile, replying, "Thank you, but you've actually worn it inside out." Yuko? Upon looking down, she indeed noticed the seams and remnants of fabric on the sides of her dress. Although she had indeed worn it incorrectly, she stubbornly insisted that the design was inherently asymmetrical with frayed edges, and thus not a mistake.
Shi Ha responded.
Is that 100 cotton label also a unique design feature of the dress?
예.
Chapter 030. Collective Activity Day.
시킨 ignored Shi Ha.
Striding directly upstairs. Witnessing this, everyone furrowed their brows, while Yuga lightly rested her hand on her cheek, a subtle smile playing at her lips.
See?
Not everyone adores her. Shi Ha, feeling neglected, lowered her head, clenching her fists and shaking them beneath her eyes, sobbing softly. The crowd. Suddenly, it makes sense why Si Qing ignores you. After a few individuals departed, Shi Ha hurried after them. Oh, why is everyone ignoring me? Have some pity on me. The group quickened their pace. Have some compassion for her. Waves hand. Lu Yingying remarked, Si Qing has truly endured a lot, managing to stay with her for 2 nights. If she pulled such antics in my room, I would toss her out. Every Wednesday is the collective activity day for not just Heartbeat, and today's event is set in a suburban farm. On the expansive, lush green lawn, the director, holding a loudspeaker, addressed the 7 individuals. I am delighted to welcome you to our first collective activity day. I trust that during the past 2 days of interaction, you have gained some understanding of one another. Today's collective activity aims to further deepen your mutual understanding. You will be randomly divided into 3 groups, and I have 3 routes for you to choose from, categorized as many, some, and few. The many route has the highest number of breeding areas, thus increasing your chances and quantity of food, while the few route, conversely, has the least. Now, let's draw lots. The group approached the black box to extract colored slips of paper, resulting in Lu Yingying and Song Nanqing paired together, Gu Shi and Yugo in another group, and Xin Yun and Si Qing in the final group. Although some were dissatisfied with the groupings, changes were not permissible. Director, I drew white, Shi Ha exclaimed, raising her slip high. Then you are the lucky one. The director turned to the already assigned groups, asking, which group would like Shi Ha? Song Nanqing chuckled. How about joining us? Lu Yingying interrupted, I refuse. In this group, you must heed my lead. The young man rarely frowned, but
No buts.
I find her displeasing today, and I am unwilling. Who told Shi Ha to act like that last night? Humph. I thought Shi Ha and Lu Yingying had mended their relationship, but it seems not. What a pity Shi Ha's gift last night was wasted. Shunyan glanced at Si Qing and Mixue. I wish.
No.
Gu Shi directly confronted Yugo. I dislike her. Do not involve her, or you can form a group with her yourself. Yugo looked visibly troubled, casting an apologetic glance at Shi Ha before falling silent. How awkward. No one in any group wants her. I too feel a sense of embarrassment for her. Many comments expressed their sympathy for Shi Ha, yet she remained blissfully unaware of the awkwardness. If someone wanted her, she would team up. If not, she would go solo. She did not require others' validation of her existence. Director, I can be in a group by myself. Shi Ha raised her hand. The director shook his head. That won't do. Suddenly, Shi Ha clasped her hands over her heart, biting her lip, and gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. It's all right, even if the whole world turns against me. I can remain strong. Director, you need not worry about me being discouraged. I can handle it. Please believe in me. Shi Ha. Oh, please spare us your self-indulgence. Lu Yingying, laughing heartily, suggested, why not have Shi Ha join your group? Absolutely not. Then let the 3 groups play rock, paper, scissors. The winner gets Shi Ha. All right, it's settled. In the end, Lu Yingying, Xin Yun, and Yugo engaged in rock, paper, scissors, while Shi Ha stood nearby. Come on, compete for me. With a capable assistant like me, won't your search for ingredients be as effortless as a walk in the park? The others. Is that how those idioms work? Although Shi Ha misused the idioms, her statements became remarkably straightforward and easy to comprehend. What does that mean? I don't understand. It means Shi Ha is their benefactor. Ha ha ha, corporate-level understanding. In the first round, Lu Yingying won triumphantly with a fist. Shi Ha excitedly rushed to her side. Yingying, what a fateful encounter. It must be destiny. Shi Ha did not particularly desire to be grouped with Lu Yingying. Her main wish was to team up with Sa and Mo Xing. Lu Yingying warned, remember. Don't let us down. I do not wish to spend a day starving. Shi Ha replied, rest assured, I will scavenge for food to sustain you. Who said I needed you to sustain me? You can collect trash on your own. Well, children must learn independence. You are truly remarkable. Who is going to collect trash? Ha ha ha, I suddenly understand why Lu Yingying is reluctant to team up with Shi Ha. Shi Ha, if I cared about any of your opinions, I would have lost. How I adore Shi Ha's character. I am overly concerned about what others think of me. After completing tasks, I constantly ponder how others perceive me, leading to self-doubt. It's truly painful to overthink alone. Take it easy, ordinary people really don't have that many spectators. As long as I don't break the law or violate public morals, I can do as I please. If you find me displeasing, oh, how delightful it is to know I can irritate you. Now that the groups have been formed, let us proceed to choose our routes. Everyone look this way. Here are 3 identical stone mills, each containing the same weight of soybeans. The 7 dispersed, commencing their search for the animals to pull the mill. Lu Yingying surveyed the vast expanse of the farm, frowning. It's so large. Where shall we search? Indeed, small animals won't suffice. We need larger, obedient, strong, and fast ones. Otherwise, we cannot tame them or they will lag behind. However, what we can conceive. They are likely to anticipate as well, so we must reach them first. Lu Yingying quickened her pace as she walked. So, obedient, strong, and fast are the 3 criteria? Shi Ha counted on her fingers. Precisely. Suddenly, Shi Ha clapped her hands and halted. I have a plan. Shi Ha turned in the opposite direction, urging, follow me. I know where to find obedient, strong, and swift animals. The 2 companions were puzzled, but the donkey, horse, and cattle farm are not in that direction. Chapter 031. The electric donkey is still a donkey. In the 10th minute, Si Qing and Shun Yun galloped towards them, each mounted on a horse. From a distance, they formed a stunning and elegant silhouette. While it was not surprising that Shun Yun could ride, given his noble lineage where equestrian skills were a childhood requisite, the revelation that Si Qing could also ride sparked astonishment among the onlookers. Could it be that Si Qing is even more skilled than Shun Yun? Indeed. I have practiced equestrianism for 7 or 8 years. Their skills seem quite comparable, with Si Qing perhaps even surpassing Shun Yun. Shun Yun's riding style leans towards aristocratic elegance and languor, while Si Qing embodies a kingly audacity and dominance. When Si Qing portrayed a general in a historical drama, he rode with genuine fervor, galloping through the sand river, leaving me utterly captivated. That scene was what drew me into the fandom. Though both are strikingly handsome, they seem to lack chemistry, as if separated by an impenetrable wall, fostering a somewhat adversarial atmosphere. I concur. Perhaps Si Qing's aloofness exacerbates this distance. Am I the only one who ships Si Qing and Shi Ha? Whispers, jokingly, disappears under a pot lid. The shock I feel is akin to discovering someone ships Guanyin and the black bear spirit. In the 15th minute, Gu Shi and Yu Ge returned, leading 2 donkeys. Though smaller and slower than horses, donkeys were known for their endurance and reliability as draft animals. Compared to the more temperamental horses, donkeys were far gentler and less prone to mishaps. By the 19th minute, the 3 individuals remained unaccounted for. The director shook his head. This cannot continue. If they do not appear within 20 minutes, they shall be deemed third. Oh, but alas, very well. Yu Ge is truly beautiful and kind-hearted. What does that even mean? Normally, one would hope for their competitors to be delayed and miss their chance, yet Yu Ge is pleading on their behalf. Isn't that the epitome of beauty and kindness? Most people wouldn't wish for their opponents to be late, would they? In the final minute, Yu Ge fixed her gaze into the distance. Shi Ha and the others sped towards them on electric scooters. The crowd was bewildered. Almost in the very last second of the 20 minutes, the trio halted before everyone. Director, we are not late, are we?
Shi inquired. No, just in time.
But where are the animals you were supposed to bring? Shi Ha confidently patted the front of the scooter. Well, isn't this it? Sister, what are you talking about? The director meant animals, and this is a vehicle. Even if you couldn't find one, it would be considered a violation. Gu Shi crossed her arms. So, is this your animal? Can it make some noise for us? Shi Ha honked the horn twice. How about that? If that's not enough, I can make it sing for you.
Ha ha ha.
Why did you provoke her? Shi Ha parked the scooter beside the donkeys, pointing. May I ask everyone, does a donkey count as an animal? Of course. Then doesn't it make a sound? It is a donkey, and this is a little electric donkey. Is it not still a donkey? Yugo interjected, but sister, this is clearly not an animal.
Shi Ha countered.
Let me ask you this. Is a motorized rear still a rear?
Yes.
Then if a motorized rear is a rear and a little electric donkey is a donkey, where is the flaw in my reasoning? Shi Ha spread her arms defiantly, determined to uphold the identity of the little electric donkey as a donkey. The crowd was at a loss. They knew her argument was flawed, yet they struggled to find a rebuttal. Look, they are greeting each other harmoniously. Are you here to perform a comedy act? Shi Ha declared, I am their spokesperson, representing the little electric donkey. Who understands? Shi Ha's absurdity always tickles my funny bone. Do you have anything else to add? If there are questions, feel free to ask. No one posed questions. They felt that no matter what they said, Shi Ha would find a counterargument, regardless of its veracity. However, listening to her, it seemed as though she had a point. The director remarked, no one has any objections. Everyone seems to agree that these two little electric donkeys are indeed donkeys. You stated that they cannot carry people, but can carry animals. The little electric donkey is clearly not a person, yet it is indeed an animal. Therefore, it should qualify, correct? The director replied, your clearly and my clearly appear to differ. Nevertheless, Shi Ha's argument was undeniably sound, prompting the director to concede, since no one has an opinion, the little electric donkey indeed qualifies. This reminds me of the debate in Qin Shi Mingyu regarding whether a white horse is still a horse. Ha ha ha, what a parallel. Qin Shi Mingyu? Is that the anime that has been serialized longer than the Qin dynasty existed? What a bizarre joke. Ha ha ha, I laughed so hard I almost cried. The group tied ropes around the donkey, horse, and little electric donkey, commencing the grinding process. The donkey's pace was slow, requiring Gu Shi and Yugo to dangle a carrot in front of it to encourage a slight increase in speed. The horse, while faster, had to contend with the smaller circumference of the grinding wheel, making it easy to become disoriented if it sped up. Thus, it had to maintain a steady, moderate pace. Conversely, the little electric donkey faced no such limitations. With a comparable size to the donkey but a much greater speed, it could turn without becoming dizzy.
Consequently,
when Yu Ji's group completed a circle, Shen Yun's group had just finished 2, while Shi Ha's group had already completed 4. The most striking aspect was that Shi Ha, while riding the little electric donkey, was singing, In your heart, I soar freely, basking in the radiant starlight, eternally drifting. The direction lights my heart, journeying towards distant frontiers. The trio swayed to the rhythm of the music atop the little electric donkey, their heads bobbing joyfully, akin to celestial beings, carefree and unburdened. Shi Ha turned to the crowd. Hey, everyone, join in. The crowd responded. Are you holding a concert here? Chapter 032. Route Map Exchange? The other 4 did not join in the singing, but the 2 donkeys and 2 horses began to sway their heads in rhythm. From that day on, I never saw those 2 singing mechanical donkeys again. Disco dancing is prohibited. But they look truly happy. Luinging is one thing, but I never expected Song Nanxing to join in Shi Ha's madness. I suddenly realize I have never seen this side of Xingxing. Previously, he always appeared shy and reserved on camera, but now he seems to have another side. Oh no. Xingxing was once lively and energetic when he debuted, but as his fame grew, he became more restrained. It has been a long time since I've seen such a carefree and joyful Xingxing. Though I am not particularly fond of Shi Ha, it seems Xingxing enjoys spending time with her. In less than 5 minutes, Shi Ha's yellow beans were ground to dust. The director announced, first place, Shi Ha, Lu Yingying, and Song Nanxing.
Yay.
Lu Yingying instinctively embraced Shi Ha, but quickly released her, turning her head. Don't misunderstand. I was just too excited. Shi Ha smirked. I get it. But why is your face so flushed? Lu Yingying stamped her foot, exclaiming, I already said I was too excited earlier, which is why I got overheated. I admit, you possess some merit, and as the captain of this team, I reluctantly acknowledge your inclusion. You better perform well, and not drag us down. At your command, my leader, he replied with a huff. Haha, you are amazing. We are first place in our group, and we were so much faster than them. Song Nanxing, also a bit agitated, noticed that the neat hairstyle he had meticulously crafted that morning had been tousled by the wind while riding. Yet, he felt a profound joy. It was not merely the thrill of victory that elated him, but also the sheer exhilaration of engaging in such carefree fun after a long, long time. almost making him forget that he was still under the scrutiny of the cameras. At 17, he had unexpectedly risen to fame during a campus singing competition, subsequently signing with the company. By 18, he had triumphed in a singing contest within the entertainment industry and debuted. With his exceptional talent, striking appearance, and a voice that seemed blessed by fate, Song Nanqing soon became a celebrated singer, amassing millions of fans and an overwhelming number of invitations. However, this fame came with fierce competition and relentless scrutiny from the media. Consequently, his company repeatedly cautioned him to maintain a flawless public persona, warning him against any missteps that could be exploited by rivals. Song Nanqing obediently adhered to the company's directives, meticulously following orders while treading cautiously, determined not to provide any ammunition for his competitors, nor disappoint his fans. Yet, wearing a mask for too long inevitably became exhausting. He knew that after today, his manager would surely call to reprimand him, and he might even trend on social media, but for now, he wished to cast aside such thoughts and simply enjoy the day.
Just one day.
Ultimately, the results were Team Shi Ha in first place, Team Xinyun in second, and Team Yugo in third. As the winners, Team Shi Ha had the privilege of selecting their route first, naturally opting for the path with the most animals. Team Xinyun followed suit, choosing the second most populated route, while Team Yugo was left with no choice but to take the route with the fewest animals. Yugo glanced at the route map in her hands, which only indicated locations and paths without specifying the types of animals present. 3 red dots represented 3 different animals. She recalled the victorious joy radiating from Shi Ha's face earlier, gritting her teeth before pulling Shi Ha's side into a corner as she prepared to depart. Raising her reddened eyes, she addressed her, "Sister, what's wrong? Why are your eyes so red?" Upon hearing the question, Yuga, aware that events were unfolding according to her plan, quickly squeezed out a few tears that shimmered in her eyes, creating a pitifully endearing sight. Just as she was about to speak, Shi Ha suddenly grasped her shoulders, filled with concern and anxiety. "Sister, when did you develop conjunctivitis? Are you all right? Should we go to the hospital? Money can be earned again, but your eyes are irreplaceable." Yuga responded in shock. "Huh? No, I'm not sick. I'm just a bit upset, which is why my eyes are red." Shi Ha let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest. "That's a relief. You scared me. Your eyes looked as if they could bleed. I thought you had conjunctivitis. As long as you're fine, that's what matters." Yuga felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Perhaps it was merely a clash of energies between her and Shi Ha. "So, what did you want to discuss with me?" "Well," she began, "we've drawn the route with the least animals, with only 3 of us, while you have 3 people on the optimal route, which means your task will be easier. Since we only have 2 people and are faced with the most challenging route, I would like to propose a route exchange." With this, tears began to spill from her eyes, tracing down her cheeks. She raised a hand to wipe them away, her voice trembling as she said, "Sister, I know this request might seem inappropriate, but we truly have no advantage. If we can't find any ingredients, we'll go hungry. Besides, your victory was somewhat opportunistic, not solely based on skill. If you run low on food, I will share with you. I promise. You love me the most and you'll grant me this favor."
"One to you?"
Yugo grasped her hand, swinging it back and forth, pleading and charming. She was fully aware that her actions might be criticized, but having made her decision, she no longer cared for the audience's opinions. All she desired was victory, especially over Shi Ha. Shi Ha's expression reflected her internal struggle. It was clear the original owner had doted on this sister. Furthermore, she believed the number of animals did not solely dictate success. However, she had a team to consider: Lu Yingying and Song Nanqing. "I don't mind, but it ultimately depends on Lu Yingying and Song Nanqing. We are a team, and their agreement is essential. My approval alone isn't sufficient." Realizing there was a possibility for success, Yugo quickly interjected, "Sister, could you please speak to them? You earned this route, so your decision should carry the most weight, right? They probably won't object. I just want things to be fair." "All right, I will ask them." Chapter 033. What are you doing here? This is hard to evaluate. Na Ying's face. Is Yu Ji's approach somewhat unethical? Previously, when Shi Ha was assigned to a group, she didn't insist on having Shi Ha, but now that Shi Ha's group has won the optimal route, she is claiming unfairness. If she doesn't want her, then she lacks the ability to win the competition and now pretends to be pitiful and complains about fairness? Exactly. She even claimed Shi Ha's victory was not based on skill but rather opportunism. If she was dissatisfied, why didn't she speak up during the competition? If we take a step back, if you had the ability, you could also have taken advantage. Isn't this a classic case of lacking ability and blaming others for being clever? Yuji's actions are genuinely off-putting. She is playing the emotional card, trying to manipulate Shi Ha with familial ties, which is no different from moral coercion. I used to like her, but now she seems different from my initial impression. Please, some people just talk nonsense. What did Xiaoga say wrong? Shi Ha won through opportunism. Everyone else followed the rules and chose animals. While she used an electric scooter, can you honestly say that an electric scooter is an animal? Shouldn't the other groups opt for cars and excavators instead? Shi Ha's victory was fundamentally unjust. She might have finished last otherwise. Exactly. When Shi Ha was grouped, only Xiaoga wanted her. Gu Shi did not want her, leaving Shi Ha with no choice. She was caught in the middle and had a difficult time. This is hilarious. You're discussing something that never happened, claiming she finished last. Her opportunism shows intelligence, and she can justify her actions. Can your sister do the same?
No, right?
When Shi Ha asked if there were any issues, your sister didn't utter a word. Now, after the fact, she finds it unfair? Where was she when it mattered? Besides, if she wanted Shi Ha, then which is more important, sisterly affection or external relationships? If she had insisted on choosing Shi Ha, the larger group would have been theirs. And the optimal route would have been theirs as well. She's merely trying to push away the victory she secured. Laughs. Shi Ha relayed the earlier events to Lu Yingying and Song Nanqing, reassuring them, rest assured, although she is my sister, if either of you disagrees, I will not proceed with the exchange. Lu Yingying pouted, clicking her tongue in disapproval. Song Nanqing remained silent for a few seconds, reflecting. It was you who won the competition, Shi Ha. If it weren't for your clever use of the electric scooter, we might not have succeeded. Thus, feeling that the power of decision lay in your hands, your choice became my choice. Although I was somewhat reluctant to change, Song Nanqing made a valid point. You have won, and the authority rests with you. If you wish to switch, then by all means do so. While Yu Ge and Gu Shi are part of the same team, Lu Yingying would not fervently agree to transfer the route map to Yu Ji's group. Should I then exchange with them? Lu Yingying waved her hand impatiently. Hurry and switch, so this lady doesn't have to see you and feel vexed. Shortly after the two exchanged maps, Gu Shi approached Shi Ha with a displeased expression, raising the optimal route map. Shi Ha, what do you mean by this? Are you pitying me, or are you bestowing charity upon me? Yu Ge followed closely behind, her face also displaying discontent, evidently indicating a recent disagreement between them. It was likely that Yu Ge had not informed Gu Shi about the map exchange, and the latter was just discovering it now.
Shi Ha replied,
I am neither pitying you nor bestowing upon you. What map did you exchange for? I'm merely concerned for my sister, and you come here to stir up trouble? Gu Shi was at a loss for words. Yu Ge was bewildered. Ha 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 ha. All right, enough said. We must depart now, and you all should do your best. They had already packed and were ready to embark, for time waits for no one. Other matters could be addressed in another lifetime. If we do not meet in the next life, then let it be forgotten. On the way to the first red, Shi Ha reassured the two. In truth, there is no need for concern. Although our numbers have decreased by half, a larger quantity does not imply easier capture, and fewer numbers do not equate to lesser rewards. After all, the director does not appear to be a benevolent soul. It would be unreasonable not to design some traps for us. Behind the monitor, the director responded with a questioning look. Director, is that polite? It seems Shi Ha is correct. If the chances of obtaining food are proportional to the variety of animal species, then the previous grinding game has already determined the course of today's events, leaving no suspense or intrigue. However, perhaps not? This is merely a dating show, primarily focused on the flirtation and friction among the guests, unlike any other variety show. Although I do find it intriguing, does anyone genuinely think this dating show resembles a conventional one? Look at the taciturn Shi, who has barely spoken 5 words throughout, and Gu Shi, who shows no interest in anyone but Shi Ha. Then there's the flirtation atmosphere blocker, Shi Ha. Ha, what on earth is a flirtation atmosphere blocker? Well, celebrity dating shows differ significantly from those featuring ordinary individuals. The latter rarely exhibit genuine emotions, and as for the former, it's even less likely. They come merely to increase exposure, rehabilitate their public image, and expand their networks. Which celebrity would genuinely invest their hearts in a dating show? It's all an act. Indeed, just observe Shen Yun, Gu Shi, and Si Shen. Do they seem like the type to invest their true feelings? Song Nanqing, Shi Ha, and Yu Ge might still harbor some genuine emotions. The route map depicted only the path and 3 red dots, indicating 3 types of animals. Yet the specific species remained unknown to everyone. As they sat in the open-top tricycle, gazing at the natural scenery receding beside them, Lu Yingying felt elated and prepared to sing a tune. However, as she reached the third line, Shi Ha could no longer contain himself and covered her mouth. "We're all friends here. Don't sing." Allowing her to sing the first line was Shi Ha's expectation of her. The second line was a sign of respect, while preventing her from singing the third line was an act of consideration for others' ears. Shi Ha, the master of distributing water, removed his hand from her delicate mouth. Lu Yingying glared at Shi Ha. "Is my singing truly that unpleasant?" Shi Ha nudged Song Nanqing. "She's asking you, is her singing really that bad?" Song Nanqing, who had been enjoying the spectacle, was suddenly poked. He slightly shook his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. "It's not unpleasant. It's rather nice. Your timbre is quite unique." Lu Yingying lifted her chin, pride evident in her haughty hum. "I told you, my family has always praised my singing as uniquely beautiful." With that, she ran to the side and continued her song. Shi Ha silently put on headphones, fixing his gaze on Song Nanqing. "You're done for, after that remark. It's likely you won't receive any invitations to be a mentor on singing shows." Song Nanqing. Chapter 034. What's the matter? Not going mad is already a good thing. After a while, the group finally arrived at the first animal zone. Surprisingly, it was a rabbit enclosure. The rabbit area was surrounded by a fence, featuring a few low rabbit houses, and on the grassy ground, there were only 3 or 4 gray and white rabbits busily munching on grass. The scarcity of rabbits was undoubtedly intended to heighten the difficulty of capture. After all, there couldn't possibly be rabbits everywhere. Even a blind person could catch a few. Probably due to good farming practices, each rabbit appeared plump and glossy, looking quite adorable. Lu Yingying frowned. "How can we eat such cute rabbits?" Shi Ha swallowed hard. "These adorable rabbits look like they wouldn't taste too bad." Lu Yingying. "Let's go. Let us catch the rabbits." Shi Ha, curious, asked. "What, do you two know each other? Should you greet them first?" Lu Yingying retorted. "You're the one who knows them. You should be the one to greet them." "I was going to greet them," Shi Ha replied, waving at the border collie, which immediately lifted its chin and nodded twice at Shi Ha. Lu Yingying? "Ha, this border collie is so clever, it feels almost sentient. It is well known that border collies are border collies, while dogs are simply dogs." Shi Ha signed tasks. "There are 3 rabbits in total. We each take 1. How about that?" Song Nanqing nodded. "All right." Lu Yingying hesitated. "Do we really have to catch the rabbits? They look so cute, all chubby and soft." Why is Lu Yingying being so saintly? It seems she is not so much a saint as someone naive and kind-hearted, unaware of the harsh realities of life. Shi Ha reassured her. "Sister, this is a farm. These are meat rabbits, not pet rabbits. Even if we don't eat them, they will end up in someone else's mouth, so it's better if they come to ours. Think about it. Early death means early rebirth. Their end will still be the dining table. Rather than letting them wait helplessly for the arrival of death, it's better for us to end their long suffering early, thus performing a good deed. However, all beings possess a spirit. You didn't say that when you were exterminating mosquitoes with an electric swatter last night." Lu Yingying. "All beings possess a spirit, except for mosquitoes." Mosquitoes. Ultimately, I was misled. Have you ever had cold rabbit, fresh pot rabbit, jumping rabbit, dry pot rabbit, spicy rabbit, or grilled rabbit?
Liu Jingjin instinctively swallowed. "No."
Would you like to try? 3 seconds later, she turned and walked toward the rabbit enclosure. "You're right. Early death means early rebirth." Rabbit. "Oh no, my little life is in jeopardy." The farm-raised rabbits differ from wild ones. They have always had ample food and drink, leading a comfortable and leisurely life. Thus their vigilance is low and running speed is not particularly swift. Song Nanqing grabbed a net and aimed for one of the rabbits engrossed in eating grass. By the time it realized the danger, it was already ensnared, with no escape in sight. Although Lu Yingying had never experienced such a thing, seeing as she was accustomed to having her eggs already peeled and served by an ant, it took her a while to catch a rabbit. Fortunately, after a few stumbles, she finally succeeded. Unlike Shi Ha and the others, who aimed for a swift capture, she did not immediately seize a rabbit. Instead, wherever a rabbit grazed, she pulled up all the grass around it. Rabbit. "My grass seems to have vanished. Do you have any clues?" Rabbit. "I'm not truly a person, but you are definitely a dog." Once the rabbit began to suspect that there was no grass in that area, Shi Ha silently placed the grass into the cage, and the rabbit, following the scent of the grass, crawled right in. Lu Yingying. Having stumbled a few times, is this really possible? This is called clever capture, darling. Shi Ha gently tousled her hair, reminding us to treat delightful food with tenderness. Lu Yingying evaded her hand, awkwardly retorting, I've told you, don't call me precious lady in such a cheesy manner.
Who is your darling anyway?
My apologies, darling. I'll be more mindful next time. Lu Yingying responded with a hint of sarcasm. Moments later, as they continued their journey, they passed a chicken farm where occasional clucks could be heard. However, the chicken farm wasn't part of their designated areas, compelling them to move on with regret. Lu Yingying curiously inquired, why do chickens crow so loudly every morning? Song Nanqing raised his hand, eager to answer. It's because of a gland in their brain called the pineal gland. Shi Ha yawned, interrupting him. Of course, you wouldn't understand, being a young lady. Why not ask those middle school students who rise at 6 or 7 for classes, or university students with multiple alarms set, whether they feel like screaming when they wake up on weekdays? If they don't lose their minds, that's already a victory. Lu Yingying turned to Song Nanqing, asking, is that true? No need to ask, it's true, he affirmed. What's wrong with screaming? I scream. After all, going to work every day. It's a miracle I haven't lost my mind. As they traveled towards the next area, Lu Yingying sought to alleviate the boredom by engaging the others in conversation. By the way, do you have any wishes? Song Nanqing pondered for a moment. My wish is quite simple, to become a good singer who writes and performs well, hoping that my family, friends, and fans remain healthy and happy. Did you hear that?
He cares about me.
Lu Yingying exclaimed. And what about you? Shi Ha replied. Chewing on a blade of grass, I don't have many wishes. Lu Yingying pressed on. You don't have anything you desire? She tilted her head. Well, I do have one. What is it? I want 8 male models of different styles and types. Nothing too demanding, just over 185 centimeters tall.
What?
Wait a minute. Lu Yingying's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Shi Ha.
Can you really say that?
Although she often spoke her mind, she wasn't a celebrity. While Shi Ha was indeed a bona fide star, saying such things in front of millions.
Shi Ha gekleed. I am just joking.
Lu Yingying sighed in relief. 8 ISNTNF. Chapter 035. Shi Ha's clever capture of ostrich eggs. Shi Ha, embracing self-expression. So what does that mean? Height 185 centimeters, age 18. Looks above 80 points. Wow, can you really say that? What's wrong with that? One must confront their true desires. I've said it plainly, I want 8. I'm more dedicated. 6 would suffice. Just on weekends. What's wrong? I'm only in my teens, and I've already met 28. 283 kids I want to protect. Shi Ha looked at Song Nanqing, whose cheeks flushed a light pink, and asked, Why is your face so red, star? The young man averted his gaze, stammering, it's just hot. A sudden cool breeze swept through, nearly blowing Lu Yingying's sun hat away. She clutched her hat, scolding the wind. Hey, can you pay attention when you blow?
Didn't you see me passing by?
Song Nanqing, who had just complained about the heat, was interrupted. Shi Ha leaned closer, her amber eyes intently focused on him, causing him to quickly avert his gaze. Shi Ha tilted her head. What's wrong? Do you want to join in? Song Nanqing abruptly looked up. Huh? Don't be shy. We must face our desires. It's a part of life. I don't like male models or female models. I really don't. Then what do you like? I prefer dogs. I plan to adopt one. Song Nanqing quickly shifted the topic. Dogs? What kind? Husky. Song Nanqing's eyes lit up. Shi Ha paused momentarily, envisioning a smiling Samoyed walking alongside a husky. How peculiar. She thought, let me take another look. Why did you think of adopting a husky? Because I find them adorable and energetic, and their eyes are beautiful. I prefer lively and active dogs. Shi Ha's gaze softened further. After these 2 days of exploring the world, she realized that the general opinion of huskies wasn't particularly favorable. Tales of them destroying furniture, howling at night, being clever yet foolish, and their penchant for mud puddles and trash heaps were rampant. As a purebred husky, she felt compelled to clarify. Huskies are indeed very lively, mischievous, energetic, and exceptionally beautiful, with a strong sense of self-identity and independence. The negative tales are mere rumors and slander. Sometimes, being too perfect is a flaw. Why are you looking at me like that? The young man felt a bit flustered under Shi Ha's overly gentle gaze. Her eyes gradually transformed from warm and friendly to kindly and benevolent, evoking a sudden urge in him to bring her gifts during the new year. It's nothing, just that you seem different from those who spread rumors. From today on, you are my best friend. What? He asked, your best friend? What about me? Lu Yingying, who had been sulking, perked up at this revelation. Shi Ha quickly replied, "He is my good friend, and you are my darling." That is more like it. Lu Yingying's brows curved, a smile gracing her lips. "But I've told you many times, don't call me darling." "All right, darling," Shi Ha teased. "I'm not easily swayed. I'm steadfast." Lu Yingying turned away, sulking. "I punish you." 5 minutes of silence. "Oh no, it's my fault. I'll remember not to forget your instructions." "As long as you understand," she replied. "How about you make the punishment a bit harsher? Let me not talk to you for half an hour?" "Wait. Why does it seem like Lu Yingying is somewhat enjoying this? Sundra is like this. They say one thing but mean another. If she were truly upset, she would have shown it already."
Got it, got it.
"I never expected that star. With such a gentle and shy demeanor, would want to adopt a husky. It feels like the husky will be walking him instead." Upon reaching the second capture area, the trio gazed out, surprised at what they saw. "Are those ostriches?" Lu Yingying pointed at the towering birds by their nests. "Can we handle them?" Song Nanqing asked. "We can steal their eggs. If I can't deal with the ostriches, surely I can manage their eggs." Shi Ha beckoned the two closer, whispering plans for their endeavor, causing them to alternate between frowning and nodding in realization, their expressions shifting more rapidly than a face-changing act in Sichuan opera. "So, which way do we proceed? Is there anything we shouldn't hear?" After Shi Ha outlined the plan, Song Nanqing and Lu Yingying suddenly departed in their vehicle, leaving Shi Ha to observe the male ostriches outside the fence. The birds were tightly guarding several ostrich eggs, so to obtain them, it was essential to devise a method to distract the ostriches. Conventional strategies for luring them away would prove futile, as ostriches could run twice as fast as the fastest human and several times quicker than an average person. Thus, running away was simply not an option. It was only when Shi Ha donned the makeshift ostrich costume crafted from cardboard and plastic bags that the audience began to grasp their intentions. Could it be that Shi Ha is going to disguise herself as an ostrich to lead them away? A few minutes later, a somewhat ragged and even somewhat risky female ostrich appeared before their eyes. It ambled into the enclosure, circling around the male ostriches a few times before approaching them. Having discerned their lack of aggression, behind the cardboard facade, Shi Ha swayed her body, mimicking the characteristics of a female ostrich, twisting her neck and shaking her rear, which captured the attention of the male ostriches guarding the eggs. Shi Ha imitated the sounds of an ostrich, calling out playfully, inviting them to come over. One of the ostriches eventually rose slowly and began to approach her, prompting the other two to follow suit. In mere moments, Shi Ha found herself encircled by 3 towering male ostriches. To maintain their distraction, Shi Ha danced while leading them further away, ensuring that Lu Yingying and Song Nanqing could retrieve the eggs without being detected. After the group of ostriches had wandered a good distance away, Lu Yingying and Song Nanqing swiftly dashed to the nest to collect the eggs. Fortunately, Shi Ha had drawn them far enough, and her vigorous performance diverted their attention. So the 3 ostriches remained oblivious to the theft occurring at their nest. The nest contained roughly a dozen eggs, but the 2 only managed to take 3. As Shi Ha lifted her gaze, she found herself making eye contact with the 3 curious ostriches peeking through the costume's openings. "What on earth?" she thought, mirroring their astonishment. In the ensuing chaos, Shi Ha paid no heed to whether the ostriches recognized her true identity. She bolted. Upon seeing her flee, the 3 ostriches instinctively chased after her. "No, don't come after me," she exclaimed, frantically shedding the cumbersome costume as she ran. "I'm not an ostrich. Look, my feathers are fake, made from your neighbor's chicken, my neck is cardboard, and my perky backside is just foam." Shi Ha sprinted with astonishing speed, her feet barely touching the ground. Once she finally stripped off the costume, revealing her human form, the ostriches paused for a brief moment, only to then chase her even more fervently, curiously pecking at her as she ran, forcing her to cover her rear and head. Chasing her is even better now that she's revealed herself. The commotion continued as Lu Yingying shouted from the vehicle, urging her to hurry. Song Nanqing extended his hand, calling out, "Quick, grab my hand," timing her leap perfectly. Shi Ha lunged onto the 3-wheeled vehicle. Once she regained her footing, she glanced at her hands in surprise, realizing she was unscathed. Suddenly, she felt a weight beneath her, and looking down, she discovered she had landed atop a young man. With Song Nanqing cushioning her fall, she felt no pain. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed, quickly bouncing up and checking on him. "Are you alright? Did I hurt you?" "I'm fine, really. Not too painful," he reassured her, taking a deep breath. "What about you?" "I'm alright. I had a cushion underneath, he replied. Shi Ha gasped for breath, reflecting on how that chase had been the fastest she had ever run in her life. Despite covering only 1,000 meters, she felt an overwhelming fatigue that seemed to echo the exertion of 3 days of labor in the mountains without sleep. It was a transformative experience, imbued with a euphoric sense of exhilaration. They turned their gaze back to the scene, noting that 2 of the 3 ostrich eggs had shattered, one having been crushed against a sharp iron spike, while the other had only sustained minor damage. The final egg remained intact. The 3 exchanged glances, and Shi Ha declared, "The completely broken one counts as mine." Song Nanqing added, "Then the one with just a bit broken is mine." Lu Yingying examined her egg, and after a brief silence, she suddenly approached and used scissors to poke a small hole in her intact egg. "All right, this one, which is worth 1,100, counts as mine." The 2 stared at her in disbelief. She really... I could cry. Families should stick together, even if it means breaking things. Shi Ha teased, nudging Lu Yingying. "Miss, will you treat me to a drink after today as activities? I don't want to spend my own money. Mine is precious. Can't I wait? My money is going to be useless." Lu Yingying was about to agree when she heard Shi Ha's next statement. "You see, you don't understand. Money itself holds no value. It is the act of using it that bestows value upon it. If you leave it untouched, it becomes worthless. Then use your own money." Lu Yingying countered. "If I use mine, what happens to yours? Can you really bear to let your money sit there alone, created with great expectations, never realizing its potential?" Lu Yingying pondered this. "So what should I do?" "Use it to buy drinks for me. This way, you fulfill its purpose, and in turn, it strengthens our bond. Isn't that a win-win situation?" Lu Yingying stared intently at Shi Ha, deep in thought. After a moment, she nodded decisively. "I understand. This is how it can achieve its maximum value. Money exists to be spent, and its mission is to be used meaningfully. Even if it disappears from this world, it will be happy, having completed its purpose. If we don't use it, we are wasting its limited existence." Shi Ha excitedly grasped Lu Yingying's hand. "You are truly teachable. Your ability to extrapolate from my words demonstrates remarkable learning and logical thinking." She gave Lu Yingying a thumbs up. "Of course. Who do you think I am? I'll cover your lunch today. No need to thank me. Although something feels off, I can't quite put my finger on it." Shi Ha certainly has a knack for twisting words and concepts. I wish I could articulate like her. I know she is speaking nonsense, but it still feels so right. By around 1 in the afternoon, the 3 groups had nearly completed their tasks of gathering ingredients. Shunyun and Xiqing's moderate route passed through the areas of chicken, duck, crayfish, and dairy cows, resulting in a collection of a chick, 3 chicken eggs, 2 duck eggs, and half a bucket of crayfish. The absence of any dairy cow yield was due to no one daring to milk the cows, so they simply bypassed that area. In stark contrast to the bountiful harvest of the 2, Gu Shi and Yu Go, who followed the animal route, endured a rather dismal experience. They traversed 6 areas: donkey, cow, field mouse, fish, horse, and goose, ultimately gathering only 7 or 8 goose eggs and 2 fish. The donkey could not be caught. The cow was similarly elusive. They failed to capture any field mice. Both were inept at fishing, managing only to net 2 small fish. The horse was neither edible nor transportable, and the geese, akin to a formidable gang, were overly aggressive, resulting in one of them being pecked on the backside while attempting to collect a few duck eggs. Despite her own grim situation, she was exceedingly concerned about the harvest of Shi Ha and the others. Glancing at the time, she noted that only 2 or 3 minutes remained until the designated end, yet Shi Ha and his companions were still nowhere to be seen. Yu Ge's spirits lifted. If Shi Ha were late, they would naturally fall to 3rd place. Even if she herself did not secure first, surpassing Shi Ha was sufficient. She would never allow herself to be outdone by him. She mentally counted down the seconds, and as the final half-minute approached, her excitement and joy threatened to overwhelm her countenance. However, in the last few seconds, they finally appeared before the crowd. Upon seeing this, Yu Ge's previously blossoming expression instantly crumbled. The first sight to greet her was Lu Yingying cradling 2 ostrich eggs, followed closely by Song Nanqing, carrying 3 rabbits. Within a minute of their arrival, Shi Ha's silhouette emerged, riding a hefty pig towards the gathering point. "Here comes the little pig," Yu Ge thought, bewildered. "Is this even allowed? While others ride horses, you chose a pig." As Shi Ha approached on the pig, she wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Apologizing to the director, "I hope we aren't late. This pig is rather heavy, weighing 200 to 300 pounds, so it took a bit of effort." The director gazed at Shi Ha and her pig with a complex expression, marveling at her choice. This pig was meticulously selected by Shi Ha. Her exact words were, "This one will do, not too fat, not too thin. Just the right balance for eating." There was no doubt that if Shi Ha's designated areas included the cattle or donkey farms, she would find a way to acquire them. Yugo, eyeing the pig beside Shi Ha, felt her hand clench tighter until her nails dug into her palm, causing her pain before she finally loosened her grip. How could this be? Why did fortune always favor her? Although they had 6 animal areas, the donkey, cow, horse, and field mouse were not catchable. In reality, only the fish and the aggressive geese were viable targets. Recalling the peck she received from the goose, leaving her embarrassed on camera, fueled her resentment further. If she were on the shortest line, she could have caught rabbits, obtained ostrich eggs, or even led a pig. It was just that Shi Ha was extraordinarily lucky. If it were her, she would have undoubtedly performed even better. Biting her lip, Yugo lowered her head, striving to suppress the surging emotions within her. Shi Ha generously shared her method. First, select the pig you want outside the pig pen. Second, enter the pig pen and lead it out. Third, bring it here. Shi interjected. Of course, I know those 3 steps. As they tussled with the pig, the entire pig farm echoed with Shi Ha's excited laughter and the pig's lamenting cries. The louder you squeal, the more excited I become, Shi Ha exclaimed, while the pig seemed to despair. I'm just a pig, and this is my lot in life. Shi Ha then noticed the 2 small fish Yugo held. Oh, are you already working at such a young age? Yugo responded, so what? Did you find anything? Just 2 small fish and 7 goose eggs? Not too shabby. She forced a smile, but felt her expression darken further. I finally understand what it means to bring misfortune upon oneself. Isn't that Yugo? She complained about the 3 animal routes being too few and brazenly sought to swap route maps with Shi Ha, thinking she could gather a wealth of ingredients and showcase her skills. What happened? It backfired, and her haul barely amounted to a fraction of Shi Ha's. Yugo likely regretted her decision, wishing she hadn't swapped with Shi Ha. Perhaps those ingredients could have been hers. Not necessarily, while rabbits might be easier to catch. She might not have been able to secure the ostrich eggs either. As for the pig, judging by Shi Ha's struggle with it, she likely wouldn't have had the capability. Merely leading a piglet away. Who knows? Without the route swap, Shi Ha might have ended up leading a donkey, catching a few field mice, and snagging a bucket of fish or a few geese. It ultimately depends on one's abilities. Some can navigate challenges with ease. Enough of that. Thankfully, there aren't any fruit trees nearby, otherwise, Shi Ha might uproot them all for you, someone joked, evoking laughter. After a simple lunch, the afternoon activities commenced. The staff set up 5 plastic stools on the lawn. Each pair would take turns, with Shi Ha's group going first, comprising Shi Ha and Song Nanqing. As the first round began, the music played, and everyone circled the chairs, their leisurely pace transforming into a tense one as the game progressed. As the music stopped, Shi Qingyan automatically withdrew, leaving just enough spots for the others. The second round commenced, and after a brief pause, the music halted again, eliminating Yugo, who failed to evade Song Nanqing. In the third round, Xinyan was ousted, followed by Song Nanqing in the fourth. Only Shi Ha and Shi remained. They exchanged intense glances. Shi taunted, I hope you fall. Don't let yourself drop. Shi Ha raised an eyebrow. Fall? You're the one who will fall. The music persisted, approaching its conclusion, as they circled the stool repeatedly, causing Lu Yingying to feel dizzy. Will it stop or not, director? She inquired. Just as she finished speaking, the music abruptly ceased. Shi Ha lunged toward the stool, but Shi swiftly pulled it away, causing a gasp from the onlookers. Shi Ha, not turning around, bent down, swiftly grasping the edge of the stool while lightly tapping Shi's hand, causing him to flinch back. Shi Ha adeptly secured her seat, while Shi, bewildered, exclaimed, Shi Ha, what are you doing? What's the matter with me? Shi Ha retorted, perched on the stool. Shi, in a fit of exasperation, shot her a glare but said nothing further. He couldn't very well admit that Shi Ha had touched his hand, could he? The director announced, in the first round, Shi Ha wins. Now, name 5 sequential phrases. Shi Ha racked her brain for relevant phrases and quickly responded, first kill, then report, first come, first served, first hardship, then sweetness. Now, 2 more. Shi Ha paused for half a minute, first courtesy, then warfare? She ventured. 1 more. Her mind went blank, and she began to scratch her head. Failing to complete the challenge would forfeit the opportunity for the second place. 5, 4. The director's countdown intensified Shi Ha's anxiety. 3, 2, 1. Almost simultaneously, she blurted out first, rub the back. The director was taken aback, while the others stared in confusion. And the audience erupted in bewildered commentary. Chapter 38. The blossoming of toes. Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, Shi Ha blinked in confusion and asked, "Is there a problem with rubbing one's back first?" The director replied, "That's quite a significant issue. I'm referring to the phrase, is rubbing the back even a phrase?" Shi Ha retorted, "Is it not?"
Is it?
"Certainly not. It ought to be considered a phrase." "Really? I find that hard to believe. It should be regarded as an exceedingly concise sentence. First acts as an adverb, indicating the sequence of time. Rub serves as the verb. Back is the noun functioning as the object. Rub the back is a verb phrase within a compound. And in this instance, the subject is implied." Shun Yun said leisurely. Shi Ha turned to the director. "See, it's a sentence." The director stammered. "In any case, it's not a phrase." Shi Ha shrugged toward her teammates. "Apologies, it seems I've failed." Song Nanqing encouraged her. "It's all right. Think positively. At least you used that idiom correctly just now."
Right?
"It shows you've made progress." Shi Ha's eyes sparkled. "Oh, I didn't even realize that until you mentioned it." She excitedly took the young man's hand, and they began to twirl joyfully in circles. Lu Yingying, witnessing this, suddenly rushed over and grabbed both their hands. Just when everyone thought Lu Yingying would separate the seemingly odd pair, they were surprised to see her join in their circle, celebrating Shi Ha's progress in vocabulary. The three of them spun around happily, leaving onlookers to wonder if the capital had successfully bid for the Olympics for the third time. Others were left speechless. The director's team was perplexed. The audience was equally baffled. The director approached the trio with a megaphone. "May I ask, have you finished celebrating?"
The three paused almost.
"Then let us proceed to the second round." In the second round, Shi Ha and Lu Yingying took the stage. In the first round, Si Qing was eliminated. In the second, Shun Yun was out. In the third, Lu Yingying was eliminated, and in the fourth, Gu Shi was out. In the fifth round, it was left to Yu Ge and Shi Ha. Yu Ge seemed to circle around the bench, but was actually inching closer to it behind Shi Ha. When the music ceased, Yu Ge swiftly took a seat on the bench, and just as she reveled in her success, she felt a weight on her legs, even pressing down slightly. Shi Ha, feeling the softness beneath her, bounced up. "I'm sorry. I was a bit slow and didn't see." Yu Ge was left speechless. She had beaten Shi Ha before. She had triumphed over her, so she endured. Yu Ge gently crossed her legs, resting her hands on them, tilting her head with a soft smile. "It's all right, dear sister. You may sit as long as you wish." The director declared in the second round, Yu Ge is victorious. He posed a query: if a cake is divided into 3 equal parts and 13 is represented as 0.33333333, then where has the remaining 0.0000000 of the cake gone? Yu Ge was puzzled. What kind of question is this? 5, 4, 3. She anxiously frowned. "Wait, let me think. If you must know, that little piece of cake must have stuck to the knife, right?" Yu Ge was left utterly speechless, pondering. What kind of question is this? "I think I've understood. Shi Ha isn't particularly serious, but seems to grasp the chaotic aspects quite well. Ha ha."
Yet.
I can't shake the feeling that Yu Ge was gradually inching closer to the bench with each round. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sat down so quickly. Shi Ha's speed and reactions were exceptionally quick. But the director never said such tactics were off limits, right? It's merely a clever trick. Adhering strictly to the rules of games and variety shows is rather dull. Understanding how to adapt and break the rules makes it far more interesting. Didn't I recall some fans berating Shi Ha for using tricks to win earlier? TSK, the double standards are glaring.
She was reputative.
Purely because they are undeniably charming. Whether sliced, diced, or mashed, prepared in any manner, potatoes are the most benevolent and delicious of vegetables. And I will not entertain any dissent. The third round of the musical chairs game commenced. The music was frenetic, prompting the guests to unconsciously quicken their pace. Nevertheless, Si Qing and the leading Song Nanqing maintained a half-meter distance, while Lu Yingying behind him kept an equal distance. She was unsure why, but she felt an inexplicable familiarity with Si Qing. His icy demeanor bore a resemblance to someone she knew. Yet, after racking her brain through all her friends and relatives, none matched Si Qing's character. It was impossible, simply impossible. How could it be him? The elusive figure. Though both the Lu and Si families resided in the capital, the Si family towered over all others, a colossal entity with members spread across the globe, entwined in politics, commerce, and military affairs. In comparison, The Liu family was but a minor player. She had heard from her elders that the Shi family, in order to solidify its standing in the capital and throughout the nation, had historically engaged in absolute commercial marriages. Be it male or female, freedom in romantic pursuits was virtually non-existent. Each was a pawn in the family's quest for strength. Over the years, as society evolved, other branches may have relaxed their rigid policies, allowing more self-selection, but the main Shi family still adhered strictly to this commercial marriage model. Each spouse was chosen from among the finest matches nationwide and globally. This practice contributed to the Shi family's formidable strength and the exceptional nature of its members. Built upon the sacrifice of romantic inclinations in favor of selecting robust, quality genes. The previous head of the family was also a product of a commercial marriage, united with the daughter of a domestic business tycoon, resulting in the current head, Shi Qingyan. However, Liu Ying had never heard of Shi Qingyan having a sister, as the tragic incident of his mother's suicide on his first birthday had stirred considerable controversy within their circles. Thus, it seemed that Shi Qing and the Shi family were unrelated. As the music grew ever more frantic, the pace of the participants quickened, transitioning from a leisurely stroll to a brisk walk, bodies drawing closer together. The music abruptly stopped, and apart from Shi Qing, who moved away, the others promptly seated themselves on the benches. Suddenly, Shi Ha exclaimed, "Who stepped on my shoe?" She looked down at her right foot, which she had to lift, and discovered a hole the size of a fingernail on her big toe. At her exclamation, the others turned to look at her foot, focusing on the hole and the partially exposed nail. Involuntarily curling her toes, the already strained fabric finally gave way, revealing her second toe to the light, followed by the third, fourth, and little toes. The 5 toes emerged triumphantly before the onlookers. They even curled shyly in response. "Shi Ha, are you blossoming like a flower of toes, breaking through the soil?" Chapter 39. Prohibition of Puns. Ha 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 ha. This feels like a social death. I'm already embarrassed for her. Toes. A family should be neat and orderly. I'm laughing so hard. I do like to call this one of the iconic moments of the variety show. Shi Ha seems to possess a comedic talent. Ha ha ha. In the realm of variety shows, this is quite an explosive moment. Upon reflecting on the fact that several guests, the surrounding production crew, and millions of viewers witnessed her journey with tattered socks, Shi Ha exclaimed, "Everyone forget about me, both my first and last name." The crowd responded, "To be honest, it's truly difficult to erase the image of those toes breaking free from the confines of the socks." Liu Ying's charming face was now etched with disbelief. "Have you fallen so low that you can't even afford a decent pair of socks?" Shi Ha replied candidly, "To be honest, I reside on an island." "What island?" "The island of poverty." Laughter erupted, for indeed, this world thrives on puns. "Just kidding," she continued. "I simply find wearing socks excessively stifling. After all that running and jumping, my toes informed me they were quite uncomfortable, nearly succumbing to heatstroke. For their well-being, I thought it prudent to let them breathe. They have matured now, they are adult toes, and it is time for them to experience the vast world outside, to grasp their insignificance and no longer remain sheltered flowers." The crowd remarked, "With such a talent for storytelling, you might as well write novels." It became clear that Shi Ha's actions were entirely for the sake of her toes, seizing this opportunity to introduce them to the public, ensuring that millions would recognize them. Thus, when they ventured into society, they would be considered celebrities, making their future endeavors much smoother. Shi Ha was indeed paving the way for her toes. This was a testament to her heartfelt dedication. "I could cry." One sister from above exclaimed, "How many times has Shi Ha devoured her share?" Alas, the phenomenon of Shi Ha's whimsical ramblings had begun to spread. In truth, Shi Ha was equally bemused. The socks were a bargain she had purchased outside the airport, 9 pairs for just 9 yuan. These were newly swapped. How could they have deteriorated so quickly? The quality was abysmal. Tomorrow, she resolved to wear 3 pairs. This way, regardless of whether the outer or inner layer tore, or if both succumbed, at least one layer would remain intact. There is no such thing as a peaceful existence. It merely suggests that other socks bear the burden for you. With the interlude behind her, Shi Ha donned her shoes and continued, albeit this time the others maintained a respectful distance, presumably not wanting to witness another spectacle of toes emerging from their confines. Ironically, this misfortune led Shi Ha to persist until the end. Yet, even if others had not kept their distance, they could hardly rival her quick reflexes. One must admit, Shi Ha's reaction speed is astonishing. Indeed, I barely blinked before she was seated on the bench. I couldn't even fathom how she made it there. How else could she have done it but by flying over on her blossoming toes? Laughter ensued as the humor lingered. Shi Ha, prepare to receive legal notices, everyone. The 7th round of the bench-snatching game concluded, with the Yugo group winning once, earning cabbage, the Shun Yun group winning once, acquiring tomatoes, while Shi Ha's group triumphed 5 times, claiming potatoes, mung beans, pumpkins, cauliflower, and water spinach. As the gathered crowd took a break, they either rested or refreshed their makeup and attire in the farm's leisure area. Shi Ha joyfully trailed after Lu Yingying, indulging in a lavish afternoon tea, and, oh, with Song Nanxing as well. However, let us not call it mooching. Shi Ha was merely aiding Lu Yingying in realizing the value of her money through consumption, thereby contributing to economic growth. She was making a difference in this world. Suddenly, a biscuit plummeted onto the table. Shi Ha, with lightning speed, picked it up, dusted it off, and was about to pop it into her mouth when Lu Yingying, incredulous, halted her. What are you doing? Shi Ha, momentarily taken aback, replied, as you can see, I'm eating a biscuit. You're eating one that fell on the floor? And why not? It merely fell on the table, not in the dirt nor in a trash bin. Even if it had fallen into the dirt or a trash can, I would still relish it. When one is on the brink of starvation, the thought of food found in a trash can prompt a swift dash to consume it, oblivious to concerns about cleanliness or bacteria. In their eyes, even refuse is a precious resource that can sustain life. Shi Ha recalled her younger days when she was a stray dog near a landfill, unable to contend with other scavengers, eking out a meager sustenance from discarded leftovers. The state of the food was irrelevant. Survival took precedence. Eating could mean clinging to life with hope or, conversely, succumbing to the toxins of spoiled scraps. To abstain from eating could lead to starvation or being outcompeted by other strays, ultimately resulting in death. Thus, whether dying sooner or later, she preferred the path of a well-fed demise. In her past life, she indeed perished from overindulgence. This revelation struck Shi Ha as she realized that her past self had truly been gluttonous. This notion left Lu Yingying, who had grown up in affluence, somewhat shaken. If it's fallen, it's dirty. Eating contaminated food leads to illness. True, I concur with your perspective, Shi Ha acknowledged. However, if you pick it up within 3 seconds, it's still edible, for the bacteria have yet to ascend. Lu Yingying gasped in astonishment. Is there really such a rule? Song Nanxing, though not as wealthy as Lu Yingying, was also intrigued. Of course, in the demon realm, such sayings do not exist. This is merely a remnant from Shi Ha's memories. I can attest that Shi Ha is correct. We also adhere to the 3-second rule. I can corroborate. However, in our region, we say it's acceptable within 5 seconds. Ha ha ha. It seems your standards are not rigorous enough. Pointing and critiquing. As the evening approached, a grand bonfire lit up the open square, with everyone gathered around, savoring the dishes crafted from their catches. The Shun Yun group prepared beggar's chicken, tomato and egg soup, and garlic shrimp. The Yuga group presented boiled goose eggs, steamed goose eggs, fried goose eggs, and a cabbage and crucian carp soup. In comparison to the sparse offerings of the neighboring group, Shi Ha's table was nearly overflowing, with some dishes spilling over into the Yuga group's space. As they savored duck eggs while inhaling the aromas wafting from the dishes on either side, Yuga and Gushi remarked, while the Shun Yun group boasts the fragrant beggar's chicken and garlic shrimp, our offerings are quite bland. Who on earth is preparing all these eggs? Seated between them, the duo, tempted by the savory scents, could not help but swallow hard. Shall we send some over to them? They're far too much. We could never finish it all. Not long after they began to eat, Shi Ha turned to the two. They nodded in agreement. Although the director had mentioned that they should eat according to their abilities, they had caught far more than they could consume. They were friends, possibly even on the cusp of romance, though everyone doubted the likelihood, and it felt improper for them to feast on delicacies while their neighbors dined on leftovers. Moreover, Shi Ha was Yu Ji's elder sister, and Lu Yingying harbored feelings for Gushi. Shi Ha called out, "Why don't we all come over and eat together?" Having grown weary of the duck eggs, Yu Ji's eyes sparkled with a hint of gratitude, just as she prepared to express her thanks. However, Gushi interjected with unwavering resolve, proclaiming, "No need for that. We won't starve. We can fend for ourselves." Yugo widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at him. "Are you even listening to yourself? If you want to eat, I certainly will. What are you thinking?" She was on the verge of anger. Gushi turned to her, stating, "Though I don't know you well, it's evident that you possess a certain independence and integrity. We must adhere to our commitments, consuming only what we have gathered ourselves. Yugo retorted, spare me this nonsense. These duck eggs, chicken eggs, and bland cabbage soup are utterly inedible. I crave meat, fragrant, delicious meat. Normally, Yugo might have settled for the meager fare in pursuit of maintaining her figure, but at that moment, with Ha beside her indulging in a feast, why should she settle for such insipid food? Noticing Yugo biting her lip in silence, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Gushi nodded. There's nothing to be moved by. Honoring one's word is a fundamental quality of being human. Yugo exclaimed, who is even feeling moved.
What do you mean by that?
Are you suggesting I'm not human? Though she longed to upend the bowl before her onto Gushi's head, she struggled to maintain her composure and smile. Shi Ha chimed in, don't you really want any? We have plenty, far too much to eat. Lu Ying added, exactly, we're all friends here. Sharing food is perfectly normal. Why refuse? Song Nanxing encouraged Gushi, little you just have a bite. Gushi firmly shook his head, standing his ground. I won't eat. That is my principle. If you wish to eat, then by all means go ahead. This last remark was directed at Yugo. He pondered, realizing that their acquaintance was merely fleeting. He could impose principles upon himself, but not upon her. Yugo huffed, why didn't you say so earlier? Now I'm being grilled over this. If I eat, won't that imply I lack principles and am less resolute than you? Shi Ha asked sister, do you want to come and eat with us? Yugo bit her lip, tears shimmering in her eyes, shaking her head vigorously, even emitting a soft whimper. The others questioned sister. Why are you crying? Are you alright? Yugo replied, it's nothing. I'm just touched by your willingness to share food. I tend to be quite emotional, so I couldn't help myself. The others understood, exclaiming, so you truly won't eat? We have roasted rabbit and sweet and sour ribs. Yugo ground her teeth, forcing out the words, I want eat. Truly, I want. Very well if you insist. Shi Ha sighed regretfully. Yugo thought to herself, she's going to drive me insane. I'm not joking. Meanwhile, Si Qingyan, having consumed some shredded beggar's chicken and a bowl of tomato and egg soup, coldly declared, I'm done eating. Help yourselves. And then stepped away towards the increasingly dark wilderness. Moments later, as Shi Ha gathered everyone to eat together, Xunyun approached with a plate of food. He smiled lightly. Do you mind if I join your table? Not at all, come. Song Nanxing beckoned him to sit. Where's sister Si Qing? Xunyun replied nonchalantly. She went for a walk. Thus, he discovered that Si Qing had been leaving for exercise at 5:30 in the morning. However, he found it curious that even while exercising, she wore long, loose-fitting clothing that concealed her figure entirely. Shouldn't T1 wear something more fitted when exercising? As for Shi Ha, Xunyun noticed she was also absent. Haha, she gave the leftover food to the cameraman. There are only a few of them and they can't finish it all. To avoid waste, she shared the excess with them. Xunyun nodded in agreement. Shi Ha moved several plates of food closer to Xunyun, adopting a host-like demeanor. Eat. Don't be polite. Treat it as if you're at home. Lu Ying interjected, this ISN to your home on this vast grassland. Shi Ha picked up a piece of pork, the surface either charred or burnt. Just as she was about to eat, Lu Ying frowned. Is that clean? Shi Ha shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine. I have strong luck. Lu Ying was taken aback. Chapter 041. You can tell if there's electricity by just touching. Why won't the lights turn on? Shi Ha pressed the corridor light switch as they entered the courtyard, but it remained unresponsive, the small house shrouded in darkness. Is there a power outage? It could be due to old wiring or a trip circuit, but since this house was recently renovated, it shouldn't be an issue with outdated wiring. It might just be a trip circuit. I'll go check the main switch, Song Nanxing said, turning on his phone's flashlight as he prepared to enter the small house. Xunyun suddenly inquired, do you know where the main switch is? Song Nanxing paused, realizing he genuinely didn't know. Does anyone remember where the main switch is? Silence ensued, given their limited attention to such matters. And the fact that they had spent no more than 10 hours in the small house over the past 3 days, it was understandable that no one had taken note. Behind the second water tank in the backyard. Are you referring to the main switch? In the dim light, Si Qing frowned slightly, questioning why such a simple concept required repetition. Then let us go retrieve the switch. Come on, Shi Ha said as she moved towards the backyard. Wait. Lu Ying called out. Do you have any experience with electrical work? What if you mess it up? What if there's a leak you don't notice? Shi Ha tilted her head. Does getting shocked as a child count? Don't worry, I may lack experience, but I have common sense. I can tell if something has power, or if there's a leak with just a touch. Gu, she scoffed. You touch it, and even the king of hell will know if there's electricity.
Shi Ha pouted.
In the end, everyone agreed to go together, as they could not ascertain whether it was merely a trip circuit or a potential leak. They needed to traverse the entire living room to reach the backyard. Despite the flashlight illuminating their path, the night was still thick with darkness, leaving the surroundings somewhat dim. Shun Yun gently reminded them, "Watch your step on the stairs. Don't trip." As soon as he finished speaking, ouch. Shi Ha, not seeing the steps, suddenly stumbled sideways. Instinctively, she reached for the arm of the person next to her, only to find that individual quickly retreating. Her fingers just grazed his waist before sliding down to his firm thigh as she fell. Fortunately, Lu Yingying and Song Nanqing reacted swiftly, pulling Shi Ha back just before she could make contact with the ground. "Are you alright?" Several concerned voices called out, but no one noticed the restrained gasp that came from the darkness. Soon, the tall figure turned and ascended the stairs. "I'm fine, I just tripped on the step." Shi Ha expressed her gratitude. Only then did she realize she had inadvertently touched someone in the darkness, though she hadn't seen who it was. She sensed it was a male due to the solid muscle and clear contours. Yet, she brushed it off as a fleeting incident, likely unnoticed by the person involved. After checking the backyard, they found it was merely a standard circuit trip with no sign of a leak. When Shi Ha returned upstairs, it was already past 9:40. But upon entering her room, she found no sign of Si Qing, nor even her luggage and toiletries. It was as if this room had never hosted this person at all. Shi Ha pondered, sending a WeChat message. "Haha, why have you disappeared?" Cat emoji. "Si Qing, I moved." "Haha, why did you move?" "Si Qing, I'm accustomed to sleeping alone." "Haha, that's good. I thought my charm was too overwhelming, making it difficult for you to sleep beside me." Grinning widely. However, Shi Ha was entirely unfazed by such notions. Today, she had taken a stroll around the farm, visiting the rabbit hutch, ostrich pen, and pigsty, leaving her slightly sweaty. While others might have carried the scent of sweat and animals, Shi Ha remained unaffected. She used Blue Moon lavender laundry detergent and Safeguard pomegranate shower gel, both of which offered a remarkably long-lasting fragrance, more effective than 6 uses combined. Even now, as she raised her hand to her nose, she could detect the faint scent of pomegranate blossoms lingering on her fingertips, a light yet sweet and rich aroma. After her bath, Shi Ha sent a heartfelt message to Song Nanqing, planning to invite him out for an outing tomorrow. Yes, it was not a date, but an adventure. Shi Ha intended to join Samyed Shing at the amusement park to ride roller coasters, merry-go-rounds, go rock climbing, and row boats. So many enjoyable activities awaited. Shortly after sending her message, Shi Ha received heartfelt responses from both Song Nanqing and Shen Yun. Without hesitation, she declined Shen Yun's invitation. "Ha, sorry. I've already made plans with Xing to go out tomorrow. Let's play together next time." "My apologies." Dog emoji bows. Shen Yun, "Alright, have fun." "Haha, you have fun too. Good night. Rest early." Shen Yun, "Good night." After finalizing her plans for tomorrow's amusement park excursion, Shi Ha fell asleep with a smile. On the pristine, soft bed, a man opened his slightly flushed eyes, glancing out the window as dawn broke, the clock on the wall indicating 7 o'clock. Rising at 5 had become his routine over the past decade, but today marked the first time in 10 years he had overslept. Noticing something was amiss, he rose and made his way to the bathroom. After a while, the bathroom door swung open. The towel draped casually around his athletic waist swayed with his movements as Si Qing approached the bedside, his expression cold and detached, exuding an air of chilling restraint. The flush at the corners of his eyes gradually faded as time passed, contrasting with his increasingly aloof demeanor. Chapter 042. Remarkable ability to shift the topic. As the alarm rang at 7:30, Shi Ha opened her eyes and energetically climbed out of bed to change and wash up. 5 minutes later, she appeared in the living room, where Song Nanqing and Shen Yun were preparing breakfast. "You're up early today,"
Shen Yun remarked, glancing at Shi Ha,
who had made an effort to dress up, lipstick and a small bag. Shi Ha nodded excitedly, her eyes sparkling. "I'm going to the amusement park with Xing, so I woke up early. Otherwise, we'd be stuck in long lines, waiting an hour to enjoy just 3 minutes of fun." Shen Yun nodded in understanding, lowering his gaze as he elegantly sipped his milk. "Oh, something feels off. Shen Yun, when it's a date with me, you sleep until 8, but for him, you wake up early and look so excited?" "I see. No, I can't collapse." "Got it. So compared to the gentle and elegant Shen Yun, Shi Ha prefers the sunny and cheerful big boy, right?" It seems Shi Ha and Song Nanqing share more common interests. A sibling romance and impossible. I'm waving the flag for happiness. Ha, has Sister Siqing not woken up yet? Song Nanqing, wearing an apron, suddenly asked as he brought out the cooked pumpkin porridge.
Huh?
She hasn't woken up? I didn't know. She moved to another room to live alone last night. Song Nanqing looked puzzled. Moved?
Why?
She said she was used to being alone and didn't like sleeping with others.
Oh.
But she does seem like the type who values independence and solitude. Before long, Lu Yingying, Guxi, and Yugo also came down. Sister, are you planning to play? Yugo pointed at the Husky plush backpack on Shi Ha's back. Yes, I'm going to the amusement park with Xingxing. What about you? Where are you planning to go today? Yugo glanced at the casually elegant man on the sofa, her expression slightly sour. Nowhere. I plan to rest today.
Oh.
What about you? Lu Yingying rolled her eyes. I have no plans today. I'm resting. She had sent a message to Gu Shi yesterday, but he had declined her invitation, making Lu Yingying fume and stay up 5 minutes later than usual. While 5 minutes might seem trivial for a student worker, those minutes were a lifeline. So it seems it's just me and Xingxing going out? That should be the case, as Sister Siqing probably has no plans either. Lu Yingying took a sip of porridge, pondering. Sister Siqing hadn't gone on dates lately. If yesterday wasn't a group activity day, she likely wouldn't have come out. However, Sister Siqing usually left for exercise by 5:30, yet it was already past 8, and she hadn't come down. What if something happened? The group exchanged glances before ultimately deciding to check upstairs. The four of them stood before Siqing's door, suddenly halting, none daring to knock. Song Nanqing. I'm a guy. It's not convenient. Lu Yingying. I've never spoken to her. You go. How about you go, Shi Ha? You interact with Sister Siqing the most, and should know her well. Shi Ha hesitated for 3 seconds, then suddenly tightened her lips, her expression tense. Actually, there's something I've never told anyone. Today, I've finally mustered the courage to share it with you all. The three of them. What with the sudden heavy atmosphere? What is it? Please don't let it be something bad. Shi Ha shouted, demonstrating a set of Wing Chun moves in front of them.
Whoa. Ha. Hey.
Finally, she clasped her hands together, her voice booming. To be candid, I've been deceiving everyone these past few days. I just returned from Thailand a few days ago. I'm a guy now, so it's not convenient for me to go in. Perhaps you should send in a girl instead? The three of them. Shi Ha, don't be ridiculous. Shocking. The renowned female star has undergone gender reassignment. No sooner had Shi Ha finished speaking than the doorknob suddenly turned, and the door slowly creaked open. In an instant, the three behind Shi Ha retreated to the staircase, leaving her standing alone at the door. Shi Ha, when did you learn to teleport? She leaned slightly into the room, her gaze landing on Siqing, who appeared slightly flushed, her hair damp, suggesting she had just finished her morning routine. However, Siqing unexpectedly lowered her gaze quickly and averted her eyes from Shi Ha, asking, Is there something you need? Shi Ha shook her head, then nodded. Your voice sounds a bit hoarse. Are you coming down with a cold?
No.
Then why do you have a red mark on your neck? A mosquito bite. And what about the teeth marks on your lip? I bit myself. And why is your earlobe turning redder? Because it's hot. Before she could finish her sentence, the door was abruptly slammed shut. Shi Ha silently turned around, mumbling. Then you're, where the mountain road twists 18 bends. Here the waterway has 9 interlocking loops. The 3 others. It's hard to decide whether to applaud her quick reflexes or her skillful ability to divert the topic to ease the awkwardness. That transition was truly masterful. If that pink mark on the neck belonged to any other star, it would spark countless gossip, but on Siqing, the first assumption would undoubtedly be ruled out as a hickey. Most likely, it is a result of my own carelessness, perhaps from scratching or a mosquito bite. How dare those vile mosquitoes bite such a magnificent face as Sir C's? I cannot fathom why Sir C is acting so strangely today. Previously, when conversing with others, although his gaze was often cold and indifferent, he would at least make eye contact. Yet today, despite having spoken numerous sentences to Shi Ha, he did not once look in Shi Ha's direction, keeping his eyes lowered as if he dared not meet her gaze. It is all quite peculiar. Moreover, have you not noticed? Sir C has changed rooms and is no longer sleeping with Shi Ha. What on earth has transpired? Could it be that the two have had a quarrel? It is possible, after all. Sir Qing does not seem particularly fond of Shi Ha. Upon confirming that Sir Qing is unharmed, everyone felt a sense of relief. Shi Ha and Song Nanqing tidied up briefly, and she waved to the others, saying, We shall take our leave now. Please take care of the house, and do not touch anything. There is food in the refrigerator and kitchen. Feel free to prepare something if you are hungry. Just be cautious with the knives to avoid injury. In those few words, there lies a hint of interpersonal relationships. Suddenly, the tall man leaning against the wall raised an eyebrow with a hint of mischief. I recall there is a points redemption card. Yes? I would like to exchange 3 points for a card to separate Shi Ha and Song Nanqing's date. Upon hearing this, everyone in the living room turned their attention to Gu Shi. Shi Ha questioned, "Are you out of your mind? What does our date have to do with you? Do you wish to date Xingxing instead? I must inform you, that is out of the question. He is mine today." Song Nanqing interjected. There's no need for such speculation. However, the young man's cheeks flushed slightly. Gu Shi disregarded her, focusing on his phone instead. It isn't anything else. I simply do not wish to see you so happy. Upon noticing Shi Ha rolling up her sleeves, Song Nanqing hurriedly said, "I will use 4 points to redeem a refusal card to reject Gu Shi's separation." Gu Shi raised an eyebrow, his expression remaining unfazed. For he had already calculated that Song Nanqing had garnered at least 4 points of affection. Since everyone is enjoying themselves, I shall join in as well. Shenyun placed his hands together, resting his chin on them, his head tilted as he blinked his deep, almond-shaped eyes at the three. I will use 4 points to redeem a matchmaking card and let. He paused for a moment, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. Let Shi Ha and Gu Shi go on a date. Audience. The other three. Shi Ha and Gu Shi. In Chapter 043, the essence lies in an extreme tug-of-war. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Shenyun is using a matchmaking card to arrange a date between Shi Ha and Gu Shi? Surely Shenyun misspoke? Wasn't he referring to himself and Shi Ha? I'm baffled. I suddenly feel lost. Can someone clarify the current situation? The situation is precisely as stated. It is what it is. That sounds like nonsense. I'm not sure. Let me ponder a bit more. This time, the reactions were not limited to Shi Ha and Song Nanqing. Gu Shi's response was the most pronounced. He glared at the man who sat there, calm and collected, his brow furrowed, his voice elevated. What are you doing? Why would you have me go on a date with this woman? Are you out of your mind? It would be better for me to die than to go on a date with her. Shenyun smirked slightly. I was merely jesting. Do not take offense. It is not good for your health. Relax, it is not real. After his words, Lu Yingying quickly interjected. I will use 3 points to redeem a separation card to break apart Shi Ha and Gu Shi's date. Shenyun's long, defined fingers gestured in the air. Here. Gu Shi's anger subsided slightly. Wait, I believe I am starting to understand. Shenyun must have known that Lu Yingying would undoubtedly break apart Gu Shi and Shi Ha, so he arranged for them to date. Knowing they could not possibly go out. What is the purpose of this? I feel as though he is testing Gu Shi's attitude toward Shi Ha. Judging by their reactions, purely conjecture. At that moment, the usually quiet Yuga seemed to muster immense courage, suddenly fixing her gaze on Shenyun. I would like to use 3 points to redeem a designated card to arrange a date with Mr. Shin. She lowered her head, her face turning crimson, uncertain if Mr. Shun would agree. Shenyun's eyes curved slightly. Of course, it would be my honor. What is happening now? Isn't Shenyun interested in Shi Ha? Why is he agreeing to Yuga? If he has no interest in Shi Ha, then why was he testing Gu Shi's feelings towards her? Or have we all misjudged the situation? It seems that Shenyun has some fondness for Shi Ha, but it is not love. Rather, it is a friendly fondness. Thus, when Yuga invited him, he did not refuse. After all, have we forgotten? Shenyun is known as a charming playboy who does not turn anyone away. What kind of people has he not encountered? How could he become enamored with a single girl in just a few days? If that were the case, how could he be labeled as someone who welcomes all? He simply treats everyone well and does not reject anyone. In short, enjoy the drama, but do not take it to heart. Wait. I shall use a 3-person card to arrange a date with Song Nanqing and Shenyun. Shi Ha looked at the camera and suddenly spoke. Everyone froze. Goodness, truly astonishing. Shenyun's smile faltered slightly as he turned to Shi Ha, gazing intently. While I would not refuse you, may I ask why? Yugu's complexion paled, on the verge of tears. Sister, do you not already have Xingxing? Why would you want to include me? Is Shi Ha being too much? Isn't one person. Song Nanqing, enough for her? Now she desires Shenyun as well, wanting all 3 of us to date together? It is one thing to say this, but to do so after Shenyun agreed to Yugu's invitation, is she not blatantly trying to steal someone? Yet, Yuga is Shi Ha's sister. She is not an outsider. ISNT that's somewhat unethical? Seeing their misunderstanding, Shi Ha quickly clarified, no. What I meant was to have Xinyan drive us to the amusement park, as both Song Nanqing and I cannot drive. Little you can come along too. Today is Crazy Thursday. There are discounts on KFC. The 4-person combo is half off, and we cannot miss this opportunity. Once this chance passes, it may not come around again. Missing today's offer means waiting for the next one. However, life is unpredictable, and people pass away every day. Thus, among the 4 of us, who knows if we will even be alive by next week? My advice is to cherish the moment and seize every second. Lu Yingying, speak plainly.
Shi Ha, all right, primarily.
If we arrive late, we might miss the discounted meal. Shenyun Yuga, audience, Shi Ha, you are incredible. I had conjured an elaborate love quadrangle in my mind, and yet you tell me it is merely about having Xinyan drive you? If everyone agrees, shall we set off? Yuga nodded. I have no objections. After all, Shi Ha had already used the matchmaking card and could have taken Xinyan and Song Nanqing without her. Shenyun continued to smile gracefully. Very well. However, just as everyone believed the matter was settled, a voice, as cold as trickling snow melt, suddenly rang out. I will use 6 points to redeem 2 separation cards. The first to part Shi Ha from Song Nanqing, and the second to separate Shi Ha from Xinyan. Everyone. They turned to the source of the voice and beheld Si Qingyan, who had suddenly appeared in the upstairs corridor, his expression indifferent. I suddenly find myself utterly confused by the situation, scratching head. So do I. My intelligence is insufficient to comprehend this variety show. Why is Si God intervening to separate them? Is she interested in Xinyan or Song Nanqing? If it is Xinyan, why separate Shi Ha from Song Nanqing? If it is Song Nanqing, why separate Shi Ha from Xinyan? Is it possible that Si Shen is actually interested in Shi Ha?
Please, do not yet.
Shi Ha, you must cease your chatter. Engaging in such trivialities will only bring you harm. In the end, the 7 of them sat in the living room, some engrossed in their phones, while others exchanged glances or stared vacantly out the window. Upon witnessing the scene, Shi Ha's little face scrunched up. Alas, in this life, one should simply shine their own light. Why extinguish another's? Chapter 044. Would he not seek me out for another 100? Each person's light had been dimmed, yet the points they had accumulated over the past few days were now depleted, ensuring that the chaotic scenes of earlier would not recur in the near future. With time on their hands, Shi Ha and Song Nanqing decided to have a picnic in a nearby valley. Shall we venture to the valley for a camping barbecue? It would be far more enjoyable with more people. Lu Yingying eagerly raised her hand, exclaiming, I shall go.
I shall go.
Xinyan nodded in agreement. Seeing this, the hesitant Yugo promptly declared, if everyone is going, then I shall join too. Lu Yingying turned to Gushi, asking, Brother Gushi, will you accompany us? Of course, why not? Shi Ha's gaze fell on Si Qing, who slightly shook his head. Then it shall be 6 of us. The group first went to the market to procure ingredients and equipment. Yuge and Shi Ha handled vegetables and meat, while Song Nanqing and Lu Yingying took care of snacks and drinks, and Xinyan and Gushi were responsible for camping gear. Let's select some vegetables, Yuge said, squatting before a stall, attempting to appear as a seasoned shopper, not wanting to be perceived as someone easily fooled by the vendors, especially since she had previously crafted an image of a culinary enthusiast. Excuse me, has this vegetable been treated with pesticides? You certainly have a sense of humor, the vendor replied. These vegetables were just picked this morning. They are quite fresh. Shi Ha began selecting her produce, while Yuge discreetly mimicked her actions. Shi Ha discarded the slightly yellowed leaves into the trash bin and turned to the vendor. Auntie, I will take these remaining ones. Please weigh them and pack them up. Yuge quietly tossed her bag into the bin, pretending nothing had happened as she accepted the vegetables handed to her by the vendor. What was Yuge just doing? I saw her putting the wilted leaves into her bag. Did she not say she often ventured to the market alone during her breaks to buy ingredients and cook? Please. Yuge was merely extracting the undesirable items. Putting them in the bag was simply to avoid making a mess. Once the shopping concluded, they set off toward the valley. The camping site, located at the foothills, boasted meandering streams, sandy beaches, and expansive lawns, making it a favored destination for weekend outings among the citizens of Nan City. Shi Ha noticed a wooden sign hanging at the entrance reading, Wild fruits are inedible and picking is prohibited. A fine of 100 during the day, 200 at night. In the valley, shadows danced among the trees, and the greenery enveloped them, while the distant cliffs towered perilously above. Lu Yingying gazed up at the cliff face. If I were to accidentally fall, what would you all do? As she packed, Shi Ha pouted. Then we must ensure a grand send-off. Lu Yingying replied, rest assured. I will select the most picturesque cemetery for you, with 8 top male models to carry your coffin, and invite all your friends to dance at your grave. I shall burn all your belongings, cars, houses, money, jewelry, bags, clothes, phones, and tablets, so that you will not suffer in the afterlife. Lu Yingying added. That may not be necessary. Everyone set up the tents, tarps, tables, and chairs, arranging snacks, fruits, and drinks abundantly. It was still only a little past 10. There was no rush for lunch. Shall we play some games first? Yu Ge suggested. Truth or dare? Lu Yingying eagerly agreed. Let us go fishing. We have rods and bait in the car. Shun Yun retrieved 2 fishing rods and a tackle box from the trunk, suggesting that if they were lucky, they could enjoy grilled fish for lunch.
Shi Ha nodded enthusiastically.
That sounds wonderful. I also wish to fish. I tried it at the farm yesterday and found it quite enjoyable. Yu Ge quickly remarked, smiling at Shin Yun. Mr. Shin, could you lend me a fishing rod? He handed one to her. How proficient are you at fishing, Mr. Shin? Could you teach me? I was unsuccessful yesterday. Upon hearing this, Yu Ge felt a mix of disappointment, sadness, and a hint of shyness as she lowered her gaze. Of course, Shin Yun replied with a smile. You too can fish while we catch fish in the stream. Shi Ha, uninterested in fishing, preferred the hands-on experience of catching fish directly in the water, which was both entertaining and refreshing. Lu Yingying eagerly chimed in. I shall join you. I have never caught fish in a river before. It sounds thrilling. Song Nanqing had been shadowing Shi Ha since their pairing the previous day, serving as her enthusiastic companion. It seems these 3 have grown significantly closer since yesterday, someone remarked. After all, they have shared the experience of fetching ostrich eggs and catching pigs together. Shi Ha politely inquired of Gu Shi. Would you like to join us in catching fish? Brother Gu Shi, come catch fish with us. You only caught 2 small fish yesterday. Surely you want to try again for larger ones. Lu Yingying encouraged him. Gu Shi raised an eyebrow, recalling that catching only 2 small fish was one of the most embarrassing moments of his year. He nodded, I shall join, but merely catching fish seems dull. Let us have a competition instead. 1 hour to see who can catch the most. Shi Ha was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected proposal. You truly wish to compete with me in catching fish? What, are you afraid? No, I am merely concerned that you might be afraid. Gu Shi smirked. That is highly unlikely. Although he lacked fishing experience, he had honed his shooting skills from a young age, participating in various competitions and accumulating numerous accolades. One of the key abilities for fishing is precision and speed, both of which he possessed. Very well, Shi Ha conceded, not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm. However, the loser must proclaim, you are truly impressive, to the winner. How familiar that sounds. Chapter 045. Fish are coming, from all directions they arrive. The gentle stream flowed down from the towering rocks above, bringing with it the coolness of the mountains and a refreshing breeze. The fish, shrimp, and aquatic plants were clearly visible in the crystal-clear water. A grand banyan tree stood by the bank, towering over 20 meters high, its trunk so thick that it required 2 people to embrace. The exposed roots twisted together, forming a perfect resting spot. Bright beams of sunlight filtered through the canopy, showering the area in sparkling flecks of gold, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere, infused with the invigorating scent of fresh grass and foliage. Oh, this place is truly beautiful. As far as the eye can see, it is all green, a sight that brings such comfort. I have an immense fondness for the color green. It embodies a refreshing and pristine essence. Regrettably, some individuals have distorted its perception, associating it with chaotic elements. The fault lies not with the color itself, but with the people. Shades such as bean green, verdant green, mint green, peacock green, emerald green, and forest green are truly exquisite. Shi Ha, what do you think about this? Gu Shi, I'm indifferent. In the face of absolute strength, the influence of the environment is negligible. After a few moments, the 2 entered the stream with their buckets, while Song Nanqing and Lu Yingying cheered them on from the shore. A bird spiraled down from the cliff to the crown of a banyan tree, prompting Lu Yingying to lower her sunglasses in curiosity. What kind of bird is that? It looks so peculiar. Song Nanqing, I'm not sure, but it seems to be protected by law. Lu Yingying, why does he suddenly sound like Shi Ha? The more bizarre in appearance, the higher the status. And the longer the judgment. Song Nanxing glanced at his phone, timing the event. He shouted, "Start now." With that, Gu Shi began to survey the surroundings for the best fishing spots and the species inhabiting the stream, while Shi Ha found a boulder nearly as tall as herself and climbed atop it. The spectators wondered, what is Shi Ha doing instead of fishing? Perhaps she is observing from a height to ascertain where the fish are most abundant? In the next moment, Shi Ha unexpectedly sat cross-legged on the rock and closed her eyes. The crowd was perplexed. So, she isn't fishing? After several minutes, Gu Shi, who had never attempted fishing before, managed to catch 7 or 8 fish thanks to his keen aim and quick reflexes. The fish in the stream were mostly palm-sized, with the largest measuring only about 30 centimeters, and their quantity was not particularly abundant. Thus, catching so many was already quite impressive. It can only be said that Gu Shi, a national shooting champion, is indeed remarkable. Once he makes a move, he never misses. Additionally, as a race car driver, he embodies speed, precision, and decisiveness. Such fish also inhabit the streams of my hometown. Their slippery, slimy surfaces make them particularly difficult to catch. I've been fishing since childhood, and even now, I can only manage to catch 3 or 4 in 10 minutes. Gu Shi truly possesses an extraordinary talent. Gu Shi may have a temper, but his prowess, physique, and appearance are undeniably top-notch. This mixed-race beauty is truly striking. What Gu Shi? He is clearly my unruly little wolf dog who enjoys challenging me. What challenge? How so? Please elaborate. Can you even drive on this terrible road? Approximately 40 minutes later, Gu Shi's bucket was already half full of fish. He stood up and glanced at Shi Ha, who was still meditating on the rock, frowning. Hey, are you going to fish or not? I've already caught half a bucket, and you haven't moved at all. Are you afraid you can't catch more than me and would rather give up to avoid embarrassment? With that, he scoffed. If Shi Ha had earnestly participated in the contest, even if she lost, he would still regard her with respect for her dedication. However, her lack of effort and her apparent disdain for the competition showed neither respect for herself nor for her opponent. Thus, Gu Shi felt nothing but disdain and disappointment. He had thought that Shi Ha was genuinely trying to turn over a new leaf, but he should have known better. How could someone change so drastically in such a short time?
It was all just an act.
He wanted to tear away Shi Ha's fa and reveal her true nature. Shi Ha slowly opened her eyes. What are you so anxious about? Can't you see I'm preparing? It's been 50 minutes. Are you still not ready? There are still 10 minutes left. And the Emperor is not in a hurry, so why are you? Gu Shi mocked. I hope your bravado holds up later. But my bravado is soft, you see? With those luscious, plump lips. Can't you tell? His gaze inadvertently flicked to Shi Ha's full lips, and he felt a rush of embarrassment, biting his lip. Who brought that up? Don't change the subject. All right, if you keep worrying about me, your fish will jump out of the bucket. I'm not concerned about you. Fine, I'll focus on you then. But I'm not focusing on you. Shi Ha dismissed him with indifference. The audience laughed. Eager for the spectacle, I could watch these two bicker all afternoon. Why does Gu Shi seem a bit immature around Shi Ha? He acts perfectly normal around others. However, it must be said that Shi Ha is clearly slacking off. With only 7 or 8 minutes left, she hasn't even entered the water. With just 5 minutes remaining, Shi Ha suddenly stood up, straightened her back, and spread her arms, calling out, Fish, come. Fish from all directions, come. Gu Shi. The two on the shore, the audience. Are you casting spells here? Shi Ha paid no heed to the gazes around her. Her typically carefree face was now filled with earnestness, and there was a hint of seriousness in her demeanor. Gu Shi, a few meters away, stumbled upon hearing her words, nearly tripping over a pebble. Hey, if you're going to slack, then just do it. Don't pretend to be mystical. Shi Ha ignored him, continuing to chant her incantation, her pace quickening and her tone growing more urgent. It's evident that Shi Ha's given up and is attempting to entertain herself. There's no need for that. It's utterly nonsensical. If she didn't want to fish, she shouldn't have agreed to the challenge in the first place. Agreeing but not putting in effort, and instead resorting to such theatrics is quite absurd. Why do people nowadays enjoy disparaging others? How do you know Shi Ha is merely pretending? What if she truly can attract fish this way? Though, if that were the case, this wouldn't be a dating show but rather a fairy tale, like a princess who can summon animals. Shi Ha clearly intends to put on a show. Surely no one actually believes she can attract fish with mere words? With 4 minutes remaining, Gu Shi glanced at his bucket, now half full of fish, and decided to stand still, arms crossed as he observed Shi Ha. He was curious to see what antics she would conjure next. Chapter 046, Your Poison, My Honey. Half a minute later, Gushi suddenly felt the water beneath him grow turbulent, not from an increase in current, but as if a massive quantity of something was swiftly moving in this direction, indirectly accelerating the flow. Gushi. He looked upstream and noticed the water's color darkening several meters away, the shadow rapidly approaching. In the third-to-last minute, Gushi finally discerned the dark shapes beneath the water. Fish. A massive school of fish. Countless fish. What the heck? Wait, what am I seeing?
Fish.
It's really fish. So many fish. My goodness, I've never seen so many fish in my life. Why have they all suddenly appeared? Could something have happened upstream, prompting this swarm of fish to rush down? It can't be a flash flood, can it? Didn't anyone notice? The stream is only a few meters wide. If something had genuinely occurred upstream, the fish would be scattered everywhere. Instead, they seem to be swimming with purpose, all heading in Shi Ha's direction, while the other side remains empty. No way. Could it be that Shi Ha truly can attract fish? As the countdown approached its final minute, Shi Ha found herself nearly encircled by a school of fish. She bent down, scooping the water with a bucket as if she were gathering rice. And soon the container was brimming with fish, large, robust specimens threatening to overflow. Thus, she had to release a few back into the water. All right, this is too much. I simply can't contain it. Gushi exclaimed. She's doing this on purpose. It's absolutely intentional. Laughter erupted. Only Shi Ha could exhibit such extravagant behavior. Indeed, that is the only plausible explanation. Some fish do exhibit this schooling behavior. As the competition drew to a close, Song Nanqing, standing on the shore, nearly forgot about the contest, utterly astonished by the spectacle of Shi Ha summoning the fish. She waved her hands in the opposite direction of the fish, chanting, "Fish go! Fish, scatter in all directions." Everyone watching was left bewildered, questioning the nature of this phenomenon. Could someone please elucidate what is happening here? What is this phenomenon? Shouldn't this be worthy of several episodes of Closer to Science? Another chimed in. What about those who claimed the fish were merely schooling? How do we explain this? It was truly unprecedented. She hadn't even entered the water throughout the contest. Shi Ha, how many surprises do you have yet to reveal?
Shi Ha replied.
I've told you, you needn't concern yourself with me. Use that time to catch fish, and perhaps you'll land a few more. Gushi retorted. I am not concerned about you. I am not paying attention to you. I am not looking after you. Fine, I concede. You win. And you must accept your defeat. With gritted teeth, Gushi declared, impressive, truly impressive. You are the best. His strikingly handsome face bore a look of naive bewilderment. Why are you still recording? You never said I couldn't. I will save it as an alarm ringtone, listening to it each morning to motivate myself and instill hope. As she spoke, Shi Ha operated her phone, demonstrating she was not jesting. Gushi ground his teeth. So your hopes are built upon my despair? Her choice of words has truly improved. Gushi, despite being well-traveled and having seen many peculiar things since his adolescence spent cycling around the globe, had never encountered anything quite like this. Lu Yingying and Song Nanqing shared their curiosity, inching closer to Shi Ha as she beckoned them.
Come closer.
I will whisper something to you. After exchanging glances, their curiosity got the better of them, and they approached Shi Ha. So what is it? Gushi asked. Can you guess? Shi Ha replied playfully. Are we children? Must we guess? Shi Ha shrugged. Actually, I merely uttered a few words, and the fish came to me. I believe it is my charm that attracted them. All right, you may leave. I have shared all my secrets with you. But what exactly did you say? Wait. I think I understand. Don't you think Gushi and the others resemble those fish? Shi Ha says a few words and waves her hand, and they come closer. She says a few more and waves them away. Laughter erupted as they realized the amusing parallel between the trio and the fish, obediently responding to Shi Ha's whims. Shi Ha poured all the fish from the bucket onto the shore and selected 7 or 8 of the larger ones, guiding the smaller fish back into the stream. Sustainable development. Someone quipped. This is what one calls vision. Are we waiting for you?
All right.
Moments later, he opened his eyes to a placid stream. What went wrong? Your heart isn't sincere, so your call doesn't reach the fish. Even if it did, your charm is insufficient to entice them. A sudden voice startled Gushi. It's not as you think. I am merely sitting here enjoying the scenery. He pursed his lips. I am not hungry at the moment. The next instant, a gurgling sound interrupted. His ears tinged slightly red. It is my stomach that is hungry, not me. Shi Ha raised an eyebrow. So, is your stomach transplanted from another person? Hence, it doesn't align with your brain? What are you eating then? Shi Ha asked. I can manage with a small loss. Just 3 to 5. Shi frowned. The retail price is merely 3. Shi Ha nodded. You are correct, but I do not accept suggestions. Chapter 047. Will you like me too? At the riverbank of the campsite, Yugo initiated Mr. Shin. Do you enjoy fishing? He shook his head slightly, not particularly. What do you enjoy then? Do you have any hobbies? Antiques, calligraphy, paintings, jewelry, and indulgence in luxuries. Shen Yun's eyes lifted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yugo noted, Mr. Shun is quite candid. She swiftly bypassed the last word he mentioned. What a coincidence. My father enjoys collecting these as well. His birthday is next month, and I wish to gift him a piece of porcelain. However, I am not well versed in this matter. Might you assist me in selecting one? Perhaps you could visit a recent auction. The porcelain there is 90% genuine. She leaned in curiously. And what about the remaining 10%? If I were to inadvertently purchase one from that fraction, what would that mean? Just consider it bad luck. Mr. Shun, don't be too harsh. By the way, Mixue. Shunyun called her name lightly. Yugo gazed at him, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes shimmering like spring water, evoking a sense of tenderness. Your fishing line is drifting towards me. To avoid entanglement, I suggest you keep your distance. Shunyun's smile was gentle, his voice clear as jade. Yet his words rendered Yuge's complexion pale. She chuckled awkwardly and shifted slightly. Why is this fish circling my line without biting? She inquired. Might Mr. Shin know why? Perhaps it is because your bait lacks the allure to attract it. Yuge's expression grew increasingly dismal. The absence of fish biting at her line, especially during her moment of embarrassment, felt like adding insult to injury. Before long, another rod-s float began to twitch. And Shunyun casually reeled in a carp weighing around 3 to 4 tails. Wow, Mr. Shin, you are remarkable, catching a fish so quickly.
Är komplimented.
Shunyun smiled enigmatically. Perhaps this fish is not very clever. When he removed the fish from the hook, the bewildered Yugo realized that there was no bait on his hook at all. Was that why he deemed the fish not clever? Goodness, Mr. Shin. Fishing without bait yet still catching fish? You are quite impressive. It is curious how Yugo cannot entice a fish despite changing bait, while Shunyun, with a complete nonchalance, manages to catch one without any bait. Is it just me, or do their exchanges and the fishing situation seem to hint at something deeper? Hot.
Hot.
Shi Ha exclaimed, having been burned by the grilled fish, extending her tongue to cool it in the air while swiftly waving the skewered fish. What are you doing? Cooling the grilled fish. However, while you blow with your mouths, I am using the natural breeze. I've learned something. I will do this next time. Lunch was quite lavish, with an array of snacks, drinks, fruits, alongside roasted duck, grilled fish, barbecued items, and vermicelli with clams wrapped in foil. Shi has always been a devoted enthusiast of spicy food, with her skewers generously coated in chili powder and cumin. And she even ladles 2 hefty spoonfuls of chili oil into her bowl of vermicelli soup. In stark contrast, her companion Lu Yingying's skewers are nearly devoid of any chili powder, maintaining a rather original flavor, with not a hint of vibrant red even in her clams and vermicelli dish. Observing the insipid broth before her, Shi Ha could not contain her curiosity. Are you unable to eat spicy food? Lu Yingying, as if provoked, quickly retorted, who says I can't eat spicy food? I can handle it just fine. Then why don't you add chili oil?
Shi Ha questioned.
Isn't that right here? Lu Yingying pointed to a spot in her vermicelli. Shi Ha frowned. Where? Here. Can't you see this much chili oil? She leaned in closer, meticulously scanning her bowl of clams and vermicelli, finally spotting a droplet of spicy soy sauce that was smaller than her pinky nail. Shi Ha's expression turned complex. That droplet of chili oil is even less than the blood of that child in the legend of Zhen Huan used for a paternity test. Lu Yingying retorted, that's already quite spicy, okay? Ha ha, Shi Ha, you have a talent for metaphors, thumbs up. How outrageous. Is this amount of chili oil not considered spicy enough? I find it very spicy. Am I the only one who thinks that mint toothpaste is also quite spicy? Pointing to her finger. After finishing lunch, Shi Ha and Lu Yingying strolled by the creek to aid digestion. Miss, I'm quite curious about one thing. Could you enlighten me? She inquired. How can someone like you, with 10 years of cerebral thrombosis, not capture Shi's heart? Is he that difficult? Lu Yingying replied. Who says this lady cannot capture his heart? I'm not even pursuing him. Then why does everyone say you are chasing him?
Besides,
You seem to have a fondness for him, Shi Ha remarked. It was evident to all that Lu Yingying was solely interested in Gu Shi, and it was likely that the 3 points he had were all contributed by her. I'm not pursuing him. I just think he is handsome, has a great physique, and looks cool racing cars, so I like him. Is that all? That's all. Shi Ha, curious, asked if I were also handsome while racing cars, would you like me? Lu Yingying paused, her ears slowly turning crimson. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Oh, I was just asking casually. Shi Ha truly asked without much thought, but for some reason, Lu Yingying's reaction was quite pronounced. What does your racing prowess have to do with me? I don't like girls. Your ears are red. Yet you claim you don't like girls. It's merely a matter of saying one thing and meaning another. I declare, pomegranates are indeed the truth. Shi Ha sighed. I merely feel that Gu Shi appears rather dim-witted, and I fear he may not be your true happiness. Lu Yingying replied, yes, all right. I'm not completely dependent on him. If someone more handsome and impressive comes along, I might just switch my affections. That's good after all. Gu Shi doesn't seem to be particularly fond of you either. Seeing Lu Yingying was not deeply entangled, she felt reassured. I know. No need for you to remind me. I'm not foolish. How could I not know that Gu Shi regards me merely as a friend? However, I have liked him for several years, so there are definitely some feelings involved. Should I meet someone more attractive, I would undoubtedly shift my focus without hesitation. I once thought Lu Yingying liked Gu Shi more than this. It seems it's not that serious after all. Isn't it better this way for Lu Yingying? Why hang all hopes on a single tree, especially since Gu Shi has no significant interest in her? Have you all not noticed? Lu Yingying and Gu Shi share quite similar personalities, both carrying a hint of tsundere qualities, though Lu Yingying is more tsundere, while Gu Shi is more explosively emotional. They could be friends but are truly not suited to be together. Neither of them would speak up, yet they could easily erupt over trivial matters, leading to no good outcome. Indeed, the combination of tsundere and straightforwardness is the most delightful. Shi Ha suggested, when faced with perplexing situations or quandaries, simply direct your questions to the sky. Lu Yingying asked, why? Does voicing your problems make them easier to resolve? Indeed. Because human calculations cannot rival the heavens. Understood. Learn and apply. I might as well tell the heavens about my math problems. Oh heavens, please take a look at this geography question. Could you examine this electricity chart for me? This financial report is truly beyond my analytical capabilities. The heavens gazed at the layers of problems and reports before them, falling into deep contemplation. The recent surge in workload seemed rather unusual. Do you have any insights on this? Chapter 048. A decision made. While Shi Ha and Song Nanqing engaged in a game of Go, an urgent exclamation from Lu Yingying broke the tranquility, prompting the two to exchange glances before immediately rising to survey their surroundings. Shi Ha called out her name anxiously. Lu Yingying, what's wrong? Have you encountered a wild wolf? Or perhaps a black bear? Or a venomous snake? Song Nanqing interjected. Lu Yingying, it seems you're wishing for me to be in trouble? Gu Shi, who also heard Lu Yingying's shout, rushed over. Upon seeing Lu Yingying unharmed, Shi Ha asked, what is the commotion about? Lu Yingying pointed at the tall, straight crown of a tree. My pig balloon flew up there. Can someone help me retrieve it? Following her indication, Shi Ha noticed the helium balloon had ascended quite high, with the lowest end of the white string hovering over 3 meters above ground. The tree trunk, as smooth and upright as a poplar, had no branches, making it utterly unrealistic to climb up and retrieve the balloon. Pouting, Lu Yingying lamented that if not for the unique, refreshing design of the balloon, she could easily let it go. However, she was particularly fond of this pig hero dressed in a red wolf fur coat. It was simply adorable. Wait, I didn't realize that was Pig Hero. I thought it was just an ordinary pig. The manufacturer of Pig Hero in a red wolf outfit. Don't you want to reflect on what you're doing? Genuinely shocked. I didn't expect you to be like this. You're quite the show-off. All right, I'll order you 100 or 1,000 various Pig Hero balloons online. It's just a rare helium balloon. It's not that important. Gu Shi displayed no interest in such trivial items. No, I want this one. If you want to help me, I'll find a way myself. Lu Yingying stamped her foot at Gu Shi, scanning her surroundings before picking up a stick to try and retrieve the balloon. However, the stick was too short, and even with her jumps, she could only graze the bottom of the string, which swayed in the wind. After several attempts, her arms began to ache. All right. Retrieving a balloon is so troublesome. I told you to exercise more, but you wouldn't listen. Gu Shi estimated the height of the string's end and then leapt from a standstill, reaching for the line. Wow, it feels like I'm touching over 3 meters. Incredible. This vertical leap rivals that of many athletes. Shi, without a doubt, possesses the best athletic qualities in the entertainment industry. And he is the most handsome in the sports realm. Do you think Shi's honey-colored skin and 8-pack abs come from nowhere? It's all honed through various competitions and sports. Despite Shi's astounding jumping ability, the helium balloon's height was even more remarkable. Even with his vertical leap, his fingertips still fell short of the white string by a considerable margin. Frowning, he retreated a few steps and took a running leap. He soared from the ground like an athlete, reaching over 3 meters with his fingertips. Wow, it looks like it's around 370 to 380 in height. However, I reached the height of the white line, even surpassing it by a small margin. Yet, the white line could not be compared to the larger, heavier basketball. It was slender, diminutive, and light. The breeze created by my palm would easily divert it, resulting in Shi being able to touch the height of the white line but struggling to grasp it. The man furrowed his brow, attempting time and again. Each time, either the line was blown off course or lifted too high, nearly every attempt brushing past the white line. After a dozen attempts, even Shi, endowed with formidable physical prowess and endurance, began to pant. Lu Yingying quickly shook her head, saying, "No more, I don't want to. You should just stay on the side and watch your sister." Shi Ha walked over to Shi, patting his shoulder with a sigh. Shi replied, "What? Are you going to help her touch it? What else?" Shi laughed as if he had heard the grandest joke, surveying the petite Shi Ha with a smirk. "Just you?" Shi Ha, hands on her hips, replied, "Just me." Lu Yingying interjected, "Don't joke around. Shi Ha, you're even shorter than I am. How high can you reach?" Lu Yingying stood at 1.7 meters, while Shi Ha was just a bit over 1.6 meters, the smallest among them. Even if Shi Ha had springs on her feet, she could barely leap over 3 meters, which was merely the jumping height of elite female basketball and volleyball players. Moreover, Shi had just attempted the height and knew that merely reaching it did not guarantee grasping the line. Shi Ha appeared to have slender arms and legs, and Lu Yingying worried whether she could even reach 2.5 meters. Perhaps we should consider other methods. It wouldn't be good if you ended up with a broken arm or dislocated leg, Song Nanqing advised. Although he exercised daily to maintain his physique and health, his athletic abilities could not compare to Shi, a professional athlete engaged in racing, skydiving, and skiing. "Indeed, sister, don't overexert yourself." Yu Ge chimed in with a concerned expression. Even if Shi Ha wanted to build rapport with Lu Yingying and subtly tease Shi, she need not push herself so hard. Exactly, if Shi Ha were to injure herself while jumping, it would be a significant issue, wiping sweat. Though I had faith in Shi Ha before, like in gambling or fishing, this endeavor truly requires talent and physical capability. Luck alone cannot suffice. It demands real strength. Honestly, Shi Ha's height and gender have already placed her at a disadvantage. This is not to imply anything negative about women. Indeed, some women possess remarkable jumping abilities. But on average and at the upper limits, men do excel in this regard. Of course, men also have numerous attributes where they fall short compared to women. Each gender has its strengths and weaknesses. I do not intend to imply one is inferior, nor do I harbor any discriminatory views, so please do not engage in arguments. All right, everyone, no need to persuade me further. My decision is resolute, and no amount of urging will sway me. Shi Ha raised her hand, halting their advice. She was eager to test the limits of her human body's vertical reach. The crowd. I have learned a new term today. Determined to reach. After a friend's helium balloon gets stuck in a tree, the petite Shi Ha, disregarding others' admonitions, is willing to step forward to retrieve it. This term is now often used to describe someone who has firmly resolved to accomplish something, leaving no room for negotiation. Dog emoji. The second meaning of determined to reach, resolved to slack off. Even if the king came, it would be of no consequence. Today, this fish must be caught. This phrase is frequently applied by contemporary youth who resist the pressures of work and study, expressing their rebellion and outcry against oppression and exploitation.
Wow.
The comments are astonishing. Chapter 049. I seem to have witnessed a soaring figure. Still determined to reach. My vertical leap isn't even close. And you? It's not that Shi looked down on Shi Ha, although it is true that he didn't hold her in high regard, given her height, physique, and physical capabilities were evident. To surpass him would be miraculous. Even matching his height would be extraordinary. Let us make a bet, shall we?
What?
Just to touch that balloon. No climbing trees or using any tools, just pure running and jumping. If I manage to touch that helium balloon, you have to give me a thumbs up and say I'm impressive. How about it? Wow, Shi Ha is fierce. She is more formidable than formidable. She S the most formidable. My boyfriend says, a thumbs up along with the phrase I'll consider you impressive is the highest honor in a boy's heart. Representing the strongest acknowledgement. This wager is quite significant.
No.
Shi Ha raised an eyebrow. What, afraid? What do I have to fear? You don't even need to touch the balloon. As long as you can reach the white line, you win. That's your stipulation, not mine. Yes. It was my stipulation. Shi Ha gestured with her hand. All right, but I advise you to put some eye drops in. Shi asked. What does that have to do with eye drops? So that when you see my graceful form, you won't have your eyes wide open for too long and get dry. You should be more concerned about whether you'll dislocate or strain something while jumping. I'm being kind. I can help you call for help at the first moment. Shi Ha replied. You really are quite stubborn. Shi retorted. Your words aren't exactly soft either. Shi Ha countered. At least they're softer than yours. Shi scoffed. I beg to differ. Shi Ha pouted. Just wait and see. You'll know whether soft or hard it is. Shi coldly snorted. I'll be waiting. What a childish argument. How do you two even know about each other's mouths being soft or hard? Have you tasted them? The previous comments were even more outrageous. How come I can't think of such witty remarks? Frowning. After twisting and turning, Shi Ha took a half step back before she leaped forward to touch the height. Just half a meter? This is a lonely run-up? Moreover, she didn't even properly warm up. Sudden jumps can easily lead to ligament strains or dislocations. If you ask me if she can't do it, she shouldn't push herself. No one will blame her, given her physique and physical capabilities. Not being negative, just an onlooker. Can't you see that Shi Ha loves to show off? Indeed, I also feel like, wow. The comments abruptly ceased. The crowd witnessed Shi Ha, with nearly zero run-up, leap vertically like a firecracker, effortlessly soaring into the air. She slightly raised her hand, her entire forearm brushing over the white line. And in an instant, she grasped the line in her palm. Then, she landed steadily. This scene unfolded almost instantaneously for Shi Ha. The audience in front of the screen could slow it down, but those present, like Lu Yingying and the others, experienced a shock far surpassing that of the viewers at home. Here, your Red Riding Hood suit, pig hero. It wasn't he, until Lu Yingying firmly held the line. Feeling its weight, that she realized Shi Ha truly retrieved it. She had indeed jumped that high, even higher than Shi. The screen was momentarily blank, then immediately filled with a flurry of comments from the astonished audience. Words failed to convey the crowd's astonishment, and the simplified, evidently contained far too much cultural essence. Heavens, did I just see that wrong? Song Nanqing murmured in disbelief. He felt as though he had seen a blur ascend and then descend in a flash. Yu Go was likewise stunned, her drink nearly spilling from her mouth, which had fallen open in shock. The drink thought, I never expected to slide down a slide before I die. I consider this worthwhile. Lu Yingying and Song Nanqing hurriedly approached Shi Ha, encircling her with concern. Touched by their care, Shi Ha reassured them, do not worry.
I am perfectly fine.
In the next moment, Lu Yingying lifted the hem of her ankle-length trousers slightly, exclaiming, you haven't concealed any springs, have you?
She pondered.
It has been several minutes, yet I remain bewildered by how I leaped like that. Mother, I believe I have witnessed a flying person. Shi Ha is either Tigger in disguise or the reincarnation of a spring. Take your pick, for I refuse to believe a single person could jump that high. I wonder what those who previously claimed Shi Ha craves attention think now. Raising a microphone, does your face hurt? Does it feel like it's on fire? How embarrassing. Ha ha ha. That group must be speechless now. In the realm beyond, there lies Shi Ha. So, has the balloon descended? Shi Ha turned to the man who had remained silent. Shi, with a complex expression, inquired, how did you jump so high? Just bend your legs, jump up, reach out, and then come down, Shi Ha replied innocently, blinking. Is such a simple action beyond your abilities? Perhaps you should consider rehabilitation? Let us compete once more, this time in vertical jumping to see who can reach higher. Best of 3. Sounds good, but something seems amiss. What do you think is lacking? Shi Ha leaned closer to Shi, tilting her head towards him, her hand poised near her ear. He bit his lip, gave her a thumbs up, and turned away, conceding, you are impressive. Louder. Did you not eat enough at lunch? You are impressive. Now, that's more like it. What shall our next wager be? Shi pondered for a moment before grinning. The winner may ask the loser to perform one task, provided it does not violate laws or morals. What do you say? Are you daring? Any task at all? Indeed. What if I were to make you clean up after pigs?
What?
Are you afraid? Win against me first, then we shall see. Unlike other outsiders, Gu Shi recognized that Shi Ha's physique and physical condition could not possibly allow her to leap so high. Her earlier feat was most likely due to sheer luck. Observing his expression, Shi Ha kindly advised, "Remember to wear your glasses. Do not overdo it." Chapter 050. What truly constitutes respect? Both of them dusted their hands with charcoal ash to better gauge their height during the jump. Shi Ha, exhibiting a mature demeanor, gestured for Gu Shi to go first. Standing beneath the tree, he took a couple of deep breaths before reaching for the sky. Based on Gu Shi's height, this reach is over 3 meters, approximately 330 to 340. It was now Shi Ha's turn. Mimicking Gu Shi's stance, she leaped towards the height, surpassing him by about a centimeter. "Apologies, but I have exceeded your height by just a tad."
Gu Shi frowned.
This time, standing before the tree, he approached with a newfound seriousness, completing warm-up exercises and adjusting his breath before attempting his second reach, which was approximately 4 centimeters higher than Shi Ha's initial attempt. Impressive. He has surpassed his initial height by 5 centimeters. This demonstrates that greater pressure breeds greater potential. Gu Shi glanced at the height, his tense expression easing considerably. "Your turn." Shi Ha approached the tree again, performed warm-ups. Though her routine was far from Gu Shi's standard, it resembled the casual stretches one might perform in gym class. Bending to touch her toes, her posture resembled a deep bow. In the blink of an eye, a faint gray mark appeared on the tree, aligning closely with Gu Shi's second mark, though upon closer inspection, it was slightly lower. Gu Shi scoffed, knowing that fate could not favor Shi Ha every time. Alas, if only she had leaped just 1 centimeter higher, she would have won. It seems her success was merely luck. However, achieving such height through luck indicates she possesses strength. With the score tied at 1 each, Song Nanqing, acting as a temporary referee, declared, "The deciding round is upon us. In this final round, do you believe fate will still favor you?" Gu Shi leaned closer to Shi Ha, his amber eyes narrowing like a hunting leopard, with a current of ambition swirling beneath. "I just spoke with the deity of fate," it said. Let us see if your bravado holds up later. Do not worry, until my last breath. My resolve shall remain unyielding. Sharp-tongued, are we? Are you envious? If you desire it, go sharpen your own teeth. I cannot simply gift you my own. Let the banter commence. I relish your verbal sparring." Shi Ha winked at the man who was intently staring at her, causing his face to darken as he turned toward the tree, determined to redeem himself. This final reach was not merely an exercise. It embodied Gu Shi's pent-up grievances from the past 3 days toward Shi Ha, while simultaneously carrying his hopes of a comeback. Thus, he prepared for a full 5 minutes. Standing before the tree, the tall man took several deep breaths, finally closing his eyes and leaping upwards with great force. As he jumped with his eyes shut, Gu Shi felt as though time had stretched infinitely. He heard the serene chirping of birds in the valley, inhaled the fragrant air, and detected the gentle sound of trickling water. Like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate, he soared, hand raised high in the air, striving with all his might to touch the pinnacle. Thud. He made contact. What the hell? Is this not a miracle? What do we call this? This is explosive power, a true breakthrough of self-limits. This is divine. Gu Shi gazed upward at the gray mark, nearly 10 centimeters above his previous second mark, his eyes wide in disbelief. He had never imagined he could surpass his limits. The thought was utterly astonishing. Gu Shi, you are amazing. You are so strong. Truly impressive. Hearing the praises from Song Nanqing and others, Gu Shi felt a sense of comfort and ease wash over him like a spring breeze. He turned to Shi Ha, who was engrossed in munching on potato chips. "Hey, what are you doing? Eating chips? Want some? There are crumbs left. Did you not witness my daring leap just now?" Shi Ha replied, bewildered. "I saw it. And then what? Do you not feel any sense of urgency?" After a moment of pause, Shi Ha hugged her arms tightly, exclaiming, "I feel so scared." "Shi Ha, can you not show me a modicum of respect?" He was genuinely on the verge of anger. "I even shared my favorite Brazilian cumin-flavored barbecue chips with you. What more respect could you desire?" Shi Ha shouted, darting to the tree, leaping up, and swiping her hand across the surface, leaving a faint mark the color of potato chips. Although faint, it was evident that it exceeded Gu Shi's extraordinary third mark by precisely 1 centimeter. Not more, not less, just 1 centimeter. Gu Shi. The others were equally astonished. There is reason to suspect Shi Ha did this on purpose. Do not doubt it, she is indeed doing this on purpose. How can it be so coincidental that she always surpasses him by 1 centimeter? Shi Ha, does it not hurt? Lu Yingying stared at her, as though witnessing a divine being. Shi Ha, licking her fingers, momentarily froze before stumbling and clutching her arms. Ah, it hurts. It feels like my arm is dislocated or perhaps my ligament is strained. Winning this time was truly hard-earned. The crowd. Song Nanxing, haha. You are hugging the wrong arm. The other one is the one you reached with. Shi Ha hastily switched arms, exclaiming, Ah, it has hurt to the point of numbness. Which is why I did not realize it was you who was truly hurting. How dreadful. The crowd. Shi Ha, enough already. You are doing this on purpose. Chapter 2. Did you intentionally lose to me in the second round? Are you playing with me? Shi exclaimed, rushing towards her. Attempting to grasp her collar, but managing to restrain himself. Shi Ha's mouth opened slightly, as if she were on the verge of speaking. Shi, having wagered everything and faced utter failure, wore an expression of profound anguish, struggling to contain the torrent of emotions surging within him, awaiting Shi Ha's words. All eyes were fixed on Shi Ha, focused intently on her lips, eager to uncover the truth. As her mouth widened, Shi's expression grew increasingly animated. 3 seconds later, a burp escaped. The aroma of Brazilian cumin barbecued meat wafted towards him, even infiltrating his nostrils. Shi Ha beamed innocently. If you can't eat it, just smell it. It truly is delightful. Shi, others, barrage viewers. Chapter 51. What a cruel heart you have.
Ah.
Shi Ha, I will never forgive you. Shi howled towards the heavens, filled with indignation. Oh, there's still one piece left. Shi Ha stuffed the last chip into Shi's gaping mouth, then held his chin, pulling it up and down. Before long, the chip was successfully crushed into crumbs by Shi Ha's makeshift chewing machine. Now you can swallow it. Shi, consumed by humiliation and despair, instinctively complied. Shi Ha, her eyes alight with anticipation, asked, Is it delicious? The man nodded stiffly. Shi Ha, thrilled by her endorsement, exclaimed, I told you it really tastes good. What is happening? Report. Shi has succumbed to his inner demons, spiraling into madness. Alas, what a pity. Once a prodigy, now lost to obsession, sigh. Indeed, this Miss Shi is extraordinarily talented. With such a dark horse in our midst, how can we not thrive? Stroking beard. If this Miss Shi continues to grow, she might just conquer the realms. The barrage was overflowing with talent. Lu Yingying and Song Nanxing gathered around Shi, checking his forehead and heartbeat, terrified that he might suffer a sudden heart attack from the shock. What if they became accomplices? Shi Ha shook her head. It wasn't intentional. I was just lucky. I didn't win against you the second time. So your third time was also based on luck?
Ah, yes.
But you hesitated for 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds were my kindness, preserving your dignity. He knew it. Shi spun around, striding away. Lu Yingying hurried after him. Shi, where are you going? Please don't do anything rash. What if you jump off a cliff? What would I do? Our child. Oh, we don't have a child. The man quickened his pace, wishing he could attach roller skates to his feet and vanish from the scene. Shi Ha smacked her lips, cold mixed scrambled eggs, both delicious and easy to prepare. Ha ha ha. What a terrible joke. About a joke that has been stale for years suddenly attacking me. Shi Ha's impressive near 4-meter jump made headlines without surprise. Entertainment gossip. Shi Ha assisted Lu Yingying in retrieving a helium balloon, her jump reaching nearly 4 meters. Later, Shi Ha and Shi competed in jumping, with Shi Ha far surpassing Shi. This jumping ability is truly extraordinary. Video. Shi Ha's jump exceeding 4 meters is utterly captivating. Sun Long Long. Upon seeing the headline, what absurdity is this? Am I a fool? After watching the video, the fool is actually me? Deep mountain forest. How can this be? I feel as if my eyes have a will of their own, creating an illusionary scene. Birdsong. Compared to this, I still believe the person asking me for $50 is the resurrected Qin Shi Huang, who wants to appoint me as a general. Mountaintop building. It's synthesized, right? As we all know, videos can be edited and manipulated. Long Long, I still think this is beyond human capability. Shi Ha estimated her jump height to be just over 38 meters, yet the top 3 competitors exceeded 2 meters, while she stood at merely 1.6 meters, a full 40 centimeters shorter. Part-time cat. So, why wasn't TI included in human evolution? Was it because I didn't buy a ticket? Rich Inc. Shi, why did you provoke her? Chinese women s basketball. Chinese women s volleyball, you too? I want to? Chinese women s basketball. This is extraordinary, truly extraordinary. This jumping ability could rank in the top 5 globally and is first in Asia. Chinese Women's Volleyball, Miss. I see you have exceptional potential. Would you be interested in joining our team as a libero? We offer meals, accommodations, 5 insurances, and even global travel. Chinese Women's Basketball Team. I arrived first. Chinese Women's Volleyball Team. But I mentioned it first shyly, and volleyball has no height requirements. You could easily try for our libero position. If you aren't satisfied, your jumping ability allows you to choose other positions as well. The number of viewers surged from over 30 million to 40 million, especially in Shi Ha's live stream room, which outperformed all others by a significant margin. Oh no. It should be noted that the combined viewership of the other live streams doesn't even match Shi Ha's alone. Not a fan of idols, not interested in variety shows, not following the entertainment industry. I just want to see how awesome Shi Ha is. If you can't catch fish or jump high, you're not a good actor. I suggest Gu Shi relinquish the title of the most outstanding athlete in the entertainment circle and the most handsome star in the sports world to Shi Ha dog emoji. To be honest, with Shi Ha's talent and prowess, even if she retired from the entertainment industry, she could easily become a sports star and earn a considerable fortune. So, where is Shi Ha? The crowd, having just seen Shi Ha disappear after competing with Gu Shi, also wanted to ask, Shi Ha, where are you? Gu Shi, did you see where Shi Ha went? Gu Shi, reclining in a chair, slowly opened his eyes. Why would you think I know where she is? Because she just competed with you, and then vanished. I'm worried she might be feeling down, so I came to ask you, Lu Yingying said, lowering her head and fidgeting with her fingers. You're worried she might feel down? Gu Shi leaned forward, raising his voice. Shouldn't I be the one who feels down after competing with her? Ha ha ha. Gu Shi is truly suffering. Gu Shi, so love can shift, right? Indeed, so please don't feel down. The cliff is over there. Remember not to go there. Gu Shi, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known. Now that you have, I'm aware. So, you intentionally came to tell me, didn't you?
Ah.
Love unfulfilled breeds hatred, love transferred. Lu Yingying, you have a cruel heart. Chapter 52. Where has Shi Ha gone? Everyone, please don't panic. I think I just saw her heading that way. She might just be wandering around. I'll go find her first, and if I can't locate her, I'll let you all know, and you can search for her, Song Nanqing suggested, pointing in a direction.
All right.
Though this area had been developed, wild animals such as monkeys and squirrels occasionally ventured out to snatch human food and tools. Thus, some individuals were required to guard the campsite. So, where did Shi Ha go? Could it be she is feeling down? Wasn't there news about someone jumping off a cliff in the mountains before? It's impossible for her to feel down. She seems quite cheerful, always laughing. How could she possibly commit suicide? That is not certain. I heard from my mom about a colleague's child who was lively and performed well in school. Yet, she suddenly committed suicide after laughing and joking in the morning, leaving everyone in shock. People with suicidal tendencies often don't show it on the outside. What is your secret to staying happy every day? Report. I have a poor memory. Though it may seem otherwise, isn't this a self-inflicted predicament? Is it the internet that lacks memory? Or is it your faction of fervent supporters attempting to sanitize the situation? Shouldn't she be subjected to criticism for her misdeeds? If one commits a fault, should they not expect reproach? Once one assumes the mantle of a public figure, they must be prepared to embrace all external opinions. While it is true that she erred, was it truly unlawful? Is she not merely an artist of questionable morals? I contend that her transgressions do not warrant the level of derision she has received online. I do not closely follow the entertainment industry, yet I am intrigued by the nature of the allegations against her, which are mere fabrications and which hold truth. Accusations of exploiting financial backers, monopolizing resources, and displaying arrogance are somewhat acceptable, as these are commonplace in the entertainment realm. However, when endorsements collapse, causing significant financial losses for many investors, and she remains silent, taking her profits without shouldering any responsibility, is that not troubling? Moreover, the work she has undertaken since then are of dubious quality. It seems she has sacrificed her initial talent for monetary gain, shattering the illusion of her early promise. Observing her dwindling popularity, she resorts to leeching off the fame of other artists, including married directors and many trending stars, inundating the internet with her promotional articles and unseemly actions, even inadvertently liking disparaging remarks about other artists. Does she believe the fans of those rising stars will remain passive? Collectively, they could easily dismantle her reputation. Engaging in self-destructive antics is hardly deserving of sympathy. So, do the aforementioned allegations possess tangible evidence, or are they mere whispers from gossip mongers? What evidence is required for such matters? When scandalous rumors surface, a struggling artist without a strong backing is essentially doomed, especially when female entertainers are branded as mistresses or seducers. Regardless of their innocence or attempts at clarification, such labels tend to cling to them for a lifetime. Yet, as the public lambasts her, few will seek the truth amidst the fervor of emotion. They will simply assume that if she has done wrong in the past, she must have continued to do so. Consequently, these allegations, regardless of their veracity, become her reality, and over time, falsehoods morph into accepted truths. Is this not the nature of the current online landscape? Fans do not exonerate in such a manner. Has she truly refrained from surfing the internet this past month? Even if she is not, would her manager not inform her? She operates her own studio, after all. Could she genuinely be unaware? In the unlikely event that she has indeed avoided the internet and received no word from those around her, she would have no means of knowing about the collapse of her endorsements, though such a scenario seems improbable. As Song Naxing ventured deeper into the valley along the stream, the flora grew denser. The trees loomed overhead while the wild grasses approached waist height, and the secluded surroundings echoed with the cries of unfamiliar wildlife. Song Naxing tilted his head to inquire, "Brother, are you afraid?" The brother straightened his back immediately. "Not at all. How could I be afraid? I've been on location for countless years. Where have I not been? Fear is not an option." "Oh, that's a relief. Let us proceed. There are footprints here, leading in this direction." With that, Song Naxing turned to continue onward. "Are you truly unafraid? Why does it seem my camera is shaking? Cameraman, steady yourself. I'm beginning to feel nauseous. Goodness, the atmosphere feels like a horror film. But why would she venture to such a remote and secluded place? Surely, she does not intend to harm herself? What if she has long been battling depression and wishes to end her life here? Heaven forbid. What if something were to happen to her? I dread to even contemplate it." Chapter 53. A conscience awakens. A filial heart emerges. Lu Yingying paced anxiously around the campsite, back and forth like a restless chick. Gushi frowned. "If you keep walking, I may become dizzy." Lu Yingying responded, "Aren't you concerned for them? Given her agility, I believe she could swiftly climb a tree even in danger. I've already assured you that all is well. So where is she? Is there an issue? I feel utterly useless for not noticing her emotional state. If something were to happen to her, I wouldn't know how to explain it to our parents." Yugo lowered her head, her lips pressed together, her hands entwined. Song Ha is indeed a source of worry, always causing her younger sister, Xiaogo, to fret. Where is this always coming from? Is it not Song Ha who has consistently accommodated Yugo? Never mind. They are together now. He mentioned that Song Ha prepared a surprise for us, urging us to follow him. The usually quiet Shenyan finally spoke. "Let us go." Following the location shared by Song Naxing, the group arrived at their destination after a brief walk. The two were crouched with their backs to the group, in front of a large mud pit. "What is that?" As they approached, they discovered Song Ha playing with the mud, while Song Naxing assisted her in transporting it, occasionally exclaiming in awe, "Wow, this is fantastic. Ha, you're a genius." This looks remarkably similar. Upon closer inspection, it was a mud house featuring 7 rooms, 3 halls, 2 kitchens, and 2 bathrooms, complete with various haphazard furniture and objects. "What?" Upon hearing the commotion, Song Naxing looked up at them. "You've arrived.
Come and see."
Haha, the house I made. Isn't it beautiful? What, is Song Ha's eyesight poor? Or is yours as well? Song Ha enthusiastically elaborated. "This is the sofa, this is the bedroom, and this is the guest room." Lu Yingying pointed to the largest mudroom. "And this is the dining area? The table and chairs?" Song Ha shook her head. "No, this is the restroom. These chairs represent 4 toilets, and the table in the center is a mahjong table. Thus, everyone can play mahjong while using the restroom." The group collectively exclaimed, "Who would want to play mahjong while using the toilet? Who would even go to the restroom together?" Seeing their wide-eyed expressions, Song Ha hurriedly clarified, "It's because many people play on their phones while using the restroom, which greatly affects their eyesight and neck health. Therefore, I invented this room where friends can play mahjong together while using the restroom. Additionally, it's not mandatory to play mahjong while in the restroom. Sometimes, people play for an entire day and restroom breaks can disrupt the game. So, if one needs to go, they can simply lift the lid." The group responded, "What a marvelous invention. But please refrain from such ideas in the future," smiling. I wholeheartedly recognize Song Ha's creative abilities. I shared this with my girlfriends, suggesting we renovate like this, but they called me insane. Family, I feel wronged. Please judge for me. Song Ha lifted a mud sculpture that resembled neither human, monkey, nor pig towards Yugo. Yugo. Ha ha. What on earth is that you've sculpted? Lu Yingying burst into laughter at the sight of the mud figure. Song Ha then held up another sculpture resembling a terracotta warrior. Yingzi, this is you. Do you like it? Lu Yingying, smiling stiffly. Gu Shi's brow furrowed deeply. You've been watching her play with mud for 20 to 30 minutes. With mud covering his hands, Song Naxing beamed. It's so much fun.
Plus,
Song Ha's creations are remarkably lifelike and incredibly creative. The group murmured, Are you seriously comparing that mess to us? Where is your conscience? Did Song Ha consume it? Thank you, but I have never felt this speechless in my life. Yet, he genuinely appears to be enjoying himself. It's evident that Song Naxing truly loves playing with mud. She teases him, and who wouldn't he love a younger, cute boy? It's adorable. But when did Song Naxing and Song Ha begin to draw closer together? The stars have settled down. As long as he is happy, that is sufficient. Changing clothes, cleaning, resting. After taking a shower, Shi Ha sprawled on the long, soft sofa, engrossed in her game. Every few minutes, her position shifted between lying down, propping herself up, and crouching. When she finally noticed others coming down, she resumed a seated posture. Yuga carried a basin of water from the backyard into the living room, navigating her way to the sofa where everyone was gathered. Her complexion appeared slightly pale, and as she reached the center of the sofa, it seemed she could no longer hold on and let the basin drop to the floor. Shi Ha, playing her game, glanced at the basin that had suddenly appeared by her feet and quietly pulled her feet up. No, you don't need to wash my feet. I've already done so. Yuga feigned vulnerability, wiping her brow. Ha ha. Sister, this isn't for washing your feet. Oh, I thought you had a sudden realization of filial piety today. Sister, do you have any grievances against me? If you dislike me, you can express it. Yuga bit her lip, her body trembling slightly, presenting her most beautiful profile to the camera and to Xinyun and Song Nanqing. The gazes of the other guests fell upon the two.
Shi Ha, bewildered, responded, no.
Why would you say that? Because it seems like you haven't been enjoying my company lately. I don't know if I've done something wrong to upset you. If I have, please let me know. I promise to correct it. I just hope you won't dislike me. I truly admire you. Oh, poor little Ge. Why must you be so humble? Wait, what gave you that impression? Please list the specific instances, time, place, events, and outcomes, so I can see if I've overlooked something that led you to feel this way. Yuga fell silent for a moment, then shook her head. No need. It's better not to discuss these matters among sisters. It is necessary. If you don't clarify, I won't know where I've gone wrong, and I may inadvertently cause you discomfort again. I believe in addressing issues directly. Never bottle them up. Shi Ha glanced at the other guests who were eavesdropping. What do you all think? Lu Yingying, Shi Ha makes a valid point. Song Nanqing, haha indeed. Master. Elder brother is right. Elder brother, second brother is correct. Second brother, elder brother is right. Hearing the commotion around her, Yuga, already feeling vexed, turned and shouted, Shut up. Several people. Yuga forced a smile. Sister, that's a bit better. Chapter 054. Yuga pressed Si Qing down forcefully. Hesitating, Yuga stated, I just feel that you haven't been playing with me much lately, which made me think you were upset with me. Turns out I was overthinking it. Isn't that good? Having said that, she quickly turned to leave. Shi Ha called after her. Sister, you forgot your foot washing basin. Yuga.
Haha.
What a ridiculous foot washing basin. Why does it seem like Yuga is so cautious around Shi Ha? It shouldn't be necessary. Little Ge is just sensitive and easily affected by others' opinions. She is also very considerate of others' feelings. She mentioned this in an interview before. Alas, kind-hearted people are like this. Perhaps Shi Ha is favored at home, but holds a higher status? That might be the case. Shi Ha reunited with her family only a couple of years ago. So her parents might be compensating for the lost 2 decades, treating her exceptionally well, thereby neglecting Yuge's feelings. Yugo likely senses that all her parents' affection is directed towards Shi Ha, which makes her tread carefully. How I pity little Ge. It was once again time to send heartfelt messages. Shi Ha originally intended to send one to Samo Xing but accidentally sent it to Si Qing instead. Xiao Jiu. Doesn't Si Qing's presence feel a bit too low-key? I haven't seen her all day. I nearly forgot she exists. Are you sure she is the original book's captivating heroine? Why does it seem like everyone is avoiding her? Are you questioning me? No, I'm just asking. Are you questioning me? Just asking. Are you questioning me? Ask away. Are you questioning me? Fine, if you remain silent, it means there's nothing wrong. If there's nothing wrong, I shall take my leave. Xiao Jiu waved his sleeve, departing without a trace. Shi Ha. So, she was mute this whole time? If you continue like this, I will have to lodge a complaint with the main system. Let me think, there must be many systems in your realm, right? Clearly, you are a new system, lacking achievements and status, assigned to the antagonist group, which has always been overshadowed by the protagonist group. This indicates a tense and pressurized work environment. If the main system receives a complaint from you, and your superior learns that, despite poor performance, you have been slacking off, what do you think your fate will be? Xiao Jiu. You wouldn't want others to know you are so lackadaisical every day, would you? When did you become so clever? Aren't you just a husky? Firstly, I am one of the few huskies capable of evolving into a magical being. Secondly, while we might be somewhat naive, kind-hearted, lively, and single-minded, we are never foolish. I stand by my assertion. The notion that huskies are dumb and foolish is entirely a stereotype. Xiao Jiu, you actually know the term stereotype? I thought you only knew how to rub backs. Do you think I've been reading for nothing lately? You read? What do you read? Indulgence. The CEO's forced love. The overindulged. The 108 pregnant wife escapes with a child. The useless doctor. The extraordinary seventh miss. And to live. Those are quite eclectic choices. Not too bad. It's a blend of high and low culture, and I've learned a great deal. What? Woman, you are playing with fire. Woman, come please me. Well done. Woman, you have successfully captured my attention. The young master hasn't smiled like this in ages. Damn it, you are mine. It's getting cold. Time to bring down the Wong family. Woman, don't move. If you do, I can't guarantee I won't do something. At this point, Shi Ha's vast knowledge surely has been fully displayed. Xiao Jiu, that's hard to judge. My advice is to read less of that. By the way, I recently came across a character name in a video that I really like and want to change my name to something similar. What do you think? What name? Cold Ice Condensed Love Dreaming Frost. I shall be called Frog Prince Baby Frost. What? Don't you think that name is enchanting and exquisitely adorable? Let us discuss whether Si Qing is indeed the enchanting original heroine. Alright, don't you think she is exceptionally low-key? She doesn't even participate in activities. She feels quite different from the captivating heroine who flits between several men. Not to mention, she doesn't even have any men around her. Even mosquitoes would steer clear. Shi Ha seemed perplexed. First and foremost, I can unequivocally state that Si Qing's identity is beyond reproach. She is indeed the original book's captivating heroine. However, her current demeanor diverges from that in the original narrative. According to the book's progression, she should shine brightly in the dating show, not prematurely claim the title of Best Actress. Your presence must have triggered a butterfly effect, causing the narrative to adjust itself.
Got it.
Regardless of how Si Qing changes, I simply need to overpower her, keeping her firmly beneath me.
Right? Exactly.
Press Si Qing down forcefully, ensuring she cannot rise.
All right.
I shall remember this. Xiao Jiu encouraged. Go for it. Charge ahead. Shi Ha nodded. Let us go for it. Press down. After the two encouraged each other, Shi Ha glanced at her phone and discovered she had received flirty messages from Xinyun, Si Qing, and Song Nanqing simultaneously. Xinyun's message read, I want to take that imperial green jade to design a jade pendant tomorrow. Would you like to join me? Song Nanqing wrote, haha. Today's clay was so much fun. Shall we go to the amusement park tomorrow? Then we can make some ceramics together. It will surely be a blast. Si Qing's reply was succinct.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Si Qing? Ha, look, doesn't it resemble a rabbit's bottom? This rabbit is a bit plump, with a rather large rear.
Si King. Ah, due Si King?
Ha ha ha. Look, doesn't it look like a person kneeling on the ground? To this person's rear should be a bit perkier.
Si King.
Chapter 055. A pair of ruthless individuals. Ha. By the way, what did your flirty message mean? Si Qing. Randomly sent. Ha ha ha. So, are we going on a date tomorrow? The rule states that those who exchange flirty messages must go on a date together. Since both had mutually chosen, why not go on a date? Si Qing frowned, ready to decline, but at that moment, her phone vibrated with a call from the director. If Si Qing were to leave, what would happen if the ratings plummeted in the subsequent episodes? Though Shi Ha had unexpectedly become a dark horse with rising popularity and increased discussion, Si Qing's reputation, likability, and status still surpassed Shi Ha's, as her foundational support remained strong. Shi Ha could not surpass that in a short time. Both were indispensable. After a low response, Si Qing hung up the phone. She remained silent until Shi Ha had played several rounds of the egg party next door before receiving a message from her. Si-ching. Yeah. Ha. Are we really going? Si-ching.
Ha.
Si-ching. Yeah. Good. Do you have any places in mind to visit? Si-ching. Up to you.
Ha.
Then let us just wander around. Get some rest early. Once Shi Ha confirmed, she had to decline Xinyun and Song Nanqing. Xinyun, no worries, have fun. Nighttime is a favored period for all negative sentiments to flourish and proliferate rapidly. For instance, a certain Weibo group ignited a fervent chat. Anti-Ha Alliance Group, 4738. Shi Ha. Why has someone left the group? Wasn't it full before? Disgusted bitch. So annoying every time I open Weibo. It's her trending topics. Utterly nauseating. Messy. Not necessarily a passerby. It could also be bots, after all. One computer can control over 20,000 bot accounts, laughs. Shi Ha. I don't believe it. It's all staged to clear her name. Those who left are merely fickle-minded. Pretenders will always be pretenders. Just wait. In time, she will reveal her true colors, ha. Shi Ha. I too, truly dislike her. I could never like her in this lifetime. Disgusted bitch. As long as you hate Shi Ha, we are friends. Today marks the 5th day of Not Just Heartbeat, and the last day of the first episode. While the second episode will not begin filming until next Monday. However, when Shi Ha came downstairs after washing up, she found Song Nanqing and Xinyun already seated at the dining table, enjoying breakfast, while the others seemed to still be upstairs. After greeting them, Shi Ha sat down to have her breakfast. Xing, did you see Si-ching come downstairs this morning? Yes, Sister Si-ching left for her workout early again, around 5. Oh, then I'll wait for her here. Shi Ha nodded in understanding. Are you looking for her for something? We're going on a date today. Shi Ha and Si-ching are going on a date? How thrilling so early in the morning.
Wow.
I was feeling sleepy at 8, but now I'm wide awake. How could it be? A dating show featuring 2 same-sex guests going on a date? They couldn't possibly. Oh, I remember the rules stated that each guest must go on a date once per episode, otherwise they will be eliminated. Since Sister C hasn't gone on a date in the past few days, she must go today to avoid elimination. Not wanting to date a male guest, she chose a female guest to avoid complications. A date? You and Sister Si-ching are going on a date? Song Nanqing's voice rose, her face filled with astonishment. Quietly enjoying her breakfast, Xinyun slightly lifted her eyelids, focusing on Shi Ha. Upon hearing this, Xinyun's eyebrows subtly arched upwards. Shi Ha took a spoonful of mashed potatoes, instantly closing her eyes in bliss. The flavor was slightly sweet, dense, silky, and utterly delightful. A person who loves potatoes cannot have a poor taste in food. This is Shi Ha's philosophy, potato power. Who made this mashed potato? It's so delicious.
I did.
I saw you could make the clay so finely yesterday and suddenly had an epiphany, so this morning I tried making mashed potatoes, and the result was surprisingly good. While enjoying her mashed potatoes, Xinyun remarked, Ha, so this was made by Song Nanqing's hands. Xinyun. Suddenly, I'm not very interested anymore, smiling.
Wow.
That's impressive. My technique for molding clay has been honed over years, and you picked it up so quickly and did so well. Xing, you are truly brilliant. Your observational skills are sharp, and your learning ability and memory are outstanding. I just started learning. I'm nowhere near as skilled as you, nor do I meet your standards. Besides, I achieved this using your experience. You're still the amazing one. Song Nanqing shyly scratched her head, but the joy in her bright eyes was unmistakable. It radiated from her gaze, spreading to her cheeks and lips, filled with youthful, clear laughter. The two began enthusiastically interacting and complimenting each other, exchanging flattery endlessly. Xinyun, should I leave? Can you two not elevate molding clay into some high-end skill? These two are definitely on the same wavelength. Before long, Yugu also came down. She elegantly approached the three, her delicate hands playfully tousling her waves, exuding charm. Complemented by her ethereal light makeup, pure yet alluring. Oh, Yugo can truly pull off any style. Absolutely stunning.
Indeed.
Far more attractive than certain individuals from the last dating show who appeared in sportswear and no makeup. Someone's fans are so eager to compare. They'd be wasting their talents if they didn't. Shi Ha, little you, are you going on a date today? Yugo. Yes, I'm going out with Mr. Gu today. Having said that, she intentionally cast a glance at Xinyun, who was elegantly wiping his mouth with a tissue, unaffected by her words. Yuji's expression stiffened momentarily, but quickly returned to normal. No matter. Compared to the outsider Xinyun, The second-generation star Gu Shi could provide her with far greater value and assist her in establishing her foothold in the entertainment industry.
Indeed.
When she received a heart-thumping message from Gu Shi after being rejected by Shunyan last night, Yuga swiftly changed her target. Initially, she had refrained from choosing Gu Shi due to his rebellious temperament and the potential difficulties in managing him, but over the past few days, it seemed Gu Shi had no interest in Lu Yingying, and Lu Yingying was no longer relentlessly pursuing Gu Shi. She had a full opportunity. Moreover, Gu Shi had actively sent her a flirty message last night, indicating that he had been captivated by her charm over these days. Upon this thought, Yu Ji's smile appeared more genuine. You're going on a date with Gu Shi? Shi Ha expressed her astonishment.
What?
No, I just think you are quite ruthless. Little sister. It's like a Chi-Yu riding not a giant panda but a porcupine. One careless move, and you could be pierced all over. Yet you charge ahead with unwavering determination. And what about you, elder sister? Who are you dating today? Si Qing. Yugo was momentarily taken aback. You're going on a date with Si Qing?
What?
No, I just think you are also quite ruthless, elder sister. It's as if you knowingly tread into the tiger's den, willingly sacrificing yourself for a noble cause. Chapter 056. Why does it feel a bit awkward? Sure, the ruthless one, embarked on her journey, armed with courage to face formidable challenges. After all, today marked the final day of the segment, and the director had matters to discuss that evening. Shi Ha observed that Si Qing's vehicle was quite the contrast to her cool demeanor. The imposing off-road vehicle boasted robust, fluid lines, exuding a rugged strength.
Wow.
Your car is wild and fierce, possessing a sharp, alluring wild beauty, much like you. Though you appear aloof, your heart burns fiercely, like a little wildcat. Si Qing cast her a sidelong glance. Be quiet. Shi Ha, standing at 1.6 meters, hopped into the passenger seat. Buckle up. Shi Ha murmured, hurriedly fastening her seatbelt. 3 seconds later, Si Qing, seated in the driver's seat, glanced at the buckle she had secured. He pressed his lips together. You fastened it incorrectly.
Ha!
Shi Ha tilted her head, puzzled. What did I fasten incorrectly? Si Qing abruptly fell silent, unfastening Shi Ha's seatbelt and securing it into the correct buckle, then fastening his own. Shi Ha was confused. Why did you only say part of it? Were you planning to save the rest for tomorrow? What did I fasten incorrectly?
Si has confús yung dapanat.
Why are you silent? Be quiet. The ambience was palpably tense and awkward as Shi Ha sat in the passenger seat, silently conversing with Xiao Jiao. Jiao, she is ignoring me. If you keep calling me that, I will ignore you too. All right, little one. When the light turned red, Shi Ha brought her fingers together and created a makeshift pair of glasses. Look, a cobra. The imaginary cobra slithered in the air, occasionally raising its head and poking toward Si Qing. He continued to gaze ahead, unperturbed. After persistent poking from Shi Ha, he finally glanced over. His lips pressed into a thin line. It looks more like a chicken. Shi Ha nodded thoughtfully. That works too, a learning chicken with glasses. Seeing Si Qing silent again, Shi Ha, bursting with unexpressed feelings, resorted to internal dialogue. Xiao Jiao, is this Miss Si a daughter birthed from the eternal ice of the Arctic?
No.
She was born in a hospital. And, by the way, have you started reading fantasy novels? Yes, how did you know? Honestly, you're better off as a celebrity. If you were an undercover agent, you might not survive past the second day. No worries, even if I die, I'll take you with me. We'll soar together like a sweet yogurt twist. I suggest you memorize the modern Chinese dictionary first. I've already memorized it. I can recite it backward. Are you a genius? Words from the Han Dynasty. I have nothing more to say to you. Then sing me a song? Today's class ends here. Goodbye. After Xiao Jiao logged off, Shi Ha transformed back into her own self. Is there a problem? If you're not talking, just sing. She sighed. Indeed, the books were correct. Loneliness is a common state in life. She needed to learn patience, to embrace solitude, to become a solitary yet aloof husky, starting today, starting now. 3 seconds later.
Si?
Can we play some music? Shi Ha, elated that Si Qing did not object to her calling him that, connected to the car's Bluetooth and selected a recommended English song. After several seconds of male breathing and calling, the song began with a female voice. This song is quite pleasant. She leaned closer to Si Qing, swaying her body side to side and humming in somewhat imperfect English. Si Qing. His grip on the steering wheel tightened. The atmosphere was both awkward and humorous. Where is the awkwardness? It's just singing. What is the issue? Because the lyrics mean, baby, Tell me, quickly tell me, what tricks do you like to play on me? There's reason to suspect Shi Ha is doing this on purpose. I stand with Shi Ha. Let anyone oppose me. No, I do not approve of this union. If you wish to embrace my neck and whisper sweet nothings to me, just do as I taught you, darling. The music enveloped the car like an invisible membrane, wrapping Shi Qingyan tightly as restless desires stirred within him. Suddenly, a soft sound emerged, and the music abruptly ceased. Although the lyrics were incomprehensible, Shi Ha also came to a halt. She looked at Shi Qingyan, who had turned off the music. What happened? Shi Qingyan's voice, slightly hoarse, slowly responded, it's noisy.
All right.
Shi Ha opened a bottle of tea provided by the sponsor, taking a few sips before suddenly wrinkling her brow and smacking her lips. This drink tastes a bit off. After savoring it, Shi Ha mused aloud. Why does it feel a bit astringent?
Shi Qingyan.
Chapter 057. Smiling half a step awry. Unable to decide on a movie, the two did not make an online selection. Upon arriving at the cinema, Shi Ha inquired of the ticket attendant, Miss, what good movies are currently showing? Cry Until You Die. Shi Ha was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I know it might make me cry, but whether I cry or not is my business. I'm asking for the movie title. Indeed, the movie is called Cry Until You Die. Can you focus on something other than crying? Can you recommend me a good movie? Cry Until You Die. Shi Ha suddenly burst into laughter, continuing for a full 3 minutes before lowering her head to look at the astonished ticket seller. Now you've witnessed my comedic prowess. Can I now have the movie title? The attendant pointed to a nearby poster. The movie was indeed called Cry Until You Die. Shi Ha's mind went blank momentarily. What? When Shi Ha finally collected her tickets and turned to approach Shi Qingyan, she noticed that the surrounding patrons were casting her strange glances. To prevent others from thinking she was mad for laughing so suddenly, Shi Ha raised her head and laughed 3 more times. Ha.
Ha. Ha.
To convey that her earlier laughter was justified by her good mood. The onlookers discreetly distanced themselves from her, yet their gazes grew increasingly peculiar. With every half step, Shi Ha threw her head back and burst into laughter.
Ha. 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 Ha.
In the corner of the hall, her laughter echoed intermittently. A young boy in the waiting area gazed curiously at a woman not far away, his little eyes sparkling with inquisitiveness. Brother, is that sister afflicted with the legendary laughing madness? The young man replied, I don't know, but she must be a little touched. Ha ha ha, Shi Ha, please don't be too amusing. My tendency to feel second-hand embarrassment has struck again. Is there truly no one in this world you care about? It was only when Shi Ha approached Shi Qing that she silently closed her slightly itching throat. She cleared her throat twice and took a few sips of the rather astringent tea beverage, lamenting, I should have bought a bag of chicken feet outside to scratch my throat. Shi Qing asked, there's still several minutes before the movie starts. Would you like to play the claw machine? She pointed to a few rows of claw machines a few meters away. Shi Qingyan shook her head. Shi Ha inquired again. Are you really not going to play? Another shake of the head. Shi Ha persisted, you truly do not want to play? If you want to go, then go. Shi Qing murmured, finding it quite strange that someone didn't fancy playing the claw machine. Having never played before, Shi Ha excitedly exchanged 20 coins and began to claw. 5 minutes later, she exchanged for another 20 coins. 10 minutes later, she did so again. Ha ha ha, ignoring Shi Qing's advice, Shi Ha suffering the consequences. It was Friday, and the two had opted for the morning show around 8, so the cinema was sparsely populated, with only 4 or 5 scattered individuals. Once Shi Ha settled into her seat, she noticed Shi Qing had taken a seat next to the aisle. She reminded her, you're sitting in the wrong place. Your seat is on my left, but now you're on my right. With that, Shi Ha thoughtfully raised her hands, earnestly explaining, see, this is the left hand, and this is the right hand. Shi Qing. So considerate. She even thought Shi Qing might not distinguish left from right, so she specifically pointed it out. I'm genuinely touched. I declare, Shi Ha is the 999 cold remedy, warm and considerate. No rebuttals accepted. 999 teacher, you're a thumbs up. Shi Qing stared at Shi Ha and suddenly pointed to her own temple in the dim light, tapping it twice. Shi Ha paused. What? Are you saying you have a problem with your brain and can't tell left from right? She furrowed her brow, worry creeping into her voice as she murmured, I've only heard of color blindness. I've never heard of left-right blindness. Is this serious? Can it be treated? If you're unwell, you should see a doctor. It can't be delayed. It only gets worse. How about I accompany you to the hospital this afternoon? Just then the movie began. Shi Ha had to set this matter aside, preparing to find an opportunity to accompany Shi Qing to check on her brain. Having a problem with one's brain is a serious matter. The film Crying Won't Kill You was aptly named, telling the story of a one-armed homeless man who adopted a stray dog, naming it Furball. The elderly homeless man was quite advanced in age, his gait unsteady, his hair almost entirely gray. He relied on rummaging through trash bins to survive, with leftover food and expired snacks enough to fill his small appetite. While the money earned from selling scrap was saved to buy dog food for Furball, he even fashioned clothes and hats for the dog from found fabric. Over the years, Furball amassed 12 outfits, 7 hats, and countless chew toys. The old man had a small cart containing a few bags of his clothes, bedding, some tools, and Furball's belongings. As Shi Ha watched the screen, tears streamed down her face at the sight of the old man and Furball walking side by side in the setting sun, their shadows stretching long. She couldn't help but cry out loud. Hearing the noise, Shi Qing glanced over at the sobbing Shi Ha, furrowing her brow. Why was she crying? Slowly, Furball grew, and the old man aged further. His silhouette became more stooped and bent, his steps slower and more unsteady, his voice lower and hoarser, and the wrinkles on his face hung down, nearly obscuring his murky, yellowed eyes. Yet, even so, when he saw Furball, his eyes still sparkled with light, and his lips curled into a smile. Even if that smile added more wrinkles, so what? He had Furball, and that was enough. The sounds of sobbing filled the air, and after crying for a while, Shi Ha had already used up all the tissues she had brought. But the tears continued to flow. Suddenly, through her tear-blurred vision, she caught sight of a small packet of tissues being handed to her from the right. Glancing at Shi Qing, she sniffled. "Thank you for your little bun." Shi Qing replied, "Buns are better when eaten." Chapter 058. Why aren't you crying? However, among the homeless, there exists a competitive circle, particularly as certain retired grandfathers and grandmothers also enjoy rummaging through trash bins, leading to the elderly homeless man finding fewer useful items. Gradually, Furball stopped eating dog food altogether. Slowly, the elderly man, with his tiny appetite, could only eat half of what he needed. All things possess spirit. The increasingly robust Furball sensed his owner's decline and took on the responsibility of providing for the household. Other homeless individuals and the elderly would rummage through trash bins at dawn, while Furball would begin his search even earlier. Furball was clever. Knowing what could be sold for dog food and what was still edible, he was also diligent, searching through multiple bins daily. Furball was the backbone of this household. A world without dogs simply wouldn't do. It was unsustainable. However, as time passed, the dwindling returns of other homeless individuals and some elderly people noticed Furball competing for their business. They began to chase him away while he rummaged through the trash. They kicked and yelled, "Get lost, filthy mutt. A homeless person deserves a homeless dog. They're a perfect match. Scram, scram. Go far away." Furball didn't understand what a stray dog was. It only knew that it had many lovely and comfortable clothes and hats, countless toys, and that it could eat to its fill every day. Oh, and it had a truly loving owner. Furball was not a stray dog. It had its owner. And its owner was no homeless person, for the owner had a Furball who loved him dearly. Yet how could a small rural dog stand up against these humans? It was kicked, yelled at, and beaten with sticks, rolling in pain on the ground. The little dog bag made by its owner toppled, scattering bottles and food everywhere. The homeless individuals looked at the yelping Furball with twisted, sadistic smiles, kicking harder. Time passed until Furball's pained whimpers grew faint, after which the homeless man took away the waste and food Furball had worked hard to collect, casually tearing apart the little dog bag, stomping it down before tossing it into a trash heap. Finally, he spat at Furball before leaving. The old man trembled as he picked up Furball and hurried to the nearest pet shop. His hands, dark and wrinkled like withered tree bark, shook as he pulled out a gray fabric pouch from his clothing, painstakingly smoothing out the crumpled bills inside before handing them to the shopkeeper. He muttered, "Please." The shopkeeper glanced at the crumpled bills, totaling 103 yuan. It wasn't even enough for a single shot.
Wah.
The theater was filled with the sounds of crying and sniffling, growing louder. Despite only a handful of people, the sobs and sniffles were strikingly pronounced. Shi Ha had long since exhausted the small tissue that Shi Qing had handed her, weeping uncontrollably, her face resembling a deluge, forcing her to use her sleeve to wipe away her tears. The sight of Shi Ha's sorrowful lamentation was evidently more captivating to Shi Qing than any cinematic portrayal. What could have rendered her so profoundly heartbroken? And why were those around her equally afflicted by such grief? Shi Qing found himself puzzled. It was merely a tale of a dog and an elderly man, a narrative that could unfold in myriad forms across various epochs in every corner of the world. At that moment, Si Qingyan's expression epitomized indifference and tranquility to the utmost degree, for to him, it was nothing more than an exceedingly commonplace story. He glanced again at Shi Ha, noticing her sleeve had become soaked with tears. As she prepared to scrunch the previously used tissues together and roll them across her face once more. After a brief pause, he extended the handkerchief he always carried with him. Without even a glance, Shi Ha accepted it and immediately began to blow her nose and wipe her tears. The once pristine handkerchief, as it traversed her face, gradually assumed a darker hue. Fortunately, the delivery came in time. It's nothing serious. Once the effects of the anesthetic wear off, he should awaken, the doctor in the white coat announced before departing. The elderly man, trembling, approached the small bed, slowly placing his large, calloused hand upon the dog's fur, stroking it gently, again and again. After an unknown duration had passed, the pair of small, bean-like eyes opened once more, shimmering with brilliance, as if to convey, "Master, I'm so happy to see you. I've had the longest, most delightful sleep. I dreamt of an abundance of delicious food, sweet cakes, soft bread, juicy oranges, so much that we could never finish it all. We could eat for a lifetime." The final scene mirrored a previous one, transformed from the setting sun's descent to the dawn's ascent, as the hunchbacked elder, pulling a small cart, walked alongside his dog, which joyfully wagged its tail and bobbed its head, both enveloped in a warm, radiant glow. The pair ventured further away, their silhouettes stretching longer in the sunlight. Once outside the cinema, Shi Ha was still sobbing, while a photographer waiting outside captured a close-up of her face.
Wow.
Shi Ha's complexion looks as if it has been soaked in water, so fair and delicate, but her eyes appear puffy from crying. I watched this film yesterday. It was truly heart-wrenching. My boyfriend, a stoic warrior, has a notoriously high threshold for tears, yet he too was moved to weep, and the aftereffects were profound. Even now, the memory brings tears to my eyes. Why does Si Qing appear so composed? There's not even a trace of tears on his face, nor any expression whatsoever. It's as if he entered with one demeanor and has exited with the same. I had anticipated witnessing Si Qing shed a tear. I waited for so long. Si Qing, as expected, remains unfazed by any emotional turmoil. No person or event sways her disposition. Such mastery over her emotions is nothing short of formidable. Dehydrated, Shi Ha opened a fizzy drink and gulped it down until her thirst began to subside, then turned her gaze towards the impassive Si Qing. "You should drink too." Si Qing glanced at the beverage she had been drinking, his brows knitting slightly. "I want tea. How can you not cry if you drink?" Chapter 059, The Clear Foolishness of Indifference to Others' Lives. As the two strolled down the street, nearly devoid of clothing, they quickly attracted a frenzied crowd.
Si Qing. Si Qing.
"I love you, Si Qing." The vacuous, ecstatic shrieks undoubtedly reflected Si Qing's popularity. Upon seeing him, they were rendered speechless, left with nothing but screams. Naturally, in light of Shi Ha's recent surge in notoriety, she too was recognized. "Ha ha ha, are you and Xinyan really an item?" Shi Ha, amidst the throng, gazed around in bewilderment.
Who called her by that nickname?
"Wow, there are so many people. Don't hide in there without speaking. I know you can hear me. What's the deal? Is it real or not?" "Of course, Xinyan and I are real. Otherwise, would we be inflatable?" Laughter erupted from the crowd. A woman in the midst of the gathering raised her phone high, activating the selfie mode as she spun around the crowd. "Hello, family. Today I encountered some celebrities. One is a big star called Si Qing and the other is a big star known as Ha Ha Ha. And what about you and Song Nanqing? Is that real? That one's real too. What about you and Lu Yingying? Had feelings once. Next question. So the pomegranate is real. Ingzi, did you see? She admitted it. She finally admitted it. And what about you and Si Qing?" At this question, the crowd fell silent. "Wow, that's bold of you to ask. I just feel like I can't find her. Me and her?" Shi Ha paused. "I'm real, but as for whether Si Qing is real, I'm not certain." Si Qing. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in an uproar. "Si Qing, is it true?" Si Qing. He expressionlessly entered the car, with Shi Ha following suit. Yet the exuberant crowd continued to pepper her with questions. Shi Ha leaned out of the car window, ready to engage with them further. However, just as her head extended, the window automatically began to rise. In an instant, her head was caught in the window,
Shi Ha?
The crowd. Onlookers. The occurrence was so abrupt that no one could react. By the time they did, a wave of laughter erupted along the roadside, drawing more and more people to stop and watch, all while laughing and capturing photos. Caught and unable to move, Shi Ha. Click. Shi Ha's eyes brightened.
No.
Go ahead and take your pictures. Why the flash? It's broad daylight. It's a waste of battery. A timid sorry emerged amidst the increasing laughter. Seeing so many people capturing her, would Shi Ha lower her head in embarrassment? No, she would not. With pride, she raised her chin, tilting her head, winking and pouting, completely devoid of any hint of embarrassment or timidity. Shi Ha, sister is a queen, confident and strong. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard I'm losing my head. Where's my head? Where's my head? My head? I'm searching. Both awkward and amusing. 999 teacher, really? Even in this situation, still considering whether it wastes battery for everyone's phones. I'm weeping uncontrollably. If 999 teacher isn't on the list of the most touching figures of the year, I want to watch. Once Shi Ha grew somewhat weary from the laughter, she called out, Ching Ching, could you lower the window? I can't see. A low, husky voice responded from behind. I thought you were enjoying yourself. Shi Ha wiggled her rear, signaling a shake of her head. No, I'm just stuck in here. The next moment, the window descended, successfully freeing her head. She sat in the car, beaming as she waved goodbye to the crowd. All right, that's enough for today. Since I can't be sure if we'll meet again, I'll see you all in the next life. See you in the next life.
Shi Ha. Promise me.
You all must take good care of yourselves. The crowd paused in surprise. You too. Shi Ha, stay away from vice, smoke less, drink less. And don't stay up late. Health is wealth. The crowd moved. You too. Shi Ha, everyone must live happily and strive to become the person you want to be. Promise me. The crowd, teary-eyed. You too. Witnessing this poignant scene of parting, Si Ching Yen slightly parted his lips. We're going for lunch, not a farewell feast. There's truly no need for all this.
Haha.
Accurate, correct, and brutally honest. She shook her head with a sense of loss and sighed. Alas, I always feel an emptiness within. Gurgle, gurgle. Si Ching Yen pursed her lips. I believe it is your stomach that is empty. Ha, I didn't realize Si Shin had such a sharp tongue. Stomach grumbling from hunger. Shi Ha exited the vehicle and headed to a nearby convenience store to procure something to quell her appetite. Upon entering, she discovered a cashier engaged in a tug-of-war with a middle-aged man. The man's expression was quite serious. You need not come in tomorrow. The cashier frowned. Boss. What do you mean? Just as Shi Ha approached, she stepped forward to kindly explain. It means you have the day off tomorrow. The man disregarded Shi Ha and continued. It means you won't be needed the day after tomorrow either. The cashier pressed. What exactly do you mean? Can't you be clear?
She reiterated.
It means you have a 2-day break. The boss interjected. It means you won't be needed for the rest of the year. Without waiting for the cashier to respond, Shi Ha chimed in. It means you are granted a vacation. The boss added, not just this year. You won't be needed next year, the year after, or even the year after that. Shi Ha remarked, it means you have a 4-year holiday and you may return in 4 years. The boss retorted, you need not come back to work, do you not understand? Shi Ha responded, it means no work, just receiving payment. The boss. The cashier. The boss turned to Shi Ha, who are you? Shi Ha replied, a passionate, non-professional translator. If you wish to buy something, do so quickly. If not, please do not delay me in terminating her. Terminate? Why would you dismiss her? Has she done anything wrong? The cashier, equally indignant, added, yes, you must provide a reason. The boss scoffed, do you think I don't review the surveillance? It's clearly work hours, yet you are playing on your phone. The cashier retorted, with a salary of only $3,000 a month, do you expect me to shovel dirt for you after you pass? 1's salary dictates 1's responsibilities. If you offered me $38,000, I would give you my life. Shi Ha quickly interjected, human trafficking is illegal. Do not engage in such matters. The two exchanged looks. The cashier placed a hand on her heart. As a cashier, I handle money, stock goods, and arrange shelves. When there are no customers, what's wrong with playing on my phone? I have nothing to feel guilty about. Shi Ha continued to explain. It means that when one thinks of 1's salary during leisure time, guilt dissipates. Indeed, one feels no remorse. The two, that's not quite it, but it's close enough. Shi Ha, your translation skills must be at least at a proficiency level of 8 in the Chinese language. I have learned a new term, Feeling no guilt over 1's salary, Shi Ha encountered this expression from the quarrel between the cashier and the boss, now commonly used to describe the scenario where employees feel justified in slacking off due to a mismatch between their salary and workload, devoid of guilt when reminded of their pay. Haha, dictionary teacher, you're summarizing again. I learned new vocabulary in Shi Ha's live stream during a dating show. The lady is correct. If you expect me to handle 2 people's work for 1 salary, offer me 38,000, and I would even live in the store. Miss, this is an internal matter of our store. If you wish to purchase something, please do so. If not, could you kindly leave? The boss, unsure of Shi Ha's origins yet perceiving her as someone of status due to her demeanor and the camera behind her, chose not to offend her.
All right.
Shi Ha selected some snacks and approached the cashier to pay. The boss glanced at the cashier, who promptly removed her apron and grabbed her bag, heading for the exit. The boss, the post, 2000 generation is restructuring the workplace? His mouth twitched as he stepped behind the counter to take the items from Shi Ha's hands. That will be 16 yuan and 50 cents. I will scan it for you.
Oh, all right.
The boss glanced at the register screen. Sorry, insufficient balance. Shi Ha, understanding, replied. No worries, I can wait. The boss, your balance is insufficient. Shi Ha realized, oh, I thought it was you with insufficient funds. I was just saying, what kind of store operates without money? Haha, I laughed so hard my cat thought I was going mad. Do you not think so? Teacher 999 exhibits a kind of clear-headed foolishness that disregards others' well-being. 999. My heart contains only myself. Very well. You and Si Shen are increasingly suited for each other. Si Qingyan asked, why did you take so long? Shi Ha responded, I played translator for a moment, assisting a soon-to-be unemployed young lady in successfully losing her job, while also contributing my modest efforts to lower the national employment rate.
Si Qingyan?
Chapter 060. Your heart is colder than stone. Shi Ha led Si Qingyan to a small alley near a school. I saw online that their grilled oysters and clam rice noodles, as well as their grilled pig trotters, are delicious. It has been a 20-year-old establishment, she introduced. This was her first visit, and she was uncertain of the taste, but at least the online reviews were favorable. Shi Ha had her own logic. Even if it turned out to be a disappointment, it did not matter, for life is a journey of trial and error. If it was delicious, she would know to trust online recommendations. If it was dreadful, she would learn to be cautious. The former yielded delicious experiences, while the latter provided valuable lessons. It was not a loss. Described as a shop, it was essentially a small establishment of about 7 or 8 square meters tucked away in an alley, with small folding tables and plastic stools set out on the wide sidewalk, only differing from a typical hole-in-the-wall eatery by the absence of a few flies. They arrived relatively early, just past 11 o'clock, before the official lunch hour, yet the small shop was already bustling with patrons. Shi Ha scanned the area and spotted the only vacant table tucked in a corner. Wow, this place is doing brisk business. So many people already. And it's only 11. I've seen it online. It seems to be quite popular, a trendy spot. I encountered a fellow local. Their grilled pig trotters are meaty and tender, not at all dry. The oysters and clams are also clean, with no sand or fishy smell. But why does it seem like Si Qing isn't very happy? Her expression isn't great. Does she not like it? Si Shen has a serious aversion to filth. It's only natural she dislikes crowded and noisy places, Shi Ha thought, astonished. Had I known you were so particular about cleanliness, I would have brought disinfectant and cleaning supplies. Si Qingyan, that's hard to evaluate.
Si Qingyan, no need for that.
Ha, Shi Ha, please stop talking. Every time you speak, I want to laugh. The weather was quite clear, yet upon sitting down, Shi Ha felt a slight chill. Suspecting it stemmed from the frosty demeanor radiating from her companion, she decided to break the ice. The movie we just watched was so touching, with the dog and its owner, so moving. Remembering Si Qing's clean face devoid of tears upon exiting the cinema, Shi Ha thought she must not be fond of such films. Or perhaps she had a heart of stone and felt no emotion. The topic did not flow well. Within a couple of minutes, Shi Ha spotted a lazy orange cat lounging in the sun behind a small dog a few meters away. Her eyes lit up. Do you know why that cat likes to stay close to the dog? Si Qingyan remained indifferent. Shi Ha continued, because the cat says, a golden nest or silver nest is not as good as one's own dog kennel. With that, she burst into laughter.
Si Qingyan.
As Shi Ha observed Si Qingyan's lack of response, she continued, let me share another tale with you. A newly born calf perished from hunger. Can you guess why? Si Qingyan cast her a fleeting glance. Shi Ha promptly exclaimed, because it couldn't drink milk on an empty stomach. With that, she burst into laughter once more. Si Qingyan remarked, "What a cold joke." Shi Ha countered, "But I find it quite amusing." She added, "Doesn't Si Shin find this funny?" Shi Ha then posed another riddle. A group of little animals gathered for a feast, yet only the little elephant was furious.
Why?
Because it was a meteorological bureau. The room erupted with laughter, as Shi Ha exclaimed, "This is hilarious. It's like my sixth uncle's carrot, my grandfather's cabbage, my grandmother's bean sprouts, and the tomatoes sent by my second aunt's family." "What a cold joke," Si Qingyan replied. "Why aren't you laughing, Si Shin? Your heart is colder than stone." Shi Ha remarked, "If it were the stars, they would surely appreciate 999's jokes and laugh along. Ultimately, it's clear we are the most compatible." After Shi Ha's laughter subsided, she turned to the impassive Si Qingyan, inquiring, "Not funny?" Si Qingyan lifted her eyelids and retorted, "Is it funny? Of course it is." "Not funny. Then, what do you find amusing?" "You are rather amusing." Shi Ha suddenly realized, "So you mean to say that just my presence brings you joy? Without me needing to do, or say anything. Merely looking at me is enough to make you happy, correct?" Si Qingyan's brow twitched slightly.
Is it?
She mused, stroking her chin.
Perhaps.
The two waited for approximately 20 minutes, with the table before them remaining conspicuously empty, save for the remnants of a half-finished snack consumed by Si Qingyan. Shi Ha turned her head and shouted into the establishment, "Excuse me, are your oysters and clams freshly harvested from the sea upon ordering?" The surrounding customers, also in waiting, erupted in laughter, echoing her sentiment. "Exactly. Hurry up. The flowers will wither, and we've already played 3 rounds of mobile mahjong." The owner shouted back, "Coming right up." Moments later, the dishes finally arrived: 2 plates of garlic oysters, 2 plates of roasted pig trotters, and 2 servings of clam vermicelli. The neatly arranged oysters were generously sprinkled with finely minced garlic, their aromatic fragrance intertwining with the fresh essence of the oysters. The roasted pig trotters appeared golden and crisp, tender and flavorful, exuding a subtle scent of marinade. The clam vermicelli wafted steam, the broth rich and savory with a hint of briny goodness. Shi Ha swallowed hard, quickly declaring, "I'm eating, you do as you please," and then dove into her meal. "Oh, how delicious it smells. It looks divine," she exclaimed. "Once I have money, I'll definitely get a phone that allows me to both smell and taste. I can't take it anymore. I must have the roasted pig trotters, clam vermicelli, and grilled oysters right now." After finishing nearly half of her vermicelli and 1 roasted pig trotter, she lifted her gaze to the plate of oysters and grinned. I bet the oysters never imagined that their shells would become their bowls. Alas, such poor creatures, after growing all this time, they end up being caught. But who told you to wander around disobediently? If you misbehave, you must obediently enter my belly. Fill me up, he. Shi Ha, are you unwell? You're making me laugh so hard it hurts. Someone whispered. Si Qingyan, maintaining her calm demeanor, replied, "A pre-meal ritual, a method of exorcism. Si Shun rarely speaks, and when she does, it's a timeless classic. Oyster, so no one speaks for me? Clam, already devoured. Don't lose your mind. Do you see anyone speaking for me? Being eaten by humans is our fate. Roasted pig trotter, no worries, the sooner we die, the sooner we reincarnate. Let us hope not to be domestic pigs next time, but wild ones." I'm not joking. After their meal, the two strolled through the alley. Shi Ha asked, "Would you like some milk tea?" Si Qingyan slightly shook her head. "All right then." Shi Ha approached a milk tea shop and inquired, "Hello, could I have a cone?"
Oh, wait.
She glanced at the menu board beside her. "Please give me a sweet cone." The staff responded, "You mean a sweet cone, right?" Shi Ha nodded eagerly, Yes. That crispy cone with ice cream. Here's your sweet cone. Please enjoy." Shi Ha took it and turned to Si Qingyan, who was maintaining a distance of about a meter, asking, "Would you like to try?"
No.
"How about just a tiny taste? I think their ice cream cone is truly delicious." Shi Ha broke off the tip of the cone, about a centimeter, then scooped some ice cream with it and offered it. "Try it?" Si Qingyan observed the diminutive cone, barely the size of a fingernail, and remarked, "You are being quite absurd." The sweet cone mused, "I never anticipated I could become a mother in this lifetime. Thank you, 999, for fulfilling my dream of motherhood." You might say she is generous for only breaking off a tip, yet she is also stingy, as she did share some ice cream with you.
Can't you see?
999 is clearly concerned that Sishin may not enjoy it or that eating too much might be unhealthy, so she only offered a small taste. If it's good, she'll get more. If not, there's no waste.
Who is she?
999. What's our motto? Warm and considerate. Seeing that Si Qingyan ignored her and walked ahead, Shi Ha hurried to catch up. Really not going to eat? Unexpectedly, the tiny sweet cone slipped from her fingers as she hurried along,
She halted.
silently watching it land beside a group of ants transporting food. The ants looked at the fallen treat. Mom, you were right. Big cities are full of opportunities. Ant, thank you for this heavenly gift. While pies may not fall from the sky, ice cream certainly does. With this in mind, the fall was no longer seen as wasteful. Shi Ha caught up with Si Qingyan and took a lick of the ice cream. Just then, Si Qingyan caught a glimpse of the moist, plump tip of her tongue peeking from her luscious lips, as if touched by something scorching, quickly averting her gaze. Her eyes dimming slightly, they continued walking, Shi Ha diligently savoring her ice cream while Si Qingyan stared intently ahead. Neither spoke, the silence lingered. Si Qingyan is truly too cold. Although this isn't strictly a date, it's still an outing. Despite Shi Ha's enthusiastic demeanor, she remains aloof throughout. Doesn't that seem a bit inconsiderate? She must not like Shi Ha. I too maintain a cold demeanor towards those I dislike. It's not that she dislikes Shi Ha. Rather, Sishin's personality has always been this way. Over the past 2 or 3 years, aside from her performances, she has maintained this cool detachment. It's just her nature. Pristine and fastidious. Otherwise, how do you think she earned the title of the entertainment industry's ethereal goddess? Si Qingyan inherently possesses a demeanor that keeps others at bay. She isn't targeting anyone in particular. Even before the most influential figures, she remains composed and indifferent. Indeed, it seems nothing can evoke a reaction from Sishin. I suddenly wish to see her lose her composure. Passing a small shop selling miscellaneous books, Shi Ha paused. I want to buy a few books.
Si Qingyan replied softly.
Excuse me, how much are these books? Shi Ha asked, pointing to a haphazard pile of miscellaneous books on display. The owner, reclining in a chair, replied without looking up, 10 yuan per jean. So, expensive? The owner retorted, within books lie golden houses. If gold isn't priced high, how can it be worth anything? The books you possess have yellowed with age. What is it? Has your gold faded as well? Moreover, these volumes are dog-eared, with some covers even peeling off. They might very well be relics of a bygone era. The proprietor, what price do you propose? 10 yuan for 10 jean. He abruptly rises from his reclined position. Are you joking? I sell scrap at 8 mao per jean. Quite a deal. You stand to gain 2 mao without effort. What good is it? I would earn merely 2 mao selling to you, but to others, I could profit several yuan. Furthermore, by selling to me, the value and knowledge of these books can continue to be passed on. Discarding them as scrap would be sheer waste. Have you considered how the authors, publishers, and countless previous owners would feel seeing their cherished works discarded? Is this not a betrayal of their legacy? I shall say no more. Ponder this deeply and see if it holds true. With arms crossed, Shi Ha gazes down at the owner. The proprietor, unusually silent, reflects. Perhaps there is merit to this notion? Selling to the young lady before him not only allows the books to endure, but also provides him with a modest profit, which is far better than allowing them to gather dust here or be relegated to waste. The proprietor, after a moment of contemplation, declares, I have come to understand. Good deeds yield good returns. Virtue must be cultivated in even the smallest of actions. One must sow kindness to reap its rewards. Therefore, I shall not charge you for these books. Choose a few that you cherish and take them with you. Shi Ha nods in approval. Your fortune still awaits, dear proprietor. The proprietor, grasping her hand gratefully, I shall take your words to heart. Moments later, Si Qingyan observed Shi Ha approaching with a bag of free books, her excitement palpable. Pray tell, has she come to beg for alms? As they venture about 100 meters into the alley, a heated argument erupts from a secluded corner. Their lively movements cause their vivid red scarves to flutter in the breeze. A boy, not much taller than the nearby trash can, shouts angrily, Enough. You don't truly love me. You're only with me to provoke Luo Xuanyu. The girl responds with a cold smile. Oh, do you think I am unaware? You're with me only because Lu Zixuan rejected you, and since I resemble Lu Zixuan, you agreed to be with me? Shi Ha's eyes widen in astonishment.
Goodness.
Is this a case of substitution literature manifesting in reality? Chapter 62. What do you possess to compare with him? Shi Ha presses against the wall, eavesdropping on their exchange. That's nonsense. I stopped liking Lu Zixuan ages ago. The boy retorts swiftly. Then what did you write in the bottom right corner of page 52 in your literature book? The entire page is filled with her name. What do I amount to? Am I merely a fool in your eyes? I'm about to lose my temper. The girl escalates, her voice rising in desperation.
The boy.
Momentarily taken aback. You actually went through my literature book? How is it that I cannot as your boyfriend? Fine, if that is the case. Let us settle the score. You clearly still have feelings for Luo Xuanyu. Why are you still with me? You already are with me. Yet during recess, you frolic and joke with Luo Xuanyu. Have you considered my feelings? Your love is love, but my love, Zhou Zichen's love, is not. Speak up. The boy bellows in rage. The girl falls silent. The boy scoffs. Cat got your tongue? You think I cannot see you from the adjacent class? Do you know that Husky is my sworn brother? He tells me everything. The boy's eyes widen in shock. What? Why would he do that? Of course. It's because Husky also likes Lu Zixuan. The girl retorts with a smirk. He doesn't want you with Lu Zixuan. The boy appears to lose his spirit, trembling uncontrollably, murmuring, Why? Why is this happening? But do not worry. Even if you send a love letter to Lu Zixuan, she will refuse you, for she does not like you at all. Then, who does she like? The girl replies, she fancies Zhang Jiao from class 2, grade 4, our senior. Our senior is far more mature than a brat like you. The boy retorts, am I a brat? Then Luo Xuanyu is not one either? In truth, I do not care much for Luo Xuanyu. He is merely a substitute. Whose substitute? Li Bowen, the top student of grade 5.
Li Bowen.
He is 2 years older than us. He is practically an old man. I am merely 9 years old, youthful and handsome. What do I lack compared to him? What do you possess to compare? He eats KFC without caring what day it is. The girl scoffs. You have lost, utterly and completely. After a pause, the boy suddenly flashes a mischievous grin. Did I ever tell you that Li Bowen is my aunt's son, brother, sister, uncle, second cousin, son? We are related. I eat KFC without caring what day it is either. Rest assured, as long as I am around, Li Bowen will never fancy you. The girl's eyes widen in disbelief. What? Then, why didn't you tell me sooner? What use is it to tell you early? To have you use me to pursue Li Bowen? I merely hope you would love me for who I am, for the complete person that I am, not for my KFC. The girl falls silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Do you know who Lu Zixuan is to me? Isn't she just your classmate? She is my half-sister. The boy, taken aback, realizes, half-sister? No wonder you two resemble each other so closely. Ha! What I cannot have, you shall not have either. Damn it! The boy shouts, hands on his head, looking to the sky in exasperation. The girl, arms crossed, watches with a smug expression. The audience in the live stream. Half-sisters, this has shocked me all day. The last time I encountered such absurdity was. Is that a fart? Not sure, let me sniff again. Didn't he catch a whiff? Sniff harder. Smelling anything will only harm you. Grimace. Have elementary students already reached this level? I cannot comprehend, yet I am greatly astounded, not implying all elementary students. These two children, their combined age multiplied by 2 is still less than my shoe size. Be more confident, remove the estimate. Although their faces are obscured, they are at most 8 or 9 years old. The two children argue passionately, and Shi Ha, observing, finds it all quite delightful. The intricacies of human affection are indeed fascinating. As their emotions begin to settle, she approaches. Children, I am giving away old books for free. Do you need any? The girl, momentarily taken aback by Shi Ha's presence, has never encountered such a beautiful sister. More stunning than the stars of television.
All right.
What about you? Do you want one? The boy, who was just moments ago roaring about love, blushes and nods. Shi Ha selects 2 small books from her bag and hands them to each. For you. Here is the complete guide to KFC recipes. With this book, you will no longer need to check what day it is to enjoy KFC. The girl. And for you. Here is an overview of kinship in Huagua. Study it well, and you'll discern whether a half-sister is truly a sister. However, I suggest you spend a few yuan at the supermarket first to grasp the concept before diving into this book. It will solidify your foundation, making it easier to learn. The boy. Ha, is this what I think it is? Oh, 9, Shi Ha. Have conversations reached this level of abstraction? Shocked face. Today, I performed yet another noble deed, adding another point to my virtue ledger. Shi Ha, do you have nothing to say? Si Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. What should I say? Why would I have any thoughts? All right then. Meanwhile, not far away in an alley, an amusing scene unfolded. A plump, short boy stood with hands on hips atop a stone, looking down with a sense of superiority at a frail, Diminutive boy crouched on the ground. The stout boy, with a fierce expression, declared, "Hand over your money if you know what's good for you, or you'll regret it." The frightened boy on the ground trembled slightly. Nearby, a stray dog rummaging through a trash bin paused to observe the scene. "Is this really happening?" The chubby boy, realizing the boy remained still, grew irritated and yanked at the boy's backpack, beginning to rummage through it. The boy exerted all his strength to shout, "Help! I'm being robbed." Just as the stout boy attempted to cover his mouth, a voice called out from behind, "What are you doing?" He quickly turned to see the newcomer, his eyes widening in surprise as he murmured, "Doll?" Shi Ha frowned, her almond-shaped eyes wide. "What doll?" "You're the one who looks like a doll." The stout boy retorted defiantly, "Your little face is fair and smooth, like a peeled egg. Your big, bright eyes shine like stars in the sky. Your red, pouting lips are small and delicate, like cherries on a tree." "Shi Ha, are you composing an essay? Using parallelism?" To be fair, this little brat certainly seems capable of writing a decent essay. What a bizarre encounter we have here. Thus, as I observe the two, they resemble a standing mosaic and a lying mosaic. How magical. Ha ha. Shi Ha, be quiet. The stout boy pursed his lips. She helped the small boy to his feet. "Are you hurt?" "I'm not injured." The boy shook his head, clutching his chest, his eyes slightly reddened. "But it hurts here." "Shi Ha, he threw my Ultraman figure on the ground." She looked at the scattered Ultraman eraser, Ultraman pencil case, and Ultraman wrapping paper. How infuriating. To a boy who believes in light, this harm is akin to enduring the pain of 10 hefty thugs and 7 wolves beating upon him. Physical wounds can heal, but emotional scars endure. I hope you never understand this statement. Heartbroken, already darkened. Chapter 063. Everything I indulge in only brings me joy. Shi Ha interrogated both boys to understand the circumstances. The small boy, being relatively introverted and not very talkative in class, came from a well-off family and had an abundance of pocket money, thus attracting the attention of the chubby boy, who came from a more modest background and had little pocket money. This was the stout boy's first offense, which Shi Ha happened to witness. In the end, Shi Ha took both boys to school and informed their homeroom teacher of the incident. The teacher, though surprised, immediately reprimanded the stout boy and showed concern for the frail boy, affirming that he would handle the matter sternly and notify both sets of parents. Seeing the teacher's sense of responsibility, Shi Ha felt reassured enough to leave. As the two boys approached the school gate, they happened to pass by the playground, where a group of students engaged in sports were joyously chasing each other. Shi Ha gazed at the scene, feeling nostalgic. I truly cherish these moments of playing with classmates and friends. The friendships and joy in school are so pure. I played like that when I was young, and it was so much fun. The aloof Si Qingyan's eyelashes fluttered. Shi Ha continued, "When I was a child, I bathed and swam in muddy waters. I played hide and seek in cornfields at midnight and was once bitten by a snake. I loved to climb slender trees and swing from the top. I used wooden boards as boats to paddle across rivers, only to accidentally fall in. I went with friends to gather honey and ended up disturbing a wasp nest. We attempted to roast chicken, which resulted in burning down a wooden house." Si Qingyan remained silent for 3 seconds. "Do you possess 9 lives?" Shi Ha shyly lowered her head. "What does not kill me will only make me stronger." 999 teacher, are you practicing a handstand here? Do you want to listen to yourself? Is this what you call pure joy? Surely, this is not the ultimate form of self-destruction? Even these actions would be considered quite outrageous, even in today's context. Even crocodiles would dream of being crocodiles after hearing this. Yama, why are there always people loitering at the door? You don't walk the path to heaven. You break through the walls to hell. Did you have any fun experiences as a child? Shi Ha inquired of Si Qingyan.
No.
Did you have any good friends?
No.
Did you have any close classmates?
No.
Not a single person? Shi Ha was taken aback and pressed on. Surely, there must be at least half a person? Si Qingyan pursed his lips. There truly isn't. Ha, can you find me half a person? No humans, then how about a cat? A dog?
None.
Si Qingyan had suffered from a psychological condition known as skin hunger since childhood, which cannot be treated with medication and can only be managed by oneself. After falling ill, he developed a strong desire for human touch and affection, yet any physical contact would cause his body to tremble uncontrollably and breathe heavily. Si Qingyan was proud and exceedingly rational. Such phenomena, which were beyond his cerebral control, were not something he welcomed. To avoid these situations, he had armored himself for over a decade. Moreover, His upbringing taught him that a competent family leader does not require play or friends. Their existence only leads to the loss of absolute rationality, ensnared by countless desires. In the battleground of commerce, profit reigns supreme. It's all right, you have a dog now. Shi Ha attempted to comfort him with a gentle pat on the shoulder, only to have him swiftly evade her touch. Thus, Shi Ha's hand, suspended in midair, circled above her head before settling on her neck to scratch it, chuckling. My neck itches a bit, as if I'm about to grow a brain. Some small gestures to alleviate the awkwardness. It seems that Cixin did not have a joyful childhood. Perhaps Cixin's current demeanor is influenced by his past experiences? Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Some people spend their entire lives healing from childhood, while others spend their lives healing their childhood.
What did you do as a child?
Did you ever mold mud? Do you know the ideal ratio of soil and water to create the firmest mud? Have you ever witnessed vast swathes of fireflies at night? Have you ever played hide and seek in a cornfield? Shi Ha took a breath, listing all her favorite childhood activities. With so many, surely Cixin must have experienced at least one, right? Yet he grew increasingly indifferent. No. None. Then what did you do in your childhood? Daydreaming or sleeping? Learning everything I needed to master. Cixin turned his gaze toward her, his voice calm and cold. Don't you need to learn? Yes, of course. Shi Ha suddenly remembered that she was no longer just a husky from the demon realm, but once she finished learning, she would play. Don't you need to play? Learning is endless. All right then. Although Shi Ha verbally acquiesced, her expression conveyed understanding, yet internally she was screaming. How can someone spend an entire day learning without enjoying themselves? How can someone not enjoy playing? Are you a deity who doesn't revel in play? Do you have any idea how joyous it is to roll around in the mud? Having played throughout her youth and intending to weave play into her life.
Shi Ha simply could not comprehend.
Yet she respected it, just as she hoped others would respect her fondness for playing in the mud. In the afternoon, the two prepared to go for a meal. Shi Ha sat at her seat, watching a show while fastening her seatbelt. Her fingertips seemed to brush against something, and suddenly a whimper echoed in her ear. Shi Ha turned her head, only to find that the once upright Cixin was now hunched over in her seat, her body trembling slightly and her breath becoming increasingly rapid in the stillness of the car. It seemed as though she were desperately suppressing an overwhelming desire. Shi Ha noticed that the only exposed part of Cixin, her neck and the area around her eyes, had taken on a faint blush. What's wrong? What was that sound? Shi Ha asked, her curiosity piqued. Wait, did I just hear rapid breathing? She mused silently. Goodness, that sound is so enticing. If I closed my eyes, I would think it was Cixin making that sound. What on earth is happening? Why are Cixin's eyes turning red? Shi Ha thought, her mind racing. The exterior of this cool and reserved beauty hides an innocent and helpless heart. She radiates warmth only for you, and her breathing is in disarray. I'm utterly captivated. Just a touch, and she's blushing and breathing erratically. Imagine what would happen if they were to share a bed. Shi Ha wondered. But wait, is it possible that both of them are women?
What?
That's fantastic. Sisters, I can ship this. I'll support anything that brings me joy. If you two don't clarify the situation, I may have to spread rumors. Shi Ha couldn't comprehend why Cixin had transformed in such a manner. Yet it was evident that Cixin was in distress. She leaned closer, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Should we see a doctor? Is your condition acting up again? As Shi Ha inched closer, her voice softened, but Cixin, tense and gripping the steering wheel, shook her head slightly. Stay away from me. But you stay away from me.
All right.
It's nothing. Just give me a moment. I need to be alone for a while. Shi Ha blinked in surprise. Who is alone? After a pause, Cixin finally lifted her head. At that moment, her expression returned to its usual icy demeanor, reminiscent of snow-capped peaks, yet her lips were tinted a rich berry red, and the corners of her eyes glimmered like a blooming, vibrant red rose, captivating and alluring. Cixin continued to breathe softly, her breaths delicate and light, with a sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. Such a captivating beauty. Who understands? Cixin suddenly exudes a shattered beauty that craves to be ravaged. Thank you for the glimpse before entering the convent. I have now returned to the secular world. Even so, I feel like Cixin appears to be in a post-event state. After a moment of silence, Shi Ha observed Cixin's demeanor and finally leaned closer. May I ask you a question? Cixin's body tensed, her breath growing shallow. What? Did she notice? Shi Ha reassured. First, I mean no offense. Nor do I harbor any prejudice. I'm merely curious and uncertain. I truly have no ulterior motives. So, may I ask, did you just have an epileptic seizure? Chapter 064. Teacher, are you allergic to romance?
Ha ha ha.
Si Qing, are you being polite? I'm not. Alright, my apologies. After all, it's my first time interacting socially. And I still have much to learn about humanity. Dinner will be decided by Si Qing. As they traveled, upon stopping at a red light, Shi Ha suddenly perked up, her eyes brightening as she leaned halfway out the window, howling along with the distant sirens. Awo, awo. Her voice rose and fell with fervor. Si Qing raised an eyebrow. Shi Ha? Shi Ha chuckled. I couldn't help it. That sound ignited an instinctive urge within me to howl at the sky. Are you a Siberian wolf in your past life? Teacher, don't be absurd. Si Qing pressed her lips together, gently reminding her. Sticking your head out the window can cause traffic accidents. Shi Ha shrugged. The heavens may bring unforeseen storms, but I have health insurance. Ha ha ha. It seems you've grasped the situation. After a half-hour drive, they arrived at a private restaurant nestled in the bustling heart of the city. Despite the surrounding chaos, this area radiated an unusual tranquility. Following Si Qing through a lush, winding corridor, they eventually arrived at a traditional Chinese estate, partially hidden within a bamboo grove, where the name Zhu Li was engraved on an intricately carved white gate. This private restaurant is quite famous among the affluent. It's a global chain membership establishment, requiring a month's advance reservation, catering primarily to social elites. A wealthy classmate of mine celebrated a birthday here, and I had the privilege of dining once. The ambience, cuisine, and service were exceptional. In truth, the prices at Zhu Li aren't exorbitant. A typical meal runs upwards of 10,000 yuan, which isn't too steep for the wealthy. However, not everyone can become a member. The restaurant conducts evaluations before granting membership. Thus, dining at Zhu Li is a point of pride among the wealthy, symbolizing status and strength. Many prominent figures prefer to discuss business there, often involving transactions worth billions. I found online that the holding company behind Zhu Li is one of the subsidiaries under the Si family, which explains everything. However, I'm quite curious. How could Si Qing gain access to Zhu Li? She doesn't seem to have much family background, and those in high society generally look down upon entertainment stars. That's not necessarily the case. Once you reach the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, you can become a member of Zhu Li as well. Their membership evaluations consider factors beyond just wealth and family background, including personal social status and influence. Ultimately, Si Qing is remarkable. Upon entering Zhu Li, Si Qing handed a black card adorned with gold edges to the waiter, who visibly trembled, bowing slightly as they spoke with a more soothing tone. Welcome, please follow me. Under the waiter's guidance, they soon arrived at a private room rich in ancient charm. When Shi Ha returned from washing her hands, she found Si Qing quietly seated on a wooden chair, her gaze fixed on the vibrant climbing roses clinging to the window rail. Her alluring features bore an air of unyielding coldness, softened by the gentle light that illuminated her androgynous, sharp contours. I'm helpless. I weep daily over Si Qing's beauty. Did Nua fall asleep while shaping me? How cheeky. Don't fall asleep next time. At least some of us were crafted by Nua's hands. I suspect I'm merely a speck of mud left behind. Gazing at Si Qing, Shi Ha suddenly laughed. The light above you made me think you were balding. Teacher, are you allergic to romance? As they selected dishes, Si Qing presented the menu to Shi Ha. Si Qing isn't angry? I expected her to be upset. Si Qing observed Shi Ha as she focused intently on the menu, her eyes tracing the delicate features of her face, from her elegantly arched brows to her perfectly sculpted nose, finally resting on her lips as they moved softly. Upon hearing Shi Ha's voice, Si Qing echoed her softly. When Shi Ha raised her gaze, Si Qing quickly averted her eyes to the menu. I've made my choice. What will you have? Shi Ha inquired. Si Qing glanced over the menu swiftly. That will suffice. While awaiting their dishes, Shi Ha rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. The climbing roses, resilient against the wind and rain, clung steadfastly to the low railing, while a solitary, thorn-laden red rose swayed gracefully in the rain. In that fleeting moment, Shi Ha felt as though that solitary red rose mirrored Si Qing. How peculiar. Why did she entertain such thoughts? Forget it, my mind feels a bit itchy. I no longer wish to ponder. In the perspective of Shi Ha, dining is an act of utmost sanctity. Hence, as soon as the dishes graced the table, she turned to Si Qing Yan and declared, Shall I begin? Although the stir-fried shrimp was still exuding a gentle steam, Shi Ha could hardly contain her anticipation. She swiftly grasped a large shrimp, discarded its head, and promptly placed it into her mouth. With a satisfying crunch, she swallowed it down. After devouring 2 shrimp, she cast a glance at Si Qingyan, who was diligently peeling shrimp while wearing gloves. Si Qingyan lowered her head, her long, thick lashes casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyes. Her slender, bony fingers expertly separated the shrimp meat from the shells, meticulously placing the pristine shrimp into a clean bowl. One after another, the bowl began to overflow. As Si Qingyan peeled more shrimp, Shi Ha, engrossed in her meal, chewed her rice with increasing fervor. Just as she swallowed the last morsel and prepared to reach for the final shrimp on the plate, she witnessed Si Qingyan deftly transferring that very shrimp into her own bowl. Shi Ha's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you seriously consuming 90% of it yourself? That seems rather excessive. Such monopolization is frowned upon in any business. She glared at Si Qingyan, ready to deliver a lecture on the virtues of sharing, only to see her slide the bowl of peeled shrimp directly in front of herself. Shi Ha was taken aback. You mean, all of it? You're giving me all the shrimp you peeled? She paused for a moment, asserting, let me clarify. I am a citizen who adheres to the 24-character core values and cherishes my country and society. There are certain things I simply refuse to do. Perhaps you should seek someone else. Si Qingyan maintained a stoic expression. If you delay further, it will soon grow cold. Shi Ha. She hurriedly piled the shrimp into her own bowl, burying them beneath her rice, hoping to warm her shrimp with the heat of the grains. The weather had been erratic lately, and poor shrimp, lacking clothing, would surely suffer from the chill. What a misfortune, to perish and yet endure such indignity. Truly a grievous matter. As Shi Ha lamented, she gulped down 2 large bowls of rice. Why do I suddenly feel that Si Qingyan doesn't actually dislike Shi Ha? If she truly harbored disdain or indifference toward someone, how could she possibly peel shrimp for them? In my entire life, only 3 individuals have peeled shrimp for me, my parents and my boyfriend. Oh my, now that you mention it, I understand. You may not believe it, but this is highly probable. What is going on? What possibility? It can't possibly be what I'm thinking, right? I believe Si Qingyan sees Shi Ha as a child to nurture, despite her cold demeanor. Have you not noticed that Si Qingyan's attention towards Shi Ha far surpasses that for others? She completely ignores everyone else, but engages with Shi Ha. Moreover, there's a tinge of indulgence in her demeanor. Doesn't she resemble a stern elder who, despite appearing indifferent, is deeply concerned and indulgent towards you? My silence is deafening. I have serious doubts about the mental state of my fellow sisters in the front row. I suggest you consult a professional. I'm not joking. Look at the child. The pressure is so intense that she is conjuring illusions. Chapter 065. Teacher, you have an heir.
Thud. See?
I told you. Doesn't it resemble when adults wrap the corners of tables to prevent children from bumping into them? Who would have thought Si Qingyan possessed such a nurturing heart? I'm in tears. Is it that the hospital lacks the appointments you desire? Painful expression. Gripping a towel. As the two finished their meal and made their way to the parking lot, they overheard a heated argument between a man and a woman nearby. Shi Ha silently slowed her pace, shifting from a normal walking speed to that of a snail. The man shouted angrily, "Why can't you agree with me?" The girl shook her head. "I can't. We simply aren't suited for each other. You should give up on this." The man tightened his grip on her shoulders, demanding, "Why aren't we suited? You must clarify." The girl lowered her head, despondently murmuring, "Your medical examination results came out today and I saw them." The man's expression suddenly trembled. "They're out? What does that mean? Could it be that this man has a hereditary illness? If so, it's understandable for the woman to decline, as people today tend to be pragmatic. Who would want to bear a child with inherent health issues? My neighbor experienced this. During a premarital health check, one party was found to be ill, and the likelihood of their child being affected was significant. They refused to listen and insisted on having a child, and indeed, the child was born with health issues. Now they are traveling nationwide with the child for treatment. What a misfortune, both for themselves and the child. The man racked his brain for any possible ailments he might have, but to no avail, finally whispering, "Could it be that I am infertile?" The girl shook her head. "No, it's not that. We both share the same blood type." The man? "I've only heard that close relatives cannot marry, but I've never heard that people with the same blood type can't marry. There must be some reservations regarding this." As Shi Ha watched the spectacle unfold, a sudden understanding dawned upon her, and she leaned towards Si Qingyan, whispering, "The two share the same blood type. The girl is probably worried about the possibility of having a baby with type 2.
Si Kingyan?
The crowd. I'm dying of laughter. Teacher, you truly dare to say anything. The man looked momentarily stunned. Why can't we be together just because we share the same blood type? The girl sighed. What if we end up having a type 2 child? The man. Shi Ha raised her chin, quite pleased with herself. See, I wasn't he mistaken. Double the confusion. As punishment for my reckless words, I shall pour myself a cup. Teacher, you have an heir. I initially thought that with the advancement of the times and the dissemination of educational knowledge, the spirit and virtues of teacher would face extinction. But it is indeed a stroke of fortune to find such a fitting successor. Not much left? Endangered? Extinct? I doubt it. You all seem quite suited to be the torchbearers of teacher's spirit, stroking chin. In a rather vexed mood, Yugo initially intended to ignore Shi Ha, but upon reflection, she suddenly stifled a sob, a look of sorrow etched upon her face. I was chased by a dog today. Shi Ha nodded. Oh. So did you agree? Yugo frowned, realizing something was amiss, Ha ha. She clarified, I meant I was chased by a dog. Not that I was chased by a dog. Shi Ha nodded. What's the difference? There's a significant difference. One implies being pursued, while the other. Yugo struggled to find the words to explain. How did you get chased by a dog, then? Shi Ha inquired. While she might not understand people, she certainly knew dogs. Ordinarily, if one did not provoke or scare a dog, it would generally ignore you, of course, excluding those exceptionally warm and friendly dogs. It was when I was parking with Axie, and we inadvertently passed by it. Then, as we got out of the car, it started barking furiously at us and chased us. Yugo recalled the incident with a tinge of fear. What did it sound like? Shi Ha asked.
Yi. Arf.
What?
Arf.
Something like that? Shi Ha suddenly wore a peculiar expression. That indeed was your fault. When you parked, you crushed its food bowl, which was a brand new bowl it had just gotten, and you flattened it in half a day. Yugo looked up at Shi Ha. How did you know we crushed its bowl? When Gushi got out to check, she indeed discovered a shiny, flattened stainless steel bowl. But how did Shi Ha know? Had she been watching their date live stream? You told me. When did I tell you? Didn't you just yell a few times? I generally inferred what happened. What did it say? Shi Ha cleared her throat and exclaimed, Ah, you bunch of foolish humans. Do you not see my new pot right here? Lu Yingying leaned in, asking, Are you sending a telegram? Shi Ha shook her head. I am deciphering a telegram. The two shared a hearty laugh. If anyone else claimed to understand dog language, I would not believe them, but if it's Teacher G, I would trust it. For Teacher G is quite canine in nature. What does it mean to be canine?
How do they speak?
Beware of Teacher G's lawyer's letter. Teacher G. Lawyers. Lawyers. I shall not utter a word until my lawyer arrives. Chapter 066 Shi Ha remarked, I find no solace. Once everyone had gathered, the plump, bald director entered the small room. Grinning like the Buddha, after 5 days of interaction, you must have developed some understanding of one another.
Now,
I would like to interview you about your impressions of each other. With that, he turned to the furthest person, Shen Yun. Mr. Shin, what is your evaluation of the others? Everyone must speak. Shen Yun raised an eyebrow, surveying the group, and slowly stated, Gushi is impetuous and fiery. Song Nanjing is friendly and lively. Yugo has a pleasant personality. Lu Yingying is proud and willful. Si Qing is reclusive and aloof. Shi Ha is amusing and humorous. Upon hearing Shen Yun's assessments, Gushi scoffed. Song Nanjing smiled gratefully. Lu Yingying rolled her eyes slightly. Yu Ji's complexion paled, and Si Qing remained expressionless. Shi Ha tilted her head, glanced at Shen Yun, and finally said, Thank you. I feel the evaluations align well with each person's character. It's quite simple, isn't it? Yugo seems to have a disinterest in Shen Yun, which is evident. She was interested a few days ago, but when Shen Yun showed no inclination, she turned her attention to Gushi. Isn't that quite normal? Regardless of whether it's real or staged, isn't that how dating shows are filmed? People strive to understand the opposite sex, and if they find them unsuitable, they simply move on to someone else. Indeed, it is a standard procedure, so why the excitement? When it was Song Nanjing's turn to evaluate, he said, Shi Ge is wonderful, generous, and attentive. Gu Shi's expression softened. Little Yu is also very caring, meticulous, and patient. Yu Ji's previously pale face flushed with color as she smiled gently at Song Nanjing. You're quite wonderful too, star. Si Qing is someone I have not interacted with much, but she seems exceptional and self-disciplined, serving as a model for me to emulate. Still, she remained calm and composed. Mr. Shun is also quite amiable. He often makes breakfast with me and teaches me how to prepare a delicious salad. The man chuckled lightly. I initially thought Ying would be difficult to approach, but upon getting to know her, I realized she is quite kind and lively, with a lovely personality. Now we're getting somewhere. Initially, I refrained from engaging for various reasons, but as I observed, I found that Ha Ha is not quite as the rumors suggest. The more I interact, the happier and more relaxed I feel with Ha Ha. I truly enjoy spending time with Ha Ha. Shi Ha gave Song Nanjing a thumbs up. Song Nanjing's responses are impressively composed, without a hint of leakage. Look, Xing is up again. What do you all think of Xing? I believe Song Nanjing's feelings towards Shi Ha are not romantic, but rather an appreciation of friendship or camaraderie. I concur. At least for now. It does not appear that there is any romantic interest between the two. After all, Shi Ha is indeed quite captivating. Attention all departments, an enemy attack is imminent. Dongfeng missiles are launched. Annihilate them all. Lu Yingying remarked, I am not very familiar with Yuge. Si Qing is too aloof. I am not well acquainted with Xinyun. Star, you are quite impressive. Gu Shi was once loved. Next, Shi Ha is currently in love. Yuge maintained a smile. Si Qing remained distant. Shun Yun appeared indifferent. Song Nanjing beamed brightly. Gu Shi asked, what is the matter?
Tu as responded, ah?
Love does not vanish. It merely shifts, ha ha ha. I told you so. Pomegranate is the real deal. Yuge stated, Si Qing is truly exceptional and disciplined, both a friend and a mentor. Although we have not interacted much, I feel I have learned a great deal from her. Others say Yingying is hard to approach, but I disagree. She is very kind and lively. People simply do not understand her and misjudge her. I hope everyone can earnestly and rigorously get to know someone before passing judgment, rather than relying on hearsay. Lu Yingying pouted and huffed softly. Star is also incredibly charming, with a delightful personality, approachable, and possesses a lovely singing voice. I hope that in the coming days, we can grow closer. Song Nanjing smiled politely. Mr. Shun is very much a gentleman, courteous and graceful. I have a keen interest in antique calligraphy and paintings, and I hope we can exchange ideas in the future.
Thank you.
Xin Yun remained smiling. I previously thought Gu Shi was hard to approach, so I refrained from engaging. However, after teaming up with Gu Shi and going on a date these past few days, I discovered that Gu Shi is indeed very patient, and I enjoy our time together immensely. I hope we can keep in touch. Gu Shi frowned slightly. Please do not call me that. We are not close enough for such familiarity. Yu Ji's expression stiffened, and she awkwardly smiled, because I called you that during the day, and you did not object. I assumed. I was wearing headphones and did not hear.
How awkward.
My toes are starting to fidget. From what I observed on their date, they appear to be like strangers. Although Gu Shi was polite and gentlemanly, it was evident he was merely going through the motions without genuine interest in Yuge. I find it puzzling. If there is no interest, why send a heartwarming message asking for a date? Who knows? 7 individuals with thousands of thoughts, each difficult to decipher.
Who said that?
Our teacher G is an open book. Her thoughts are written all over her face. Teacher G's every strand of hair and every toe reveals her innermost thoughts. Ha ha ha. Sister has changed significantly over these past few days. The sister from before is a thing of the past. Witnessing her transformation brings me joy. I hope we can walk hand in hand in the circle, step by step. With unwavering determination, Yugo extended her hand to Shi Ha, preparing for a grand, heartwarming welcome for her reformed sister. However, Shi Ha did not grasp her hand. Instead, she tilted her head in confusion. I outweigh you by 2 pounds. You must be more grounded. Yet, little you seem to have lost weight recently. You are less substantial than I am. Chapter 067, the phenomenon of the number 9 virus spreading from person to person is quite severe. Yuji's words seemed to carry hidden meanings. Isn't that a subtle jab at Shi Ha, suggesting she was previously overly eager and took a misguided path, urging her to be more grounded? Did little Ge say anything wrong? Shi Ha has indeed been somewhat unsteady. Her admonition to Shi Ha is not unwarranted. If you don't want to like little Ge, then simply don't. She has our support and does not require your approval. One can voice their thoughts, but there is a distinction between speaking earnestly and with ulterior motives, is there not? Next up was Gu Shi. He surveyed the crowd, his eyes narrowing slightly. Lu Yingying, nothing noteworthy to comment on. Song Nanjing, overly naive, easily deceived. Si Qing, unfamiliar. Yuge, unfamiliar. Xin Yun, unfamiliar. Shi Ha, quite adept at pretense. Shi Ha was momentarily taken aback. 3 seconds later, she lowered her gaze and fumbled through her clothing, finally pulling out the 2 shallow pockets of her trousers. There are only 2 pockets, and they are quite shallow, unable to hold much. I am truly not as pretentious as you claim.
Gushi.
The crowd. The audience. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard that I nearly bit the corner of a table. Ha ha. I laughed so much that my red shorts flew wildly. I laughed so hard that I flew over to catch the shorts from the front row to toss as a handkerchief. I laughed so much that I ran to the construction site, driving a tractor while spinning and jumping to smash walls. The person-to-person transmission of the virus no. 9 is extremely severe. Requesting support. Requesting support. Requesting support. She snorted coldly. You know very well what I said. Shi Ha fell silent for 3 seconds, turned her back to him and slightly pouted. All right, I admit, there is indeed a pocket behind, but it is mostly sealed. Although it can hold something, it can only hold a little. It can hold, but only a little. Sorry, I made a mistake. Go to Urxiankyo and walk along Chinhua Avenue. Sorry. I followed the mistake of the previous line. Gushi's expression turned annoyed. You are playing dumb. Shi Ha, you're pretending to be foolish. Shi Ha, I really am not, but thank you for acknowledging my cleverness. Gushi, can you not understand human language? Shi Ha looked confused. I understand, but I really didn't comprehend your words. Gushi, are you insulting me? Shi Ha, no, if you think that way, there's nothing I can do about it. However, not being human is fine too. You could be a monkey, swinging in the jungle, occasionally running to tourist spots to throw a punch at those visitors. After all, I remember you quite enjoy boxing. 9, crying. Everyone's comments are becoming increasingly abstract, but I can actually understand them at a glance. That means you two are quite infected, ha ha ha. Oh no, is there an antidote? There is no antidote for virus number 9. One can only self-detoxify. It is advisable to shut down. Seeing the atmosphere between the two, mainly Gushi unilaterally, becoming increasingly tense, the director hurriedly stepped in between them, serving as a human buffer, smiling amicably. Gushi scoffed. Shi Ha blinked. Gushi, then I will give the director some face. Shi Ha, the director already has one. If you give him another, wouldn't that make him shameless? Director? Director. Being shot while lying down? Director. Family. Who understands? Sitting at home. A pot falls from the sky. Family, watch out. Teacher 9 is going on a rampage. Everyone retreat to a safe distance. Shi Ha, looking perplexed, pouted. His gaze just now was so fierce, I was quite scared. As soon as Shi Ha speaks, you know whether it's true or false. It was now Shi Qing's turn, the most low-key yet highly present individual of the entire variety show. Shi Qing Yen slightly lifted her eyelids. I do not recognize anyone except Shi Ha. I must say, our Shi God is quite aggressive. I understand now. This is Shi God's subtle little thought. In the past, indifferent. Now, only you are in sight. Wow, can it be interpreted this way? This behavior is no less than analyzing an author's intention in a literature comprehension test, while in reality, the author just wrote randomly. Don't act with me, smile. Though it may be an overinterpretation, I like it, hee hee. Once Shi Qing Yen spoke, the first to be startled was the director. Stealing a glance at the expressions of the others, he felt a cold sweat running down his back. No, aren't they all acting like grandpas here? He genuinely feared this group would start arguing during the recording. Fortunately, Shi Ha spoke up. Indeed. Aside from having been roommates for 2 days and having met for 1 day, you seem to have had little interaction with the others. Let me introduce you. Shun Yun. Shun as in the shun of Shin Yun and Yun of Yun. Gu Shi, Gu as in the Gu of Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage. And Shi as in the splashing stream. Lu Yingying, Lu as in the Lu that Sun Wukong chased to the willow forest. Turning 3 circles to the left and 3 to the right to catch monsters, and Ing as in overflowing with evil. Lu Yingying? Something feels off, a bit off. Yu Ji's expression was complex. Something feels off, a bit off. Shi Ha continued to explain. Song Nanqing, song as in sending you far away, perhaps. Nand is the one looking at the southeast, southwest, and the winds blowing different faces. Shing is the twinkling star. Everyone. So you took this as a matter of course? Shi Ha smiled shyly. Sorry, my mouth has been unusually chatty today, and it seems to want to become a rap leader. Everyone. I beg you. Don't force me to laugh. I'm in the restroom and might laugh myself to death. This is the comment section, not a no man's land. Have we really reached such a large scale of play? They truly do not consider us outsiders, greatly shocked. What outsiders? Everyone present is my family, Shai. Shi Ha's appearance successfully stirred the previously stagnant atmosphere. The cold sweating director cast a grateful glance at her. Shi Ha is truly his saving grace. Director, don't remember. He's afraid that if he does, he'll really be in trouble. Alright, now she is the living Yama, smile. Chapter 068. I do not recommend you go to jail just for stepping on a sewing machine. It was now Shi Ha's turn to share her impressions of everyone. She first looked at Song Nanqing. The star gives me the impression of a very cute, smiling Samyet. I often played with a Samyet when I was little, so the moment I saw the star, I felt it was destined to be him. Others? Song Nanqing was bewildered and astonished, his fair cheeks suddenly flushed with embarrassment, as he muttered in confusion. Ah? Self-exploding, family. Genuine recognition. Damn, I don't believe it. If he is truly destined for you, what is there to believe? Is that how you say it? Little Joe suddenly interjected, meaning that this lifetime, he is yours. What else could it mean? Brotherhood? Close friends? Sharing secrets? Kindred spirits? Please no disturbances? Shi Ha nearly rummaged through her entire vocabulary. Aside from the last term, the others were somewhat relevant.
All right.
Shi Ha looked at everyone, quickly activating her witty brain to salvage the situation. Sorry, judging by your expressions, I think you may have misunderstood. What I meant by saying this quilt is destined for him is that I have a quilt printed with Samyet dogs that I want to give him. So this quilt is destined for him. The expressions of everyone softened. Lu Yingying exclaimed, I almost thought you two were getting along behind my back, and I would end up being the third wheel in this household. Shi Ha reassured her. It's all right. We will always be a three-legged race. And no one can intrude. Song Nanqing explained, I don't know anything. Others. Do you want to listen to what the three of you are saying? Oh no. Lu Yingying has also been infected. Proximity breeds closeness. Those who are near Shi Ha fill in the blank. Wait, so are the two of you clarifying? It doesn't matter. This is only the first episode. Just because you won't fall in love this time doesn't mean you won't fall in love next time, or the time after, or the time after that. Love deepens with the passage of time. Sisters are just here sipping cappuccinos, and it only gets more fragrant. 185 athletes meet at the peak. Quite adorable, has a high level of understanding. With just a little prompting, she can quickly grasp it. However, she usually seems not very clever, belonging to that kind of person who needs connections to step into a factory and operate a sewing machine. Ha, Teacher 9, you have a way with words. High level of understanding refers to being easily brainwashed by Shi Ha, doghead. Lu Yingying has gradually become influenced by Shi Ha, bitter melon face. Who are you calling not clever? Who are you saying needs connections to step into a factory? Incorrect. I possess an abundance of wealth that is inexhaustible. Why would I ever work in a factory? Shi Ha waved her hand dismissively. Then, how do you operate a sewing machine? Lu Yingying was momentarily speechless, her eyes wide and darting from side to side. You simply use your foot to press on it.
Wrong.
The factory is now fully automated. There is no need for manual operation. Shi Ha paused thoughtfully, then added, however, that might be possible in prison. Lu Yingying replied, but I do not recommend you experience foot pedaling a sewing machine by sitting in jail. It could adversely affect your descendants' chances of public service. The crowd gasped, eyes widening in shock. Wow. The teacher even considers the future generations. Newcomers interjected, is this guest always this warm-hearted? Her gestures are truly heartwarming. One remarked. To put it simply, just a single touch from Teacher 9 could elevate your body temperature by a degree. As the most significant source of warmth in South City, much of the district's heating is derived from her. Without Teacher 9, winter in South City would be a struggle. Is this a bit excessive? Are you being serious? Things have gone mad. Only I remain sane. As for Shen Yun, my most vivid memory of him is from the first day when he failed to step on those 2 watermelon bugs. It felt as though an ancient, lonely dog demon, unexpectedly arriving in a foreign land, had encountered someone who resonated with him, forming a bridge of communication that transcended species in mere seconds. He was my first date. We traversed mountains together, explored the beauty of nature by the roadside, and even chased after a fried rice noodle cart. We discovered a piece of imperial green jade, which he bought for a staggering 25 million. The crowd gasped again, wow. On our date, he also embraced me tenderly. Oh no, my clothes. Later that night, he kissed me.
Oh.
And returned my fallen keys. Can you not finish your thought in one go? Shi Ha curiously glanced around. Did a snake enter the room? Who was hissing? As Shi Ha spoke, the camera shifted to Shen Yun, who leaned slightly forward, elegantly focused on her, his gaze revealing an unmasked desire. That look is something special. Indeed, I am utterly exhausted.
Don't.
Shenyun is too extravagant. Avoid the filthy men. I heard from a wealthy friend within Shenyun's circle that while he is kind to everyone, he remains unattached. Like a flower in a garden that does not cling to any petal. His family background, appearance, physique, and refined education make it easy for people to develop affections for him. However, upon closer proximity, one discovers that his gentleness is merely a faade, masking a deep-seated aloofness. He is near yet distant, the most elusive and challenging to grasp. Next was Xiao Go, gentle and resilient, akin to a delicate white flower swaying in the wind, captivating yet steadfast. Is she implying something about our Xiao Ge? Teacher 9, this is what your fans say.
Not me.
How can that be interpreted as an insult? Isn't that a compliment? This is clearly praising Yugo for appearing fragile, yet remaining unyielding in adversity. Teacher 9's compliments are so subtle. Is this her true strength? Shi Ha turned to Gu Shi, musing. Honestly, I do not know him well. But from my interactions these past few days, he seems like the type who would blame the Earth's coordinates if he tripped on the sidewalk.
Gu Shi, what?
I did not expect such absurdity. This is not merely scapegoating. It feels like being thrust into the pot. That is a personal evaluation, naturally subjective. Your assessment of me is subjective too. Your lips are so stubborn, even if Thanos snapped his fingers and the world vanished, your mouth would still be intact. Gu Shi, irked, retorted, Shi Ha, do not push your luck. I can jump 3 meters high in the restroom. That is exceedingly excessive. Gu Shi, unable to restrain herself, exclaimed, Oh my goodness. Shi Ha, slightly taken aback, exclaimed, Are we now performing? I can join in. The blue-faced Do Er done, the red-faced Guangong battling in Changsha, the yellow-faced Dianwei, the white-faced Chao Chao, and the black-faced Gu Shi. Oh my.
Ah.
Shi Ha covered her ears, grinning. That familiar cry. Do you have a familial connection with the groundhog? Chapter 069. The heartfelt text messages exposed. Finally, Shi Ha's gaze fell upon Si Qing. Having shared a room with him and spent the day in his company, I have come to believe that although he appears exceedingly aloof, he harbors a fervent heart within. Upon this remark, everyone turned their curious eyes towards the quietly seated Si Qing, questioning if such a passionate description could truly apply to him. Sensing their scrutinizing gazes, Si Qing slightly lifted his eyelids, calmly stating, That is indeed a one-sided perspective. Shi Ha lowered her head, somewhat bashful. Thank you for the compliment. The crowd responded, That wasn't a compliment. How many does Shi Ha actually have? A mixed pot? Never mind. I will follow my whims to see which couple I ship. Surely it must be Sheng Shi. Fortunate to have met you. Is the pomegranate unpalatable? Shi Ha. Let's go. Isn't my story just devoid of a place? I simply enjoy tales of rivals becoming lovers. Of course he specializes in this. The audience gasped. The guests questioned, Director, you never mentioned we would be revealing heartfelt messages. Lu Yingying frowned. I love this. I was wondering why I hadn't revealed to whom I sent my heartfelt messages days ago. It turns out I was waiting for this. While the guests were caught off guard, they did not protest, as their messages contained nothing scandalous. The director cleared his throat. On the first day, Song Nanqing sent messages to Yuge, Gu Shi to Si Qing, Xinyun to Shi Ha, Lu Yingying to Gu Shi, Si Qing to Shi Ha, Yuge to Xinyun. Shi Ha sent heartfelt messages to everyone except Gu Shi. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured, Is this even a thing? Gu Shi frowned, his expression tightening. What does it mean that everyone sent messages but not to him? Yet, it hardly mattered. He preferred not to be entangled with Shi Ha. Of course. That's typical of you, dear sister. You cast a wide net, hoping to catch whatever you can. I can understand Xinyun sending one to Shi Ha. He has always seemed interested in her, but I never expected even Si Qing to send one. I told you so. Shi Ha, let us go. On the first day, Gu Shi surprisingly sent a message to Si Qing. However, it seems understandable. He harbors no feelings for Yuge and wishes to prevent Lu Yingying from gaining any advantage, thus opting for Si Qing instead. Indeed, Yuge developed an interest in Xinyun right from the outset. The subsequent day revealed the following exchanges. Song Nanqing sent to Si Qing, Gu Shi to Si Qing, Xinyun to Shi Ha, and Si Qing. Meanwhile, Lu Yingying sent to Gu Shi, Si Qing to Lu Yingying, Yuge to Song Nanqing and Xinyun, Shi Ha to Song Nanqing. Gu Shi felt a twinge of disappointment, remarking that he had sent messages indiscriminately. He simply didn't want to reach out to the other 3 female participants and had to settle for Si Qing, who, it seemed, would be less likely to agree to a date, thus avoiding any potential trouble. Song Nanqing glanced at Yugo, who offered a bashful smile.
Wow.
The message exchanges have suddenly become intriguing. During the day, Shi Ha and Shin Yun enjoyed their date, yet, surprisingly, Shi Ha sent his heart-throbbing message to Song Nanqing, while Shin Yun, in addition to reaching out to Shi Ha, also messaged Si Qing. It appears there was no genuine spark between these two. What? My ship is sinking. I refuse to believe it. Yun shook her head. Come, dive into our pit of despair. With a sidelong glance. Didn't Song Nanqing also neglect to message Shi Ha? The pairing of Yuge and Song Nanqing is notable. Having just completed their date during the day, that evening, Song Nanqing sent a message to Si Qing. While Yuge messaged both Song Nanqing and Shin Yun, attempting to secure Song Nanqing's interest while simultaneously wishing to connect with Shin Yun. It's evident that Yuge has developed a genuine interest in Shin Yun from the very beginning. I had previously sensed that Song Nanqing was not entirely satisfied or happy with the date he had with Yuge, and now it appears my intuition was correct. On the third day, the heart-throbbing messages included Song Nanqing to Shi Ha, Gu Shi to Si Qing, Shin Yun to Shi Ha. Lu Yingying messaged Gu Shi, Si Qing to Shi Ha, Yuge to Shin Yun, and Shi Ha to Song Nanqing. After the third day's group activity, the stars and Teacher 9 mutually chose each other. Truly, a destined encounter. It is evident that Lu Yingying is the most devoted among this group. I am genuinely moved. Countless handsome men are available. If one doesn't work out, simply change. There's no need for a stunning beauty to cling to a single tree. Si Qing directed her heart-throbbing message to a female, likely wishing to avoid dating a male, thus opting for a same-gender recipient, though she did end up on a date with Shi Ha that day. Yu Ji's persistence regarding Shin Yun is admirable, yet regrettably, Shin Yun shows no interest in her, sealing her fate as a one-sided affection. I feel as though I am still struggling in this grand spectacle. On the fourth day, the heart-throbbing messages were as follows. Song Nanqing to Shi Ha, Gu Shi to Yuge, Shin Yun to both Shi Ha and Si Qing. Lu Yingying sent to Song Nanqing, Si Qing to Shi Ha, Yuge to Gu Shi, and Shi Ha to Si Qing. Why have things changed so drastically on the fourth day? It makes sense that Song Nanqing and Shi Ha would mutually choose each other. But Gu Shi actually messaged Yuge? And Shin Yun sent a message to Si Qing. Do they both have feelings, or is he not that keen on Shi Ha? Lu Yingying shockingly did not message Gu Shi, but instead sent one to Song Nanqing. Could it be that after 2 days of interaction, she developed an interest in him? And Yuge, surprisingly reaching out to Gu Shi? Everything is perplexing. I have a somewhat immature theory. Gu Shi messaged Yuge to provoke Shi Ha, while Lu Yingying reached out to Song Nanqing to annoy Gu Shi, though it's also possible she is ready to move on after conversing with Shi Ha during the day. Shin Yun appears to be quite the romantic, showing interest in everyone yet remaining aloof, though he genuinely has no feelings for Yuge or Lu Yingying. Of course, all of this is merely my subjective speculation, lacking rigorous analysis. After a brief pause, the director continued. Alright, that concludes the heart-throbbing message exchanges from the first 4 days. You may draw your own conclusions based on this information. Lastly, in the next episode, we will welcome a new male and female guest. Rumor has it the male guest is the youngest professor in history, who gained unexpected fame online. I watched the video. He possesses a refined and elegant demeanor. However, the new female guest is a well-known figure in the entertainment industry, known for her capricious nature, significant temper, and sharp tongue, comparable to Shi Ha's previous reputation.
Wow.
I know who it is. This will be quite the spectacle. In Chapter 070, the cunning Gu Shi is revealed. Eventually, at the director's strong suggestion, the 7 participants took a group photo, arranged as follows. Ko, Yuge, Shi Ha, Lu Yingying, Gu Shi, Shin Yun, Song Nanqing, Ko, and Si Qing. Yu Ji's smile radiated gentle warmth, while Lu Yingying gazed at the camera with a charming poise. Shi Ha, at the center, beamed broadly, showcasing the brightest smile. Who understands? Teacher 9 now smiles like Sun Wukong freshly freed from the 5-finger mountain. I see. Is this Teacher 9's clever ploy to capture my attention? Well played, girl. You have succeeded. Gu Shi crossed his arms, chin slightly raised, his gaze fiercely fixed on the lens, while Shin Yun maintained an elegant, nonchalant smile. Song Nanqing, with his fair complexion and soft features, smiled radiantly, in stark contrast to the cool and aloof Si Qing, who stood about half a meter away. Help! They are all so handsome. Their charm and looks are equally compelling. It is impossible to determine a clear victor. Am I the only one who thinks Si Qing stands shoulder to shoulder with the other male participants? all above 185 centimeters. Despite his quiet demeanor, his presence is undeniably strong and impossible to overlook. All 7 of them possess such striking looks. This scene is a visual feast. I feel as if gazing upon it could extend my eyesight by another 50 years. The cameraman requested, "Teacher Shi, could you please tone down your smile a bit and step back? Otherwise, you look as though you're about to leap out of the screen." God. He looks ready to burst out of the screen. Shi Ha nodded, slightly moderating her expression and gestures, transitioning from a sunflower growing towards the sun to one that simply thrives in tranquility. All right, that's a wrap. As the photographer finished, the 7 participants swiftly dispersed. Clearly, this is the least harmonious group of dating show participants. Looks like we're all forced to play our roles. After the live broadcast concluded, everyone began packing up, preparing to leave for the evening. After all, Song Nanxing, Yuge, and others had their star-studded weekend schedules, while Xinyun, Guxi, and the rest had their own commitments. Though Shi Ha had no particular plans, she didn't wish to linger in an empty house after everyone else had departed. Just before leaving, Guxi called her to a secluded corner in the backyard. The man, towering over her, narrowed his eyes, exuding a hint of danger. "I admit, you have changed quite a bit. You are indeed different from before." Shi Ha blinked. "There's no choice. One must adapt to the trials of society." Guxi, trials of society? Oh yes, trials of society.
Thank you.
Shi Ha sighed, seemingly bowing to life's challenges. After navigating through various individuals in society, I've transformed from a person of many faces into one of many colors. Excuse me, I misspoke. I morphed from a person of many faces into one of colorful shapes. Interesting. What's wrong? Are you observing me? How peculiar. Do you have air in your mouth, given your large face? First of all, I've mentioned before that I may have made some mistakes in the past, but I have since turned over a new leaf. So there's no need for your constant worry. As Shi Ha spoke, she suddenly paused. Guxi's expression soured. What else? Wait a moment. Shi Ha pulled out a modern Chinese dictionary from her pocket. Let me check the meaning of playing hard to get. Guxi. No one carries a dictionary around.
Do they?
He was almost amused by Shi Ha's feigned ignorance. How is it that you are so fond of playing the fool now? You might pretend in front of others, but spare me. I am not fooled by your act. Upon hearing this, Shi Ha abruptly lifted her head, gazing at him with gratitude. To be honest, I have never encountered anyone as firmly convinced of my intelligence as you are. Everyone else thinks I'm foolish. But only you. Only you repeatedly doubt that I am pretending to be foolish. Only you believe I cannot possibly be that silly, that I must be acting, that I am undoubtedly clever. For all these years, it has been you who has held my intellect in such high regard. Only you. As she spoke, tears welled in Shi Ha's eyes. How touching, dear friends. Although Guxi seems not to particularly like her, it does not hinder his acknowledgement of her intelligence. What does this indicate? It signifies that Shi Ha is indeed a high IQ husky. Compliments from friends may be clouded by the lens of friendship and lack authenticity. However, when someone who does not like you praises you, it means you possess genuine talent compelling even your adversaries to cast aside their biases and commend you. This is undoubtedly the highest affirmation of Shi Ha's intellect ever. Deceit is a trivial matter, but Shi Ha was genuinely moved. Guxi scoffed. You think too much. That's not my intention. Suddenly, Shi Ha placed her palm over his mouth, shushing him. All right, no more words. I know you do not actually dislike me. All your actions these days have been to capture my attention, haven't they? Deep down, you must have long regarded my intellect as exceptional and my charm as boundless. Right? When did you become so delusional? Guxi retorted. Shi Ha, lowering her head to flip through a few pages of the dictionary, then looked up. You're being disingenuous again. Guxi replied, You're the one who is losing your mind. Others ask questions, and you answer with nonsense. Heavenly Spirit, my dear sister, I am the best.
She exclaimed.
Guxi responded with silence. Why the silence? Are you shy because I've guessed your thoughts? Guxi shot back. I think you're just a little too full of yourself.
Oil?
Shi Ha glanced around. Silence again? Silence implies consent. Admit it. You are enchanted by my charm. It's perfectly normal to be drawn to someone as captivating as I am. No need to feel embarrassed. Nonsense. Guxi finally erupted in exasperation. Shi Ha quickly retreated a few meters, pinching her nose. All right, you can let it go. But I suggest you do it discreetly next time. There's no need to announce it to everyone. After all, it's just flatulence, not a grand gesture. Guxi,
Ah.
I'm going to lose my mind. I really am going mad. Chapter 71. Heartfelt Voting. After the first live broadcast of Not Just Heartfelt, the official launched a heartfelt voting activity. You, my friend, have something going on.
Pointing.
I'll dazzle you to death. The top spot must belong to Xingshi. He understands everything she thinks. No way. I still think Xingshi is the most likely. After all, we are the only ones with a token of love. All right. Everyone stop arguing. The story is what matters. The adversarial yet affectionate literary trope is the best. Step aside, everyone. When Shi Ha appears, who can rival her? Despite the squabbling, the data does not lie. Within just 1 hour of the voting activity, the number of votes reached an astonishing 6 million, and as time passed, the number of votes continued to rise. Among them, Xingshi led with 781 votes, followed by Xingshi, 733 votes, Shi 362 votes. Story, 872 votes, and Shi Ha 666 votes, along with other guests like Yugo, Yun, and others. However, combined, these did not match the votes garnered by Shi Ha alone, as she claimed all top 5 positions. Entertainment Notebook. Voting results 1 hour after the Not Just Heartfelt activity began, with Shi Ha leading by a wide margin. What does everyone think? Image. Voting link. Jiang Shan Yao. I support Xingshi. Let us see who dares oppose me. Jiao Mumu. This vast land will ultimately belong to Xingshi. Security guards who stood guard for Shi Ha all night. I don't care. Shi Ha is the real deal. I declare the first fairy of the entertainment circle has descended to navigate the trials of love. Youngsters unwittingly. I don't care. I will wait for the day the pomegranate blossoms. Thief stealing takeout. I didn't watch the live broadcast. I'm just curious why the front row is filled with Shi Ha's name, and her votes are so high, creating a clear gap. Don't others feel it? Teacher Nine's dog replied to the thief. Who wouldn't he want to team up with the adorable, silly, kind, gentle, and warm-hearted Teacher Nine? Can the show team add a custom option? I could team up with Teacher Nine. I've even thought of a name for us. Let us call it 9 Dogs. Crying, tears. Let us sincerely wish for Teacher Nine to have an army of millions of dogs. Anti-Shi Ha Alliance Group, 4,263 members. Shi Biao, what bad luck. Seeing that person on trending searches every day. Don't come near me. Having money means buying trending searches every day, while lacking money means dealing with franchise issues. It's laughable. Liao Xiaoben, having hired online trolls to clear her name is good. The internet truly has no memory. Previously, there were all sorts of insults against her, and now everyone is flocking to her. How disgusting. Is it possible that those who criticized her before and those who like her now are not the same group? Liao Xiaoben. Why have you changed? And how come you liked Shi Ha's Weibo? Don't tell me it was an accident? So why not cancel it? Because in the past few days, Shi Ha's fans have increased by millions, so I plan to infiltrate her fan group as a spy. After all, knowing oneself and one's enemy leads to victory in 100 battles, and entering her fan group requires posting relevant updates. Shi Biao, haha sister, you're something else. We'll wait for your good news.
All right.
By the time she arrived home, it was already midnight. Although the original female lead is a star, her residence is not a villa or a luxurious apartment, but rather an ordinary single apartment, around 70 to 80 square meters, divided into a bedroom, living room, kitchen, bathroom, balcony, study, and storage room. The decor leans towards warm tones, with many wooden items and plush toys, looking simple, clean, and quite cozy. However, it was evident that Shi Ha had no time to appreciate her new abode. She was sprawled on the sofa, her head buried in a pillow. Just when Xiao Jiu thought her bargain host was on the verge of passing out, Shi Ha suddenly sprang up, leaning against the balcony railing, gazing at the colorful lights and the constant flow of traffic outside. A few minutes later, she pointed at something, suddenly feeling emotional. Xiao Jiu, look. It's already 1 a.m, and there are still delivery workers hustling outside. Xiao Jiu. So you are inspired by their hard work and are ready to strive for greatness. Huh. Shi Ha nodded, her eyes brightening. Others are still eating so late, so what reason do I have not to eat? With that, she immediately opened her phone and ordered fried chicken with cola. Xiao Jiu. Chapter 72. Who understands? She, actually. The next day, Shi Ha intentionally woke up early to tidy up the room, replacing items as needed since many belong to the original female lead. Shi Ha disliked using things previously owned by others, not out of a sense of cleanliness or disdain, but simply because her childhood consisted of using discarded items salvaged from junkyards. Everything was second-hand, third-hand, or even more worn. After a prolonged period of using the old, what is so wrong with desiring something new? Can a dog not crave novelty? She discarded the original plain duvet cover in favor of one adorned with husky prints, featuring an abundance of dog faces, listed the treadmill on a second-hand platform, opting instead for an indoor swing, exchanged her nail clippers for a dog claw board, traded her nutritional meal replacement powder for an array of delightful desserts and snacks, and replaced her form-fitting, alluring dresses and accessories with casual attire and sports shoes. When Xiao Jiu logged in and beheld the chaotic state of the room, she exclaimed, "Could you possibly tidy up the room? It looks as messy as a doghouse." Shi Ha fell silent for 3 seconds before responding. If dogs do not reside in doghouses, where else would they dwell? She defended her choice, likening her space to a refuse heap. If trash does not dwell in a dump, where else could it possibly reside?
She countered.
Could you not act like a decent person? Still adjusting to her new environment, she resolved to make an effort, striving to be a person, a good person, a virtuous woman, and an admirable figure. Yet, as you know, being human is challenging, being a good person is even more arduous, being a good woman is doubly difficult, and being a commendable individual is a daunting task indeed. It took Shi Ha an entire morning to transform the pristine bedroom into a room scattered with items. Standing atop the sofa, she gazed at her handiwork, unable to resist nodding in approval. A messy nest certainly feels more comfortable and reassuring. In such disarray, can you even locate your belongings? Xiao Jiu could not hold back her criticism. You may not realize, but while this room appears chaotic, every item's placement is deliberate. I am well aware of it. Xiao Jiu replied, so you chose to arrange a mess instead of organizing? Shi Ha responded, indeed. It is a delightful chaos that possesses its own unique order, reminiscent of a husky's den. Xiao Jiu suddenly recalled shedding 3 strands of hair while searching for 2 earlier in the day. I must go find them. See you next time.
She frowned.
You cannot keep losing hair like this. Perhaps you should buy that special shampoo I saw advertised a few days ago. It seems quite effective. After a brief silence, Xiao Jiu, recalling every shampoo brand in existence, pursed her lips. That is called Bawang.
Is it?
My apologies for inadvertently misnaming it, Shi Ha replied. This time, she truly departed.
She meant it.
Once Xiao Jiu logged off, Shi Ha's phone vibrated several times in quick succession. Upon seeing the new messages, she sent a WeChat message to her assistant. Haha, Xiao Tang, a shipment has arrived. You have been dispatched to receive it. Please be cautious. The contents are extremely important. Do not drop or damage anything. The items are quite valuable. Remember to act discreetly and avoid drawing attention. I implore you.
Xiao Tan. Sistera.
What kind of shipment is this? The assistant living downstairs, upon reading this message and observing Shi Ha's serious tone alongside a picture of a husky staring intently at her, could not help but speculate wildly. Shipment? From above? Receiving? Exercise caution. Do not let anyone discover it. Goodness, could it be? The more Xiao Tang thought about it, the more anxious she became. No, this simply cannot be. Xiao Tang, Sister Ha, just confess. Xiao Tang, haha, what is the matter? Xiao Tang, nothing. Ha, what do you mean by confessing? Xiao Tang, typo, I meant purple sweet potato bun. Shi Ha, wrong guess, it's actually red bean bun.
Xiao Tan, Anzai.
I'll go get it right away. Just after messaging Xiao Tang, her phone buzzed again, indicating an incoming call from Mom. Mother? Shi Ha puzzled over this exceedingly unfamiliar term, momentarily stunned before realizing it referred to the original protagonist's mother. But now, she was also her mother. She too had a mother. The thought filled her with joy, and her heart raced as she cautiously answered, Hello?
Mom.
Before she could express her 3 parts excitement, 3 parts anticipation, and 4 parts caution in her greeting, the other end launched into a barrage of words. Why did you take so long to answer the phone?
Huh?
Didn't you hear it? What are your ears for? Why aren't you speaking? I'm asking you. Do you think you can defy us just because you've grown a little?
Huh? Speak.
Shi Ha, it's spicy next door. I'm sorry. The hot pot next door is extremely spicy. The aroma wafted through the balcony, so I instinctively said spicy next door. It's nothing. You continue. Yes. What's up? If I recall correctly, it was the director who invited me, and Xiao Ge came later. According to your reasoning, Xiao Ge was indeed too excessive. So please don't blame Xiao Ge. The child has grown up and naturally has her own thoughts. It's normal. We should communicate well and not resort to hitting or scolding. By the way, does Dad still have the 7 wolves? Make sure to keep it safe. Shi Ha blinked, remaining silent. The woman continued her rambling. Oh, Mom knows you're feeling down and think it's unfair, but isn't that what being a star entails? Look at any big star. Haven't they all been criticized? Wait a minute, if that is the case, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? You child. As the old saying goes, suffering is a blessing. Shi Ha remained silent for 3 seconds, then I wish you blessings as vast as the East Sea. The other end. Shi Ha promptly hung up the phone, slightly incredulous. Xiaojiu Shi. Family, who understands? She, actually. Xiaojiu, I understand. It's like showing off in front of Guangong. Shi Ha, it's like Chow Pai's wife entering the vegetable garden. Xiaojiu?
Shi Ha, zenji pulling vegetables.
Xiaojiu. Chapter 073, The Octopus Mother, Who Can Crush Stones with a Single Palm. Lu Tsuelin stared blankly at the abruptly disconnected call, her plump face displaying a hint of anger. Has she grown too bold?
How dare she speak to me like that?
It should be noted that Shi Ha never dared to defy my commands in the past, let alone hang up the phone. Is she plotting a rebellion? Flower blooms prosperity. How dare you hang up on my call? Didn't I teach you anything? Is this how obedient and filial you are to your elders? Flower blooms prosperity. I merely asked you to help your sister, and you became angry and felt wronged? Mom never realized you were so selfish. Shouldn't sisters support each other? Do you really think family would harm you while outsiders would help? Without us, you are nothing. Flower blooms prosperity. 3 minutes are up. Flower blooms prosperity. In Mama's eyes, you have always been a very sensible, obedient, and understanding child, but I never expected you to be so stubborn, selfish, and irrational. You truly disappoint me. Are you still harboring resentment over being lost years ago? Although it was Mom who accidentally lost you, causing you to grow up in a welfare home, we have never given up on finding you over the years. We traveled across the country, leaving our jobs behind, sometimes sleeping on benches at train stations to save money and eating only the cheapest instant noodles. Mom endured so much hardship to find you. Yet I never spoke of it. Haha, there's a typo. It should be here instead. Flower blooms prosperity. Xiaojiu, so after all that, you only noticed a typo, huh? Flower blooms prosperity. Does it matter? Did you even read my message carefully? Haha, I did read it. Traveled across the country should be traveled nationwide. Flower blooms prosperity. Haha. By the way, some of your sentences feel awkward and lack clarity. The structure isn't quite coherent. Take a moment to review it yourself and strive for precision in both wording and order. Flower blooms prosperity. Xiaojiu cast a glance at the comprehensive guide to Chinese grammar that Shi Hanan had opened just 5 minutes prior. Uncertain whether to commend her for her diligence or for her ability to learn and apply knowledge on the spot, she mused that the selection of reading material was rather eclectic. It's more disorganized than a medley of awful. What are you even saying? How dare you speak to an adult in such a manner? So, what is the cheapest instant noodles you've ever eaten? Why the sudden inquiry?
Oh,
Just out of curiosity. You mentioned looking for me to save money, living near the train station and eating the cheapest instant noodles. So, I was wondering which brand it is. I'd like to try it and experience what you went through back in the day. Your heart is appreciated. But as for instant noodles, it's best to let it go. After so many years, I've long forgotten. All right then. She pouted slightly. Xiaojiu asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem? Shi Hanan murmured, How could I forget? In a state of hunger and cold, filtering through one after another to find the cheapest option is something one simply cannot forget. It is precisely because I have experienced such hardship that I know how unforgettable those moments are. She recalled sifting through an entire store to select the most cost-effective and affordable biscuits, which she still remembered by the name Dog Dental Chews edible. They were somewhat dry and tasteless, appearing substantial but, upon closer inspection, were devoid of substance, much like a wallet filled with coins, bank cards, and scraps of paper, yet lacking a single $100 bill. Xiaojiu, lying peacefully by the roadside, suddenly kicked by someone. Are you even listening to me? WeChat can only convert voice to text for now. It cannot convert text to voice, so I indeed did not hear you. Is there anything else you wish to say? If not, let's pause our conversation. My battery is down to 98. A phone has a limited lifespan. If I continue using it, its life will shorten due to excessive use, thus diminishing the time it can accompany me. Amidst the vast sea of devices, our mutual selection is a rare fate. And I must take good care of it to ensure it lasts longer. So, in your eyes, I am less important than a worn-out phone. Let us not compare. If your lifespan is also limited to just a few years, I would treat you the same. Lu Tsuelin, seated on the opulent sofa in the lavish living room, slammed her palm on the coffee table in frustration. The next moment, she cried out in pain. Ah! A parrot hanging nearby squawked. One slap. Shatter the stone. Not shattered. Come again. Shut your beak. You filthy bird. Shut your beak. You foul woman. Not shattered. Come again. Lu Tsuelin was on the verge of cooking the insufferable bird, but remembering it was a gift from the Lin family, she restrained herself. After all, the Lin family was a prominent clan in the capital, far beyond the reach of their modest household. Noticing the lack of new messages from the other side, Shi Ha exited WeChat and sprawled on her bed, engrossed in her phone. Although Shi Ha was typically carefree and avoided overthinking, there was an old adage stating that dogs can see what humans cannot. One ought not to invest too much time and energy into unworthy people or matters, lest one squander precious time. Xiao Jiu, didn't you say a phone has only a few years of life left? Shouldn't you take good care of it? Shi Ha nodded earnestly, yes. Precisely because it has limited years left, I must cherish it even more. Otherwise, if I leave it there, it won't speak to me, merely lying alone. Right now, I hold it in my hands, and it can feel my warmth and my heartbeat. Occasionally, it playfully leaps from the air to my face, bungee jumping, then parachuting down to the ground, witnessing the world's splendors, absorbing knowledge. If it knew, it would surely smile in satisfaction, feeling its existence was not in vain. Why did her words carry such an uncanny ability to resurrect the dead, making them dance around their graves for 3 days and nights? Chapter 074. It matters not. I, too, can speak nonsense. The original character grew up in an orphanage, having been sent there by kind-hearted individuals when she was just over 6 months old. After being separated from her parents for 20 years and then reuniting, the original character was overjoyed. This incident even trended as the #1 topic at the time, receiving blessings from all, while Yuga seized the opportunity to transition from a socialite influencer in the capital to an actress in the entertainment industry. Subsequently, the memories of two youthful sisters hand-in-hand navigating the entertainment world unfolded, yet while Yuga soared, the original character found herself on a downward trajectory. It was akin to being fostered by relatives. Although they treated her well, she remained cautiously eager to please. The original character was rather sensitive and perceptive, so such a mindset was not surprising. However, Shi Ha sensed that something felt amiss, though she couldn't pinpoint what it was. She scratched her head. Never mind. Her thoughts were too tangled. She decided to let it go. Sure, heir has 4 principles for maintaining happiness. The principle of indifference. You won't die, and if you do, so be it. The principle of disconnection. What concerns me? What concerns you? What concerns them? The principle of evasion. When faced with difficulties, lie down. When encountering obstacles, take a detour. When confronted with bad news, run away. When amidst chaos, observe first. By engraving these 4 principles into her mind, one could avoid much suffering and trouble. One could be carefree without needing to travel to Myanmar. Isn't that a million times cooler than Thai pants? That evening, on Xiao Jiu's suggestion, Shi Ha prepared to go live to gauge her current popularity and rapport with the public.
Why?
Why are you silent? Your phone's battery about to die? Xiao Teng, because there are some rumors online. To prevent you from feeling upset, Sister Zhao advised you to stay off the internet and avoid live streaming. Zhao Cidi. Shi Ha's manager not only encouraged Shi Ha to limit her online activity, but also advised Xiao Teng to refrain from viewing anything related to Shi Ha, in order to avoid inadvertently affecting her. As a result, both the original character and Xiao Teng had not browsed any news about Shi Ha for nearly a month. Never mind, they can spread rumors, and I can indulge in nonsensical talk. We'll see whose aggression prevails. Alright then, Sister Ha, prepare yourself. The insults from these trolls are quite harsh. Always ready. Due to not just a heartbeat, Shi Ha's recent popularity and topic engagement remained high, with her Weibo followers surging by 5 million in just a few days. The trolls had slightly tempered their vitriol, no longer howling in the streets. However, pent-up frustration needed an outlet. Thus, when Shi Ha's live stream commenced, a steady stream of viewers flocked in. Teacher 9, let South get close. Teacher 9. A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Do you know how much I miss you? I even mistook a dog by the roadside for you. Roadside dog. Look closely. I am not her. Teacher 9, your Weibo grass has grown 3 meters high. are you sure you want to come and do some weeding? How dare a dogskin plaster open a live stream? Have you paid back the money? Is the individual known as Shi Ha under the impression that merely altering her persona on a dating show could cleanse her reputation? The internet is inundated with promotional articles and orchestrated narratives, and now she ventures into live streaming. Could this be a test of waters? Some individuals ought to reconsider their approach. Seizing upon unsubstantiated claims and perpetuating them is hardly commendable. If these are mere rumors, why has there been no effort to clarify them? Either she harbors a guilty conscience, or she is toying with the audience to generate buzz, oblivious to the potential backlash. As the barrage of comments flooded in, Shi Ha barely managed to discern the content before it scrolled past. She gazed at her phone screen, startled by the image of large, quail-egg-like eyes, nostrils that seemed too small to draw breath, and a chin that could till the earth. Who is this?
It's you.
Teacher 9, please turn off the beauty filter. This fashion is still a bit premature for us. After a few moments of fiddling, Shi Ha finally deactivated the filter and smiled innocently at the screen. Good evening, everyone.
Yema Shi Ha.
Today, I mainly wish to chat with you all. If you have anything to say, feel free to connect with me. However, I must admit I am rather shy and socially anxious, so I hope you'll be understanding. Before she could finish her sentence, her backend received 99 requests for voice connection. She randomly selected one, and a mocking voice immediately emerged. I am genuinely curious how you can still show your face in front of everyone. Do you have absolutely no sense of shame? People like you should vanish from public view, retreat to the shadows. Upon hearing this, Little Tang's expression changed. Oh no, it has happened. Little Gio remarked. What a rude, rotten individual. Fans chimed in. How could you connect with a hater? Teacher 9. You must be strong. Don't bow your head, the crown will fall. Don't cry. The haters will rejoice. A bystander added. Front row selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, chips, and cola. By the way, please refrain from sticking your face near the cats behind. Shi Ha leisurely sipped her milk and articulated her 3 principles. What I choose to do, or not do, is none of your business. My life is my own to manage, and I shall not be dictated to. You, a public figure, speak so crudely? Expect to be blacklisted. Where is the crudeness? My life is my own, showcasing a spirit of resilience and independence, is a commonly used phrase devoid of derogatory intent, and signifies a mother finding peace in the earth, a value esteemed in our culture. Is there a problem with that? If one must nitpick, it is true that cremation is more common nowadays, yet altering the phrase to would disrupt its rhythm, so I opted to honor tradition with. Tell me, what is offensive about that? Or do those with a tainted heart see filth in everything? Shi Ha retreated slightly. Perhaps you ought to visit a hospital for a heart check. Little Joe quipped, they can only wash stomachs there, not hearts. Even the best hospitals lack that capability. Shi Ha continued sipping her milk, dismissing the matter. Well, such individuals cannot even be saved by a hospital. Perhaps they should consider resting in peace. Little Gio remarked, everyone, beware of the husky that enjoys sipping milk. It's not joking. Chapter 075. I am your father, ever-changing. Clearly, the hater on the other end was struggling to counter Shi Ha's relentless retorts, as she awaited a rebuttal that never came, only to be met with a prompt to end the connection. Teacher 9 is brilliant. Such meticulousness is indeed rare. Crying. Continuing the tradition. Well done, Teacher 9. Nonsense, utter drivel. A revelation, a profound truth, worthy of reverence. Shi Ha continued to connect randomly. One connection was made, and the voice on the other end was not insulting but still rather unflattering. I am not a hater, merely a bystander. I do not know whether you are intentionally trying to cleanse your image or genuinely wish to reform, but I advise you to focus on your work rather than pursuing shortcuts that lead nowhere and refrain from riding on the coattails of other stars. It's truly bothersome and disgusting. Shi Ha responded. Practicing your skills here, are you? Shoo. She waved her hand dismissively. All right. Daily internet users love gossip. Tomorrow it might be your turn to fall from grace. Anything else to say? If not, next. The connection was abruptly severed. Little Tang messaged Shi Ha. Sister Ha? Should we set a minimum donation amount to speak during connections? Haha, no need. That would be akin to forced payment. Let the fans save their money for lollipops, and let the haters use theirs for breath fresheners. Shi Ha clicked on another connection. Hello, what would you like to say? Upon her inquiry, the other party quickly ended the call. Speechless. If you dislike me, then so be it. Personal attacks are unnecessary. Just a passerby, either blind or envious. Sure, has been recognized as a radiant beauty since her debut. If she is considered unattractive, what does that make us? TSK, wanting to insult yet afraid of confrontation. Pathetic. Shi Ha reassured her audience. No need to be upset. It's evident that this friend, though their height and stature combined barely exceed 1.80 meters, possesses a resilient spirit, bravely appearing before the public. Even if only for a fleeting moment, that is commendable and quite adorable. Teacher Nine's retorts are remarkable, mastering the art of eloquent yet non-vulgar comebacks with peak potency. With Teacher Nine's wit, why wouldn't I navigate this world with confidence? Next. Finally my turn. I absolutely adore you. I love your performances. Even if they are in poor productions with lackluster acting, I still enjoy them. Additionally, I admire your endorsements, despite the backlash. I still really like you. My utmost favorite was when you clashed with others. Although you were like a clingy band-aid, your audacity is what I admire. I adore you. Sister Ha, Sir Hai, and I will forever support you. An excited female voice rang out. Shi Ha licked the milk residue from her lips. The coffin lid creaks, full of sarcasm. Hee, Shi Biao, do not attempt to cleanse your image, nor shift the blame onto others. After all, it takes two to tango. Shi Ha, with a single clap upon your coffin, its echoes will linger for 3 days and nights. Do you think it will resonate? Ha 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 ha. Teacher Nine, please. Your hand may hurt. My heart aches for you. Front row sisters, go to Daching oil field. It's absolutely essential to have you there, no joke. The other party retorted. Oh. You think that by adopting a new, down-to-earth persona, you can absolve yourself? Keep up the act. You might just make it to the next Paralympics. While I can still participate in the Paralympics, you can only lie at home with a keyboard, arguing until the end of days. My advice is to speak less. Those who enjoy sarcasm, sow discord, and slander others should be wary of facing dire consequences after death, being tormented eternally. Teacher 9. The Golden Advisor for Life's Dilemmas. Illuminating the path for the lost. Astonishing. Family, is this truly Teacher 9's command of idioms?
Wow. 5.
Teacher 9 just articulated 5 phrases in one breath. To reciprocate, I will share 5. Love at first sight. Deep affection. A treasure found. Longing in both day and night. Little Joe observed Shi Ha, diligently perusing a dictionary just out of camera view. True talent is indeed a rarity. Far more common are those diligent individuals laboring tirelessly in obscurity. Listen to the applause. I merely speak the truth. What of your own character? I am your father, ever-changing and multifaceted. You are also my child, endlessly transforming. The voice from across the way trembles with anger. Everyone has witnessed her true nature. She resorts to insults at the slightest provocation. Is such a person worthy of your admiration? Worthy. Such a sharp tongue only endears her further. Is it possible that you initiated the insults and were merely retaliating? I see no fault in that. Perhaps the fervor of Shi Ha's retorts diminished the number of connection requests by at least half, while the remaining requests likely came from devoted fans. As anticipated, Shi Ha soon connected with a genuine admirer, not some superficial potato or sweet potato fan, but a true devotee. Teacher 9, I adore you. My affection is so profound that even a fleeting glance at your photo while traversing dark paths ignites a spark in my eyes, causing an elder in the village to mistakenly believe dawn has arrived, prompting him to rise and till 3 acres of land. Having never encountered such fervent declarations of love, Shi Ha was momentarily taken aback. Thank you, Lantern Hero. Hilariously, the Lantern Hero remark resonates. Once the fan calmed her excitement, she posed her question. By the way, Teacher 9, how do you manage your weight? Do you control your diet and exercise? Shi Ha. She silently rose from her soft sofa and adjusted the camera angle, shifting the live stream from her visage to the coffee table. 3 bags of chips licked clean, 6 bottles of milk tea, coconut milk, and yogurt emptied, an uncountable array of candy wrappers strewn about, an empty box of fried chicken, an 8-inch pizza box, and 2 hamburger boxes alongside a few other impeccably clean containers. The audience. Does Teacher 9 consume this much in one day? Shi Ha remained silent. This is my dinner. The audience. The Last Supper? Chapter 76. Words can be carelessly spoken, but one must not hastily acknowledge parentage. The crowd gazed at Shi Ha's dinner in silence. Shi Ha, observing their quietude, also fell silent. Newcomers to the live stream stared at the still screen and the comments. Has the internet frozen again? Connected fan. Does Teacher 9 really eat so much for dinner? Won't she gain weight? Shi Ha glanced down at her relatively slender and flat abdomen. I have a direct digestive system. Once I eat, it is expelled. These foods in my stomach are like your affections, impossible to conceal. So delightful, yet so indulgent. Laughter erupted uncontrollably. Teacher Nine's sweet nothings are lethal. In Huagua, we have our own oil-soil people, Teacher Nine. However, if one wishes to lose weight, I believe most people merely collect dieting videos and consider themselves to have exercised, yet continue to indulge in snacks. Ask yourself, does this self-deception truly work? Passing by, I felt inexplicably insulted. I wonder who just kicked me, grimacing. It is futile. Therefore, if one aims to shed pounds and avoid gaining weight, one must either restrain their appetite and exercise diligently, or simply keep their mouth shut. What does that mean? I declare that the abstract master has a place for Teacher Nine. Teacher Nine, have you ever considered publishing a book titled The Art of Abstract Language? I would be sure to purchase it. The next viewer connection was still a fan, yet their emotional state raised concerns, as they began to sob uncontrollably. Woe is me. Shi Ha paused for 3 seconds. Thomas the Tank Engine, what brings you here? Laughter erupted. Who would have thought? I've entered the live stream. Woe is me. Teacher Nine. Shi Ha blinked. I am alive. No need for tears just yet. Save them for when I am gone. I understand your urgency, but please, refrain from distress. If you are truly anxious, I shall endeavor to depart sooner. Woe is me. What a dramatic scene, dear ones. Who understands? I have never encountered a person as gentle as Teacher Nine. In the face of global warming, her contributions are invaluable. Crying with emotion, noticing Teacher Nine, fuming and pounding the bed, handing over Teacher Nine. Question. Have you ever fought for someone? Teacher Nine. Well, of course I have. Woe is me. Teacher Nine, I apologize. I am feeling so overwhelmed that I am at a loss for words. No need to worry. I see your distress. Let us try a deep breath together. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. A familiar sound echoed in the live stream. Shi Ha, I instructed you to breathe deeply, not to imitate a pig. My apologies, I was a bit nervous. Laughter ensued, to the extent that my mother chased me out with a broom. I seized the broom and soared into the skies to meet Teacher Nine. Who is joining in on the deep breathing? It is I. Following this brief interlude, the fan's anxiety significantly subsided. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke in a rather youthful tone. Here is the thing. My parents confiscated my phone, tablet, and computer, denying me pocket money and preventing me from going out to play. I currently possess not a single cent, and when my classmates invite me out, I must decline. Wait. If you lack a phone, how are you watching the live stream? My brother's clever little smartwatch. Though, I must admit, I couldn't help but chuckle. For the past 3 days, I have subsisted on porridge and pickled vegetables, having not tasted a single delicious morsel. None at all. Then why do your parents treat you this way? There must be a reason, right? Isn't this child abuse? Can't they communicate properly instead of resorting to such punishment? I am not sure. Perhaps it is because a few days ago, I transferred several thousand yuan to my mother for in-game purchases? Shi Ha. Suddenly, the reasoning became clearer. But I feel that 5,000 yuan is not excessive. My family is quite well off. I am in the 5th grade, and my parents give me over 2,000 yuan in pocket money each week. 5,000 is merely half a month's allowance. I do not understand why they are upset. It is merely a small sum. In 5th grade, receiving 5 yuan daily was already a fortune among my peers. Whose subordinate is this? So audacious. What sort of family offers over 2,000 yuan in weekly allowance for a 5th grader? I, in university, managed to survive on just over 2,000 yuan a month, including food and drink, crying. I now comprehend why I am out of funds. It appears someone else is living lavishly on my behalf. Thank you, financial hero, cat tears. In truth, your parents' anger is not about the sum of money, but rather your secretive appropriation of funds for gaming. Taking without permission constitutes theft. Even if it is your family's money, and this amount seems insignificant, theft remains theft, whether it is 1 yuan or 10,000. Had your parents not discovered your actions this time, you may have developed a sense of entitlement, leading to future transgressions and potentially more serious misbehavior. This is not an exaggeration. One's environment and mindset can subtly influence a person. Moreover, your use of the funds was inappropriate. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for your parents to be angry and to discipline you. Should they feel indifferent or condone such behavior, that would indeed be a grave issue. Of course, I do not advocate for parental punishment. You should have an open dialogue with your parents about this matter, clarifying the circumstances and your current thoughts. Acknowledging one's mistakes is not shameful. Rather, it is commendable. Regardless of the situation, it is imperative to express your thoughts and clarify them. Do not bottle them up inside. Bringing issues to light is one of the best solutions. After all, the human heart is inscrutable. No one is a mind reader. This is the first time I have seen Teacher 9 so serious. To love Teacher 9 is to embrace every facet of her. Acknowledging mistakes is not shameful. It is, in fact, honorable. Indeed, I am one who prefers to lay matters bare, for this approach can effectively avert the majority of misunderstandings, proven by personal experience. Teacher G has employed several idioms in her statement. I can only imagine her dictionary has been thoroughly worn out. Observing that the young fans remained silent, G continued, "There is no need to feel embarrassed or anything of the sort. If I were a mother, I would be delighted to see my child acknowledge their mistakes and make amends. Encouragement and guidance, through example, are far more vital than reprimands." The young fan, seemingly resolute, responded earnestly, "Thank you, Teacher G. I will apologize to my parents and clarify things properly. There will be no next time." "Excellent, keep it up." Acknowledging one's errors is the hallmark of a good child, G reassured her. After ending the call, G glanced at the barrage of comments, her expression suddenly becoming complex.
Oh.
"Teacher G, please be my mother. I'm not joking. I promise to be exceptionally obedient. I would never give you any trouble."
Wait.
"Don't you all have your own mothers? Why try to steal mine? Enough with the noise. Let me say something. There are 12 million viewers in the live stream right now. If Teacher G were to be our mother for 5 minutes each, it would take 60 million minutes. Roughly 115 years. Given that Teacher G is 24, she would need to live to 139 to fulfill this. Great idea. Let us arrange by age. The older ones first, and the younger ones last. Then, I must let my grandmother join the live stream. Has 5 minutes passed? Who's next? Remember your age and number. Don't steal someone else's mother, nor offer yours away." G interjected, "Words can be frivolous, but one cannot casually adopt a mother." She gazed at the rapidly increasing viewer count in mere minutes. Generations upon generations, endless, aren't they? Chapter 077, because she once stood in the rain. She wishes you to be struck by lightning. G truly questioned the mental state of her audience. While they seemed unwell, they still formed an orderly queue. However, was there truly no ailment present? After pondering, she picked up her phone and typed a few commands. Thus, the live stream name transformed from Shi Ha to Director Shi's consultation room, Department of Psychiatry, People's Hospital of Huagua. Subsequently, she sent a message to the audience. Director Shi from the Department of Psychiatry at the People's Hospital of Huagua extends an invitation for consultation. Please agree to receive.
Oh.
No option to decline? How domineering. I like it. Teacher G, how did you know I was unwell? I have been severely ill. What ailment? The madness of missing Teacher G. Hello. May I ask who the attending physician is? I suddenly fell ill at home and urgently require medical assistance. If the doctor does not arrive within 5 minutes, I may perish. I fell ill before you. If Director Shi does not reach my home within 3 minutes, I will have to go mad and bite someone. To my front row sisters, Teacher G can only treat mental illness, but cannot cure rabies. I suggest heading to a vaccination station. The next fan connected, their tone shifting from sorrowful to proud. Oh, Teacher G. I think of you so much I can't sleep. I'm awake until 3 in the morning, but to see you. I wake up at 5 to collect garbage to sell. Could you praise me, Teacher G? G raised an eyebrow. I cannot, but someone else can. Who? The King of Hell praises your health for sleeping only 3 hours. I'm all in for that. Does Teacher G know why my wallet is empty? It's strange. I see others' wallets filled with money, yet mine is barren. Do you know where my money has gone? It can't simply be that I haven't earned any, right? Perhaps your wallet is ill, lacking vitality and unable to reveal its contents, much like an awkward patch under one's armpit. When will I possess a tongue as eloquent as Teacher G's? What is the cost to rent Teacher G's mouth for a month? Teacher G, have you read any books lately? Your eloquence is remarkable. G lifted her left hand, showcasing 3 sentences to make a stranger spend 500,000. I'm currently reading this. Bought for 39 yuan, buy one get one free. What's the bonus? G raised her right hand, displaying refuse fraud and deception. Starting with me. This is the bonus. But I haven't begun reading it yet. Is it possible, Teacher G, that you read them in reverse order? Perhaps then you wouldn't need the second book. This illustrates that the order of appearance is indeed crucial, life and love alike. Front row sisters, share your stories. G's delicate, fair face revealed rare confusion. Why? Because the book 3 sentences seems frivolous at first glance. How could it possibly prompt a stranger to spend 500,000? Strangers aren't fools.
You disagreed.
Shaking her slender finger as she opened the book. But I find the arguments compelling. Look at this example. Boss, you wouldn't want your wife to discover this matter. Would you? I don't ask for much, just 500,000. Provide me with 500,000, and I will ensure this matter remains between us. Or this. Hey, how are you driving? You nearly hit someone. And you're wearing slippers? You didn't even buckle your seatbelt? My word. How much did you drink? Just give me 500,000. And we can settle this privately. Another example. Sir, your child is not yours. I know who the father is, but 500,000 is but a trifling matter for you, sir. The crowd responded with confusion. Is this book even legitimate? How did it get published? I've placed an order. Let us not waste it. I'm not chasing after 500,000. I merely want to see how outrageous this book is. Once again, I am not after that sum. The next fan connected. Their voice also youthful. Teacher G.
Who understands?
G responded. Based solely on those 6 words, I must admit I do not. I was severely betrayed by my best friend. G leaned in intrigued. What sort of betrayal? During class yesterday, our teacher conducted a surprise check on reciting texts, and I was utterly unprepared. So I had my friend hold the book behind the teacher to give me hints. Teacher G, do you have a best friend? Do you understand the pain of being backstabbed? This is hard to assess. A dragon in the phoenix, a good pair. You're rather dark yourself. I thought so. 2 people cannot share the same bed. My suggestion is to lock it down. G paused momentarily, perhaps because she once stood in the rain. She wishes for you to be struck by lightning, with thunder to shatter the darkness. Chapter 078. Clarification combined. The next connection. The other party's tone was calm, yet slightly aggressive. I am eager to know how Miss Shi intends to address the recent scandal involving the snack brand she endorsed, where the CEO absconded with funds, leaving many franchisees defrauded. Are you planning to ignore this matter entirely? Shouldn't a celebrity conduct thorough research on a brand before deciding to endorse it, rather than blindly endorsing for monetary gain? This has been dragging on for a month without any explanation. Surely, neither she nor her entourage could be completely unaware of the situation. It seems they are merely attempting to profit, as has been the case with previous celebrities who face similar issues, adopting a facade of ignorance. One might wonder if they genuinely believe that she is a virtuous person. It appears to be mere theatrics for financial benefit. What is the rush? Isn't it true that Teacher G has yet to provide an explanation? Perhaps we should wait for that before casting blame. Upon hearing this, Shi Ha appeared momentarily stunned, her expression revealing visible confusion and bewilderment. What brand endorsement scandal? She inquired with Xiao Tang, who also expressed her own perplexity. As Shi Ha's personal assistant, her responsibilities were limited to logistical support, and she was not privy to the specifics of Shi Ha's professional engagements. Shi Ha's expression suggested she was unaware of the situation. How could she not know? Surely, she is aware of her own work arrangements. Even if she was initially uninformed, it has been a month. How could she remain oblivious? She operates her own studio, after all. Some fans are being rather unreasonable. How can any explanation hold water? Unless her authority has been completely undermined, which seems implausible, given that she must sign the endorsement contract herself, and her demeanor does not suggest otherwise. Searching her memory, Shi Ha recalled that 2 months prior, Sister Xiao had indeed approached the original owner regarding an endorsement, assuring her that a thorough brand investigation had been conducted, encouraging her to sign with confidence. For such small brand endorsements, the artist's physical presence for promotional filming is unnecessary. A few photos taken in a studio would suffice. The original owner had disconnected from the internet under Zhao's and her family's advisement, and thus remained unaware of the situation leading up to her tragic demise. After some contemplation, Shi Ha explained, I understand that many may find this hard to believe, but I must speak the truth. I was indeed unaware of the brand's impending fallout. When the relevant staff presented the contract to me 2 months ago, they assured me that a thorough brand investigation had been performed, and it was only after receiving this assurance that I proceeded to sign. However, now that I am informed, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If, as you all assert, The brand I endorsed has encountered issues. I will take responsibility and provide an explanation to the franchisees and the public. As Shi Ha expressed, she prefers to clarify matters, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Is it true that teacher Ji genuinely had no knowledge of the situation? Indeed, Shi Ha has faced significant backlash over the past month, with online platforms rife with disparaging remarks about her. It is understandable that after a month of isolation, none of her staff informed her of the developments. Does this reasoning not seem a bit far-fetched? What if the staff were at fault, perhaps embezzling funds? It is not uncommon for celebrity studios to have individuals who secretly profit from selling insider information or engaging in unscrupulous activities. How convenient it is to shift blame to the staff when issues arise. Awaiting a resolution. Greetings, Teacher Ji. I am the liaison for the brand Lan Hai Ji Jia Women's Wardrobe. Our founder believes your aura and image perfectly align with our brand culture, and we would like to invite you to be our spokesperson. However, we were recently informed by your staff that the endorsement was declined on the grounds of brand image incompatibility. We still hope to pursue this opportunity. Could you please consider us? What? Declined? Shi Ha's eyes widened. All right, please send your contact information to my backend and share your materials with me. The other party responded with excitement. Certainly. Why does Shi Ha appear equally uninformed about this situation? Could it be that the liaison staff truly made an error? Might it be that competitors are deliberately attempting to disrupt this process? If so, it is quite concerning for Teacher Ji. One wonders what other misdeeds that unscrupulous staff member has committed behind her back. After ending the live stream, Shi Ha immediately called Zhao CD. Sister Zhao, are you aware of the scandal involving the small food brand we discussed 2 months ago? The CEO has fled, and franchisees have paid, but received no equipment or ingredients. And it has been a month of turmoil. Zhao Cidi's eyelids twitched. After a brief silence, she exclaimed in shock, What? It has fallen apart? How could this happen? So you were unaware as well? Xiao Lu is responsible for liaising with endorsements at the studio. Thank you for your assistance. By the way, I reviewed the materials for a clothing endorsement from Lan Haiji Jia and found it quite appealing. Why was it declined? That matter was handled by Xiao Lu. It is my fault for not selecting the right person. I assumed Xiao Lu, being an experienced employee, would manage it well. I apologize. It is all my fault. Shi Ha tilted her head slightly. It's all right. After all, one cannot fully know a person as heart, can they? Indeed. Consequently, public scrutiny shifted toward Shi Ha, the spokesperson, even though the franchisees were not influenced by her endorsement in their decisions. However, given the current circumstances, it is inevitable that they would attribute the cause to her endorsement. Xiao Lu admitted to his role, stating that he merely sought to earn some extra income, never anticipating the brand as downfall. For the following month, he lived in constant fear of being discovered. The origins of a situation, its motivations, and outcomes all lined up logically. Shi Ha took to Weibo to clarify the sequence of events, promising to address the relevant staff and refund the endorsement fees proportionally to the contributions of each franchisee, ultimately offering her apologies to the public. Though this was the original owner's predicament, Shi Ha, having assumed her identity, felt compelled to address the lingering issues as a means of repaying the original owner for the new life granted to her. Upon posting on Weibo, Shi Ha, who had already made headlines due to her live stream, quickly ascended to the top of the trending topics. Within minutes, she garnered over 1 million likes and thousands of comments. Some voiced their support. Others remarked, so it truly was an issue with the staff? And this was not the only misdeed committed. How despicable. Ultimately, the decision to join a franchise rests with the franchisees themselves. It is not a celebrity coercing them into participation. If one merely rushes to join based on an endorsement without conducting any due diligence, the fault lies with them. Currently, this food brand only involves financial loss and does not pose a threat to personal safety. Thus, Shi Ha, as the spokesperson, is not legally obligated to assume responsibility. This is why many celebrities choose to adopt a hands-off approach. Legally speaking, they cannot be held accountable, although they may face moral criticism for failing to conduct a thorough brand investigation. Hence, this situation hardly constitutes a scandal. Shi Ha's willingness to take full responsibility and refund the endorsement fees to the franchisees is unprecedented in the entertainment industry. While 10 million may not be significant to her, her resolve and attitude far exceed those of most celebrities. Of course, there are detractors. One user commented, why not clarify the allegations of being supported by wealthy patrons and the accusations of being tied to other celebrities while playing the mistress? Another remarked, some fans should refrain from idolizing so blindly. It's almost as if they believe she is a saint. Yet another stated, why are you still in the spotlight? Every time I open Weibo, it is filled with your marketing and fanfare.
Can you not take a step back?
The son of the mouse digs holes. Who would have thought that Shi Ha would rise again, rekindling the flames of popularity that last blazed 2 or 3 years prior? 9 dogs. Wow, it's insane. Teacher 9 has gone wild. Teacher 9, soar high, for the dog army seeks shade beneath your grand tree. Chapter 079. I admit, this world still holds some temptation for me. Moreover, Shi Ha has engaged a lawyer to take Xiao Lu and the brand to court. The remaining matters shall naturally be entrusted to professionals, as both parties have breached the contract, and the law will decide accordingly. Early the next morning, Shi Ha filmed an advertisement for Lan Hai Home, displaying remarkable cooperation and enthusiasm. While others take 2 or 3 days to shoot promotional videos, she completed hers in a single day. If one were to call Shi Ha lazy, she paradoxically possesses a spark for her career. Yet, if one were to deem her industrious, she still dreams of languishing in bed each day. Xiao Jiu. So, do you prefer to take it easy or strive for success? Sitting with Shi Ha, sipping milk, she pondered aloud. Selective effort, intermittent enthusiasm, and a sustained inclination to lounge. As evening approached, the vehicle headed towards the recording location for the second episode of Beyond Heartbeat. Suddenly, the car came to an abrupt halt. What's wrong?
Sistera.
We're stuck in traffic. The driver explained that given the situation, they would likely be delayed for over half an hour. Why don't you rest a bit? All right. Shi Ha rolled down the window, peering outside to find the surroundings utterly congested. Gazing at the vibrant crimson sunset, she tilted her head back and howled. A-woo. The driver, used to it. Xiao Jiu. This is typical of a husky. Perhaps feeling a bit parched, having consumed all the drinks on board, Shi Ha, who often feels socially anxious, contemplated for a moment before reaching out to knock on the door of a sleek, understated black luxury van parked beside them, gently rousing a sleeping spirit. The handsome man, eyes slowly fluttering open, leaned slightly, peering through the tinted glass at the hand and the smiling face approaching. He mused, wondering how the familiar sound had suddenly echoed, realizing it was not an illusion. Seeing no response from the neighboring vehicle, Shi Ha knocked twice more on the slumbering spirit, yet still received no answer. Just as she prepared to knock once more, the dark window gradually descended, revealing a face so stunning it momentarily took her breath away. The man had alabaster skin, his pure black suit accentuating his cool complexion, with a high nose and thin lips that glistened like berry juice. The golden shards of the setting sun cascaded down, illuminating his subtly curled, dense lashes, making his eyes shine as brilliantly as molten gold. Resembling a flame ready to extinguish at dusk, Shi Ha's eyes widened in awe, and she instinctively gasped, "Wow, how incredibly handsome." Si Qingyan. Shi Ha silently wiped her mouth with her hand. "Hello, I'm Shi Ha. It's a pleasure to meet you. Though it may seem a bit forward, may I ask if you have 1-881-81885?
What?
The man's Adam's apple moved slowly, his naturally deep and gravelly voice becoming even more alluring. Shi Ha shivered with delight.
Wow.
Even your voice is so charming. Nothing much. Oh, by the way, do you have any water or drinks? I haven't had a sip in 3 days. Si Qingyan glanced at the remnants of white milk on her lips. Uncle Lin. Yes. The driver in the front seat handed her a bottle of purified water. Miss, please. Thank you. Thank you. After receiving the water, Shi Ha rummaged through her pockets for a moment. Thanks for the water. Here, have some candy. The man observed the small hand extended toward him, remaining silent for a while before gently raising his arm to let his hand rest beneath hers. Here. Si Qingyan felt the weight in his palm as he glanced down at the small, plump candy wrappers cradling white paper balls. The man pressed his lips together. You don't have to give if you don't want to. Sorry, I took the wrong one. That was meant for tricking kids. Saying this, she rummaged through her pocket again and extended her hand towards Si Qingyan. Here. Noticing the man's lack of reaction, Shi Ha unwrapped a grape-flavored candy and popped it into her mouth. See? It's really candy. In the next moment, she unwrapped a strawberry-flavored candy and tossed it in. Look, this one is candy too. Moments later, with her mouth crunching on the candy, she unwrapped another cola-flavored one and popped it in. See, this is candy as well. 3 minutes later, Si Qingyan silently watched as the handful of candies in Shi Ha's possession dwindled from 5 or 6 to 1. He furrowed his brow. If you want some, just say it. No need to find excuses to deceive yourself. A classic Shi Ha method of self-deception. Hee. Shi Ha scratched her round, fluffy head. This is the last milk candy for you. Their hands met in the air, one high, one low, the warmth of the milk candy gradually spreading to his slightly cool, broad palm.
Shi Ha blinked in confusion.
Upon seeing this unknown, extraordinarily handsome man for the first time, she felt an uncanny familiarity emanating from him, as if they had met before, yet her mind could not conjure a matching identity for him. However, the sense of familiarity was undeniable. After pondering for a while, she picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to someone. Haha, darling. Do you have any brothers or sisters? I met someone today who looks just like you. Little dog peeking.
Scene, no.
Haha, but you both give off such a similar vibe. It's almost identical. Si Ching. Why do you think we resemble each other? Haha, because the angles of your smirks are the same.
Seeking.
Haha, just kidding. I don't judge people by looks or demeanor, but by scent. The aroma you two carry is quite similar, like fresh snow on a snowy mountain, crisp and cool. That scent makes me feel an urge to roll around in your embrace, dog tilting head. After all, Huskies are sled dogs. Isn't it normal to enjoy rolling in the snow?
Seeking.
The man's neck, hidden beneath his collar, slowly flushed with a suspiciously soft pink hue, creeping up to his ears. Ha ha, just kidding. I wouldn't roll around in your embrace. Si Ching, that has nothing to do with me.
Seeking.
For heaven's sake. Can we just chat without making it seem like flirting? Xiao Jiu couldn't help but interject. Flirting?
Is it? Shi Ha looked puzzled.
Isn't it? Sure huh, no way, just sending a normal message, just like how I might call you darling Xiao Jiu. If I were a dog, and you were a physical entity, I might even hug you and lick you. Xiao Jiu. Annoying, boundaryless husky. After a moment of silence, Si Qingyan suddenly spoke. Uncle Lin, lower the window a bit. Just a little. Yes, young master. Uncle Lin pressed a button, and the back window lowered slightly, revealing only a sliver of the outside world. Lower it a bit more. Uncle Lin pressed again, but this time he misjudged the force, and the window dropped considerably. Just as Shi Ha was about to lean out and howl, her gaze collided with the man's, who was secretly watching her. Si Qingyan, not that much. Shi Ha beamed brightly. Hello, nice to see you again. As if caught in a clandestine act, his already flushed ears seemed to bleed. The next moment, he hastily closed the window. Yet, before it could fully shut, Uncle Lin's miscalculation caused it to lower again. Their eyes met once more. Shi Ha, you have two choices. Either the window of your $1,000,000 luxury car is broken, or you were deliberately peeking at me. The window was abruptly shut. Simultaneously, his heart raced with wild intensity. Shi Ha, just joking. Her life revolves around incessant eating, drinking, and playful antics, with little else to occupy her time, save for a penchant for jesting. Little Joe, do you know? In the initial days of my arrival in this world, I was engulfed in profound sorrow. Even these past few days, I have been utterly despondent. I can only imagine how it is for you, given that you indulge in 8 meals daily.
And how about now?
Do you still long for death? Just moments ago, I conceded that this world does possess a certain allure for me. Chapter 080. Are they serious? At 8 o'clock that evening, Shi Ha arrived at the cottage for this episode. Whoa, Teacher Jiu, it's been 2 days since we last met, yet it feels like an eternity. Loudly exclaims. Do you have any idea how I fared without seeing Teacher Jiu these past 2 days? I lost my appetite and struggled to sleep, managing only 5 meals a day, and I've been tossing and turning until 2 or 3 in the morning, wasting precious time. As soon as she stepped inside, Shi Ha was welcomed by a warm embrace from Lu Yingying. Hey, did you miss me in these 2 days? Shi Ha shook her head, no, with a dazzling smile. She added, just kidding. Lu Yingying's lips curled slightly, that's more like it. Shi Ha grinned. In truth, I didn't miss you at all. But it matters not.
I don't mind.
All right, no more teasing. I'll speak honestly. Lu Yingying paused for a few seconds before turning her face towards Shi Ha, awaiting her sincerity. Not even a second. Sure.
Ha.
Shi Ha quickly covered her ears and dashed upstairs with her suitcase. I can already feel your enthusiasm. There's no need for your voice to reverberate in my eardrums. Saying this, she hurriedly entered her room, leaving Lu Yingying in a state of exasperation. Every day I get fooled, yet it never gets old. You all see the humor, but I perceive the deep bond between the two. The second season kicks off with a point for Shi Lu. Upon entering her room, Shi Ha noticed 3 suitcases already present, along with a heap of clothing and cosmetics on the bed. A new female guest? The next moment, a tall, strikingly attractive woman with sharp features sauntered in from the balcony. Upon spotting Shi Ha, she scrutinized her from head to toe with a gaze that lacked politeness, tinged with disdain, as if evaluating an object. You must be Shi Ha, the one making waves lately? Luo Ji scoffed. Indeed, I am Shi Ha. But I'm not one for marketing, Shi Ha replied as she began to unpack. Luo Ji smirked. Come on, there are no cameras here, no need to pretend. When it comes to marketing, you can't compete with me. I'm an old hand at the dark arts of publicity. Having debuted as a child star and hailing from a family that runs a talent agency, she possessed the industry's top-notch marketing and packaging team, though she scorned the notion of packaging herself. Luo Ji's true self was one who flaunted her diva attitude, berated her staff, and exhibited a temperamental disposition. She lived authentically, embracing the notion of enjoying life to the fullest, yet outsiders often labeled her as sharp-tongued and arrogant. She remained unfazed, indifferent to the criticisms, as they only seemed to amplify her popularity, leading to more invitations and greater financial gain. Well, your dark circles are quite pronounced. You shouldn't stay up late, Shi Ha remarked, glancing at her face, without further explanation. Luo Ji retorted, this is smoky eye makeup. All right then. How curious that some humans enjoy being smoky. I may not understand it, but I respect it. Shi Ha continued to unpack, withdrawing a new pair of trousers from her bag. As she emptied the pockets, several coins tumbled out. Are modern merchants giving away money with clothing purchases? She texted the merchant. Hello. May I ask why there is money in the pocket of these trousers? If they are new, there shouldn't be any money, right? Customer service. Dear, this is part of our store's cashback promotion. Now that you've received it, please kindly leave a 5-star review. Heart emoji. Hotzi. I'm Hotzi, not a fool. Customer service. All right, dear fool. Heart emoji. Hotzi. Customer service. We apologize, dear Hotzi. Could you please give us a 5-star review? Rose emoji. Hotzi. These trousers must have been previously worn and resold, right? Customer service. That might be the case, dear. Heart emoji. Hotzi. Remove the might. It certainly is. Hotzi, do you want to see what you just said? Screenshot. You previously mentioned it was a resale, and now it's a cashback method? Your flip-flopping is faster than some people's bowel movements. Detected an issue. Customer service is undergoing replacement. Customer service. Hello, dear. How may I assist you? Hotzi. Can't you just review the chat history above? Customer service. All right, I've reviewed it. What seems to be the issue? We will do our utmost to assist you. Heart emoji.
Hotzi.
Expletive, haircut. Customer service. What does that mean? Hotzi, stop being absurd here. Customer service. Hotzi, join me in my live stream. I specialize in treating unstable mental states. Number 272-7773. Perfect for those driven mad by school and work. At 9 o'clock. Everyone gathered in the living room, and Shi Ha met the new male guest for this episode. The man wore an elegant, reformulated Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of refined sophistication. His features were striking yet non-threatening, akin to a piece of exquisite jade, with eyes that seemed to flow with tranquil waters, inducing a sense of calm merely by gazing upon him. He extended his hand toward Shi Ha. Hello, I am Ji Ziyuan. I look forward to your guidance. Hello, I am Shi Ha, with Shiraz in time and Ha's in laughter. The man's eyes crinkled in a gentle smile. What a delightful name. Thank you. Your name sounds quite distant as well. Ji Ziyuan smiled politely and did not continue the conversation. Who is this? He seems to be an outsider. Yet he is incredibly handsome. His aura is truly remarkable. He stands like a magnolia tree swaying gently in the spring breeze, naturally exuding comfort and warmth. Shi Ha greeted the others, finally turning to Si Qing, but before she could speak, she noticed the latter quickly averted her gaze.
Why?
Does she have laser beams shooting from her eyes? As everyone assembled, the director smiled and announced, this episode differs from the last. We have eliminated the heart-fluttering messages and replaced them with nightly heart-fluttering boats. Moreover, we've transitioned from a pair dating model to a 9-person activity model, meaning everyone will be like a happy family together. Director, do you sincerely believe that statement? So this episode is all about chaotic mingling, is it? Understood. Everyone will be flirting right under each other's noses, giggle. Tonight, we will first draw everyone's code names, which will be utilized later. The director presented a box to the group, and they each drew a slip of paper. The expressions of those who drew were a mix of bewilderment and disdain. A comical array of colors reminiscent of a spilled palette. All right, now that you've drawn, please announce your code names aloud. Silence. The room was hushed. The director cleared his throat twice, Since no one is willing to speak, let us display your slips. Silence lingered, until finally, Song Nanqing took the lead in flipping over the note. Bear Mountain's Super Honey Extractor, Xiong Heir. Ji Ziwan. Bear Mountain's Elite Rifleman, Guang Tu Chong.
Shen Yun, Green Pastures Swift Demolition Expert, Men Yang Yang. Gusabelas, Arigato, Bagayalu, Mei Yang Yang. Heir Ye, Culinary Assassin, Sweetheart Superman.
Luo Ji, the most enchanting beauty in history, De Guai. Lu Yingying, the most affectionate agent, Pineapple Chue Shui. Si Qing, the most beautiful young woman in Turning Garden, Zhuang Ma. Shi Ha, the godfather of the Turning Garden Mafia, Niu Yi.
Audience.
Director, are these codenames serious? Chapter 081. Why is your surname Shi and not Hu? As Shi Ha finished chatting with Song Nanqing and Lu Yingying in the living room and headed upstairs, she discovered a box of cold medicine and a bottle of nasal spray at the door. Shi Ha, who is so forgetful, leaving things everywhere? She pushed the door open and glanced at Luo Ji, who was lying on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Did you drop this medicine? Luo Ji lifted her gaze lazily. No.
Whose is it then?
Who could have lost it? She lay on the bed, examining the medication she had picked up, pondering curiously. Is it possible that it was specifically meant for you, rather than someone else's? Xiao Jiu couldn't help but interject. For me? Who? If anyone knows you're sick with a stuffy nose, it's them. Shi Ha fell silent for 3 seconds, suddenly overwhelmed with gratitude. Xiao Jiu, thank you so much. Even though you often tease me, I know you have a heart of gold and truly care for me. I'm so touched. How could a string of virtual data deliver medicine to you?
Ha.
If not you, then who? Xiao Teng doesn't even know I'm sick. Think carefully. Weren't you chatting with Si Qing this afternoon and mentioned your stuffy nose? Otherwise, how do you feel? Are you touched? I dare not move. The notion of Si Qing delivering medicine seemed absurd, even more so than her getting struck by lightning for burping after overeating. Yet, regardless of the absurdity, Shi Ha felt deeply moved. Is this medicine from you? Thank you. I just took a packet, and suddenly, my head is no longer dizzy. My waist no longer hurts, my ears can hear clearly, and my eyesight has improved to 53. I can see clearly what the snack stall is selling from 800 meters away. I can even speak Mandarin fluently now. I feel like I could carry 3 pigs up 6 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. Moreover, this nasal spray is incredibly effective. I just sprayed a little, and my nose went from the congested highway of the May Day holiday to the Yangtze River's tumultuous mouth, cascading down like the Milky Way, flowing endlessly. Thumbs up, little dog heart. Si Qing, this is cold medicine, not a miracle drug. Haha, you're right, but I believe my extraordinary experience, unprecedented in history, is not due to the medication but rather your heartfelt intention. It is your kindness that opened my meridians, banished the bacteria and viruses within my body, and enhanced my immune system. I have never encountered such goodwill and concern in my life, and this encounter feels like ascending to heaven and meeting angels, an unforgettable sensation. Do you know the feeling of a dog encountering a large pot of fragrant bone soup, especially when the bones contain marrow and a bit of meat? That's how I feel right now. How did she manage to articulate such thoughts without hesitation? Xiao Jiu, why is your surname Shi and not Hu? What? You could name yourself Hu Yan Wan Yu, meaning nonsensical talk. Shi Ha, I think Hu Chi Hai He, meaning indulgence in eating and drinking, suits Heir Ha's physique better. Remembering Si Qing's habit of sleeping by 10 o'clock, Shi Ha realized he must have gone to bed. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her phone vibrated. Si Qing, Tomato Novel Network, link. What a ridiculous Tomato Novel Network. A subsidiary of a friend's company. Perhaps you can showcase your uncontainable linguistic talent there. Thank you for the suggestion. I will check it out. And thank you for the emphasis with double quotes on my linguistic talent. I feel a bit flustered. Little dog happily spinning. Xiao Jiu, if I'm not mistaken, the double quotes in that sentence do not serve to emphasize, and the last word should actually be astonished. The way you wrote it, who would understand? Si Qing, that's quite good. Keep it up. Shi Ha slightly raised her chin. Look, she understood. If your skills are lacking, don't blame the uneven road. Heed advice and eat your fill. Perhaps consult a dictionary for another 3.5 days. Xiao Jiu, haha. In any case, thank you for the medicine. In my entire life, you are the first person to deliver medicine to me while still alive. The previous one was an elderly Shiba Inu that Shi Ha encountered in her childhood, but she has since moved on to the Western paradise. Si Qing, besides word choice. Sentence structure is also crucial. Haha, I think it's fine. You can understand what the sentence means, right? Si Qing smirked slightly. Haha, it's already 2202. You must be going to sleep. Let's chat in the next life. Good night. A moment of silence ensued as the man gazed intently at the phone screen. After a long while, he finally put down the phone and closed his eyes. Today marked the first time in many years that he stayed up late. Last week was the first time in many years that he woke up late. Chapter 082. My fate is mine to control. The following morning, the guests, under the director's arrangement, arrived at a nearby scenic area.
Today,
They were not merely strolling but were tasked with locating 3 treasure chests placed in various locations within the scenic area. The first treasure chest encountered would determine their living arrangements for the upcoming days. The scenic area was just an ordinary locale within the city, not a renowned landmark or natural wonder, and due to it being a weekday, the number of visitors was sparse, mainly consisting of middle-aged and elderly tour groups not bound by work. Upon entering the gate, Shi Ha spotted a group of elderly folks taking photos in front of a large stone sculpture, holding a banner. She focused and recognized the banner from childhood. The stronger the bond, the deeper the connection. Shi Ha was quite astonished. Did they all grow up in the same restroom?
what?
The stronger the bond, the deeper the connection. Observing the puzzled expressions from others, Shi Ha explained. Perhaps it means, having known each other since childhood, the bond deepens as they grow. Song Nanxing corrected her. All right, my apologies for the misunderstanding. Just as expected of you, the heir Ha teased. Si Qing walked past her. Besides word choice and sentence structure. Now you also need to work on punctuation. Shi Ha acknowledged. Understood, Teacher C. I will do better next time. As they approached the tour group, a loudspeaker from the guide suddenly called out, eyes wide as saucers. Instantly, a memory surged within Shi Ha, prompting her to respond. Like lightning, sharp and astute. Everyone. Guide. Audience. Shi Ha paused, looking at the guide. Aren't you singing? Eyes wide as saucers, like lightning, sharp and astute, la la la.
Black Cat Sheriff, la la la.
The director raised the list in his hand, speechless, pursing his lips. I am calling out names. Yan Jing, Deng Dexiang, Tong Ling.
Under Countess Gazes, Shi Ha Seele Lohret Herhit, Buhao Yisi.
Everyone. Teacher 9. Mishearing is common, but clarity is rare. Haha, this is too funny. However, this is a live broadcast, not an operating room. As the brief interlude passed, the crowd continued their journey into the scenic area. The site was neither overly vast nor diminutive. Some individuals could wander for an entire day, while others could only manage half a day's exploration. As the pace and stamina of people vary significantly. Some with lower limb disabilities might struggle to traverse 800 meters, while certain university students, akin to elite soldiers, could easily walk 90,000 steps in a day. Upon entering the expansive plaza within the scenic area, one could observe fortune tellers, palm readers, and stalls offering an array of food and beverages. A youthful voice called out, "Would you like to have your palm read?" Suddenly, an elderly man dressed in a Taoist robe, with flowing white hair and a beard, exuded an air of ethereal wisdom, catching the attention of several individuals. Song Nanxing turned his head, inquiring, "Grandfather, are you calling us?" The elder, with hands resembling gnarled branches, stroked his beard and replied, "Indeed. I sense a connection with you all. How about a divination? Today, we have a special discount. 50 for 1, 200 for 5, and for all 9 of you, only 300. 300, a modest sum for avoiding misfortune and deceit. Shall you not give it a try?" The group surveyed the old man's humble setup, which included a piece of divination cloth, a bucket of fortune sticks, copper coins, red string talismans, and several yellowed books. Gushi shook her head, declining the offer. The elder then turned to the others, observing their calm demeanor, clearly indicating their disinterest in fortune-telling. He silently extended his finger, in light of your evident connection with me. I shall offer an additional discount, 300 for all 9.
What say you?
No deal, came the collective response. The elder frowned and raised the stakes. What if I included 9 protective red strings and 9 golden-laid jade talismans for free, in addition to the 300? How would you respond then? The group exchanged glances, some internally dismissing the elder as a mere charlatan. They turned to leave. Not due to an inability to afford the fee or disbelief in metaphysical predictions, but rather a lack of faith in this particular elder. True masters of divination were notoriously elusive, commanding fees that ranged from hundreds of thousands to millions. Such an offer of 300 for 9, coupled with trinkets, seemed too good to be true, likely leading to some form of exploitation. Shi Ha paused. 300 for 9, and you throw in gifts? The elder, sensing a glimmer of hope, nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. I offer this low price because I see a unique connection between us. Normally, my fees start in the millions. The group exchanged skeptical looks. We are youthful, but not naive enough to fall for such tricks, Lu Yingying interjected, stepping forward. Pray tell, what connection do you believe exists between us? The elder lowered his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The group noticed a hint of blush on his weathered skin, reminiscent of a splash of red wine and light soy sauce. A bashful fortune-teller, indeed. Shi Ha turned to her companions. Since we are here, why not take a look? You first, came the retort laced with skepticism. This is clearly a scam. If you truly wish to consult someone, I can introduce you to a genuine master who accurately predicted my prosperous life. Lu Yingying attempted to dissuade Shi Ha. Is it possible that, if your family doesn't go bankrupt, you have enough wealth to enjoy a lavish life for several lifetimes? She countered, glancing at the others. What say you? Shall we? Luo Ji wrinkled her nose in disdain. If you wish to indulge in this charlatan's antics, go ahead. I refuse to partake in such cheap roadside fortune-telling. Unfazed, Ji Ziyuan smiled gently, offering reassurance. A little fortune-telling never hurt anyone. Think of it as a bit of fun. No need to take it seriously. Thank you for your kindness, Ji Ziyuan, for providing an escape route for Luo Ji. Otherwise, her situation would have been quite awkward. Came a silent thought. Shi Ha had long forgotten her own birth details, as her existence had been akin to a stray dog amidst a heap of refuse. Thus, she recited the original owner's birth information, as she now resided within that very body. After the elder cast the coins for divination, he scrutinized the resulting symbols, furrowing his brow and sighing deeply. Once Shi Ha had contemplated her potential ailments or misfortunes, the elder slowly raised his gaze and spoke. Your early life has been fraught with hardship, with family estrangement, yet you have been fortunate enough to receive help from kind-hearted souls, allowing you to survive. Shi Ha nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words, though her belief wavered. After all, the original owner's background was widely known. Perhaps the elder had some prior knowledge. You recently suffered a financial setback. Indeed, she replied, recalling the incident from a few days prior, which had cost her half her savings. However, this information was not a secret. It was common knowledge online. And soon, you will face another financial loss. Please, no more losses. I cannot afford to go bankrupt, she exclaimed, rising to depart. Yet, the elder's voice called after her. However, your later years will unfold smoothly, leading to a life of happiness and prosperity. Gu, she scoffed. So, selective belief, then? Shi Ha blushed, asserting, my fate is in my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. After Shi Ha's reading, the elder proceeded to divine for Lu Yingying and Song Nanxing, predicting prosperous futures for both. Yet, the more positive the predictions became, the more the group questioned their validity. Anyone can speak of good fortune. It's hardly impressive, they murmured. Yuga, upholding the sentiment that since Shi Ha had engaged, she might as well partake as well, offered her birth information with the hope of receiving some encouraging words. As she awaited the elder's predictions, she observed him staring at the symbols, his expression momentarily frozen. Before shaking his head and murmuring, alas, Yuga inquired, what is it? Is there an issue? The elder, after a moment of contemplation, revised his words. You'll encounter a significant disaster shortly. What? Yuga exclaimed in disbelief. A disaster? How could that possibly be? The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. Everything follows the principle of causality. You reap what you sow. However, there remains a chance for redemption, depending on your choices. Yuga's expression stiffened, her countenance darkening further. What does this mean? Has Yuga done something wrong, and is now facing retribution? One need not assume the worst. A disaster could also manifest as a serious illness. Perhaps consider undergoing a health checkup for early detection and treatment, someone suggested. Observing Yuga's pallid face, it appeared she might harbor some knowledge of impending troubles. Honestly, if someone were told they were about to face a great disaster, wouldn't they be concerned? Shi Ha, noticing her distress, patted her back. Do not dwell on it too much. Before she could finish, Yuga jumped, startled. Stay positive. Perhaps you'll simply slip on a freshly mopped floor. Shi Ha offered. I have a suggestion. Either wear non-slip shoes or avoid freshly cleaned areas. On the flip side, perhaps this elder is merely speaking nonsense. After all, 300 for 9 with complimentary gifts seems a trivial exchange. Even a master like Zhang Tian could only reveal a fraction of the mysteries in such a scenario. Thus, his predictions may not be entirely accurate. The impending calamity may, In fact, be postponed by decades or even centuries. For instance, on a day 100 years after your demise, your grave may be disturbed for the purpose of constructing a restroom. Frankly speaking, this would bear no impact on your existence during your lifetime, so there is no need for concern. If you truly worry, you might consider having a monument erected beside your grave, proclaiming it as a sacred resting place, discouraging the curious from trespassing, lest they provoke a return from the grave. Yugo expressed her discontent. It's not very good. She doesn't quite like it. The teacher would surely offer comfort, I believe. While the intention is commendable, it is unnecessary to take such measures. Yugo retreated a few steps, her face pale, her mind swirling with thoughts. Shi approached and cast a divination, receiving a reading similar to that of Lu Yingying and Song Nanqing, with the addition of a warning about not forcing fate. The elder did not elaborate on what one should avoid or pursue. The arrogant man crossed his arms and stepped back, snorting in disbelief at the elder's words. Shi held little faith in fortune-telling. He believed his destiny lay in his own hands, and he would make choices without regrets or external interference. Thus, the notion of forcing fate did not resonate with him. Old man, tell me, am I destined to be the wife of a wealthy family? The elder, unperturbed by Luo Ji's address, stroked his beard with a smile and began his divination. Moments later, he stated, born into wealth, with a bold character and self-reliance. You may easily attract trouble and jeopardize your future. It is advisable to be more reserved and low-key. What did you say?
Repeat that.
What do you mean by jeopardizing my future? Can you even read fortunes properly? Luo Ji stamped her foot in frustration. I shall repeat it as many times as necessary. The result remains unchanged, young lady. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Now, who is next? Ji Ziyuan stepped forward. Please, old sir, read my fortune. Very well, the elder said, gathering the birth details before casting the divination. You possess remarkable talent and wisdom, destined for success in your career. However, your romantic path may be unclear initially. With patience, you may encounter a suitable partner. The man nodded politely, thank you. Who is next? The elder inquired. Shunyan glanced at Si Qingyan and, seeing no reaction, casually stepped forward. I suppose I shall. After a moment, the elder examined the divination and stroked his beard, saying, You come from an excellent family, with loving parents and harmonious siblings. Your romantic journey may be fraught with challenges. Treat others with sincerity and kindness, and you may see the fruits of your actions. Shan Yun's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, the corners lifting gently. I appreciate the guidance. Finally, the elder turned his gaze to Si Qingyan, whose eyes were half closed, and smiled. Young one, it is your turn. Si Qingyan stood still, unperturbed.
Dear,
do you not wish to have your fortune read? Shi Ha leaned closer, looking up at her. I feel the readings have been quite accurate. If you do not participate, we will not gather the required 9 individuals, and thus miss out on the best price. Before Shi Ha could continue, Si Qingyan strode toward the elder. Song Nanqing, witnessing this, gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. While others encourage study, you encourage fate. Shi Ha grinned. Stay low-key, do not draw attention. Shi remarked. You seem rather pleased with yourself. Shi Ha replied, receiving praise is my due, and feeling joy from it is my right. Feeling jealousy over others' praise is unacceptable for you. Why would I be jealous of you? Your accolades are hardly profound. Let me add, your attempts to capture my attention are deliberate. Are you full of hot air? Lacking funds at home, I can only fill my belly with the winds of the northwest. Should you desire, with 10 million, I shall transform into wind, rain, and spring mud, providing you with subtle and comprehensive care. What does that mean? Lu Yingying inquired curiously. Shi Ha explained amiably, in more elegant terms, fertilizing and nurturing, cultivating growth. In coarser terms, raising someone from infancy. The teacher interjected. To put it plainly, I actually wish to be your mother. Others, always the teacher, the teacher. I enjoy playing the role of a mother. Wait. Did I just discover the teacher has given birth without pain? Shi commented. I detest those without boundaries, smiling. Just wait. I am waiting, whether sitting, standing, lying, jumping, or running, employing every possible means to wait, with heartfelt anticipation that transcends lifetimes. Silence. Have I been quiet enough? I can be quieter still. Is this the right volume for silence now? Indeed. I truly cannot deal with you, boyish girl. Are you satisfied with what you see now? Are you serious? Oil pancakes. Are you going to eat oil pancakes? I ask you, will you eat oil pancakes? Chapter 84. Let him borrow 500 more years from heaven. Ha ha ha. I feel Gu Shi is on the verge of a breakdown. Ha ha ha. Gu Shi. I feel as though I am seeing my great-grandmother. I am not joking. Gu Shi is indeed impressive, managing to stay composed under such circumstances. I would have lost my mind long ago. Ha ha ha. The teacher. I have been losing my mind for over 20 years. Long illness has made me an expert, capable of both healing and causing ailments, able to cure and to depress. Biting down on her molars, Gu Shi turned in anger and walked toward the public restroom, attempting to call her back, but was completely ignored. Ji Ziyuan inquired, what happened? Everything was fine just moments ago. He approached Shi Ha. What's going on with Mr. Gu? Shi Ha wore a loving expression. Oh, it's nothing. The child is simply rebelling in his teenage years. You will understand when you reach his age. Ji Ziyuan. If I recall correctly, Gu Shi is 26 and I am 28. What does this affectionate expression mean? Such a revelation. Ji Ziyuan's elegant brows arched slightly. Ms. Shi speaks in a most amusing manner. Thank you, if you don't mind, Mr. Ji. Let us drop the formality. We are all friends. So, let us be a bit more familiar. Very well, then I shall call you Little Ha. Or perhaps you could address me as the boundless power, virtuous and wise. Lord Shi? Both spoke in unison. Silence. Silence is golden. A silence lasting 3 minutes produced a veritable treasure.
Juste the geste? Ah.
You may call me Ha Ha or Little Ha. Either works as long as it doesn't sound like calling a dog. She must shed her dog-like habits and learn to stand tall as a dignified human being, no longer consuming food off the ground. This, she resolved, would be her lifelong learning objective, to learn until old age. Ji Ziyuan paused, the smile in his eyes deepening as he spoke in a low, gentle voice. Very well.
Ha ha.
The last 2 words were uttered softly, like a spring breeze grazing her ear, stirring a delightful tickle within her. Shi Ha shrugged. Does this fellow's voice possess an inherent tickling quality? Dreadful. Ji Ziyuan's laughter and calls make me feel like I can swoon. Professor G's disposition is truly kind. When we encounter him at school, he greets us warmly, always embodying a gentle, smiling demeanor. I have never seen him angry. He patiently explains our questions, generously guiding us through research projects, ultimately sharing accolades with students, caring little for his own recognition. He is immensely popular at our school, with many admirers. Wow, a big shot in the front row. Count me in. However, the elder's process of reading Si Qingyan's fortune was anything but smooth. He gazed intently at the divination symbols for quite some time, murmuring softly to himself, it shouldn't be like this. How could it be so unclear? In the end, he cast another divination, staring at the symbols for yet another long while, shaking his head, gesticulating, and muttering under his breath. Meanwhile, Si Qingyan regarded the elderly man with a calm demeanor, completely devoid of any signs of anxiety or curiosity, as if nothing could provoke even the slightest emotional response from him. What does this mean? Is it impossible to calculate the fate of the divine? It's the first time I've seen an elder cast 2 divinations for a single person. It's likely that the first result was unfathomable, leading him to believe he had erred, hence the second attempt. What is the situation then? I'm on the brink of death. I hope a kind soul can enlighten me before my demise. Thank you. Shi Ha pointed at the old man's head, exclaiming, a whirlwind invincible top? Lu Yingying retorted, how can you say such a thing about the elder? Clearly, it's a miniature carousel. Song Nanqing added, I believe that description is rather offensive. It resembles more a fan that has been shaken all afternoon. The others chimed in, accurate, incisive, and to the point. Perhaps due to the prolonged shaking of his head, the old man's high blood sugar plummeted to low levels. He steadied himself, furrowing his brow as he looked at Si Qingyan and remarked, I have never encountered such a destiny. Shi Ha, intrigued, leaned closer. What kind of fate? The elder replied, a lack of love in one's life. Shi Ha queried, what kind of love is lacking? The elder reiterated, enunciating each word clearly. Every kind of love is lacking. Shi Ha nodded and turned to Si Qingyan, summarizing, he says you are deficient in love across the 5 elements. The elder remained silent. The others exchanged glances. Si Qingyan lowered his gaze, his eyes shadowed with a hint of melancholy. The 5 elements, is it water and fire that are at odds? Or is it metal and wood that are unfaithful? So, do I not deserve a name? Shi Ha then asked the elder, is there a remedy? Can one supplement it with vitamin fish oil or stir-fried liver? The elder chuckled politely. This young lady lacks love, but not heart or lungs. However, I believe you may need to supplement your intellect. Shi Ha retorted playfully. Your fortune-telling is decent, but your judgments on people are lacking. Perhaps buy a bottle of eye drops for clarity. Laughter ensued. This young lady has quite the sharp tongue. Surely many have suffered under it.
Well,
I suppose I am merely training them. After all, one must endure hardship to rise above. With that, Shi Ha surveyed the other guests, finally lingering her gaze on Gu Shi for 2 seconds. Gu Shi, perplexed. What do you mean? What does that look signify? Masters clash, striking at vital points. Those who speak like Teacher 9 are unrivaled. After the fortune-telling, the group proceeded to the exhibition hall in the scenic area. Upon arriving at the museum, Lu Yingying suddenly broke away from the main group, moving to the flower bed at the roadside where she picked up a package from the ground and curiously opened it. Shi Ha and Song Nanqing approached out of curiosity, and upon seeing what was wrapped in the paper, Song Nanqing instinctively exclaimed, "Oh my, it's money." Inside the paper were 300 in bills, along with a note that read, "Open to agree, borrow 10 years." Lu Yingying, startled, quickly tossed the package away. Her expression fraught with panic as she trembled. What is this? Could it be that my life has truly been borrowed? Goodness, such a thing exists? I've encountered it before. If you don't believe it won't harm you, don't worry. The others gathered around, offering reassurances, but Lu Yingying, raised in comfort and never having faced such absurdity, was understandably flustered. Her eyes darted around, and she muttered regretfully, "I've heard such things are quite mystical. I'm finished. I can't possibly be borrowing life for 10 years. At 23, does that mean I can only live to 66 years, 3 months, and 8 days?" The group responded, "You seem to have a clear plan for your life, very precise." Lu Yingying protested, "I merely wish to live to a full 100. So what should one do in such a circumstance? Even if I know it's fake, it still feels ominous."
Shi Ha pataliu Yingying sa shoulder.
Comforting her, "It's fine. What is there to panic about? What miser borrows 10 years for just 300? They can't even cover the administrative fees at the underworld office, so what is your concern? But just hand it over to the police." The iron fist of socialism shatters superstitious illusions. Words without color grow increasingly red. This awareness, this vision, a model for our generation. Song Nanqing glanced around and remarked, "But it seems there is no police station nearby." Shi Ha looked around and suddenly, amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd, picked up the package and ran toward the museum entrance. Lu Yingying shouted anxiously, "What are you doing picking it up? Are you risking your life?" Shi Ha turned and tossed the package into the donation box at the entrance. "There, now it's all settled. Let them borrow 500 years more." The crowd was left dumbfounded. What? That works. Chapter 085. As long as the prayers are sincere, the outcome will not be heartbreaking. Lu Yingying, quite stable. Shi Ha then addressed the others, confidently explaining, "In future situations like this, there's no need to panic. Borrowing 10 years for 300 is simply a miserly person trying to pry open the door to frugality. If I'm not mistaken, the underworld's fees start at 5,000, so borrowing 10 years would cost at least 1,300,000 wouldn't even cover the fees. And it also depends on whose life is being borrowed. The costs differ for animals, ordinary people, and the wealthy." The group collectively looked at her, bewildered. Gu Shi asked, "How do you know?" Luo Ji scrutinized Shi Ha from head to toe. "Have you borrowed before?"
Shi Ha nodded, "No.
"But I used to frequent the underworld's entrance to collect recyclables. The more one collects, the more one learns." Teacher 9's words are deceiver's lies. Regarding the grouping, the few stood still, exchanging glances. Shen Yun and Gu Shi immediately looked at Shi Ha, while Lu Yingying and Song Nanqing, noticing their gazes, quietly moved closer to Shi Ha. Fruit Mecca, assemble. The trio of lovebirds, none shall intrude upon our bond. Shen Yun chuckled. "How about we split into 2 groups? 4 in one and 5 in the other?" The others pondered and agreed. Before Shen Yun could finish speaking, Siqing took a long stride and stood behind Shi Ha. Their gazes met in the air, and the atmosphere grew thick and suffocating, as though trapped in viscous glue. Shen Yun smiled, maintaining eye contact with Siqing, and walked smilingly to stand in front of Shi Ha. Feeling besieged from all sides, Shi Ha suddenly thought of the phrase surrounded on all sides. Gu Shi observed the scene and walked over with a hum, positioning herself between Shen Yun and Song Nanqing. Yuge, noticing this, also stepped between Shen Yun and Lu Yingying. Luo Ji frowned and voiced her dissatisfaction. "Hey, what are you all doing? Are you isolating us?" She quickly moved to stand between Siqing and Song Nanqing. Meanwhile, the solitary Ji Yuan paused momentarily before smiling and joining the others. positioning himself between Si Qing and Lu Yingying. Thus, the previously scattered 9 individuals suddenly formed a circle, as if several garlic cloves were trying to squeeze into an orange. At the center stood Shi Ha. She glanced at the bewildered Song Nanqing and the exasperated Lu Yingying, silently communicating something. Luo Ji caught onto their shared glances and raised her chin. What are you whispering about? Speak up for everyone to hear. Shi Ha kindly translated. Even if garlic squeezes in, it remains an outsider to the orange. Luo Ji, the others. Teacher 9 is like soft, sticky rice cake, rolling in soybean flour, covered in it all over. Understanding has dawned upon me. Teacher 9's reincarnation as fragrant concubine, is it? Thus, this allure attracts so many admirers. Shi Ha coughed, reminding everyone that we had previously discussed dividing into groups. Ji Ziyuan interjected. In truth, this museum is quite modest in size, and we are yet uncertain about the existence of any boxes, so I believe there is no necessity for division. Shunyan nodded in agreement, and others followed suit. Very well, let us explore together. However, I hope everyone retains a sense of boundaries. Shi Ha silently surveyed the 8 individuals encircling her. One must say, it evokes the sensation of being sheltered from bandits during a calamity. It is indeed a comfort to be gathered together. As the lotus blooms, its fragrance naturally wafts forth. The museum predominantly displays relics unearthed from the surroundings, comprising ancient artifacts and rare treasures, such as Buddhist statues, ceramics, wooden carvings, calligraphy, and bronze wares. The group wandered about, occasionally glancing at the artifacts and then at the descriptions to learn their origins. This was Shi Ha's maiden visit to a human museum. While there are museums in the demon realm, they typically showcase the tattered remnants of deceased or ascended great demons, torn trousers, bowls with multiple gaps that could serve as sieves, and meditation stones bearing the imprint of rounded posteriors. In contrast, the human artifacts exude profound cultural significance, many of which Shi Ha had never encountered before. Thus she observed with utmost seriousness, nearly pressing her face against the glass display. Beside her, Si Qing glanced at the exhibition cabinet emblazoned with the words millennial-old beef bone soup from the Zhou dynasty and softly cautioned, "Control your drool." Ah! Shi Ha swallowed her saliva, feeling embarrassed. There's an irresistible temptation arising from my very essence. Si Qing pursed her lips. It is attraction, not temptation. Indeed. It springs from my very core. Something feels amiss. Si God is behaving unusually by initiating conversation with Shi Ha. Furthermore, during the group division, she was the first to position herself behind Shi Ha, even quicker than Xinyun. Perhaps they have become closer through increased interaction? However, I have hardly heard of Si God having any friends in the circle. Who could resist Teacher 9? Are you out of your mind? Teacher 9 does not even fancy you. At the heart of the museum stood a gilded statue of a bodhisattva, approximately 2 meters tall, exuding an air of solemnity that brought tranquility and reassurance to those who gazed upon it. The group approached the statue, their eyes shifting to the accompanying description. As Shi Ha slowly read aloud, vacuity-embracing bodhisattva presides over wisdom, merit, and wealth, capable of fulfilling the virtuous requests and wishes of all those who uphold the precepts, thereby granting boundless benefits to innumerable beings, hence the name vacuity-embracing. It is said that the vacuity-embracing bodhisattva possesses a compassionate heart and delights in aiding the destitute. Anyone who beseeches her shall receive her assistance. Before Ji Ziyuan's explanation could conclude, Shi Ha suddenly knelt on the floor, bowing before the statue. The group was taken aback. Lu Yingying furrowed her brow. What are you doing? With utmost seriousness and piety, the group was silent. Yugo's expression was complex. Sister, this is a museum, not a temple. What sense does it make to worship Buddha here? Shi Ha shook her finger. In this day and age, temples are crowded beyond belief, and one must wait in line. I shall worship Buddha in the museum for a shortcut. Ji Ziyuan inquired. What wish did you make? Shi Ha replied earnestly. May everyone possess gold beneath their knees. It is time to cash in. Rest assured, I only knelt 3 times. I shall not take a single extra coin that does not belong to me. After all, greed leads to indigestion. The group was left speechless. You may not be greedy, but even that gold is unmanageable. Gushi scoffed. Are you certain that praying to a bodhisattva devoid of offerings is effective? Shi Ha placed her index finger before his lips. Hush, you do not comprehend. As long as the prayer is sincere, the outcome shall not shatter one's heart. Gushi. Chapter 086. All I require is a sliding scoop. Passerby, anyone who can utter such a phrase must be an exceptionally gentle soul. It is the first time encountering someone who persistently defies Teacher 9. Could they be part of the Teacher 9 fanbase? I have learned tomorrow I shall visit the Municipal Museum to pray for good fortune. Be cautious. While praying, observe carefully. Do not pray blindly, lest you beseech the god of wealth and inadvertently invoke the goddess of fertility instead. She had never appeared this flustered and anxious even when preparing for 8 subjects during final exams. Further ahead in the museum lay a wooden suspension bridge, over 20 meters long, connecting 2 locations. Beneath the bridge, the river flowed gently, and before it, vendors sold love locks and blessing wooden plaques. The vendor, noticing the group of strikingly handsome individuals, smiled warmly. Hey, beautiful people, how about purchasing some love locks? This bridge is called the Love Bridge, and it is truly auspicious. Gushi replied, Sorry, we are not seeking love. The vendor was momentarily stunned. You are not seeking love? However, would you like to buy some blessing wooden plaques instead? This bridge is also known as the God of Wealth Bridge, and it is equally auspicious. The group remained silent. Shi Ha leaned closer to the vendor. Isn't it also known as the Health Bridge, Academic Bridge, and Promotion Bridge? The vendor's eyes brightened, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes. How did you know?
Shi Ha, I guessed.
In the end, under the vendor's warm hospitality, 6 individuals purchased items. Lu Yingying, Yugo, and Ji Ziyuan bought blessing red strings. Luo Ji and Song Nanqing chose wish plaques, while Shi Ha selected a love lock. Curious. Lu Yingying asked, What do you need a love lock for? Aren't you not seeking love? As Shi Ha inscribed her name on the lock, she replied, A love lock does not necessarily signify a desire for romance. It can also bind the connection between 2 individuals. True. But who do you intend to bind your connection with? Upon her words, several gazes from around fell upon them. Lu Yingying, if you wish to see, you may approach openly. You are not assassins. Sister, who will you write about? Do you have feelings for? Song Nanqing's face turned slightly red, feeling flustered, yet refraining from offering an explanation. Shan Yun scrutinized the two, while Si Qing's gaze, which had originally been fixed on the flowing water, now rested on Shi Ha. Standing aside, Luo Ji was curious to witness the unfolding drama, while Ji Ziyuan observed the scene intently. After finishing her inscription, Shi Ha rose, presenting the lock to the group for their inspection. The names inscribed on the lock read, God of Wealth, Vacuity Embracing Bodhisattva, Multi-Treasure Tathagata, Medicine Master Buddha, Treasure King, and Yellow God of Wealth. Numerous names encircled Shi Ha's name. The group responded with bewilderment. Noticing their complex expressions, Shi Ha felt a tad shy. It's a real name binding. The group. Yugo remarked, I apologize. I was shallow-minded. Shi Ha reassured, No worries. Just bask in the sun more. Perhaps try soy sauce for skincare. Yu Ji's lips twitched, yet she commented, But sister, isn't this a bit too greedy? It seems rather insincere. No, isn't it worse to inscribe only one? I calculated beforehand. I inscribed a total of 15. When I am present, it is 4 tables of mahjong. When I am absent, it is 3 tables of mahjong and one of, filled with laughter and conversation, never fearing loneliness or solitude. Even in the restroom, there is companionship. For a moment, the group was at a loss for words. Outside the group, Si Qingyan observed Shi Ha, who had grown animated and whimsical, with a slight smile playing on her lips. Guessed, my mother tongue is silence. I have learned, next time I visit a scenic spot, I shall inscribe my name alongside the God of Wealth, wishing to be with them for all eternity. Watch Teacher 9's live stream for daily tips on life. As this explanation unfolded, Lu Yingying and the onlookers, captivated by the spectacle, exchanged glances and silently approached the uncle who was selling goods. The uncle, suddenly inundated with thousands in revenue, exclaimed in disbelief, Do not be so ungrateful. She is indeed my fortune-bringer. The wooden corridor bridge, restrained by iron chains and characterized by its considerable length, wobbled underfoot as one traversed it. The swaying intensified towards the center, yet walking remained entirely feasible. Suddenly, the bridge shook violently. Caught off guard, Shi Ha instinctively leaned back, believing she was on the brink of falling when a pair of strong hands steadied her waist. Due to the incessant swaying of the bridge, Shi Ha's entire weight fell upon the person behind her, yet those hands remained unwavering, as steady as a mountain, allowing her to almost recline in their embrace. Shi Ha tilted her head back, while Si Qingyan lowered his slightly, their gazes intertwining just within reach. Si Qingyan could distinctly perceive Shi Ha's fair, delicate skin and her round, shimmering eyes. The warmth of their breaths mingled in the air, a humid sensation enveloping them. Si Qingyan's jaw tightened, his lips pressed firmly, and his heart raced, flushing warmth to the nape of his neck. He averted his gaze, unable to meet those clear, vibrant eyes. "You're pressing down on my hair," she remarked. "My apologies." That startled me. Thankfully, Si Shen's reflexes saved the day. Did it seem to anyone else that Si Shen's breath quickened for a moment? And is that a hint of redness on his neck beneath her hair? Anyone would breathe faster if suddenly catching another person. The redness might just be her discomfort with physical contact. As Shi Ha emerged from Si Qingyan's embrace, she adjusted her ponytail and gratefully turned to him, saying, "Thank you for your support." Si Qingyan paused for 3 seconds before responding, No, my apologies." Shi Ha's eyes brightened as she gave him a thumbs up. "Good. Well done, much love." The others observed, "So, do you two have your own unique language system?" Lu Yingying hurried to Shi Ha's side, exclaiming, "You scared me. I thought you were about to fall."
She replied, "Ooh."
Lu Yingying quickly corrected herself, "I misspoke. You truly frightened me." Shi Ha shot her a glance. "Your reaction was quite prompt." Lu Yingying shrugged, "I learned from you." Gu Shi chuckled, "Well, that's not a lesson worth learning." Shi Ha asserted, "Adaptability is an essential skill for survival in this world, much like what one would do when encountering a tiger in the wild." Gu Shi responded, "I would slowly back away, avoid eye contact, and once out of sight, accelerate my exit and alert the authorities." Shi Ha countered, "No, I would merely require a sliding tackle." Shi Ha tackling a tiger? A rather reckless endeavor, akin to leading someone into the jaws of danger, a limited-time buffet of misadventure. Chapter 087, Life. Upon crossing the corridor bridge, a vast expanse of blooming flowers unfolded before them. For the middle-aged women in the tour group, the allure was as irresistible as bamboo shoots to a panda, travelers' backpacks to the monkeys of a May mountain, and 5-star reviews to those who relish grilled gluten. The women, clutching their colorful scarves, stood amidst the floral splendor, waving them about, while their partners or friends captured the moments on their phones. Perhaps due to the inadequacy of selfie sticks, several women glanced around before summoning the seemingly docile Shi Ha. "Little girl, could you take a picture for us?"
"Ah."
"Sure." Shi Ha accepted the phone and dashed ahead, squatting to take their photo. However, after several attempts, she felt the poses lacked originality, mirroring those of other tourists. "How about trying a new pose, aunties?" "What pose?" "Start like this, then like that, and finally like this. It'll be perfect." Demonstrating, Shi Ha twisted her body into a standing corkscrew shape.
"Good."
A few minutes later, the women had transformed into an abstract pentagram of intertwined forms. Shi Ha gestured, shouting, "Now let's have a slogan." In unison, the women declared, united as sisters, "We are unstoppable. If you harm my sister, I shall break your wings. Sisters are paramount. The Sunset Red Flower Sisterhood shall never disband." Excellent, truly magnificent. The surrounding women, witnessing the spectacle, turned their attention to Shi Ha, their eyes sparkling with intrigue and eagerness to join in. As the appointed leader, Shi Ha became the center of attention, with the women clamoring for her assistance in capturing their moments. After each sisterhood took their turn, Shi Ha suddenly announced, "Everyone listen. I have a splendid idea. We can film a video with over 20 people at once." Upon hearing this, the women erupted with excitement. They watched as Shi Ha, akin to a kindergarten teacher guiding her students, orchestrated their arrangements, directing their positions and orientations while imparting crucial instructions. 5 minutes later, the 20-plus women formed a line, starting from the last in line, weaving their way to the front, each woman following the one before her. They raised their left hands, with their right hands holding scarves aloft. From a distance, it resembled a slow-moving rainbow serpent, gradually dressing itself from the ground up. Eventually, all the women gathered in a petal formation, spinning in circles. Shi Ha, capturing the moment, darted around, exclaiming, "Yes, just like that. Marvelous." The performance was as harmonious as the celestial maidens dancing before the Jade Emperor, an extraordinary display of grace. Alas, how is it possible for such perfection to emerge spontaneously? Without any rehearsal, why did the women embody such unity? Each found their rightful place, shining brilliantly in their roles. With each word that flowed from Shi Ha's lips, the smiles on the women's faces grew ever more radiant, their scarf waving resembling an Olympic flag ceremony. Impressive, stronger than all of them combined.
"Wow."
Teacher 9 knows how to flatter. 3 generations of celestial maidens. Teacher 9's description is as absurd as it is accurate. Once the video concluded, the women enthusiastically expressed their approval, giving Shi Ha thumbs up. Just as she was about to withdraw gracefully, the women encircled her. Little girl, you are so beautiful. Do you have a partner? My grandson is a returning PhD, earning $1 million a month, tall and handsome. Would you like to meet him? My younger son is also quite good, a high-ranking executive in a private firm, earning $1 million annually, and we own 3 properties in the city, including one in the capital. No need to worry about finances. My child is rather ordinary, just a graduate student, but he's quite handsome, cooks, cleans, and is caring. Though we don't own property in the city or capital, we do have a building in Guang City. What do you think? My grandson graduated from Harvard. We elders are quite open-minded. You too don't need to have children if you don't want to. Young people should live for themselves. He adores lively, cheerful girls like you. Your children are all in their late 20s or early 30s. My child is only 24 or 25, the same age as you. Plenty of common ground. He has also accomplished, having received numerous awards since childhood. One after another, the women extolled the virtues of their children, and if they had none, they spoke highly of relatives' children. As they spoke, the excitement escalated, seemingly forgetting the 10-minute bond they had just shared on the dance floor. Meanwhile, a few guests observed from the sidelines. Lu Yingying, witnessing Shi Ha nearly engulfed by the crowd, burst into laughter, thoroughly entertained.
Song Nanxing. Huh?
It appears to be quite popular. Luoji. Perhaps these ladies simply wish for her to take pictures and sing praises. You go. Indeed. It may just be a fleeting enthusiasm. We should approach with caution. Just as she spoke, Si Qingyan's exceedingly subtle gaze swept over Yu Ge and Luoji. And although he uttered not a word, the latter felt a wave of pressure and chill. Teacher is so beloved. Teacher deserves this affection. Let us, the loyal followers, build a nest of love. I swear by the happiness of my remaining years to protect Teacher with my life. How audacious. Teacher is to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with. If guarding is necessary, I shall take on that duty. I have not smiled in a decade. I am serene and indifferent, and know not what it means to be moved. I possess unparalleled endurance against laughter. I am the one most qualified to guard Teacher. Enough. Enough. There's no need for contention. Let me speak a fair word. Teacher's home is well guarded. 3 more could comfortably lie on the bed. I could join my alternate selves to protect Teacher on that bed. Where did Ha go? Have any of you seen?
Is Ha Yuan suddenly inquired.
The group turned their attention and discovered that Ha had vanished. In broad daylight, she had disappeared from the throng of dozens of ladies. Could she have been crushed? Lu Yingying exclaimed. Let us check. What if? Initially, they had all stood by watching the commotion, for the conditions had not permitted them to approach. What happened to my grand Teacher? Oh no. Teacher, don't leave. My dear Teacher, my most cherished one. Are you singing a lament? Just as Lu Yingying and the others rushed towards the gathering of ladies, they abruptly halted. Amidst the crowd, a dark, furry head emerged, followed by hands, and with effort, the upper body appeared, culminating in the legs. It's born. A 92-pound purebred Alaskan Husky. Yes, a natural delivery. The pup climbed out by itself. Clearly, it is a well-behaved and easygoing one. It cries not, nor causes havoc. Let us name it Heir Ha. Chapter 088. One is lavishly greedy, while the other ruthlessly eliminates, a match made in heaven. Let us not be too unruly. I can only say that every action and word from Teacher surprises me. Things are becoming quite entertaining. Shi Ha extended her hands toward the crowd. Protect me. Protect me. The others quickly pulled Shi Ha away, shielding her as they departed the scene. Upon reaching the scenic area-s restaurant, they finally paused. How did you think to crawl out from there? Lu Yingying was utterly astonished. Shi Ha smirked slightly. Heaven has a door, yet I shall not enter. Hell has no door, yet I shall cast myself in. She hadn't anticipated the fervor of these ladies, eager to introduce their endless lineage to her. Could she even accept it? She was already the mother of over 10 million people. Everyone must be hungry. Let us eat. I've researched the restaurant's reputation and cost-effectiveness. The top choices are pork patties, Western-style steak, and spicy potato shreds cold noodles, Ji Ziyuan softly recited. Impressive. You've done quite the thorough job, even within such a brief period.
Who understands?
I genuinely enjoy being around those who prepare meticulously in advance, for I am rather lazy.
How amusing.
Who isn't. I rely entirely on my friends when I go out. Wow, you're amazing. Shi Ha raised her thumb in affirmation and appreciation towards Ji Ziyuan. Gu Shi glanced at the two, and then at Shi Ha's thumb, suddenly pulling out her phone to fiddle with it. Yuko looked at the item in Shi Ha's hand, inquiring, "Sister, weren't you supposed to buy corn on the cob? Why did you buy a box of popcorn instead?" Shi Ha replied, "Perhaps the heat caused the corn to pop. We can make do with this." "Teacher, I don't know, I'm not clear. It just turned out this way." Crying, "Not only did the corn pop, but it's also chocolate flavored." "What do you know? This is a newly cultivated chocolate corn." Although Gu Shi said there was no need for thanks, everyone, including Shi Ha, still expressed their gratitude. And then, Gu Shi looked at Shi Ha, who had just thanked her. "Shi Ha, what us next? What us wrong? Is one not enough? Then I shall say it again. Thank you." Her voice was earnest and sincere. Shi Ha bore no grudges, nor did she have a remarkable memory. She treated others as they treated her, regardless of gender, location, or time. Gu Shi, though fond of teasing her, was indeed doing a good deed this time. So she naturally responded amicably. "It's nothing," Gu Shi murmured, still failing to articulate a clear direction. She had merely acted on impulse, not requiring Shi Ha's praise. The table was rectangular, with 3 seated on one side and 2 on the other. Shi Ha sat first, and as Lu Yingying prepared to sit beside her, a tall shadow swiftly claimed that spot. Lu Yingying glanced at the figure of Si Qing. She intended to sit on the other side, but was preempted by Xin Yun. Resigned, she settled for sitting with Song Nanqing, while Yu Ge and Luo Ji, Gu Shi and Ji Ziyuan each took their places. With her head buried in popcorn, Shi Ha turned to Xin Yun and generously raised her popcorn. "What us wrong? Do you want some?" Xin Yun. Suddenly, Lu Yingying, seated opposite, noticed the trio's arrangement resembled a peculiar outfit she had seen online a few days prior. Abruptly, she chuckled, only to start coughing. Song Nanqing, closest, promptly patted her back. "What us wrong?" Shi Ha asked. Gasping for air, Lu Yingying sipped water. "I choked on my saliva. I nearly suffocated." Shi Ha, no longer concerned, stuffed a few popcorns into her mouth. "Oh, that's good." Lu Yingying, having nearly choked again while drinking water, was fortunate. As they were about to eat a proper meal, Shi Ha hastened her popcorn consumption, grabbing a handful and tossing it into her mouth. One by one, she launched them with remarkable precision, and soon the popcorn was nearly depleted. "Warning! All units have fallen. I do not want to perish at the abyss, escaping maw. Popcorn must meet its end, either in tears or in laughter. I, popcorn, shall choose to die laughing. The last popcorn, escape. Flee towards the abyss. Even if it means being crushed, I shall not fear, as long as I leave my remains in this world." Driven by a fierce will, the final popcorn veered off course, avoiding the fate of its companions, though it too plummeted into another abyss. But what of it? At least it was the sole popcorn of its kind to survive. It closed its eyes, smiling as it awaited its fate. Suddenly, it felt something, landing on solid ground, completely unscathed. Not a crumb lost. "Oh, thank heaven, I am saved." Yet as it rejoiced, it found itself rising higher, a clear, melodious voice echoing above, sounding like a devil's whisper. One more. When it opened its eyes, it found the abyss South Maw looming close. How could this be? In the fleeting moment before being thrust into the 2 rows of impeccably aligned white dental blades, it summoned its last ounce of strength to glance sideways. A face of exquisite ambiguity, so finely crafted that it defied gender. Those elongated eyes curved slightly, a beauty marked by a red mole at the tail of the eye that dazzled the beholder. Popcorn? One voraciously scavenging, the other mercilessly exterminating, a match made in heaven. Oh, dear. It seems today is my last day. Chapter 89, Life as Spiritual Mentor, Director Shi, begins class. Although Shi Ha was somewhat taken aback by Si Qing's gesture of catching the popcorn for her, she still reached out towards the warmth of Si Qing's palm. "Thank you, darling." Shi Ha retained her childhood habit of leaving her nails slightly longer, about 2 to 3 millimeters, so when she grasped the small morsel in Si Qing's palm, her nails inevitably brushed lightly against it. The porcelain-like hand trembled slightly, yet instead of recoiling as it had in the past, it instead leaned into her touch. The sensation in her palm shifted from a tingling caress to a warm softness, as if an electric current coursed through her body, an overwhelming pleasure surging forth. This all transpired within but a few breaths, unnoticed by anyone. After Shi Ha popped the last kernel into her mouth, the dishes and snacks ordered by everyone had mostly arrived. At the dining table, the 8 diners maintained an air of decorum and elegance, quietly engaged in their meals, while Shi Ha, engrossed in her food, became the center of attention. The other seasoned guests were accustomed to this, but the new guest, Luo Ji, gazed at her in astonishment. Have you never eaten before in your past life? How can you eat so quickly? You must finish to plow the fields afterward, haha. Just kidding. I've always eaten quickly since childhood. It simply became a habit. After all, in the environment of my youth, finding food and consuming it swiftly was the foremost rule of survival. However, this habit is evidently not commendable. Eating so quickly disregards the dining etiquette for others at the table. You are a public figure now. You should exercise some caution, Luo Ji remarked with a furrowed brow. Shi Ha was momentarily taken aback, yet in her daze, she stuffed a chicken leg into her mouth. You go immediately chimed in, Sister Luo Ji. Please don't blame her. She grew up in an orphanage where the children had to eat quickly to avoid hunger. She didn't teach you this. Luo Ji's expression shifted to one of understanding, and she retorted, So, she grew up in an orphanage. No wonder. I can empathize. But I'm not accustomed to dining with those who eat so rapidly and lack table manners. After all, you've barely taken a bite, while the other has already taken several, and the table is cluttered with their chopsticks. It's quite unsettling. Don't you think it resembles the reincarnation of a starving ghost who has never had a meal? Is there something wrong with eating quickly? Those who eat swiftly are inexplicably criticized, smiling. Seriously, it's not like they eat quickly and consume everything themselves, nor do they make noise while eating. They simply have a faster pace. And what else with that remark? Discrimination?
Contempt?
ISN, the subtext, merely implying others like upbringing? Sweating. Luo Ji, as always, mistook rudeness for authenticity. She behaved the same way on other variety shows, speaking thoughtlessly and attracting criticism, yet her notoriety and topic trends skyrocketed. The more people condemned her, the more visibility and resources she gained in the eyes of capital, leading to increased wealth. Whether she was genuinely lacking intelligence or feigning ignorance, the audience simply ignored her. After all, every insult only served to enrich her, spitting. I understand this, but not criticizing her is even more frustrating. As Luo Ji's comments echoed around the table, everyone except Shi Ha paused in their meals. Lu Yingying scoffed. If you don't like it, you can leave the table. We don't mind her eating quickly. Luo Ji retorted defiantly, You don't mind, but can you speak for everyone else? Song Nanqing pressed her lips together. I don't mind either. I think Haha's dining etiquette is just fine. Gushi scoffed. Are you a diode or something? Managing everything including how others eat? Ji Ziyuan chuckled lightly. Everyone has different eating habits. Haha, isn't disturbing us. Shunyan raised an eyebrow at her. If you're not feeling disturbed, then it's actually rude to comment on others, don't you think? Yuga quickly added. We've all gotten used to it, really. Luo Ji shot back. You may be accustomed, but I am not. You've mentioned that everyone has different preferences, so what is wrong with me disliking dining with someone who eats too quickly? Is there an issue with voicing my discomfort? If you're not accustomed, you can leave. A light, airy voice interrupted. The crowd turned their attention to Si Qing, surprised that she could also speak out. For some reason, she felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of this individual, especially with that recent gaze that sent chills down her spine.
Wow.
It's the first time I've heard Si Shin curse recorded. Seeing everyone dislike Luo Ji and defending Teacher 9 makes me feel so good. Teacher 9 is the undeniable darling of the group. Amidst the clamor at the table, the main character, Shi Ha, had consumed 3 shrimp balls, 2 skewers of potato slices, a skewer of grilled tofu, and a few sips of a drink within mere minutes. The onlookers stared at her. Speak up. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Shi Ha quietly swallowed the bun in her mouth and looked up in confusion. What's wrong? Gu Shi's voice was cold. Aren't you going to say something?
Oh.
She glanced at the stir-fried dishes and snacks before her. The tofu was a bit too dry and lacked chewiness. The shrimp ball was decent, though the shrimp were a bit small. And the potato slices were soft and delightful. I really like them. The best is this bun. I adore it. Who bought this? Such good taste. Luo Ji replied. I did. Shi Ha confidently gave her a thumbs up. Thank you, you have great taste. Luo Ji. The others. Hey, she was just criticizing you. Didn't you hear or understand? Seeing Shi Ha give Luo Ji a thumbs up, Gu Shi could no longer remain seated.
Why?
Why does someone like her receive such high praise? I heard it. I simply don't engage in lengthy arguments with fools. I find it unnecessary to debate. Luo Ji, who are you calling a fool? After all, I don't debate with fools. Then why do you keep arguing with me? Gu Shi countered. Shi Ha took a bite of her sauced rice, because, in my eyes, you haven't reached that level. Gushi, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Who are you calling a fool? Clarify yourself. Luo Ji raised her voice, glaring at her. You said you didn't care about others' opinions of you. Why are you angry now? Shi Ha asked with a calm demeanor. Luo Ji frowned, scoffing. How can I not be angry when someone insults me to my face? If someone insults you in front of you, can you remain composed? Can you not get angry? Shi Ha took a sip of her drink, her expression utterly unperturbed. Sure. You see, I haven't been angry at all since just now. You. Shi Ha continued. If you truly don't care about others' evaluations, then you shouldn't be concerned about my words. Yet you're clearly angry now. Doesn't that indicate you do care, despite pretending otherwise? This contradicts your notion of being authentic and living for yourself. Doesn't it? Doesn't this imply you are, in fact, a person of contradictions? If so, are you deceiving yourself, unaware of what kind of person you truly are? You're over 20. Shouldn't you have a clear understanding of yourself? Don't you think you're living somewhat of a failure? Luo Ji, exasperated, shouted. You're the one living a failure. I am undoubtedly aware of what I desire and who I truly am. I possess a profound understanding of myself. Is that so? If you are so self-aware, then how many strands of hair adorn your head? How should I know? Did you not claim to understand yourself thoroughly? In a moment of fluster, Luo Ji found herself at a loss for words, her eyes darting anxiously in search of assistance, akin to a drowning person desperately seeking a piece of driftwood. Yet, those around her either wore smiles or remained indifferent, observing her plight and rendering her increasingly akin to a jester. Ultimately, her gaze settled upon Yu Go, who had long since discerned her aversion to Shi Ha. Although she herself harbored no fondness for Yu Go, at this moment, the enemy of my enemy becomes my ally. Yu Go silently lowered her eyes and remained silent. See, it appears you are not as self-aware as you profess. Shi Ha spread her arms wide, her luminous, clear eyes fixed intently on Luo Ji, asserting that not understanding oneself is acceptable, for one can strive for clarity. However, feigning self-awareness while stubbornly resisting introspection when confronted by others is rather unseemly. Luo Ji's lips quivered, the arc of her expression widening, yet she struggled to maintain her composure. You are rather pitiable. Pitiable, you say? With wealth and beauty at my disposal, what do I have to be pitiful about? This reflects a deficiency on a spiritual level, rather than a material one. You see, you are not even aware of this. Ah. The last bastion of Luo Ji's sanity was utterly shattered as she clutched her head and cried out. Teacher's words, I could burst from admiration. Burst? I disagree. Every day I weep for the brilliance of teacher, my friends. I am truly envious. Not in that way. Whether it is sophistry or not, upon reflection, there is merit in the ability to reduce one's opponent to a state of despair through mere words. Teacher is the kind of formidable contender who can single-handedly dominate the debate team. Teacher, the guiding light on your path. The other visitors were drawn to Luo Ji's outburst, with an elderly woman inquiring, what is wrong with her? Why is she clutching her head, unable to bear it? She cried out in despair, I apologize for disturbing everyone. Please continue with your meals and drinks without concern. The elderly woman. This poor child is so young yet already losing her hair. How pitiful. The crowd. Yu Go, sister, are you truly all right? Shi Ha, it's fine. Life inevitably presents challenges, and many grapple with uncertainty and self-doubt, which is perfectly normal. One must take the time to reflect and find the right path. I have encountered such moments myself. Once one comes to terms with it, all will be well. The crowd cast a glance at Luo Ji, who sat silently trembling. While it is indeed beneficial to find clarity, one fears not only for her inability to comprehend, but also for her desire to reopen old wounds. Chapter 90. Si Qing Yan, meet me tonight. Gu Shi, curious, lifted her gaze. Have you ever experienced something similar? What experience? Share it with me. I wish to be amused. Shi Ha suddenly set down her coconut juice in her left hand and the skewers in her right. In the next moment, she was handed two pieces of paper, one still folded, and the other deliberately unfolded. Instinctively, Shi Ha took the unfolded paper with her right hand to wipe her mouth, thanking Si Qing with a serious demeanor. Under her stern gaze, Gu Shi, who had been nonchalant, instinctively straightened up, while others awaited her tale. The crowd? Shi Ha, realizing her mistake, said, My apologies. Let me start again. Long ago, a dragon suddenly appeared, bringing with it the crowd. My apologies. Let's start over. As you all know, she has a passion for music, and her dream of becoming a rap leader means her mouth is always ready to speak. Long ago, Shi interrupted Shi Ha, gesturing for her to stop. Get to the point. Speak clearly, concisely, and understandably. Shi Ha shot him a glance. I am telling a story, not attending an interview. Long ago, when I was very young, just a tiny bit small, comparable to a child of a few years old. Not the robust kind of child, but rather the small and slender type. Shi, I still yearn for your sharp retorts when you spar with me. Then I walked down the street and discovered a bun shop called Dog Doesn't He Care, where the buns smelled incredibly delicious. So enticing that I felt I might go mad. I wanted to scream, but its name was Dog Doesn't He Care, and I pondered whether I should enter. To go in or not, for it smelled so good. Thus, I found myself questioning my own understanding, sensing that something was about to emerge. So, I began to think deeply. Song Nanxing, curious. What happened next? Did you figure it out? Shi Ha shook her head. No, halfway through my thoughts. The shopkeeper kicked me out, saying if I wasn't going to eat, I shouldn't occupy space. This is a restaurant, not a hotel. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard, I could burst the earth. The moon, Jupiter, the entire solar system, and Milky Way. And then, I also came to an understanding. What understanding? The realization that some things are best left unthought for the time being. So, did you truly come to an understanding? Shi Ha nodded earnestly. I came to an understanding, yet I did not. Are we plumbing the depths of the sewers here? Noticing the silence among the crowd, she continued. In fact, throughout my life, I have encountered many such moments of confusion and doubt. If you wish to hear, I can share. The others, for the first time, spoke in unison. That's enough. We don't want to hear. Shi pursed her lips. Honestly, it's quite fine to digest such experiences in solitude. There is no need to share them with others. Lu Ying nodded emphatically. I stand with him on this point. Shi Ha turned to Song Nanxing, who chuckled. Haha, honestly. I understand you even without you saying it. You go. Sister, please refrain from mentioning your past. It makes me so sad I could cry. Geez, Yuan, if time permits in the future, I would still very much like to hear about your past experiences. Shi Ha, thank you. Jigo is so gentle. Although he did not agree, he at least provided a way out for teacher. She then looked expectantly at Xin Yun, who smiled charmingly. I am not particularly adept at listening, but if it is you, I can make an exception. Shi Ha, thank you. Others may not be able to.
But you can, right?
You are something special. Shi Ha gazed pitifully at Siqing, adopting her best puppy dog eyes. Woe is me.
Siqing.
With a cool expression, he slightly lifted his eyelids and pursed his thin lips. Meet me tonight. Shi Ha's eyes sparkled. Thank you. I declare a veil of intrigue. Tears were shed. Does teacher S charm extend even to Sixin, who seems to be captivated by her? I don't care. It is what it is. Anyone who does not love teacher is my enemy. In life, I am teacher S loyal dog. In death, I remain her faithful companion. Seated, I am a dog in her embrace. Lying down, I am a dog upon her bed. I see you are truly a dog. Act like a person. Chapter 91. What was the most touching note you received during your student days? After finishing their meal, the group prepared to depart. Shi Ha glanced at Luo Ji, still slumped over the table, and gently poked her left arm. Time to go. No response. Shi Ha poked her right arm. If you cannot comprehend, then do not think about it. Your life is long, and there is no need to rush. No response. The others asked, what is wrong? Shi Ha sighed and shook her head. Alas, lost in delusion, unable to dispel the demons of the heart, straying from the path. Suddenly, Luo Ji lifted her head and shouted, You are the one who has strayed from the path. Her aura of resentment felt almost tangible, causing other visitors to instinctively take a step back. Shi Ha, see. The resentment she carries could sustain 10 malevolent sword immortals. Enough, the road of life is long. Ponder your troubles slowly. Although the journey may be fraught with challenges, one must look ahead. Because they had lingered in the restaurant for some time. By the time they emerged, it was already 1 or 2 o'clock, the sun blazing fiercely in the months of May and June. The sun blazed down, scorching and blinding, leaving one drenched in sweat, akin to being roasted over an open flame. Has everyone brought an umbrella?
I have. So do I.
5 individuals were equipped with umbrellas. Song Nanxing remarked, those 2 can share one. The sun is quite fierce. Prolonged exposure may lead to sunburn or heatstroke. The group exchanged glances. Lu Yingying instinctively directed her gaze towards Shi Ha, silently suggesting, "Shall we share?"
Shi Ha nodded.
She moved towards Lu Yingying, but as she passed by Si Qingyan, a wave of coolness enveloped her, prompting her to pause. "Can we share an umbrella?" Upon stepping beneath the shade, she felt an immediate sense of relief, alleviating much of the heat-induced agitation. Unbeknownst to her, the agitation had merely shifted rather than diminished. Lu Yingying questioned, "What about me?"
She inched closer.
Making room for her, "Come over here. We can all fit. The umbrella is large enough for the three of us." Being a Siberian Husky, she was naturally more sensitive to heat. Just moments ago, passing by Si Qing, the frosty aura emanating from him captivated her completely. Si Qing was akin to a human air conditioner on a sweltering summer day. Lu Yingying glanced at the emotionless Si Qing and, upon meeting his deep, inky eyes, silently shook her head. "Perhaps not. While the umbrella can accommodate us, the heart cannot embrace a second." The umbrella was indeed expansive, capable of sheltering three. Yet the heart was confined, unable to hold another.
What are you talking about? Shi Ha inquired.
Eventually, the group comprised Shi Ha and Si Qing. Lu Yingying and Song Nanqing, Gu Shi and Ji Ziyuan, Yu Ge and Luo Ji, while Shunyan walked alone under her umbrella. They continued onward. Shi Ha had a penchant for glancing around, admiring the clouds, birds, and flowers along the path, causing her pace to fluctuate. Regardless of her speed or direction, the umbrella remained steadfast above her head. "Oh, look at that little dog." She spotted a dog sprawled out on the ground, basking lazily in the sun. She hurried over, casting her shadow over the pup. The sunbathing dog instinctively rolled over, returning to the sunlight. Shi Ha repositioned herself, shielding it once more. The dog continued to flip. Shi Ha persisted in her efforts. After she departed, the dog finally opened its eyes, glancing around, its chubby face filled with confusion, as if it had dreamt of living perpetually in another dog's shadow. "Do you have any clues?" The little dog. "I seem to feel as if I have fallen into darkness, yet I am clearly in the light." Whether the little dog is indeed a dog, I cannot ascertain, but Teacher 9 is certainly a dog. The summer wind lacked the delicate, refreshing fragrance of spring's gentle breeze. Instead, it carried a wave of heat, laden with dust. Shi Ha shifted slightly to the side, seeking respite from the heat. Still warm, she moved again, finding a minor relief, but it was insufficient. As she adjusted once more, her shoulder brushed against something. The occasional contact with Si Qing's shoulder sparked a delightful chill. While Shi Ha was still measuring the ideal distance, Si Qing, with flushed ears, subtly inched closer to her. Shi Ha exclaimed, "This distance is perfect. It's just the right amount of coolness. It's like a caliper for measuring." Has no one noticed the subtle tug between Teacher 9 and Si Qing? Teacher 9 desires to be closer, yet hesitates, constantly adjusting her distance. In the end, Si Qing may have noticed and moved closer to her. "I saw it. My eyes are my measuring tool. I witnessed it. Who can understand? It's that feeling, the lively, adorable, straightforward little son, cold and aloof, a precious celestial being, tirelessly pursuing the celestial being it admires, yearning to touch yet hesitantly refraining from getting too close. At last, in a moment of exhaustion and slight discouragement, it discovers that the celestial being has turned and extended a hand towards it. You took 99 steps towards me. Let the last step be mine."
"Ah."
"I'm overwhelmed." "Nonsense. Let us explode the earth together." Even though Si Qing is female, the chemistry is undeniable. If Si Qing were male, I would drag both of you to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Crying. After wandering for over half an hour, the group finally arrived at a resting area for tourists. As they settled down, Shi Ha suddenly exclaimed, "Everyone, guess what I found?" The others responded with surprise. Lu Yingying furrowed her brow, inquiring, "What is it?" "A legendary jade stick, the ultimate killer of roadside flora." A few minutes later, Shi Ha shouted again from another corner, "Everyone, guess what I found?" The group rushed over to see a few glass marbles left behind by a child. Lu Yingying questioned, "What is this? Glass balls?" Shi Ha wiped the dust off the marbles, holding them up to the light, spinning them. "These are rare, highly pure sapphires. Crystal clear and dazzling, so beautiful, just like you." 3 minutes later, from yet another corner, Shi Ha's voice rang out once more, "Everyone, guess what I found?" The resting area fell silent. "Perhaps you have heard the tale of the boy who cried wolf?" Lu Yingying scoffed, "It's probably just a rag doll." Song Nanqing suggested, "Maybe it's clay left behind by another child." Shunyan added, "Perhaps it's a beautiful stone." Gu Shi concluded, but it certainly cannot be a treasure chest. I've discovered a treasure chest, Gu Shi declared. The group looked at the fist-sized chest held by an adult man, imagining its presence beneath a mat. Concealed quite cleverly. Excellent. The usually reticent Si Qing suddenly spoke up. The others quickly responded, showering Shi Ha with praise, especially Lu Yingying and Song Nanqing, who nearly lifted her to the heavens. Shi Ha propped her face with her hands, shaking her fluffy head, her radiant smile blossoming in her eyes, filled with joy. Hee hee.
Thank you.
Thank you, family. Si Qingyan glanced at the adorably grinning Shi Ha, lowering her gaze with a subtle smile at the corners of her lips. After the compliments, a man appeared. Hello everyone, I'm Xiaole, the staff member responsible for opening the treasure chest. Shi Ha inquired, your name is Xiaole?
The man paused in surprise, yes. Ken ron do sing yeah.
Teacher 9's abstract literature. Gu Shi raised an eyebrow. Is there such a request? Is there such a good fortune? We have Mr. Ji here. He should be able to handle it, Yu Ge said, offering Ji Ziyuan a gentle, trusting smile. He nodded in return. My knowledge is limited, and I have much to learn. Let us strive together. Shi Ha declared with unwavering conviction. In the face of adversity, I shall stand firm. Do you not realize you've misspoken? Xiaole displayed the sealed bag to the group. Everyone can see that the bag is intact, without prior opening or tampering. You, my friend, must have been an invigilator in your previous job, correct? He opened it, pulling out a slip of paper, smiling. There's no need to be nervous. This is an open-ended question with no standard answer, so there's no right or wrong. What was the most touching note you received during your school days? The group pondered. Song Nanqing replied, probably the notes exchanged with friends during class, like, I brought you lunch. Lu Yingying added, do you want to go to the restroom after class? I'll accompany you. Gu Shi will play ball later. The court is reserved in advance. You go. The solution to this problem is Luo Ji, a WeChat group for seniors in high school. Xinyun, encouraging notes like you are excellent. Ji Ziyuan, apologies. I have never passed notes. Si Qingyan, I have no interest in such matters. Shi Ha, let's wait a moment for the fill-in-the-blank questions. Everyone. Chapter 092 Shi Ha, do you trust me? I am not that kind of person. Is that something one can say? Perhaps it's merely an ordinary assignment, not an exam. Firstly, I strongly condemn such behavior. It is utterly unacceptable. Secondly, I would appreciate it if such students could be in every subject. Thank you. I suggest such individuals be my classmates, allowing my kindness and integrity to influence them. You, my friend, are a miscreant, are you not? Only 99.
What?
Is that last point someone who has never attended school? Pointing and gesturing, doghead. Perhaps that last point is even the teacher, who knows?
Ha ha ha.
Truly, not just has soared in popularity, surpassing even Si Qing's guests. Congratulations, everyone. The highest recognition is 99, successfully obtaining the key. You may choose to open or not open this treasure chest. However, be warned, once opened, acceptance is mandatory. All right, let us open it. On such a hot day, no one wishes to sweat outside. Xiao nodded slightly and instinctively handed the key to Shi Ha. Sister, how you open it? Shi Ha extracted a note from within. Scanning the text, a 3-day trip to Baiyun Village. Where is Baiyun Village? Lu Yingying inquired. Ji Ziyuan, perhaps it's a place like a farmhouse. Everyone, can you hope for something better? At 8 o'clock in the evening, the heart-fluttering voting commenced. This round's voting was semi-transparent, meaning the guests could see everyone's votes after the voting concluded, but they would not know who voted for whom. Each vote also counted as 1 point. 5 minutes later, everyone had completed their votes. Shi Ha 4 votes, Song Nanqing 1 vote, Yu Ge 1 vote, Ji Ziyuan 1 vote, Si Qing 1 vote, Xinyun 1 vote. Luo Ji stared at the screen of her phone, her expression grim. She lifted her gaze. Xinyun is the person I have my eye on. You better not compete with me. Shi Ha, sipping milk and reading, responded. Why would I compete with you for Xinyun? I don't like him. You better not. Whether I'm good or not is beside the point. If you like him, pursue him boldly. Good luck. After saying this, Shi Ha turned to her book and milk. Shi Ha's attitude left Luo Ji feeling as though she had struck a blow against cotton, soft and yielding, failing to inflict any damage while leaving her feeling choked. When Shi Ha prepared to shower, she noticed a figure rummaging in the bathroom. She stood at the door, peering in. What are you doing? Looking for stones. Looking for what? Stones. Oh, I thought you had some peculiar little habit. You seem quite unique. Are you insane? Indeed, I am. If I don't eat for a day, I feel famished. I suspect it might be a stomach ailment, or perhaps it's my mind commanding me to eat. But maybe it's not my mind, but my own self causing it. I find this to be a thought-provoking question. By the way, how did your thoughts on the daytime issue go? Luo Ji quickly distanced herself. After Shi Ha finished her grooming, clad in a bathrobe, she hopped into bed and began messaging Si Qing. Ha. Dear, I have arrived.
Seeking.
Ha. What story would you like to hear? I have so many tales. Which ones pique your interest? Si Qing, it's up to you. Ha. Have you ever played hide and seek on a foggy night in the community?
Seen, no.
Ha. I have. When I was a child, I had over 20 friends of all colors, yellow, black, white, and brown. We played together almost every day. One night, a thick fog settled in, and we went out to play hide and seek in the community. A few of us hid in one of the buildings, thinking it would be difficult for them to find us, as there are many buildings in the community. But somehow, the dog on the other side must have had a keen nose, sniffing us out. Unable to go down, we had to go up, eventually reaching the rooftop, where we crossed to another building via the iron rods connecting them. They followed us over, and we scurried to another building, then stealthily slid down the water pipe. Si Qing, although I've never played such a game, isn't that essentially parkour? Ha, no, it's just hide and seek. Si Qing, hide and seek, cracked version. Ha. Actually, it was my first time using the water pipe. Coming down from the 6th floor, it felt warm on my bottom and hands. It was the warmest moment of that winter. We thought that by quietly coming down the water pipe, we would not make a sound and thus remain undetected. Yet in the end, we were still discovered. Annoying. Little dog stomps feet. Si Qing, why? One person halfway down caught fire on their bottom.
Seeking.
Ha. Do you like it? When you have time, I'll take you to play. Si Qing, no need. Ha. Why? Si Qing, I'm afraid of the heat. Shi Ha then recounted several joyful anecdotes from her childhood to Si Qing and began to lay the groundwork for her grand scheme. Ha. By the way, I do like to ask you, if someone wanted to pin you down, how would you react? This is for a friend. Si Qing. Ha. A very normal kind of pinning down. Would you like that? Si Qing. If someone pinned you down normally, would you like that? Ha. I would.
Seeking.
Ha. Hee dear, a little lick, little dog rubs.
Seeking.
Si Qing, I didn't know you had such thoughts about me. Ha. I originally intended to send a sweet message, but I mistyped. Si Qing. Ha. Let me explain. Have you ever considered that this could be a smear campaign? What are the consequences of my typographical error? It's that you misunderstand me, leading to social death. Why would I engage in such thankless work? I have no motive to commit such an act. Thus, there is only one truth. The only one capable of mistyping under my very nose is my phone's input method. Perhaps it harbors long-standing grievances against me due to my incessant pressing, and it has been plotting my downfall, hence the deliberate setup to make me send erroneous characters, aiming for my social death. And as the instances of social death increase, my life will inevitably change. Who knows? I might end up feeling so ashamed that I take my own life. Input method, you are the true killer in disguise. I fear that even when the police arrive, they will uncover no clues. Si Qing, kick the bucket. Ha. My bottom is also quite perky.
Seeking.
Si Qing, so, it was the input method's doing. I misunderstood you earlier, my apologies.
Ha. No worries.
It's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up. By the way, earlier, if I were to pin you down, how would you react?
Seeking.
Are you not even going to pretend? Ha. Input method. Do not employ your tricks again. Kisses are not something I can be deceived by your little antics. Put down the knife, and be at peace. All right, cease your resistance and surrender. Si Qing, I believe this is not your true intention. Ha. You can believe that. But I am not that kind of person. Si Qing, indeed you are not. You had best not be. Chapter 093. The overbearing master always embraces. Where can the delicate duckling escape? The next day, after a 2-hour journey, the group arrived at Biyun village, a place of serene mountains and clear waters, where verdant terraced fields stretched across the landscape and modest 3-story buildings stood in the open expanse. The air was pleasant and refreshing, much cooler than the sweltering city. Aside from Shi Ha, the others were either affluent or privileged, having grown up amidst the dazzling allure of towering skyscrapers. Even when venturing into the countryside, they were accustomed to staying in luxurious lodgings or trendy villages. Naturally, they had never set foot in a humble rural village. So, what exactly are we doing here? Luo Ji furrowed her brows in inquiry. After a night of adjustment, she had successfully discharged herself from Director Shi's psychiatric hospital. Unlike some who languished there for 10 days or more, with no signs of improvement and even a worsening condition, it is imperative to note that during these 3 days, everyone must refrain from spending a single cent of their own money. Not spending money? How will we eat? Dig for food? Just about. 1 person? 9 people. 9 people? Shock was evident on several faces. Wait, are we supposed to survive on 90 for 9 people? 10 per person?
So,
We'll have steamed buns with pickled vegetables for 2 meals and a decent lunch. Perhaps instant noodles with ham as a treat? The director chuckled. Please do not be so astonished. This is the countryside, with fields and fish ponds, and chickens and ducks in the yard. We can be entirely self-sufficient. The tension eased among the crowd. They believed that through close interactions and mutual assistance over the next few days, their understanding and feelings towards one another would deepen. Gu Shi snorted. Humph. I thought Bian Village was some picturesque internet-famous spot, but it turns out to be just an ordinary village. I must say, Teacher 9 is quite the oracle, predicting matters with uncanny accuracy. You hesitate to speak because your affection for her runs deep, don't you? The accommodations provided by the production team consisted of a 3-story building. The first floor housed a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and storage room, while the second floor contained 5 rooms, each equipped with 2 beds and 2 bathrooms. The third floor featured a balcony and several storage spaces. The living room had cement floors and walls, which, fortunately, were relatively clean and bright, with basic furniture available. Shi Ha and Luo Ji entered a room with a table, a chair, a cabinet, and 2 beds. Luo Ji surveyed the exceedingly simple tiled floor and whitewashed walls, her brow furrowing deeper. What kind of shabby place is this? It resembles a dog kennel. Even a dog would shake its head at this. While unpacking, Shi Ha remarked, she disagrees. I think it's quite nice and clean. It doesn't bother me. You can work in the fields and play with the men. Man. So, I am part of your plan? Wanting to earn money without suffering. Where is such a good deal? Besides, it's not as if they are really sending her to stay in a doghouse. After Luo Ji calmed her grievances and anger, she noticed that Shi had already organized everything and was sprawled on the bed playing with her phone. Looking at her pile of belongings and the unmade bed, she said, since you're free, why don't you help me make the bed? Remember to get some water and wipe down the mattress and the nightstand. They're filthy. Shi Ha put down her phone and paused for 3 seconds. How about you bring your household registration tomorrow and acknowledge me as your mother? Before Luo Ji could react, Shi Ha shook her head. Forget it. Our Shi family cannot produce someone like you. I apologize, I misspoke. You are not a thing. Luo Ji frowned. What do you mean? Shi Ha, such a large mess, unable to extinguish the flames. Such a large pig's trotter, not able to stew. Such a long snake, not able to boil. Such a large pot of herb, not able to turn. Such a large stone, not able to dissolve. Such a large piece of meat, not able to swallow. Such a thick rope, not able to stretch. What do you mean? She recognized every word but could not comprehend the combination. However, she understood this was not a compliment. It could simply be distilled into 4 words. What? You are useless. After the group finished tidying up, it was already past 10, and they prepared to make lunch. Although the house was furnished with appliances, aside from rice and mushrooms from the trees, there was not a morsel of food in sight. One could say it was another form of stark poverty. They discussed how to allocate tasks. Luo Ji, Shenyan, and Si Qing would go fishing. Yugo, Gu Shi, and Ji Yuan would head to the fields to pick vegetables. Shi Ha, Song Nanxing, and Lu Yinging would catch ducks. Just outside the low courtyard wall lay 2 designated plots, one for raising ducks, and the other still for ducks. Once the trio entered the enclosure, the ducks seemed to sense something and hurriedly retreated to the corners, some attempting to fly over the fence to escape to a better place. These ducks appeared quite alert and were difficult to catch. Song Nanxing and Lu Yinging had never caught ducks before and were momentarily at a loss. Shi Ha raised her hand. I have a plan. You 2 step back a little and watch me. With that, she adjusted her attire and approached the large tree beside the duck pen, leaning against it, one hand on the tree, her left foot slightly bent next to her right. Shi Ha cleared her throat, a mischievous smile gracing her lips, and her bubble-like voice rang out, Ahem, duckling. Come to my embrace. Let me cherish you. Ahem, seize this opportunity. Don't hesitate. After all, I am not just any duck. The audience, I declare that from now on, all gas stations nationwide will close. Everyone come to Teacher 9 to fill up. I am not joking.
EM dirty, EM dirty, EM dirty.
Can I wash up? Scrubbing vigorously, screaming madly. The ducks immediately scattered, fleeing in all directions. Seeing this, Shi Ha instantly took off after them. Ahem. Duckling, don't think of escaping. Is this your little ploy of seduction?
How amusing.
It escapes. She chases. It cannot fly away. Where can the delicate duckling escape? The ducks ran faster, as if being chased by ghosts. Dear family who understands.
Today,
I encountered a rather foolish girl. Chapter 094, Shi Ha, because I do not eat people. As the ducklings scattered, Shi Ha pressed on, occasionally reaching out to grab one, laughing gleefully. Everyone, wait. Why are you laughing while catching a duck? Laugh all you want, but why such an exaggerated laugh? Teacher 9's laughter, back in the day, could have easily made her a formidable figure. Teacher 9, it reminds me of my days in the palace as the emperor. I played hide-and-seek with my consorts in this manner. Catching ducks, how many? None, darn it. All right, little ones, do not be so mischievous. Truly naughty. Come to me. I will pamper you, give you money, a big house, buy you bags. Everything you desire. I shall provide. Her enchanting, beguiling voice proved effective, and it was unclear which of the three souls was captivated, as one particularly plump duck cautiously approached her. As the duck neared her, halting just a meter away, Shi Ha suddenly froze. Oh my, little sweetheart, you are so adorable. Come to my embrace. With that, she slowly bent down, opening her arms wide. Seeing this, the duck took a couple of steps closer. In a flash, a figure lunged at it with surprising speed. By the time it realized its fate, it found itself caught in Shi Ha's grasp. Duck, quack. Speak up.
Quack, quack.
Speak up. You claimed you would buy me a handbag and provide me with a grand house to reside in. You promised to cherish me wholeheartedly. You said it. Before she could finish, Lu Yingying covered her mouth, urging her to be more composed. We are not soda. We do not require such effervescence. Shi Ha blinked her round, innocent eyes and nodded. All right. Lu Yingying quipped. What a foolish notion. A love-stricken fool, no less. When faced with the formidable, you won't even be able to fill their gaps. Aiming to distance ourselves from scoundrels begins with the foolishness of love. The audience responded. I suspect the reference to filling gaps is meant literally. I didn't expect you to be this kind of teacher. Folks, isn't this teacher sacrificing her image to sound the alarm for us? Crying to the point where a pot cannot catch her tears. Lu Yingying, curious, asked, but won't this fool be afflicted with love-stricken foolishness? Shi Ha shot her a glance. Do you really need to worry about that? Lu Yingying, Song Nanqing cast a glance at this despairing fool. It looks quite hopeless. Shi Ha raised an eyebrow. Perfect. Let us prepare some exquisite duck necks today. Exquisite duck necks. So, I am part of your circle as well? When will I be able to hear this teacher without laughing? Now, it has become a reflex to laugh whenever she opens her mouth. Is there any salvation for this? Crying. There's no hope at most. You'll get a spot in the teacher's psychiatric ward. This duck, having experienced the highs and lows of life before its demise, must be exceptionally delicious. Salivating. Having caught the duck, Shi Ha proceeded to capture a chicken in the same manner. One must adhere to tradition. After all, love-stricken fools come in pairs. After undressing the chicken and duck, the trio entered the kitchen to further prepare the ingredients. Shi Ha handled the chicken, Song Nanqing the duck, while Lu Yingying assisted both. Lu Yingying observed Shi Ha as she processed the chicken, murmuring softly, and approached curiously. What are you mumbling about? Shi Ha shook her head. Nothing, just sharing heartfelt words. While speaking, she deftly removed the chicken's liver and heart. The others. Heartfelt words? Once they had prepared the chicken and duck, Shi Ha gazed at the ingredients divided into several plates and suddenly clasped her hands together. Alas, I hope in your next lives, you no longer become love-stricken fools. For such a fate leads only to ruin. Even if you do not encounter me, other chickens and ducks will surely deceive you of your affections. Since that is the case, you might as well meet me. After all, I am merely coveting your bodies, not your wealth or emotions. Amitba, so be it. Truly coveting the body. Some are watching a live stream, some are admiring themselves, some are laughing heartily, while others are sobbing profusely. The myriad of lives, the myriad of forms. Chickens and ducks have such little flesh. What is there to covet? Teacher, why not covet my body instead? Pouting. I knew everyone was peculiar, but I didn't realize it had reached this extent. Gasping. Get lost. Slapping. Look at the nonsense you're spouting. Another slap. You are confused. Pointing. She is your internet mother. In the end, Shi Ha encouraged. In your next lives, you may become chickens, ducks, geese, fish, pigs, or cows. You can frolic freely across the earth, enjoying the most delectable foods. You shall never go hungry, nor fall ill, as long as you wish. You may become whatever you desire, for I hope you find freedom, joy, and happiness. Song Nanqing. What are you doing? Providing comfort at the end, ensuring a serene departure. Ah, she is truly so gentle. Teacher treats even livestock with such kindness. She must be a tender-hearted person in life. Mom, I think I see an angel. Lu Yingying interjected. Then they cannot become humans in their next lives? Shi Ha shook her head. No, for I do not consume humans. So, they must still end up in your mouth, right? Mom, I misspoke. I see a living Yama. Chapter 095. Deception. Grand Deception. Continuing the deception. Xing, Yingying. I entrust you both with the crucial task of simmering the broth. Do not underestimate this task as merely boiling a soup. This is not just soup. It is life. Shi Ha, composed, placed one hand behind her back and patted the shoulders of both, speaking earnestly. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Shi Ha slightly shook her head, revealing a mysterious smile. Do you not see how the flames dance, high and low, like life itself? Climbing one hill only to encounter another? Experiencing one event only to face another? Great matters and trivial ones, good and bad, all resemble these unpredictable flames. Yet it is not entirely inscrutable. With careful observation and deep contemplation, one can surely uncover the truths within and master one's own life. Keep striving. Do you not feel like a renowned professor in the medical field from 2 decades ago, tirelessly researching hair loss for over 20 years? Finally developing a miraculous hair growth serum? Just 3 treatments, and you can restore a lush mane. Now, to give back to society and the people, it's not $99.98, nor $998, but only $998 to take the miraculous hair growth serum home. The con artist in the advertisement? Lu Yingying was left speechless.
Wow.
Lu Yingying has become quite clever. Shi Ha stared at her in disbelief, her eyes widening in surprise. I never expected you to become this astute. Lu Yingying proudly tossed her hair. Please, I have never been foolish. Yingying, to be honest, I truly did not foresee your rapid progress. It seems I have indeed underestimated you. However, think carefully. Was there anything wrong with what I just said? Reflect deeply, consider well. Does life not resemble what I described? One slope after another, one obstacle after another? Do not confine your life to your own experience. In the grand scheme, your existence surpasses that of the ordinary by far. You must consider it from the perspective of the masses. With that, Shi Ha fell silent, allowing Lu Yingying ample time to ponder. Minutes later, Lu Yingying nodded. You spoke accurately just now. Indeed, and a crucial point is that before encountering me, you never contemplated these matters, but after meeting me, you began to reflect. This indicates that under my guidance, you have achieved a degree of growth. I do not deny this. Certainly, after Shi Ha's arrival, she had begun to spend more time in contemplation. Then, if what I said holds truth, and you have indeed grown alongside me, it signifies that my words are beneficial to you, rather than mere deceitful marketing, correct?
Yes.
I am genuinely delighted that you grasp this so swiftly. It reveals your innate wisdom. Therefore, take this opportunity to delve deeply into life, seeking the essence of existence from the minutiae of daily experiences. Lu Yingying was about to nod in agreement when she realized. Then what about you? Naturally, I too seek to understand life. But while you discern through the flames in the kitchen, I will find my insights amidst the fields. There are no 2 identical snowflakes. Our lives differ, and thus, what we need to comprehend is inherently unique. Oh, then go ahead. Good luck. Yes, you too. With that, Shi Ha turned her attention to Song Nanqing, who quietly settled beside, declaring, I can handle it myself. No need for your brainwashing. Shi Ha, pleased, patted both of them before turning to leave. From Song Nanqing's vantage point, he could see Shi Ha bounding away from the yard like a liberated dog, twirling towards the fish pond. Lu Yingying, noticing Song Nanqing gazing outside in a daze, playfully nudged him. What are you staring at? Focus and reflect. Song Nanqing. Fortunately, the general awareness of fraud prevention among the public has significantly improved. Otherwise, individuals like Shi Ha would have inevitably faced consequences a decade or 2 ago. with sentences starting at 10 years and potentially extending indefinitely. Shi Ha, much like a ballerina within a music box, spun in joyful circles until she found herself by a fish pond several dozen meters away. There, Luo Ji, Xinyun, and Si Qing were engaged in fishing. Upon Shi Ha's arrival, Luo Ji's lips curled in discontent. She was least eager to see her at that moment. "Hey, everyone, I'm here," Shi Ha exclaimed as she twirled closer to them. "Have you caught any fish?" "Yes, a few," Xinyun replied, lifting the fish basket to show Shi Ha, revealing several small crucian carp, each the length of a forearm. The fish in this pond were all raised, preventing them from growing too large, as the bigger ones had already been consumed. Thus, a couple of pounds would be considered quite large here. "Wonderful," Shi Ha said, darting over to Luo Ji a few meters away. She peered into Luo Ji's bucket, spotting 2 or 3 small crayfish and a palm-sized fish missing its head. Perhaps feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, Luo Ji raised her hand to shield the bucket from view. "What are you looking at?" Shi Ha muttered, "A bottom feeder." Luo Ji retorted, "You better be talking about the fish." Shi Ha then spun over to Si Qing, who stood a distance away. "Darling, I'm here." Si Qing glanced sideways. "You stepped on my fish." "It's a dead fish," he added with a faint scoff. "Have you wound yourself up?"
No.
"But I did use conditioner this morning while washing my hair." "You have quite the imagination." "I use Huawei." "Not quite relevant." "You certainly have a talent for avoiding the question," he remarked, giving a thumbs up. "How many did you catch?"
1.
"Just one?"
Yes.
"That seems insufficient for our 9-person group." Xinyun caught 4 larger ones and 2 smaller ones, which might yield around 7 to 8 pounds. "But if I only eat 4 pounds, it won't suffice for sharing." Her voice trailed off as Si Qing lifted the fish basket from the water, revealing a fish that was a full arm's length. Goodness! Such a large fish from an artificially fed pond is truly astonishing. "You, sea god, are unparalleled. May I take a closer look?" Si Qing effortlessly lifted the basket, water sloshing around as he did. As Shi Ha examined the fish, a shadow suddenly loomed above her. She instinctively looked up to see a suntanned uncle staring intently at the fish. "Sir, control your drool," she teased. "Hey there, little girl, did you catch this fish?" "It's enormous." "She caught it," Shi Ha pointed to Si Qing a few meters away. "Oh, so what are you going to do with it?"
Eat it. Eat?
"You intend to eat such a fish." At that point, the uncle concluded that Shi Ha was an amateur rather than a seasoned angler. He explained, "Such a large fish doesn't taste as good as smaller ones, and it's difficult to prepare. This is something you either sell or keep for yourself. After all, it's rare to find one this size." Shi Ha paused, taking in the uncle's complete fishing gear juxtaposed with his empty basket and the longing gaze directed at the fish. "So, sir, are you looking to buy?"
Ha.
"Little girl, you're quite astute. Let us get straight to the point. Name your price and I'll buy that fish." "I'll ask her for you," Shi Ha said, turning to Si Qing. "This uncle wants to buy the fish. Will you sell?" Si Qing raised an eyebrow. "Will you eat it?"
Ha.
Realizing, Shi Ha shook her head. "It's too big. The meat might not be tender. I prefer smaller fish." Si Qing replied lightly. "Then let us sell it." "Really? Don't you think it's a shame? Such a large fish?" "Not interested." "All right. Would you like a photo for memories?" "Not interested." "Okay. Then I'll help you sell it." Ultimately, Shi Ha quoted a fair price and sold the fish to the uncle, who joyfully departed, carrying the hefty catch in one hand and the fish basket in the other, radiating delight as he left.
Shi Ha wondered aloud.
Why didn't he put such a large, heavy fish in a bag? Didn't he expect Sea God to have a bit of dark humor? Someone commented. Not packaged, but already pretentious. Came another reply, 3 times passing the family door without entering. Shi Ha bid farewell to the fish pond and made her way to the back mountain. By now, Gu Shi and the others had harvested quite a few vegetables, though not in large quantities. They had a variety: tomatoes, green beans, cucumbers, eggplants, some leafy greens, and potatoes. "Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. Let me help carry some," she said, promptly grabbing a basket of potatoes and sprinting down the hill with remarkable agility. Even faster than a rabbit. The others wondered, "Are you afraid it will get lost on the 500-meter trek between the ground and the house?" "You're unbelievable. I could cry." Chapter 096, A Mutual Journey of Illness. As Ji Ziyuan was adept at cooking, far surpassing Shi Ha's skills limited to simple home-cooked meals. The responsibility of preparing dinner fell upon him. The kitchen boasted 3 stoves, 2 gas stoves and 1 traditional clay stove constructed from cement bricks. Shi Ha and Ji Ziyuan worked together on the gas stoves, while Song Nanqing and Lu Yingying tended the clay stove, adding firewood. It wasn't that the others were unwilling. Rather, Lu Yingying had volunteered to observe the flames for enlightenment, while Song Nanxing quietly roasted a few sweet potatoes and regular potatoes inside. Shi Ha, occasionally exchanging glances with Song Nanxing, who flipped the sweet potatoes and potatoes over with tongs, had intended to chat with Lu Yingying about life, but she scoured both the courtyard and its surroundings, finding no trace of her. What's wrong? Are you a dog? She might have gone outside. Why not send her a message?
All right.
Hey, what are you doing? Why can't I find you? Do you know how worried I am? I'm afraid you'll ascend to the heavens without me. Proud disciple. 4. Proud disciple. In the white waiting, I lost part of myself. Proud disciple. You could also interpret it as a spaceship detaching from the space station. Proud disciple. Got it. You speak rather elegantly. It evokes memories of my youth. Granular? Have you been drinking enough water? Is it possible this conveys my utter exasperation? Fine, I'm angry now. Don't speak to me for 10 minutes. All right, considering you're worried about me, let us make it 5 minutes. While Lu Yingying was still lost in herself, Shi had set her sights on the towering loquat tree in the yard. Xing, do you believe I can climb it in a few steps? Song Nanxing nodded. I believe you. You're supposed to say you don't believe me. That way, I can prove you wrong. He had only witnessed self-inflicted misery, never someone seeking a slap to the face. I don't care. You must believe. Fine. I don't believe. How could you possibly climb such a tall tree? It's certainly impossible. Huh. Since you don't believe me, I shall prove you wrong. She dashed to the loquat tree, reaching out and planting her feet against the trunk, clambering up like a giant panda. However, the trunk was quite smooth and upright. Before long, Shi Ha lost her grip and fell. Help! I'm falling. How did I land? Song Nanxing quipped. That was only half a meter. I apologize for the earlier slip. Let us begin anew. Shi Ha is eagerly preparing to rise once more. One cannot fall into the same river twice, nor stumble in the same place on 2 occasions. However, a dog can. In that very spot, Shi Ha slips yet again. Yet, drawing from her past experiences, she remains unperturbed, calmly awaiting her descent. This time, however, she is caught. Turning her head, Shi Ha discovers that she has been rescued by Si Qing. With a furrowed brow, Si Qing inquires, a new form of self-destruction? Shi Ha expresses her gratitude. Thank you for saving this wayward girl. The deity and her oversized humanoid handbag. In the afternoon, the group prepared to venture into town to procure some bread, fruits, drinking water, and daily necessities. As they had not anticipated the house's utter lack of provisions, items such as mosquito repellent and insecticides are essential in rural areas. In the eyes of the fishermen, large fish are not merely valued by weight, particularly in a small pond. They are far more rare than those found in expansive rivers. Thus, despite being ordinary fish, the old man offered several thousand yuan for them. This sum was more than sufficient for meals in the town, instantly alleviating everyone's financial burdens. Yet, truth be told, they had never truly felt any pressure, especially Shi Ha, who could sustain herself on potatoes for 3 consecutive days. Ji Ziyuan raised his gaze and surveyed the surroundings. Where's Ha Ha? I haven't seen her. She just went out, came the reply. A creaking sound echoed through the courtyard as everyone peered out. There stood Shi Ha, boldly riding a convertible tricycle, gesturing grandly, hop on. She wielded the tricycle's value like that of a multi-million-dollar sports car. Oh, by the way, only 4 people can fit.
Why?
Too many would have to stand and pedal. Lu Yingying expressed her surprise. Where did you get this tricycle? I took some vegetables to the neighbor, shared a few simple words, and she lent it to me. The group exchanged skeptical glances. Was it really just a simple chat? They doubted. All right, who among you wants to go? Hurry aboard, time is precious, and we've already squandered 30 cents. With that, Shi Ha patted the tricycle, which was covered in vegetable leaves and dirt, originally intending to accompany Luo Ji for shopping. Yugo imagined the scene of sitting on a small stool in the tricycle and quietly stepped back. Never mind, it's unnecessary. I will go. I happen to have some things to buy. Ji Ziyuan chuckled. I will come too. I have never ridden a tricycle like this. Song Nanxing raised his hand. I'll go. I missed the scenery this morning while I was asleep, Gu Shi added. Shi Ha remarked, but it's quite dirty. That's all right. Just place a plastic sheet on top. This is a vehicle for transporting vegetables and gets dirty with use. Let us wipe the railings with water first to avoid soiling our clothes. Song Nanxing turned to fetch water. Shi Ha stopped him, suggesting Gu Shi go instead. Although he could fetch it for some reason, Gu Shi protested. Why me? Because you can carry more water, Shi Ha replied. Why are you calling for your mother? Take this punch, she exclaimed, emphasizing their playful banter. As the group watched Shi Ha energetically pedal the tricycle while Shi chased after her. Lu Ying suddenly recalled that this was an electric tricycle and shouted a reminder, no need to pedal, just twist the throttle.
Got it, I'll buy for you.
A big bag, will 3 bags suffice? The group responded with astonishment, realizing that this was indeed a mutual endeavor of enthusiasm.